This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1207 Hidden Dragon Cave. Under the leadership of Lin Yueru, Duanmu Huai and his party left Suzhou City and walked out of the city. Along the way, Huan Sayu, Tomo Mami and others followed quietly behind, just looking around, without saying a word, just like the group of female high school students who went abroad for off-campus teaching. On the contrary, and was lively and cheerful. He smiled and went straight to Lin Yueru to chat. It should be said that he is worthy of being a genius at the beginning, and could only chat with the other party with gestures and guesses. As a result, when he walked out of Suzhou City and arrived at the foot of the mountain, and could already talk to the other party fluently. TSK. So genius is such a thing. Lin Yueru also looks very cheerful and lively, and she is very happy chatting with him. Everyone in Suzhou knows about the Hidden Dragon Cave. A group of snake monsters have lived there since some time ago, and they have captured many young girls. My father has recruited volunteers to go into the cave to exorcise the monsters many times, but he has never succeeded, and many people have been killed or injured. Leave it to us. It's just a demon. It's not a problem for us at all. As in spoke, she raised her finger, and then a flame suddenly appeared on the tip of her finger. Seeing this, Lin Yueru was also a little surprised. Wow, this is the magic? I don't know. How do you say this in your words? Shall I? Hearing and turn around and call him. Duanmu Huai silently rolled his eyes. Magic. Oh, yes, magic. This is our Manalia magic. How about it? It's very powerful. Right? It looks similar to magic. Daddy and I have seen Taoist priests perform magic before. They just take a talisman and gesture twice, and then a fireball appears out of thin air. Can you do it too? I don't know how to do it, but I have my own special skills. As she spoke, Lin Yueru stood still, then raised her right hand, put her index finger and ring finger together, and pointed forward. She's sword finger. Shua. As Lin Yueru pointed forward, everyone saw several stones not far ahead suddenly split into pieces, as if they were cut by an invisible blade. Wow! Seeing this, Huan Sayu and others in the back looked at the broken stones in surprise, their mouths wide open in amazement, and then rushed over excitedly and grabbed Lin Yueru's hand. Amazing! Is this a magic? Hey! This is not a magic. This is the unique skill of our Suzhou Lin family. It's martial arts. Martial arts. As she spoke, Lin Yueru demonstrated a few punches and kicks to the crowd. Can martial arts be done like this? This is Xiaoba Kung Fu. So powerful. I've seen it on TV, but I didn't expect it to be so powerful. Tomo Mami and Tamaki Iroha whispered to each other, while Kazara pouted and raised her hands high. I can do it too. As she spoke, Kazara took out her magic sword and swung it forward. A flash of sword light flashed, and the big tree next to her was cut in half by her, and fell to the ground with a bang. This is really... It seems that this lady is also quite skilled. Lin Yueru was surprised to see Mu Geng chop down the tree in front of her with just one sword. And Mu Geng looked at Lin Yueru's expression and was also proud, puffing out his chest happily. Not only that, but I can fly. However, before Mu Geng spread her wings, Duanmu Huai reached out and grabbed Mu Geng's collar, pulling her back like a husky. Aren't you afraid that others will kill you as a monster? Sorry. It's their first time to go on a long journey, so they are a little too excited. How far is it? Almost there. As they talked, they came to the hillside, next to a river, and there was a dark cave below the hillside. From the outside, it looked like a beast's lair. Well, in fact, it was indeed a beast's lair. Just standing at the door, you can feel a cold wind blowing towards you, mixed with a disgusting blood and stench. Woo! Just standing at the entrance of the cave made the girls a little scared. But Lin Yueru was very brave and found a wooden stick nearby. It's very dark inside, and I heard there are many poisonous snakes, so it's better to be careful. But I didn't bring a fire starter. Who has one? No need to be so troublesome. As she spoke, and raised her hand, and soon, she saw a ball of light steadily appearing above her, illuminating the surroundings. Look! There's no problem now. Right? It's really amazing. Looking at the light ball floating in the air, emitting bright light like a little sun. Lin Yuer couldn't help but sigh. Then the group walked into the hidden dragon cave and headed towards the depths. Hua la la. The entire hidden dragon cave was extremely dark, and most of it was flooded by water. There were only narrow paths, and because they were wetted by water all year round, these paths were covered with moss and were very difficult to walk on. Lin Yuer walked in front. Duanmu Huai was responsible for the rear, and the others walked between the two, looking left and right, and moving forward anxiously. Wow, this place is so weird, so gloomy. I always feel like I heard some very bad sounds. It must be an illusion. Huan Sayu and Tomo Mami grabbed each other, feeling a little uneasy about the scene in front of them. It's no wonder. The narrow and smooth path, with dark ponds on both sides. You can't see what's underneath. In such a place, most people would indeed feel uneasy. However, at this moment, Lin Yueru, who was leading the group, suddenly stopped and looked around in confusion. What's wrong? Looking at Lin Yueru's reaction, and asked curiously, and Lin Yueru reached out and picked up the long whip wrapped around her waist. I heard some strange noises. Didn't you hear them? It seems that there are indeed. Hearing Lin Yueru's words, and was also stunned for a moment. And after listening carefully, he found that there were indeed some strange noises coming from all around. Hiss. A strange sound. However, this sound was too weak and was covered by the sound of water flow in waterfall. So it was not discovered at the first time. At the same time, Duanmu Huai also spoke, and light up the entire cave. Ah, I know. As he spoke, and stretched out his hand and injected magic power into the light ball again. With An's action, the light ball instantly burst into dazzling brilliance, like a flare, completely illuminating everything around. At the same time, everyone saw a nightmare-like scene. On the ceiling above their heads, there were densely packed snakes wriggling everywhere. Hundreds of snakes were moving on the rock wall, under the illumination of the magic light. It was like a river of snakes. What the hell is this? So scary. So frightening. Seeing this scene, the girls' scalps went numb. After all, who could have thought that there would be a large group of snakes on their heads all the time? Hiss. The enhanced magic light seemed to stimulate the snakes. The next moment, countless snakes fell from the sky and smashed towards everyone. Be careful. Anne's reaction was not slow. As the snakes fell, she raised her hand hurriedly. A huge magic circle emerged from thin air and turned into a barrier above everyone's head, blocking the falling snakes. Snakes hit the barrier like raindrops, and then bounced off and fell into the surrounding pool water. Other snakes came from all around, trying to surround everyone. Facing the attack of this group of poisonous snakes, everyone naturally couldn't just sit there and wait for death. Lin Yuer shouted and swung the long whip in her hand. With a snap sound, the snakes in front were torn into pieces, as if they were caught in a meat grinder. On the other side, Tomo Mami and Tamaki Iroha also summoned their muskets and crossbows, and began to attack the snakes swimming towards them. Unfortunately, the weapons of the two were obviously not suitable for this kind of battle. Whether it was a musket or a crossbow, they seemed to be rather ineffective when facing such a group of creatures. Fortunately, they had a helper. Hey! Mugung tightly grasped the magic sword and swung it forward. The shining sword light scattered and intertwined, turning into a whistling storm that swept the snakes away, and then crushed them like they were in a meat grinder. Only Duanmu Huai was quietly slacking off in the back. Since everyone else could work, he was too lazy to move. We must leave here and find a safer place. Lin Yuer shouted loudly. As the battle became more intense, the number of snakes around them increased instead of decreasing. No one knew how many snakes were hidden in this hidden dragon cave, and they all looked like venomous snakes. The kind that would kill you with a bite. If we were trapped here again, we would die. However, no, there's no need for that. As the words fell, everyone saw Duanmu Huai flash by, and then he pulled out a warhammer taller than himself from his small cloak, raised it high, and then dropped it heavily. Boom! The huge roar seemed to shake the entire hidden dragon cave. The girls even felt that they were not standing on solid ground, but waves that rose and fell one after another, making them unable to stand steadily. And the snakes swimming on the ground exploded one by one in an instant, as if they were hit head-on by an invisible warhammer. When the shaking ground returned to stability again, The snakes around had completely disappeared, leaving only bloody and fleshy snake bodies that could not even be distinguished. Lin Yueru was shocked by the scene in front of her. It's not that she didn't believe in the ability of these people. But even so, the scene in front of her was too outrageous. Okay. It's done and we're done. Duanmu Huai didn't care about this. He silently picked up the warhammer and carried it on his shoulder. We should move on. Then Duanmu Huai spoke. Chapter 1208 Going deep into the cave. I never thought this place would be so scary. Looking at the bloody snakes around her, Lin Yueru was also terrified. No wonder those knights never came back. Indeed, the knights in this world also have good skills. But the problem is that there are too many snakes in the hidden dragon cave. And they are all poisonous snakes. Even if they are bitten, they will die immediately. In addition, this place is dark, damp and narrow, and people can't move at all. If there is no help from these immortal masters, I am afraid that even I will not have a good end. Speaking of those immortal masters, Lin Yueru turned her head and looked at the side with a complicated expression. There, Duanmu Huai was holding a war hammer in one hand, pointing at the people in front of him and cursing. You are all idiots. Idiots? You are still magical girls? You can fight familiars and witches, but you don't even dare to fight a snake? What do you want you to do? Woo. At this moment, Tomomomi and Tamaki Iroha lowered their heads obediently and said nothing. It was really because their performance just now was not very decent. Of course, the two of them were not without words. Although they had fought witches and familiars, the appearance of those monsters was just abstract, not scary at all. So from this point of view, the magical girls fighting small monsters actually had a bit of a childish color in it. Whether it was a familiar or a witch that they destroyed, they were like illusions. They would not bleed, be dismembered, or have their internal organs exploded after being beaten. Instead, they were like monsters in the game. After being beaten, they screamed, then disappeared, and then exploded a seed of sorrow. It was nothing like here, where countless snakes were rushing down like a waterfall, just like the set of Anaconda. Not to mention that these snakes were alive, not as abstract as familiars. They would explode, break into pieces, and spray blood when hit. Tomomomi and Tamaki Iroha were just junior high school students. They had never seen such a scene before, and it was quite impressive that they didn't scream and paralyze on the spot. But it was obvious that Duanmu Huai was not satisfied with this, even if the endurance was weakened by the heroic spirit. With the skills of these two people, it should be no problem to single-handedly kill the snake group. In Journey to the West, Duanmu Huai had dealt with monsters more than once, so he knew that these snakes were not even close to monsters, but were just ordinary animals controlled by monsters. As a result, you still had such a hard time fighting? These magic girls are really no good. Looking at the girl in the cloak in front of her shouting, Lin Yueru was speechless, but she didn't know what to say. After all, when they were chatting before, Lin Yueru understood the origin of this group of people. Of course, Duanmu Huai didn't expect her to understand the subspace and the court of justice. So he simply told Lin Yueru that this was the sect's eldest disciple taking his junior sisters down the mountain to train. Well, so Lin Yueru understood it instantly. But this is a bit too fierce. Looking at Duanmu Huai holding the war hammer, Lin Yueru shrank her head. She was a martial artist, so she had seen those rough men before. When they were fierce, they were fiercer than anyone else. But girls were better. It's not that girls can't be fierce, but they are not as fierce as Duanmu Huai. Although she couldn't understand what the other party was saying, she knew that the other party must have been scolded by the way he was gesticulating. Looking at it this way, it seems that those immortal cultivators are not much different from ordinary people. You go ahead this time. After Duanmu Huai finished cursing, he waved his hand and asked Tomomomi and Huan Sayu to look into the bushes with their faces. And the two people's faces turned pale instantly. Go ahead? Does this mean that if there are more snakes coming, they will pounce on their faces directly? We are using long-range weapons. Tomomomi argued a little unconfidently. But it was a pity that Duanmu Huai didn't indulge her. What are you afraid of? You won't die. Focus on me, and nothing will happen. Let's go! Woo! Although they were reluctant, Tomomomi and Huan Sayu still walked to the front of the team. Lin Yueru beside them looked at them curiously, but didn't say much. On the one hand, this was an internal matter of the sect, and it was not easy for an outsider to interfere. On the other hand, The two sides didn't speak the same language, so she didn't know what to say. Right? In fact, Lin Yueru also saw the weapons of the two people. She was not particularly unfamiliar with the crossbow in Huan Saiyu's hand, but the musket in Tomomomi's hand made Lin Yueru very confused. She had seen it before in the previous battle. The strange iron pipe in the opponent's hand would make a thunderous sound, and then launch something like fire to attack the enemy. Is this also a fairy technique? Lin Yueru couldn't figure out why there was fire in the iron pipe, and why it was so long. Could it be used as a dancing stick? But it was too short to be used as a stick. Lin Yueru gestured, but still couldn't figure it out. Maybe the fairy treasures are just so weird. In this way, the group moved forward again. After passing through the nest of poisonous snakes, they soon saw corpses all around. Some of them had turned into white bones, and some were rotting. From their dark corpses, it can be seen that these people must have been attacked in the same way as Duan Mu Huai and others before. Unfortunately, they had no magic weapons or magic, so they could only die painfully here. Death from poison is the most painful way to die, especially those who have not turned into white bones, and even maintain the appearance of struggling before death. Just looking at the weird appearance of these corpses makes the girls' scalps numb. And Mu-gun were better off. Tomomomi and Tamaki Iroha were facing death for the first time. Seeing these corpses, they turned their heads away in fear, and dared not look anymore. Lin Yueru looked at these corpses, knelt down, put her hands together, and said after a moment of silence, "They sacrificed themselves for the people of Suzhou City. I will not forget them. After the monsters are eliminated, I will ask Daddy to collect the bodies of the heroes and let them rest in peace." Yeah. Not bad. Standing by and watching Lin Yueru's performance, Duan Mu Huai nodded with satisfaction. Although this young lady has a bit of a temper, her values are still very positive. For other people, just seeing these corpses scared them, and they didn't think about what to do next. But Lin Yueru thought, well, does this count as planting a flag before the war? Little girl, you are not studying Peking opera. Forget it. Just plant it. 1 or 2 won't kill you. After silently making a promise to the corpses, Lin Yueru stood up and walked forward again. But this time she walked very fast, which caught the others behind her off guard. But they hurriedly followed. They could understand Lin Yueru's feelings to some extent. After all, these people volunteered to kill the monsters in order to protect the people in the city from being harmed by the monsters. And now they are all dead. Hiss. However, the crowd did not have much time to immerse themselves in this sorrow. Just as they stepped over the corpses and were about to move forward, suddenly, accompanied by a piercing low cry, a huge figure suddenly rushed out from the side and blocked everyone's way. It was a giant snake thicker than a bucket, with a single horn on its head. The scales all over its body shone like metal under the magic light. What was even more terrifying was that the giant snake was swallowing half a corpse in its mouth. Damn monster! Lin Yueru was furious when she saw this scene. She roared and stretched out her right hand straight forward, pointing at the giant snake in front of her. Chi's sword finger. The whistling sword energy flew out of Lin Yueru's hand and shot forward. However, when the Chi sword finger that could even shatter rocks hit the giant snake, it only made a crisp metal collision sound. And then, there was no reaction at all. Lin Yueru's attack obviously angered the giant snake. It raised its head and swallowed the corpse, then suddenly jumped and opened its bloody mouth to bite Lin Yueru. This giant snake was obviously no longer the simple animal just now, but a monster-like existence, so its speed was naturally outrageous. Lin Yueru felt a flash before her eyes, and the next moment a foul smell rushed towards her. When she opened her eyes, she saw the bloody mouth that was already close at hand. With the help of the magic light, Lin Yueru could even clearly see the fangs and upper jaw inside. Bang! Suddenly, there was an explosion, and the next moment the giant snake that was about to swallow half of Lin Yueru's body suddenly wailed and retreated. Lin Yueru also reacted at this time, and hurriedly took a step back, looking towards the place where the sound came from in doubt, only to see that the yellow-haired girl had stood beside her at some point, holding 2 smoking iron pipes in her hands. Was it she who saved me? Before Lin Yueru could come to her senses, she saw the yellow-haired girl throw away the iron pipe in her hand, then reach down with both hands, and take out 2 iron pipes from nowhere, and point them at the giant snake in front of her. Bang bang. The thunderous sound made Lin Yueru's ears hurt, and the giant snake wailed and retreated again. It was obvious that the scales on its body might be able to block swords, but they could not block bullets at all. Under Tomomomi's attack, the snake's body was covered in blood and its skin was torn. Well, snake, times have changed. At this moment, the snake also found that the prey in front of it seemed more difficult to deal with than the previous ones. So it decisively changed direction and tried to leave. However, at this moment, Huan Sayu also raised the crossbow in her hand and aimed at the enemy in front of her. A flash of pink light pierced through the dark cave like lightning, shot into the snake's eyes, and directly penetrated its head. The next moment, the snake was completely motionless, and its entire body collapsed to the ground like a discarded piece of garbage, without any reaction. From Tomomomi repelling the giant snake to Huan Sayu killing it, it took only 10 seconds, so that by the time Lin Yue reacted, the giant snake had already become a corpse. This time, Lin Yue looked at the two people with a somewhat surprised look, when Duanmu Huai scolded them before. Although Lin Yue didn't understand, she was also a martial artist, so she could naturally see that the problem of these two people was that they were tied up in the battle and couldn't make a breakthrough. This is a problem that many martial artists have at first. But I didn't expect that the immortal master would also make the same mistake. But now they are so skilled. What's going on? Lin Yue naturally didn't understand. After all, according to common sense, seeing a huge monster is definitely more terrifying than an ordinary animal. But the magic girls are not like this at all. Every witch they deal with is extremely huge. In other words, dealing with huge monsters is what the magic girls are best at. Therefore, this giant snake looked very scary in the eyes of ordinary people. But for Tomomomi and Tamaki Iroha, they caught the rhythm in an instant. Well, it turned out that fighting in the style you are familiar with is still the best. After killing the giant snake, the road ahead was smooth. And soon, the group came to the depths of the hidden dragon cave. And at the end of the road in front of them was a huge house. At the door of the house, there stood a half-man, half-snake guy, who was carrying a sickle and stared at Duanmu Huai and others fiercely. Who are you? What are you doing in my cave? However, facing the question from the snake man, the crowd did not answer immediately, but complained among themselves. Hey, look, that person's lower body is a snake. Hey, isn't that Medusa? But Medusa is a woman, and her hair is also snakes. But this is a man. Will he turn us into stone when he sees us? That shouldn't be the case. Isn't Medusa a Western legend? Hey, you damned little thieves. Seeing everyone whispering to him, the snake man was immediately furious. How dare you break into my cave without permission? You're so brave. That's what I want to say. At this time, Lin Yue also plucked up the courage and stood up. You are the monster who took the girls away. Where did you take them? Hearing Lin Yue's question, the snake man snorted coldly. You mean those humans? I brought them here to serve my wife. So, you captured them and treated them as servants? Hearing the snake man's answer, Lin Yue was furious and drew out her sword. Do you know how many parents shed tears for their children because of what you did? How many chivalrous men died here? I want to enforce justice on behalf of heaven. Go to hell, monster. As she spoke, Lin Yue shouted tenderly, holding the sword in her hand, and rushed towards the snake man. Chapter 1209 Little Fox. There is one thing that must be said about chivalrous men who are roaming the world. That is, there is no need to talk about chivalry to deal with this kind of evil heretic. Let's all fight together. Well, the result is needless to say. The snake man couldn't raise his head after Mommy's gunfire, and Iroha Tamaki secretly shot arrows from the side. Mu Gung rushed forward and cut off the snake man's sickle with a sword, and then launched a Manalia magic missile. Then this guy who looked big and strong turned into a dead snake lying on the ground. I'm not saying this. This demon is too weak. Looking at the snake man lying on the ground motionless, and couldn't help but complain. After all, this snake man was so arrogant before, and it was Anne's first time fighting with the existence of this world. To be safe, she only used the most basic magic to test it first. But you fell down before I even used any strength? This is not a demon. It can only be considered a monster at most. Like a griffin? Maybe it will be a little smarter. Facing Anne's question, Duanmu Huai shrugged helplessly. According to Duanmu Huai's experience in Journey to the West, Eastern monsters and monsters have a very different characteristic. In game terms, the way of adding points in the early stage is different. In the early stage, Western monsters add strength first and then wisdom. This is also why in many fantasy worlds, only high-level monsters such as dragons have IQ, and low-level monsters have low IQ but strong strength. However, Eastern monsters take another path, which is to add wisdom first and then strength. This is why many monsters do not have particularly strong power at first, and can even be killed by ordinary people head-on such as fox spirits. But they can all use language to communicate with humans, and even confuse and deceive humans. The same is true for this snake man. If it does not live in this cave, but in a place like the river bank, then any army can shoot it into a hedgehog. Even if the monster's physique is relatively strong, humans are not completely helpless. However, it is because the environment of the hidden dragon cave restricts human performance that the monsters can run rampant here. After all, in this environment, let alone the ancient knights, even modern special forces will die in a pile if they are surrounded by snakes. Okay, let's go in and take a look. Maybe there are bigger troubles inside. After all, he is just a gatekeeper. Who knows what the boss inside looks like? However, just as everyone was prepared and entered the cave, they saw a young girl walking towards them. Seeing everyone, the girl was startled. You? Who are you? Who are you? Looking at the girl in front of her, Lin Yueru asked curiously, and the latter hurriedly lowered her head when she saw Lin Yueru's dress. My name is Xiaowei. I live in Heishui town, and I was caught here by a snake demon. Are you alone? No. No. There are many people. Everyone is here. Excuse me. Don't worry. Seeing the worried look of the girl, Lin Yueru also hurriedly spoke. I am Lin Yueru from the Suzhou Lin family. I came with all the immortal masters to rescue you. As for the snake demon, we have already eliminated it. Really? Yes. It's right there. See? Bringing the girl to the door, Lin Yueru showed her the body. And after seeing the snake man's body, the latter also burst into tears and knelt down in front of Lin Yueru and his group. I will never forget your great kindness. Save this kind of words for later. Duanmu Huai had no interest in this. His current clone was a girl, and she couldn't possibly say something like I can't repay you with anything but my body. What if he came with his original body? Based on Duanmu Huai's experience in Journey to the West, he would probably be a cow or a horse in the next life. So it was useless in the end. How many monsters are there in here? Where are they? Xiaowei was silent for a moment after hearing Duanmu Huai's question. There is also a fox demon lady inside. Fox demon? You mean the snake demon's wife is a fox? Yes. Good boy. Where is the reproductive isolation? Snakes can marry foxes? Is this also possible? If they have children, are they viviparous or oviparous? Are they cold-blooded or warm-blooded animals? This difference is quite big. In other words, there are no other monsters here? This is right. Duanmu Huai glanced at Xiaowei and looked away. Good fellow. Even the worst monsters in Journey to the West have a group of younger brothers to help them do things. But the snake monster in this world is so miserable that it doesn't even have a younger brother. No wonder it would capture people to catch maids. But if you think about it carefully, most of the monsters in Journey to the West have brothers, but no wives. And this one has a wife, but no brothers. I can't tell which one is better. Then let's go deal with the fox demon. You go gather the others to the hall to wait for us. Is that okay? Rescuing hostages is a daily routine in the courtroom. Duanmu Huai can complete the process with his eyes closed. After hearing his order, Xiaowei nodded hurriedly, and then pointed out the location of the fox demon's bedroom for everyone, and then went to gather the other sisters. According to Xiaowei's instructions, Duanmu Huai brought the girls to the door of the bedroom and kicked the door open without saying a word. Bang! Who are you? The fox demon sitting on the stone bed was also startled. She stared at the people rushing into her room with wide eyes in surprise, her face showing anger. Are you a new servant? How can you be so ignorant of the rules? Don't you know to knock on the door first? What rules are there for evil people like you? Duanmu Huai strode in with a war hammer in his hand, stared at the fox demon in front of him, and snorted coldly. We are here to exorcise demons. So just accept your death. Monster! You are so brave that you dare to come to my cave to make trouble. My dear, come and deal with these lawless people. However, before the fox demon finished speaking, Duanmu Huai swung the hammer in his hand, and the next moment, the fox demon was directly knocked to the ground by the huge hammer. as if being crushed by a steel roll weighing dozens of tons. When Duanmu Huai raised the hammer again, the woman below had become a flattened fox. Woo! Seeing this scene, Lin Yueru couldn't help but let out a low cry. So far, she has seen Duanmu Huai take action twice. Once he blasted the snakes with a hammer, and once he smashed the fox demon with a hammer. To be honest, although the fighting methods of the other girls are strange, they all look like fairy arts. Only this one, no matter how you look at it, she is just using the hammer to create miracles. Done. Call it a day. Even with a new body, Duanmu Huai was still the emotionless judge. He raised his war hammer and glanced around. What's wrong? Seeing Duanmu Huai looking around, and asked curiously, while Duanmu Huai narrowed his eyes and remained silent for a moment. Then he suddenly blasted out with a hammer, hitting the wardrobe next to him. Bang! The poor wardrobe naturally couldn't withstand Duanmu Huai's hammer, and was immediately smashed to pieces. At the same time, everyone saw a little fox crawling out of it, shrinking against the wall and trembling in fear. Wow! What a cute little fox! Seeing such a cute wife or ball, Anne's eyes lit up immediately, and the others gathered around curiously. Really? This little fox is so cute. Why is it hiding in the closet? Maybe it's because it's also a monster. Duanmu Huai weighed the hammer in his hand. You'll know when I kill it. Huh? Wait. Are we really going to do this? Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, the girls were immediately shocked. But this fox is still so small. It doesn't look like a monster. Does it? It's just an ordinary fox. Don't kill it. Just let it go. For a moment, including Mugung, the girls all pleaded with Duanmu Huai. Haha. Don't kill it if it's an animal. When you were attacked by the group of snakes just now, you wanted to skin them alive. And now you're begging for mercy when it comes to this furry ball? Sure enough, in this world, appearance still determines everything. Duanmu Huai silently put down the war hammer in his hand, then walked forward and grabbed the little fox's neck and lifted it up. Perhaps sensing Duanmu Huai's killing intent, the little fox was stiff in Duanmu Huai's hand and did not move. We will know when we take it out. After saying this, Duanmu Huai carried the little fox out of the room. The others looked at each other and followed helplessly. She won't really kill the little fox, it's so cute. It should be just to scare it. I think so too. Hearing the conversation between the three girls around her, and shook her head silently. She knew Duanmu Huai's true face, and how cruel the tribunal was. If Duanmu Huai really wanted to kill this little fox, then almost no one could persuade him. The only lucky thing is that, as of now, this place does not seem to be as brutal and bloody as those places that the tribunal had previously sieged. And shall we just said that after the monster couple caught them here, they only asked them to do odd jobs and clean up, and did not do any sacrifices or the like. There shouldn't be any problem. As shall we said, there were only 2 monsters and a pet in the whole cave. When Duanmu Huai came to the living room with the little fox, he saw that the girls had gathered together. Seeing everyone coming in, they were a little nervous, but not too scared. Perhaps because they were all girls and didn't look very ferocious. At this time, Shall We also came forward and asked, "Excuse me, that fox has been killed." As he spoke, Duanmu Huai raised the little fox in his hand. "But we found this little fox in the closet. Do you know where it came from?" "Hey!" Hearing Duanmu Huai's question, Shall We was stunned for a moment. She stared at the little fox in Duanmu Huai's hand, then was silent for a moment before speaking. This is the little fox pet raised by the mistress. Not a monster." "Oh!" Hearing Shall We's answer, Duanmu Huai snorted and looked at the others. "Really? Ah. The other girls also looked at the little fox with complicated expressions, but they all nodded under Duanmu Huai's gaze. "Is that so?" Duanmu Huai was silent for a moment, then threw the little fox in his hand to the ground. The latter screamed after landing, and then ran away. "Ah, what a pity. I wanted to keep it as a pet." Mommy looked at the little fox's back with some sadness. She herself was a person who was very afraid of loneliness, so she kept QB. Now that she was alone again, Tomo Mommy was also considering whether to get a cat. Now it seemed that getting a fox was also a good choice. "Okay, don't waste time." Duanmu Huai clapped his hands, signaling everyone to come back to their senses. "We've taken care of this place, and we should go back." Chapter 1210 Closed Civilization. After the imprisoned girls were rescued, the news spread quickly. Soon, The parents whose children were taken away rushed to recognize their children. And both sides cried and cried. There was a lot of crying on the scene. Various recognition scenes appeared one after another. And those who didn't know would think that there was a disaster here. It's so boring. Duan Muhui stood by and watched this scene, yawning out of boredom. He didn't like watching this scene the most. Maybe it was because he had seen it too many times in TV dramas. So when he watched the scene, Duan Muhui felt that it was all acting. So he didn't burst into tears like other girls, but instead looked at those people with interest to see if he could see anything from them. Master, what are you looking at? Mu Gung asked curiously after noticing Duan Muhui's meaningful expression. Oh, nothing. I just want to see if there are any troublemakers here. Troublemakers? Yes. For example, they didn't want her to come back, but pretended to look for her. And then she really came back. And they had no choice but to cry on their faces and curse in their hearts. It shouldn't be. Hearing Duan Muhui's answer, Huan Sayu wiped her eyes fearfully. She was originally very moved by this scene. But Duan Muhui's words ruined the whole atmosphere. Humph. Little girl. You still have little experience. There are too many such things. Duan Muhui snorted and snorted. As a judge, he has seen similar tasks before. There are too many similar tasks. The players' hearts have been trained to be harder than steel. No matter how sweet your words are now, no matter how much you cry, you will be killed with a knife. And then the players will come out to clean up the mess. Well, when will the revenge end? Kill them all, and it will be fine. It's just like the extermination order. From a certain perspective, Duan Muhui's reflexive use of the extermination order when he encounters a problem can be considered a matter of experience. Masters. At this moment, Lin Tianan also came over with Lin Yueru, clasped his hands together, and bowed his head to the crowd. I have heard from my daughter that the masters are brave and have saved the people of Suzhou from the water and fire. Lin Tianan is grateful to you. You are welcome. We just take what we need. Faced with Lin Tianan's thanks, Duan Muhui was unmoved. Of course. I know. I will immediately send someone to the Xianjian sect to inform them of this. I think they will be very interested in the immortal masters. I hope so. Duan Muhui did not have much expectation for this. After all, sects, like gangs, have always been very closed and exclusive. The current situation is actually like foreign gangs coming to the United States to pay respects to American gangs. Then, there will be a man in a suit, holding a cigar in one hand, sitting on the sofa, staring at him, and then speaking in hoarse English. Hey, I want to be friends with you. But this deal won't work. Well, Duan Muhui now thinks he'd better get a Chicago typewriter to save the situation. So Duan Muhui thinks that even if he finds the Xianjian sect, the final outcome is likely to be that if you want to get involved, you must keep your word. If you say you want to kill your whole family, you must kill your whole family. So he didn't have high expectations for this plan at the beginning. And Hui thinks this plan is feasible because she thinks in the way of thinking of Manalia. Manalia Magic Academy is inclusive and welcomes everyone to come and learn magic. Even after the union with the Holy City, Manalia sent students to the Holy City Church as exchange students to learn and communicate with each other. So in Anne's mind, this kind of exchange is not a difficult thing. At most, it just requires a certain mastery of the aspects to be exchanged. But in fact, it is not like this. As we all know, whether it is a fairy or a martial arts, you go to a sect and say I am very interested in your martial arts and fairy methods. Why don't you show me yours? It's good if I don't beat you to death. Not to mention outsiders. Internal members are also good, even if you are inside the sect, as long as you are not qualified and secretly learn. Once you are discovered, at the least, your meridians will be broken and you will become a disabled person. Or at the worst, you will be directly chopped. In fact, players have discussed why in many fairy worlds, all the major sects can fly on swords and ascend to heaven. But the mortals on the ground have not gained any benefits. They live like primitive society. Even their clothes are still made of linen, which is miserable. You see, you have been in seclusion for 500 years. According to the time law of world history, you should have worked from the Middle Ages to World War II when you come out. But the fact is that the people in the fairy world are the same as they were 500 years ago. As if the civilization of the whole world has completely stagnated. Why? Of course, it is a setting in the game. But the players are serious about it. After discussing it over and over again, They actually came up with a possibility. That is the degree of isolation of the various forces in this world. To put it bluntly, all the forces in this world are completely isolated and will not communicate their knowledge to the outside world. To put it in another way, each force is equivalent to recreating the wheel from scratch. If a gang is compared to a car, then all the members of this gang are engineers who build the car, adding bricks and tiles to the car, trying to transform the car into a space shuttle to ascend to immortality. They all use the gang's technology, from raw material forging to design to installation, all using the local gang's unique craftsmanship. In their view, this is the foundation of the gang's foothold in this world. Once it is leaked, it will be a disaster. In addition, there is a difference between immortals and mortals, so there is no trickle-down effect. Even if there is a trickle-down effect, it will only drip to the lower-level immortals, and will not benefit mortals. Then why can't mortals develop? The reason is very simple. That is, the benefits of this world are actually taken by immortals. Take monsters for example. As we all know, many monsters' internal organs, parts, and elixirs are very useful and can be used to refine weapons, armor, and even elixirs. Suppose there are no immortals in this world. Then relying on mortals to deal with monsters may result in heavy losses at the beginning. But the desire for survival of humans will force them to learn and master the skills to fight monsters. If they are not careful, they can develop an advanced civilization through monsters and spirit stones. But what about the reality? The places with spiritual minds have been occupied by all the major sects, and the monsters have been killed by all the major sects. When mortals encounter monsters, they will ask immortals for help. It can be said that the high-end resources of the whole world are all monopolized by immortals. What should mortals do? If human civilization has no coal, no various minerals, and can only survive by digging stones, can they develop into modern civilization? How is it possible? Even if you send a modern full-system industrial organization there, it will be useless unless you fight with the sects that occupy those mineral resources and win. So from the perspective of mortal civilization, immortals have no effect on the development of human civilization. Instead, they are more like parasites, sucking blood from the host. And when they are full, they ascend and run away, leaving no residue for the host. Fortunately, the skull of the immortal is human, and they are also regarded as human. Moreover, humans who ascend to immortality can also be regarded as allies against the evil gods of the subspace. So Duanmu Huai will turn a blind eye to them. After all, everything is to protect humans against evil gods. If you don't rely on those who ascend to immortality to deal with the demons of the subspace, do you have to rely on mortals? The Emperor didn't say that the Astartes should not fight on the front line, so only the Astra Militarum should be sent. Shouldn't the tide be collected? If the skulls of these immortals were not human, but something else, Duanmu Huai would have killed them all without saying a word. But even if he didn't kill them, Duanmu Huai didn't have much hope for these otakus, who like to play with themselves behind closed doors. That's why he set the tone from the beginning. If you can't explain it, just rob it. Well, basically, it's mainly about robbing. It's definitely not clear. After all, humans can't understand each other. Then, we're going to Blackwater Town next. Duanmu Huai collected his thoughts and spoke to Lin Tianin, who was quite surprised to hear Duanmu Huai's words. Masters, don't be in a hurry. I have already ordered a banquet to entertain you. How about resting in my humble abode for one night and setting off early the next day? No need. Duanmu Huai shook his head. The duty of the tribunal is to protect humanity and eliminate all threats to humanity at all costs. Since Blackwater Town has been attacked by evil spirits, time is urgent, and we should act as soon as possible. Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, and covered her mouth and chuckled. She certainly knew what Duanmu Huai meant. Most people would probably only focus on protecting humanity. But in fact, at all costs is the key. But the problem is that few people really think so. In fact, Duanmu Huai always said this sentence when he introduced himself to others. Well, the subtext is that I have already warned you. Don't blame me for not reminding you if you are stupid. So usually when Duanmu Huai really makes a big deal, when the other party comes to ask, Duanmu Huai will repeat this sentence again, and then the other party's face will turn pale and green, and has seen this scene many times. Sure enough, Lin Tianin seemed to have never met such an immortal who was so anxious for others, and he was getting more and more excited at this moment. All the immortal masters are really kind-hearted. I would like to thank you on behalf of the people of Blackwater Town. Lin Tianan bowed and saluted again, while Duanmu Huai just nodded and waved his hand to signal everyone to follow him. Hey! Where are we going? Tomo Mami and Huan Sayu, who were still watching the Society and Law section of the Human Relations program, were somewhat stunned when they saw Duanmu Huai's greeting. Didn't they just come back from the Hidden Dragon Cave? Why are you going out again? It's not completely settled yet. Don't forget that there is a zombie plague in Heishui Town, and we need to solve it. What is a zombie plague? Faced with Mommy Tomo's question, Duanmu Huai was silent for a while. Do you know zombies? Hey! Hey! Zombies! Hearing this, Mommy Tomo, Iroha Tamaki, and Kazara all screamed. After all, they have lived in modern society for so long, and they have seen or heard of zombies. But this is ancient times, right? Aren't zombies something that only appears in science fiction movies? Huan Sayu asked tremblingly. In her impression, zombie movies usually say that the virus that infects zombies comes from some evil biochemical pharmaceutical company or something like that. But in this era, there are no electric lights. So how could there be any biochemical companies? Although they are zombies, the zombies you see are different. Anyway, you will know when you go there. By the way, where is Blackwater Town? Master Immortal. Just when Duanmu Huai was considering whether to turn around and ask Lin Yueru to lead the way for him and his friends, a young girl ran over. She was none other than the first girl Duanmu Huai and his friends met when they entered the snake demon's lair. Remember her name was Xiaowei? I heard that you are going to Blackwater Town. Yes. I want to go with you too. I am from Blackwater Town, and I am very familiar with it. At this moment, Xiao Hui's face was pale. She had finally escaped from the Hidden Dragon Cave, but she had never seen her parents. The girl felt uneasy at the time. She found the people in Suzhou City and asked them. Okay, there is a zombie infestation in Heishui Town. Xiao Hui was terrified. Just when she was trying to find the Immortal Master for help, she happened to hear the conversation between Duanmu Huai and Lin Tianan. So Xiao Hui ran over in a hurry. Are you sure you want to go? There is a corpse plague there, and your family may have died there. Looking at Xiao Hui, Duanmu Huai asked without any emotion, and Xiao Hui nodded vigorously. I must go back. No matter what. I must see my parents. If something happens to them, as a daughter, I will also collect their bodies. Okay then. The other party had said this, and Duanmu Huai did not intend to entangle anymore, and waved his hand directly. Let's go! Chapter 1211 Baihe Village. Under Xiao Hui's leadership, Duanmu Huai and others set out again and left Suzhou City, heading towards Heishui Town. Heishui Town is not too far away. According to Xiao Hui, it is on the other side of the East River. Thanks to the river. Otherwise the whole Suzhou City would have been in a biochemical crisis. Of course. Even so, the people in Suzhou City are in a panic, fearing that the zombies might come to the city one day. Lin Yueru wanted to come along, but was stopped by Lin Tianan. After all, snake demons are scary, and corpse plagues are not easy to deal with. Lin Yueru only learned martial arts, and she didn't know how to exorcise demons. Before, she couldn't even deal with those demons that had become spirits, let alone corpse plagues. According to Xiao Hui, there are 2 villages and towns there. The one in the west is Baihe Village, and the one in the east is Heishui Town. Baihe Village is much smaller than Heishui Town. It is just a small village, and it is also relatively close to Suzhou City. Many people going to Suzhou City would first rest in Baihe Village, and then set out to Suzhou City the next morning. Masters, please look. That is Baihe Village. When Xiao Hui led Duanmu Huai and his party to Baihe Village, the sun was about to set. Under the dim sky, the village in front of them looked quite lively. They crossed the wooden bridge over the river and came to the entrance of the village. At this time, some people came over curiously, and were shocked when they saw Xiao Hui. Hey, Xiao Hui. Isn't this Xiao Hui? I'm not seeing things. Uncle Chen. Looking at the skinny old man in front of her, Xiao Hui screamed and ran over to grab his hand. Why are you here? That's what I was going to ask you. Xiao Hui. Weren't you captured by a monster? Yes. But the Immortal Master killed the monster and rescued me, These are the Immortal Masters. While speaking, Xiao Hui also turned around and introduced Duanmu Huai and others. This is Uncle Chen, from our Blackwater Town. Uncle Chen, where are my parents? How are they? Are they okay? Hey. Hearing Xiaohui's question, the old man named Uncle Chen sighed and shook his head. And seeing his expression, Xiaohui's face turned pale. Could it be? No. 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 Your parents are not dead. But they are injured and are being treated by Hanishin. Really? Dad. Mom. Hearing this, Xiaohui's eyes widened. And then she ran away. Seeing this scene, Duanmu Huai and others looked at each other helplessly. What else can they do? They can only follow him. For Xiaohui, Baihe village is not unfamiliar to her. And she naturally knows where Hanishin lives. She walked quickly through Baihe village and came to a courtyard on the edge of Baihe village. As soon as everyone entered the door, a pungent smell of medicine and blood rushed towards them. Looking around, they saw that the whole yard was full of wailing wounded people. Dad. Xiaohui saw one of the men lying on the straw mat and rushed over with a shout. Hearing her voice, the farmer and his wife raised their heads and looked over here. Seeing Xiaohui, they also widened their eyes in surprise. Xiaohui. Xiaohui. Why are you back? I am not dreaming. Dad. Mom. The three of them hugged each other and cried again. However, Duanmu Huai had no idea about the scene. On the contrary, he was more interested in the wounded around him. Just when Duanmu Huai was about to go forward to check on the injured, a girl in blue cloth came over with a medicine pot. Please don't come close. They are in a very bad condition now. Who are you? My name is Han Mingxi. As she spoke, Han Mingxi put down the medicine pot and poured a bowl of Chinese medicine, and then asked the patient lying next to her to take it. These are the villagers who escaped because of the corpse plague in Heishui town. Many of them are injured. Is the corpse problem so serious? Yes. Han Mingxi nodded solemnly. This area has been plagued by corpse monsters for a generation. Those who can move away have already moved away. Only our village is temporarily safe because of the river barrier. Is this corpse monster so powerful? Hearing this, and asked curiously. When she first heard it, she thought it was just a simple zombie-like thing. Isn't it? Of course not. Han Mingxi shook her head. Corpse demons are different from other monsters. They are invulnerable to swords and guns, water and fire. What's more terrifying is that they can release corpse poison. Once the poison attacks the heart, even the gods can't save them. Corpse demons used to appear only on moonless nights. But recently, I don't know what happened. They are even rampant in broad daylight. If this continues, I'm afraid that Baihe village will not be able to support it for much longer. Duanmu Huai nodded, then stared at the wounded around him, and then turned to look at Huan Saiyu standing next to him. It's your turn. Hey! Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, Huan Saiyu was stunned for a moment. What? What? Me? Yes. Why do you think I brought a nanny here? Now, go and see if you can cure these people. This, looking at the scene in front of her, Huan Saiyu was somewhat embarrassed. After all, she was just an ordinary crossed-out middle school girl, and the scene at the moment was quite bloody. After all, this was ancient times, and naturally there was not much good bandaging technology. Many people were still lying on the straw mats and groaning. Like the man in front of them, half of his body was soaked in blood. Simple bandaging could not stop the bleeding at all. Coupled with the smell of herbs and stench coming from here, Huan Saiyu even felt a little dizzy. But at this moment, Huan Saiyu inexplicably thought of her sister in the hospital and her painful appearance when she was sick. I'll try. At this moment, Huan Saiyu overcame her inner anxiety, and she came to the patient and stretched out her palms to his body. Then, Huan Saiyu's hands gradually appeared white light, gradually covering the man. Gradually, the wound on the man's body stopped bleeding, and his originally frowned eyebrows relaxed, and even his breathing became much more stable. How could it be? Han Mingxi, who was standing next to her, was stunned by this scene. She couldn't believe her eyes. After Huan Saiyu put down her hand and stepped aside, she hurried forward to check her expression. Has the bleeding stopped? And the fever has subsided? This pulse, although it's still a little weak, it's much better. It seems that this little girl is still quite capable. Hearing Han Mingxi's surprised words, Duanmu Huai glanced at Huan Saiyu. But then again, you are a healer, and you are fighting the magic girl alone. The pressure is too great. No wonder Huan Saiyu had such a hard time fighting the witch, and couldn't win no matter how hard she fought. Because your job is to stand in the back row of the Iron Triangle. Who are you? These are the immortal masters. At this moment, Xiao Wei finally came back to her senses from the joy of reuniting with her parents, and hurried over to introduce them. They are the ones who saved me from the snake demon, and they came here to eliminate the zombies. Master? Hearing Xiao Wei's words, Han Mingxi and the patients were stunned. And then, they saw the patients shouting at them. Help! Master! Save us! Please! I feel like I'm dying. Help! Master! I'm still young and don't want to die. Hey! 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 Looking at the injured people shouting at her from all directions, Huan Saiyu's eyes were spinning. Although she didn't understand what these people were shouting, she felt a little scared. She always felt that these people were like zombies, rushing towards her. Humph! However, at this moment, a cold snort suddenly sounded like thunder, instantly drowning out the surrounding sounds. And those patients also felt like they were hit by an invisible heavy hammer, gasping for breath and unable to shout anymore. What a bunch of trash! Duanmu Huai glanced coldly at the patients around him, and at the same time took out the war hammer. Bang! The gun hit the ground with a thud. And then he turned to look at Han Mingxi. Miss Han, I leave it to you. Hey! Me? Yes. See which patients need treatment, and then ask her to help. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai raised his chin towards Huan Saiyu, and then gave an order to Huan Saiyu. You and Mu Gung stay here and take care of these patients. I can't treat diseases. Hearing Duanmu Huai's order, Mu Gung immediately protested unhappily. I'm not asking you to treat the disease. I'm saying that if these guys dare to make trouble, you should beat them up and let them know how powerful you are. As a magical girl, Huan Saiyu's physique is actually far superior to that of ordinary people. But Duanmu Huai can guess that if the other party insists on pestering her, Huan Saiyu will have no way to deal with it. So he will leave Mu Gung behind. After all, a weapon of criticism is no match for the criticism of a weapon. What about you? Master? Of course we are going to Heia Town. You are going to Heia Town now? Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, Han Mingxi was also shocked. It's dusk now, and the corpse demons are rampant. If you go there now and alarm the corpse demons, you will be besieged by countless corpse demons. Why don't you stay in the village and wait until tomorrow morning to go? No need to be so troublesome. However, Duanmu Huai obviously didn't care about this little thing. Faced with Han Mingxi's reminder, he just shrugged his shoulders and continued to speak. Don't worry. I am best at cleaning up together. Chapter 1212 You are looking for death. Next. It is a standard Hong Kong ghost movie style. The moon is dark. The wind is high. And the wolf is howling. Ah! Oh! It sounds really creepy. Listening to the wolf howling from afar, and stuck out his tongue, and then looked around. The entire Blackwater town is now in a mess, with burnt corpses everywhere. After all, for strong men like Duanmu Huai and Tomomami, zombies are not a threat at all. The only problem is whether they can kill these undead creatures with blue bodies and blood flowing from their 7 orifices. Of course, this is not a problem for Duanmu Huai. As for Tomomami, she will just get used to it. But there is still a problem. I still don't understand how these zombies jump up. Looking at the charred corpses on the ground in confusion, and was puzzled. In fact, when the 3 of them arrived at Blackwater Town, and was stunned by the scene in front of her, she originally imagined a group of zombies roaring like beasts, and then staggering. But what didn't see? She saw zombies holding their hands straight forward, and then jumping forward. Is this a zombie or a rabbit? What is even more incomprehensible to it is that these zombies do not bend their knees when they jump. So how do they jump? Is that so? While mumbling, and raised her hands and jumped hard. No, I can't jump at all. These zombies are really weird. Mr. Knight, do you know what's going on? You're asking me? The question is about the setting. Faced with Anne's question, Duanmu Huai also spread his hands helplessly. He has watched many of Uncle Joe's zombie movies, but they don't explain why zombies jump. To be honest, I don't think these zombies are scary at all. Mommy Tomo also had a complicated expression. After all, she was quite worried at the beginning. But what can she say after seeing these zombies? They jump around and make people feel funny. And there is no way to generate the slightest fear. Moreover, the zombies' invulnerability to swords and guns only applies to cold weapons. They will die in front of Tomo Mommy's fire gun. But there is indeed some kind of evil magic here. And, can you locate the source? Of course. It's in the back. Follow me. After passing through Heishui town and coming to the cemetery in the back, everyone quickly found the source of magic that had mentioned. Is it here? Looking at the place that looks like a tomb in front of him, Duan Muhui asked. Well, I can feel that the evil magic is overflowing from here. Okay, let's go in and take a look. As he spoke, Duan Muhui walked down the stairs and pushed open the door. Whoosh! The smelly, cold wind blew out, carrying a foul smell and a strong smell of death. In the dim firelight, you can see the winding road ahead and the walls blocking it in all directions, which looks like a maze. Click. Duan Muhui closed the door silently. What's wrong? Aren't you going in? Seeing Duan Muhui close the door, and asked curiously. It's too troublesome. As he spoke, Duan Muhui reached out and took out a hot melt bomb from his pocket. Just blow it up. Is this a cemetery? It doesn't matter. Cremation is the same. Duan Muhui opened the door again and threw the hot melt bomb in. Okay, let's get ready to watch the big fireworks. Then, he spoke to the two of them, just as Duan Muhui was about to set off the big fireworks. At this moment in Han Yixian's yard, Huan Saiyu was also tired and sat on a chair, almost unable to move. I'm really tired to death. It's not so easy to treat the wounded. Not to mention that everyone here is bloodshot, and everyone feels that they are about to die, and each one screams more miserably than the other. Fortunately, Han Mingxi remained unmoved and treated Huan Saiyu one by one in order. And finally all the wounded were settled. Thank you for your hard work. At this moment, Mu Geng also handed over a teacup. And Huan Saiyu took the teacup and smiled at Mu Geng. Thank you. Thanks to you. I didn't do anything. I just calmed these people down for a while. Hearing Mu Geng's words, Huan Saiyu also smiled bitterly. In fact, what Mu Geng did was not so light. At that time, many people hoped that Huan Saiyu would give priority to treating them, and some even surrounded her and tried to catch her. Huan Saiyu was frightened at that time, but Mu Geng directly drew out the magic sword, slashed down without saying a word, and blew all these people away. This was considered to have shocked the wounded and their families. Otherwise, if it was just Huan Saiyu and Han Mingxi, two girls, it would be hard to say what the situation would become. Huan Saiyu then understood why Duan Muhui let Mu Geng stay. If she was alone, she would have had to flee in the end. I didn't expect that the injured people would burst out with such a terrifying momentum. It really left a psychological shadow. But now the wounded have been healed, so they all went back to their homes to rest. After all, their biggest problem is external injuries. As long as the wounds can be healed and no longer left, the rest is just a matter of taking medicine and conditioning. Aren't you going to rest for a while? It seems that the girl just now reserved a room for us. Duan Muhui and it were not there, and the two sides could not communicate in the same language. But the actions were clear. Han Mingxi took them to the nearby guest room, pointed to the bed, and made a sleeping posture for the two of them. Anyone who was not an idiot could see what it meant. I want to find the master. Hey! Going to Blackwater Town? Now? Hearing Mu Geng's answer, Huan Saiyu was stunned for a moment. You stay here and rest. I can go alone. After all, there is nothing to do here now. Before she finished speaking, Mu Geng suddenly turned around and raised the magic sword in his hand and swung it down. At the same time, a flash of sword light fell from the sky and flew towards her. It collided with the magic sword in Mu Geng's hand. Dang! The sword light was blown away, and Mu Geng also flashed and jumped back, holding the magic sword tightly and looking at the sky. In the sky, an old man with white hair and beard was floating there, staring at her coldly. Hey, what do you mean? Why did you suddenly attack? Mu Geng stared at the old man with dissatisfaction and shouted. But the latter completely ignored Mu Geng's words and just raised his hands. Evil heretic. Die! As the old man spoke, the sword light that was just knocked away returned to his side again and flew towards Mu Geng again. Humph! After being attacked twice in a row, Mu Geng also got angry. She held the magic sword tightly, spread her wings, jumped up, dodged the opponent's flying sword, and rushed towards the old man. Hey! Hey! Looking at the two people fighting in the air, Huan Saiyu was confused. She couldn't understand why the old man attacked Kizara as soon as he arrived. And now the two of them were fighting. And Huan Saiyu didn't know what to do. Logically, she would definitely help Kizara. But the old man looked so old. As a good child, Huan Sayu would not punch Nanshan nursing home. Hey! At the same time, Kizaru was still fighting with the old man in the air. The latter just stood there motionless. Only the sword flew around like it was controlled by a remote control and chopped towards Kizaru. Ah! It's so annoying. Facing the opponent's flying sword, Mugong could only swing the sword left and right to block. And there was no way to close the distance with the old man. She could also guess that the old man must have controlled the sword in some way. So, as long as she repelled the sword, she could rush to the opponent. And then she could defeat him. Thinking of this, Mugong once again clenched the magic sword. His eyes shining with scarlet light. Hit the long sword flying towards him with all his strength. Go! Ding! The flying sword was deflected again. And Mugong took this opportunity to accelerate suddenly and rush towards the old man. Swoosh! However, the deflected flying sword just turned in the air. And then it followed Mugong like a missile and stabbed her again. I guess this would happen. Mugong was not surprised by this attack. She accelerated again and rushed in front of the old man. At the same time, the sword bypassed Mugong and fell from the sky again, stabbing her chest. Hey! Just when Mugong was about to break through the flying sword's defense, an unexpected scene appeared. The flying sword instantly split into two into 4 into 8, and in a moment it turned into hundreds of sharp swords, stabbing towards Mugong. Huh? Seeing this scene, even Mugong was stunned. She had never thought that this sword would split into two. At this moment, Mugong didn't even have time to dodge. There was no way to escape now. At this moment, suddenly, a pink beam of light shot from below and rushed into the sky. Strata Futuro. Accompanied by Huan Sayu's call. A shining magic circle emerged from the sky. And then countless arrows of light fell from the sky like a rainstorm, instantly engulfing the hundreds of sharp swords. And Muzara took this opportunity to retreat hurriedly, distanced himself from the old man, and returned to Huan Sayu's side. It was only then that the old man seemed to notice Huan Sayu's existence. He frowned, glanced at Huan Sayu, and shook his head. At such a young age, it's really foolish to be deceived by demons. As he spoke, the old man raised his hand again, and at this moment, the shining light illuminated the dark night sky in an instant. Boom! For a moment, the ground shook. The whole earth kept shaking, and flames like a volcanic eruption rose from afar, illuminating the originally dark night sky. Even the old man stopped his movements involuntarily, looking in doubt in the direction of the flames. Let's go! Go find the master. Compared to the surprised old man, Mugong came to his senses quickly. After all, they knew that Duan Muhuai and others had gone there, so the noise must have been made by Duan Muhuai. So Mugong grabbed Huan Sayu, jumped up, and rushed towards the direction of Heishui town. Want to run? It's not that easy. Although Mugong was very fast, everything here was within the old man's perception. Almost at the same time as the two of them set off, the old man turned around and looked at them, then raised his right hand. Thousands of flying swords appeared, and then tore through the air like a storm, whistling and flying towards the two of them. Shwa! But at this moment, something strange happened. Countless fire guns flashed from the air, blocking the flying sword like a gun array. And then the sound of gunfire rang out. Bang, 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 bang. Accompanied by the sound of raindrops. Bullets and flying swords collided with each other, and then exploded in the air. Huh? Seeing this scene, the old man was stunned for a moment. And at the same time, a voice suddenly appeared. Damn old Taoist with a big nose. What do you want to do to my people? Accompanied by a roar. Duan Muhuai held a war hammer in his hand, fell from the sky, and smashed it hard at the old man. Chapter 1213 Du Sword Saint. Old Taoist with mixed hair. Duan Muhuai descended from the sky, smashing the hammer in his hand at the old man. Seeing Duan Muhuai's appearance, the latter's face also became solemn. Then, dozens of flying swords quickly surrounded the old man and turned into a shield in front of him. Duan Muhuai did not hesitate and blasted through the flying sword barrier with one blow. At this moment, the old man had quickly retreated and distanced himself from Duan Muhuai again. You dare to attack my people? I think you are tired of living. Stinky bull nose. Duan Muhuai carried the war hammer and stared coldly at the old man in front of him. He was busy setting off fireworks just now. What Duan Muhuai didn't expect was that before his fireworks were set off, Once saw you set off a big firework for him. Duanmu Huai knew something was wrong immediately. So he hurriedly blew through that ghost place. And after making sure that everything inside was completely purified by the flames, he quickly rushed back. Hey. In the end, he actually saw this stinky bull-nose chasing his own family? It would be strange if I could tolerate Duanmu Huai's temper. I just learned how to capture. How could I bear this injustice? I am Dugu, the head of the Xianjian sect. The old man held the sword in one hand, stared at Duanmu Huai and others, and spoke coldly. Obviously, he was also very wary of this group of people. I passed by this place and felt the evil spirit of the devil. So I came here to check. I saw that devil. While speaking, the old man glared at Mugung, who also made a face at him without showing any weakness. She is doing evil here, so I want to take her down. Demon? Yes. I can see clearly that this witch absorbs the lifespan of others to survive. She is extremely evil and should be killed. Hearing the old man's words, Duanmu Huai silently rolled his eyes. Well, it can't be said that he was wrong. After all, when Duanmu Huai and Mugung signed the contract, they did gain power by consuming their lifespans. This stinky bull nose is really accurate. It seems that people in this world have good eyesight. But I can give my life to whoever I want. What's your business? You are a stinky cow nose. What can you do about the affairs of the court? You? Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, the old man frowned, then shook his head silently. How stupid. Those who are deceived by the evil will eventually be devoured by the evil. What you want to think is your business. But the court does not need your permission to do anything. The court does not accept questions, let alone opposition. If you dare to do it again, you will die. Duanmu Huai snorted coldly, staring at the old man, and said. He didn't even have the slightest intention of explaining. The court of inquiry never cared about what others thought. Besides, both parties had already started. Could a word of misunderstanding resolve it? Court of inquiry. Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, the old man reached out and touched his beard. I heard from junior brother Lin that there is a sect from a foreign country that wants to meet us. Is it you? Your foreign sects even raise demons? Hearing this, everyone was speechless and looked at each other. Well, now they almost know what's going on. After they rescued the people from the hidden dragon cave, Lin Nation did what he said and notified the Immortal Sword sect by some means. It happened that this person ran out, and then received the news and came to see, and then accidentally passed by the Heya town where zombies were, and then saw Mugung, and then he thought Mugung was the culprit of all this? Well, it doesn't matter. Anyway, the two sides just started fighting. Actually it was just a misunderstanding, and wanted to explain. But Duanmu Huai waved his hand to stop her explanation. Are you kidding? How the court does things? Who cares? And both sides have started fighting. Since they have already started fighting, don't think about sitting down and talking. Just go to plan B. You ask me what plan B is? Grab it. Even if you grab it back, you won't understand it. Foreign demon sect. How dare you stir up trouble in my central plains? Although Duanmu Huai has more people on his side, Dugu Jiansheng has no intention of retreating. On the contrary, he puts one hand behind his back and stares at everyone coldly. And the flying sword quietly floats beside Dugu Jiansheng, reflecting the bright moonlight. Wait for me to enforce justice and kill demons and monsters. It depends on whether you, a stinky bull nose, have the ability to do so. Negotiations broke down, and the offensive began. Dugu Jiansheng pointed with his right hand, and soon, the flying sword split again, flying towards everyone in an overwhelming manner. Duanmu Huai was not afraid of these flying swords that were powerful enough to cut gold and break stone, and rushed over and rushed directly towards Dugu Jiansheng. At this time, and also sighed silently, and then raised his hands. Woo! Accompanied by the iconic weird cry, a huge Manalia clay doll broke out of the ground, like a city wall, raising its hands to block the front. The flying swords that fell from the sky hit the clay doll like toothpicks. And then, of course, there was no threat at all. Her spirit? What kind of evil magic? Looking at this clay doll as big as a hill, Dugu Jiansheng was shocked. But he had been famous for a long time, so of course, he would not be shaken by such a small matter. He pinched the sword formula again, and saw that the flying swords quickly gathered and condensed, turning into a giant sword as tall as a small building, whistling and splitting the clouds, and slashing at the clay doll below. However, at this moment, Duanmu Huai also stepped on the head of the clay doll, and then jumped up again. He held the thunder hammer in his hand, and faced the sword of the giant sword head-on. Break it! Accompanied by Duanmu Huai's roar, the thunder hammer blasted forward, and hit the top of the huge sword in front of him. Accompanied by the flashing thunder and lightning, the giant sword that fell from the sky completely collapsed and decomposed, and the air waves that spread out even swept away the dark clouds in the night sky. The sword Saint Dugu's face became serious at this time. The opponent's power was obviously very strong and strange, far beyond his expectations. However, just when the sword Saint Dugu was about to cast a spell again to deal with these evil demons, a figure rushed out from the broken giant sword and rushed directly towards the sword Saint Dugu. When he saw this figure, the sword Saint Dugu was stunned. Under the moonlight, a tall and muscular bald man, wearing a light pink and white gothic lace dress, holding a large war hammer, and a ferocious smile appeared on his ferocious face. Seeing this, Dugu Jianqing's thinking paused. How could he, an old man, see this thing? What sin had he committed? Just as Dugu Jianqing's thoughts stopped, Duanmu Huai raised the thunder hammer in his hand high. The key to the hidden dark power. Show me your true power, and the seal will be lifted. While shouting the standard lines of a magic girl, Duanmu Huai swung the hammer in his hand at Dugu Jiansheng. At this moment, Sword Saint Dugu came to his senses, and his hair stood on end. Although the opponent's dress looked strange, the destructive aura wrapped in the hammer was genuine. Even Sword Saint Dugu felt that his originally calm heart began to tremble under this blow. Without hesitation, Sword Saint Dugu grabbed the immortal sword and held it horizontally in front of him, facing the thunder hammer. At the moment the two sides fought, Sword Saint Dugu's body flew backwards like a bullet, and he clenched his teeth and bit his tongue. With a flash of blood, Sword Saint Dugu completely disappeared in the night sky the next moment. TSK. What a hassle. Let him run away. When Duanmu Huai landed on the ground, he had already removed the magic girl's costume and returned to his original posture. Well, it seems that in reality, the magic girl's transformation does not require several minutes of animation, but can be done in an instant, probably not even 10 milliseconds. But it is indeed the same as what the players in the forum said. Staring at the night sky in front of him, Duanmu Huai snorted coldly. The players in the previous post said that the most disgusting thing about the fairy world is that these bastards cherish their lives and run faster than anyone else when they see that they can't win, unless you find a way to seal his escape technique. Once these people find themselves in danger, they will immediately run away and not let you catch them. In Duanmu Huai's opinion, this is very unpleasant. But fortunately, this guy is not completely unlearned. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai sneered. He just transformed not only to scare Dugu Jiansheng, but also to activate his own priesthood ability 6th Heaven Demon King. He transformed into a free heaven. One of the main functions of this priesthood is to hinder others from practicing, whether it is Buddhism or Taoism. Duanmu Huai will transform into their inner demons, so that they can no longer make any progress. Just like the inner demons encountered by immortals in fairy tales when they form infants. Or strictly speaking, Duanmu Huai in front of him is the embodiment of the inner demon. From this point of view, Duanmu Huai can almost be regarded as the natural enemy of all immortals in this world. Once he targets you, either your great Tao will be wiped out or your Tao heart will be broken. In short, since you have provoked me, don't expect anything good to happen. When Duanmu Huai attacked Dugu Jiansheng just now, he had already cast the curse of 6th Heaven Demon King on him. He wanted to see if this old and stinky bull nose could resist the inner demon. Chapter 12:14 Change Direction. We finally found a clue. But now, we are completely screwed. After reuniting with the others, everyone was speechless. They should have gone to the Xianjian sect to seek help. But now Duanmu Huai has beaten their leader away. What can they help? It would be good if they don't come back to kill us. What should we do now? Ignore him. Facing Anne's question, Duanmu Huai waved his hand proudly. If I can't stay here, I will go to other places. There are immortal sects here, and there must be demon sects, monsters and so on. Let's look for them all. I don't believe that we can only eat hairy pigs without the Xianjin sect. Then are we going back to Suzhou? No. Let's go somewhere else. Suzhou is the territory of the Xianjin sect. If we meet, we'll fight again. Duanmu Huai is not afraid of fighting. The Xianjin sect is nothing. He will kill them all. But the problem is that this world is not the one in Journey to the West where he was asked to subdue demons and monsters. His main task is to find a way to restore the magic girls. Where is the time to waste on fighting with those boring idiots? By the way, what is that thing in your hand? Marbles? Looking at the gray and dirty round bead in Anne's hand, Duan Muhui asked. No. We blew up the cemetery before. And then I found this under the cemetery. It might be the spirit core of a monster, but the elemental energy inside it is extremely pure. I want to study it. Anyway, I can't come here for nothing. It's up to you. Duan Muhui didn't care. He didn't know much about magic and believed that An would handle it. After that, the group returned to Baihe village. Hanishian and his daughter also rushed over in confusion. After all, the noise was so loud that the whole village must have been woken up. However, no one knew what happened. They could only hide in their homes and watch through the windows. Masters, may I ask, what happened just now? Oh, nothing. We have solved the problem in Heishui town, and the corpse problem has been solved. Really? Great. Everyone will be happy to hear this news. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. Looking at the Korean medical immortal who kept thanking Duan Muhui, and Tomo Mommy looked at each other silently without saying anything. As for the matter of blowing up the other party's back mountain cemetery into a big pit, it's better not to mention it. It's just a small favor. No need to be polite. Then we'll take our leave now. Hey, Master, aren't you staying here? Hanishian was quite surprised to hear that Duan Muhui was leaving immediately. How about staying here for one night and setting off tomorrow morning? We still need to tell the villagers about this good news so that they can come to see the immortal masters. No need. The whole graveyard was blown up. It would be troublesome if we didn't run away quickly. Duan Muhui rejected Hanishian's proposal and then silently took out the soul card. The next moment, a flash of light passed by, and then a huge white dragon appeared out of thin air and appeared behind everyone. Woo! Seeing the giant dragon, Hanishian and his daughter were so scared that they knelt down in a hurry, while Duan Muhui made a gesture to the others. Okay, let's go. Ah, yes, because Duan Muhui had summoned this white dragon in the previous battle with the wings of Magus. Tomo Mommy and Huan Sayu were not surprised by this. Soon, the group rode on the white dragon and flew directly into the sky and disappeared. As for the custom of Baihe village to worship the white robe fairy and the giant dragon after this, that is another matter. After leaving Baihe village, the group lay on the soft feathers of the white dragon, feeling quite comfortable. Ordinary dragons have hard scales on their bodies, but the holy white dragon summoned by Duan Muhui has feathers like a bird, and lying on it is like lying on a soft velvet mattress. Everyone was exhausted from the previous battle, and soon closed their eyes, and when they woke up it was already dawn. And then, where are we? Looking at the dense primeval forest with no visible boundaries below, Tomomi was completely confused. It's no wonder that anyone who just woke up and saw this scene would doubt life. Who knows? Duan Muhui yawned and stretched. In short, find a place to land first, then wash your face, have breakfast, and then we will talk about what to do next. As he spoke, Duan Muhui stretched out his hand and pointed to the open space next to him. Right there. Go down. Accompanying Duan Muhui's order, the white dragon circled, then swooped down and landed directly on the open space. Then Duan Muhui stretched and jumped off the white dragon. Okay, let's think about what to eat for breakfast. Duan Muhui stopped talking before he finished speaking. He opened his eyes wide and looked at his feet. He saw a spider as big as a buffalo lying on the ground under the claws of the white dragon. Motionless. Not far away, a cocoon that looked like a person's height was struggling and swaying. So, this spider was about to eat breakfast, but was stepped on to death by its own white dragon? So miserable? What happened? Mr. Knight? What happened? Master? Wow. At this moment, the others also got off the white dragon, and saw the scene in front of them, and they couldn't help but scream. What a big spider! How can there be such a big spider? Is it dead? Luckily it was a spider and not a cockroach. Otherwise it would have scared people to death. It should be dead. Duan Muhui waved his hand, signaling Bailong to move away, and then snapped his fingers. Soon a ball of fire appeared out of thin air, engulfing the body of the spider, and in the blink of an eye it was burned into a ball of black ash. Well, it couldn't be deader. By the way, what is that? At this time, everyone also noticed the cocoon that was constantly squirming. Then Tomomomi asked curiously, and Kizara clapped his hands in sudden realization. Ah, I saw it on TV. I remember an animal program saying that spiders would wrap up their prey and then suck it dry. Does that mean the prey is inside? But why does it look like a person? And looked at the cocoon in front of him curiously, and said with some uneasiness, Is it true? Cut it open and you'll know. Mu-Gum also raised the magic sword in his hand and gestured at the cocoon in front of him, as if he wanted to find a good position to cut. Seeing this scene, Huan Xiyu hurried over. Let me do it. As he said this, Huan Xiyu took out a dagger from his arms and walked towards the cocoon. Where did you get the dagger? Looking at the dagger in Huan Xiu's hand, Duanmu Huai was confused. Huan Xiu gave him the impression of a well-behaved and obedient child. How could she not be someone who would carry a dagger with her? Ah, these are my weapons. The weapons I got when I became a magical girl were a dagger and a crossbow. You are wearing a white robe, carrying a dagger and a crossbow as weapons. And you are climbing up the roof. You are probably an assassin. No wonder it is so difficult for Huan Xiu to fight the witches. With this small broken dagger in your hand, you can't even break the defense of those witches. Be careful. Xiao Huan. Seeing Huan Xiu walk to the side of the cocoon, Muzara couldn't help but remind her. I remember seeing it in a movie. When you cut the cocoon, countless little spiders will crawl out from it and crawl all over you. Hearing Kigen's reminder, Huan Xiu froze, and Duanmu Huai glared at Kigen. In the future, don't follow Qianshu to watch those indecent movies. You've watched too many horror movies. Right? Ah. Huan Xiu laughed dryly, and then approached again. But this time she was much more careful. Huan Xiu held a dagger and gently scratched the side of the cocoon. It can only be said that the magic girl's weapon is indeed extraordinary. It looks extremely hard. The spider silk that is comparable to alloy is easily cut open. Then Huan Xiu quickly put away the knife and retreated. Well, I was frightened by Kizara as expected. Rip. The cocoon was torn open, and then a figure emerged from it. Well, it's not a spider. It's a girl. Well, not a human. You can guess it by looking at the big butterfly wings behind her. Wow. So beautiful. Looking at the girl who came out of the cocoon in front of them, everyone couldn't help but sigh. And Anne's eyes were shining. Is this the fairy in this world? As cute as the fairies in our world. Oh, there are fairies in Manalia, but they are small fairies as big as fingers. While this girl is basically no different from humans, except for the pair of wings behind her. At this moment, the girl has also emerged from the cocoon. Seeing the people in front of her, she was stunned at first, then quickly lowered her head and knelt on the ground. Thank you for saving my life. Tsai, I will never forget your life-saving grace. Help? You mean the spider? Yes. Tsai fell into the trap of the poisonous lady and was almost swallowed by her. Fortunately, she was saved by all the benefactors and escaped. Your kindness will never be forgotten. Well, actually, we are not here to save you. Looking at the butterfly spirit in front of him, Duanmu Huai still didn't say this. But soon, he seemed to think of something, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. The butterfly spirit is also a monster. So well, should I ask her? Chapter 12:15 Demon cultivators are also cultivators. Looking at the butterfly spirit in front of him, Duanmu Huai was silent, and Tsai just lowered her head and did not move. The girls next to him looked at Duanmu Huai curiously, not understanding why he suddenly stopped talking. But Duanmu Huai did not speak, and the others did not dare to say anything, so they could only stand there quietly. Only Anda could guess what Duanmu Huai was thinking. Yes, that's right. Duanmu Huai is thinking about this. According to the standards of the tribunal, is this butterfly spirit considered a subhuman or a demon? As a judge, should I just smash her to death with a hammer? This is also a hot topic in the forum. In the eyes of some players, the monsters in the fairy world are actually demons in nature. Their reason is very simple. No matter what the monsters in the fairy world look like before, they will return to their original form after death. For example, fox spirits and weasels are all like this. According to this characteristic, they can be regarded as subspace demons that are no different from pink fear monsters. After all, isn't that the case with the pink monsters? They can transform into human forms at will, but they will return to their original form after death. However, Some other players don't think so. Their reason is simple and crude. After the monsters transform, they become humans. And their skulls are the same as humans. According to the standards of the Inquisition, they can be classified as subhumans at most. Not demons. Of course, the affirmative side has room for rebuttal. Dragons can also transform into human forms. But their essence is still dragons. What's the difference between them and monsters? As for the attitude of the opposing side, that is the West. This is the East. And our own affairs must be handled separately. We can't always do it according to your ideas. We also have our own opinions. Right? Besides, who stipulates that monsters can't be subspecies? Of course, this kind of discussion on the internet, where each party has its own reasons, will not produce any results. Each judge has different standards. So for Duanmu Huai, these posts are just, for reference only, means. Although from the current point of view, this Sai seems to be a good monster. But who knows? Monsters, fox spirits can also deceive people. Will butterfly spirits deceive? That's hard to say. Who can think of such a thing? Forget it. Let's try it first. Duanmu Huai thought of this and silently put down the war hammer in his hand. Your name is Sai. Right? Yes. Yes. Benefactor. I am a butterfly spirit who has practiced for thousands of years. I am reborn and transformed into a human. But I didn't expect that the poisonous lady suddenly attacked me when I was transforming, which put me in danger. Thanks to the timely rescue of all the benefactors, we were able to escape the disaster. Hearing this, Duanmu Huai made up his mind and spoke to Sai. To be honest, we are a foreign sect from a foreign country. This time we came to the Central Plains mainly to get some help. It just so happens that since you are a great demon who has practiced for thousands of years, can you help us? If the benefactor asks, I will do no matter what. May I ask what the difficulty is? Come here. Duanmu Huai waved at Tomomami and Huan Saiyu, motioning them to come forward, and then looked at Sai. Look at them. What do you think? This? Hearing Duanmu Huai's question, Sai stood up, walked in front of the two, and looked at them curiously. Facing Sai's gaze, both of them were a little embarrassed. On the one hand, Sai in front of them was indeed as beautiful as a fairy. And on the other hand, Sai's dress was that she was wearing only a belly band on her body. Nothing else. Of course, Sai is a butterfly spirit, so she doesn't care about this. But for girls like Tomomami and Tamaki Tsuyu, it's a bit embarrassing to see such a beautiful and revealing woman so close to them. Well, from what I see, the two of you are haggard and your souls are seriously damaged. And you may be dying. You're right. Then, is there a solution? This is not difficult. You just need to repair your souls and take care of them for a while. I have a few bottles of 100 flowers due. Just drink 1 cup a day for 49 days. And then take some tonics such as Ganoderma lucidum and ginseng. And you can calm your mind and return to your body. 100 flowers fairy dew? Hearing this, Duanmu Huai raised his eyebrows. What is that? It is something my daughter brews herself. It needs to be collected and brewed every spring when all the flowers bloom and the morning dew drips. Drinking it can prolong life and strengthen the body. Wow. Why does it sound like a health product advertisement? How many bottles do they need? Your situation is special. Most people only need 1 bottle. But you two may need 3 bottles. Good fellow. Hearing this, Duanmu Huai rolled his eyes helplessly. That's it. Is there any other way? Huh? Facing Duanmu Huai's question, Sai was stunned for a moment. My benefactor. Don't you trust me? Is this 100 flowers fairy dew really? Whether I trust you or not is another matter. Even if you are telling the truth, it's useless. Duanmu Huai waved his hand. To be honest, these 2 symptoms are very common there. With tens of thousands of patients. I don't think even you can make so much fairy dew. Hearing this, Sai's face turned pale. Are you kidding? This 100 flowers fairy dew can only be brewed once a year. She can't brew that much even if she works herself to death. So, do you have any other ideas? Duanmu Huai stared at Sai and asked. After all, she is a 1,000-year-old demon. Even if she hasn't eaten pork, she has seen pigs run. It's impossible that she has survived like this for the past 1,000 years. In short, according to what you said, they are just missing their souls. So all we need to do is repair their souls. Right? According to reason, This is the case. Then is there a way? There is a way. Speaking of this, Sai frowned slightly. If you swallow the essence of a spirit beast and refine it in your body, you can also achieve the same effect. Essence? And was confused about this word. But Duanmu Huai's eyes lit up. And then he reached out and took out a seed of sorrow from his pocket. Is this okay? What is this? Just think of it as the essence of a spirit beast. It's something similar anyway. This, let me take a look. Kai reached out and took the seed of sorrow from Duanmu Huai, staring at it curiously. Which spirit beast produced this essence? This aura is quite strange. Can it be used? In my opinion, it should be okay. Faced with Duanmu Huai's question, Kai thought for a moment and nodded. But this requires the coordination of the magic circle refining. I am not good at this. So I am afraid I can't help the benefactor. It doesn't matter, as long as this works. Hearing this, Duanmu Huai felt relieved. To be honest, reversing the magical girl's heroic spirit and removing the sequelae of the curse itself is not a big problem for Duanmu Huai. But there is another problem. That is, if this experiment is successful, there should be no witches in that world in the future. But the problem is that there are still witches in this world now. What if the magical girls are turned into heroic spirits, and they don't fight the witches anymore? That won't work. And Sai's plan is very much to Duanmu Huai's liking. If the magical girls want to solve the problems caused by the heroic spirits, they must continue to destroy the witches, and then obtain the seeds of sorrow to strengthen themselves and repair the damaged souls. In this way, they must continue to fight the witches. Well, this is what Duanmu Huai needs. After all, this world is so big, and there are so many witches. It's impossible for Duanmu Huai to deal with them alone. In addition, witches are transformed from magical girls. So isn't it normal for magical girls to collect their bodies? Magic girls who want to recover can go to battle, and those who don't want to can continue to live with their weak bodies. After all, their souls are damaged, and their lifespans and resistance will be weakened. This is also unavoidable, and Duanmu Huai can't do anything about it. This is not his responsibility. He didn't make those idiots sign contracts to become magical girls. So why should he be responsible? Isn't it reasonable to clean up your own mess after making your own choices? It is the duty of the Inquisition to eliminate the alien race like QB. But the Inquisition is not a good organization, and Duanmu Huai is only responsible for this. As for the subsequent after-sales service, it doesn't exist. You did it yourself and made your own wishes. So just accept the result yourself. After all, it's your own business. It has to be said that this encounter is quite lucky for Duanmu Huai. If they came to this world before, they were just looking for an illusory goal in vain. Then now they have a clear purpose. According to Sai, the magical girl can repair her damaged soul by refining the seeds of sorrow. Then this is essentially the same as when they use the seed of sorrow to purify the soul gem. Except that since the soul has returned to the body, it is not so easy to use the seed of sorrow. Then the next question is to find a talent with experience in this area. Kai said that she couldn't say for sure. After all, she has been busy practicing for the past 1,000 years, and has insufficient knowledge of the outside world. However, she pointed out a way for Duanmu Huai. That is, to go to Nanzhao Kingdom. According to rumors in the demon world, the descendants of Nuwa live in the south, and Nuwa herself is best at making people out of clay. Hearing this, Duanmu Huai also made a decisive decision. After breakfast, they went all the way south to Nanzhao Kingdom to find the descendant of Nuwa. Chapter 1216. The inner demon is hard to get rid of. After performing the escape technique to escape, Degu Jiansheng quickly returned to Shushan's sect and began to retreat and recuperate. Although he blocked Duanmu Huai's attack in time at the last moment and did not die. However, Duanmu Huai's hammer still broke Degu Jiansheng's flying sword, which was his lifelong magic weapon, and also caused Degu Jiansheng's mind to be severely damaged. So he had to choose to retreat and recuperate, and recover as much as possible. Originally, it was like this. But, when Degu Jiansheng closed his eyes, a muscular man wearing a light pink and white lace long skirt would appear in front of him, and he would twist his body and sing, "You are nay 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 nay. Nay 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 nay. Sunshine rainbow little white horse. Beep 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 beep." At first, Degu Jiansheng tried to ignore this damn illusion and concentrate his mind. But soon, he was surprised to find that he couldn't calm down at all. At the same time, The muscular man in strange clothes was still singing and dancing in front of him, and his rough voice seemed to have a kind of penetrating feeling like the roar of a morning bell, constantly hitting Dugu Jianqing's defense. I am Nene Nene. Nene Nene. Sunshine Rainbow Little White Horse. Beep 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 beep. Puff. Finally. At this moment, Dugu Jiansheng could no longer remain calm. He listened to the strange song and looked at the twisting strong man in front of him. Rage suddenly rose from his heart. Then he opened his eyes and spurted out a mouthful of blood. Then he collapsed to the ground, and the flying sword in front of him was completely broken into 2 pieces at this moment. Completely disconnected. Heart. Inner demon. Holding the broken sword tightly in his hand, Dugu Jiansheng gritted his teeth. He had never thought that just a setback would become his inner demon. If this continues, then he will be finished. Thinking of this, Dugu Jiansheng stood up, sheathed the sword again, was silent for a moment, and then strode out of the room. At the same time, Duanmu Huai and his group, who had finished breakfast, were on the road again, heading towards the direction of Nanzhao Kingdom. This time they had an additional local guide, Kai Yi. On the way, Duanmu Huai also listened to Kai Yi's explanation about the Niwa clan. According to mythology, after Panga created the world, his spirit and energy transformed into 3 great gods: Fuxi, Shenong and Niwa. Fuxi created the gods, Shenong created the beasts, and Niwa absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, used her own blood and spiritual power to merge with the soil, and created the human race. After that, Niwa has always been the guardian of mankind, and when the gods tried to suppress the human race, she protected mankind against the gods, sealed the demons, repaired the sky and resisted the flood, and finally died of exhaustion. The Niwa clan has stayed in the human world since then, protecting humans from generation to generation. According to Tsai, the Niwa clan is located in the Nanzhao Kingdom, because the Niwa clan has protected humans from generation to generation, and their ancestors created humans with their own hands. The Niwa clan must have a way to solve the problem of magical girls with missing souls. The Niwa clan sounds very interesting. And who was sitting next to him also had bright eyes. So they are using divine arts? Is it different from the divine arts in our world? I think there shouldn't be much difference. Duanmu Huai thought for a while, and then answered. Although there is a difference between immortal arts and magic, when it comes to gods, it seems that the difference is not that big. After all roads lead to Rome, and gods are all the same. But Niwa, if there is a god that players are naturally close to, it is this one. After all, everyone has heard the story of Niwa creating humans and repairing the sky since childhood. To be honest, he is quite curious about what Niwa's descendants are like. By the way, when did you get another marble? Looking at the marble then couldn't help but ask. Now in addition to the dirty gray bead, and had another purple bead in his hand. Now and was spitting the 2 beads in his hand, just like spitting walnuts. Hey! This? I found it from the remains of the monster that was burned to ashes. Like the previous bead, this one also has very pure elemental power condensed. I have been to so many worlds, but this is the first time I have seen such a pure elemental power condensed spirit core. The monsters in this world look very interesting. Oh. Duanmu Huai said oh, and didn't pay much attention to it. Instead, Tsai widened her eyes in surprise, and looked at the bead in Anne's hand. Is this the Thunder Spirit bead? What is it? Yes. My daughter said before that Niwa once sealed the 5 demon beasts that were causing trouble in the world, and refined their soul bones into 5 spirit beads of wind, thunder, water, earth and fire. Is this the thing? Duanmu Huai curled his lips as he looked at the ball in Anne's hand. Why didn't I see that this thing is so powerful? Isn't it a demon pill from you demons? This? I can't say for sure. Seeing Duanmu Huai and the others looking at her curiously, Tsai didn't know what to say. She originally thought that this should be the 5 spirits pearl. But seeing how these people didn't care about it, could it be that she really saw it wrong? I'm not sure either. After all, it was the poison lady who told me that she got the Thunder Spirit Pearl and gained hundreds of years of Taoism. I dare not say anything about the specific situation. You probably saw it wrong. Duanmu Huai curled his lips. According to Tsai, there are only 5 of these things in the game. They are precious items with unique attributes. The drop rate is at least 0.001%. How could one be dropped by killing a monster here? What? Can't I give away a dragon-slaying sword with a value of 99,999 by clicking it? Gaw! Just then, a cry suddenly came from below, and then everyone saw a strange bird flying out of the woods below and swooping towards them. Before anyone could make a move against the strange bird, the white dragon suddenly turned its head, opened its bloody mouth and bit the bird. Then a holy dragon breath burst out, blasting the strange bird into pieces. Ah! Another one! At this moment, and suddenly screamed, and then she stretched out her hand. The next moment, everyone saw a green bead flying from the remains of the strange bird and landing steadily in Anne's hand. Sure enough, it was just a demon pill. Seeing this, Duanmuhui yawned and retracted his gaze. Such a valuable item. How could it be impossible to hit it with one shot? Right? And probably just regarded the demon pill as a spirit core. After this episode, everyone continued to head south. But gradually, I say, don't you feel like it's getting hotter? Mu Gum wiped the sweat from his head and frowned. Logically speaking, they are now in the sky. If it weren't for the abnormal physical conditions of these people, they would have been frozen to death. But now, it's getting hotter? We're not flying towards the sun. Are we? Wan Xiyu said timidly, and Duanmuhui rolled his eyes. How is that possible? But it's getting hotter. Oh, this looks really bad. Duanmuhui looked forward as he spoke. Everyone looked up and saw a yellowish color gradually extending on the distant horizon. After a moment, it completely arrived in front of Duanmuhui and the others. So miserable. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but scream softly. It's no wonder they reacted like this, because the scene in front of them was really shocking. Looking ahead, the ground was dry. The grass and trees were withered, and there were dead animals lying on the ground everywhere. They probably died of thirst. Even though they were in the sky, Duanmuhui and others felt a dry and hot breath coming towards them, just like walking into a furnace. This is not right. Looking at this scene, Duanmuhui also frowned, with a puzzled look on his face. They were flying south, and according to the current distance, they were almost at the equator. In fact, the forest that Duanmuhui and others just passed through was very characteristic of a tropical rainforest. Logically speaking, the air in such a place was like water, and the humidity was so high that it killed people. How could it be so dry? It was as if there was no moisture in the air at all. This was not the Sahara Desert. It just so happens that there is a city ahead. Let's go ask what happened here. As he spoke, Duanmuhui patted the white dragon's head, and the latter also circled and then fell towards the city. The appearance of the white dragon naturally caused panic among the people in the city. After all, there was no giant dragon of this form in this world. Therefore, when the holy white dragon roared and cut through the sky and fell from the sky, the whole city was suddenly in a panic. The soldiers also rushed up to the city wall in full armor, holding bows and arrows, aiming at the giant dragon in front of them, and then suddenly fired. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A rain of arrows flew out and shot towards the white dragon. But the latter didn't care at all. He just flapped his wings vigorously, and a violent wind wave comparable to a level 10 gale rose from the ground, blowing all the arrows away directly. The soldiers who heard the news were also blown to the ground and dared not move. And was used to Duanmuhui's simple, direct and rough operation. But the others were not used to it at the moment, and could only stare at Duanmuhui in silence. The latter didn't care about it. After all, Duanmuhui always does things like this. I'll put the hammer on the table for you to see. If you dare to provoke me again, it will be your own responsibility to be hit on the head with the hammer. Bang! The dragon fell heavily to the ground, and then Duanmuhui jumped down. At this moment, the soldiers had stood up again, looking at the girls who jumped down from the dragon. They were holding swords and sharp weapons, and some didn't know what to do. If they were to fight, it seemed that they couldn't win. But if you say you don't want to fight, what happened here? Fortunately, before the soldiers could hesitate for too long, someone qualified to make a decision appeared. A woman in a white battle robe came hurriedly with a team of guards, looking at Duanmuhui and others, as well as the white dragon with a serious expression. Who are you? What are you doing in Dali? Dali? Duanmuhui was stunned when he heard the woman's question. Is this Dali? Could there be a Duan clan here? Where is the 6 Meridian's divine sword? Is there a Tian Shan Chao father? We are in Yunnan now? Can Yunnan be so dry? Forget it. Let's talk about these issues later. Duanmu Huai snapped his fingers. And then, the white dragon disappeared quickly. Seeing that the giant dragon disappeared out of thin air, everyone was relieved. After all, such a big monster. Let alone other things. If it really makes trouble, the whole Dali city will probably be demolished. Oh! We came here without any ill intentions. But there are some things we want to discuss with the Niwa clan. Duanmu Huai said, while looking at the woman in front of him. I wonder if you know where this Niwa clan is. Chapter 1217 Statue of God. Hearing Duanmu Huai's question, the other party's face suddenly became solemn. Who are you? Why are you looking for the Niwa clan? Oh. Sorry. I haven't introduced myself yet. We are from the Court of Inquiry. Duanmu Huai always answered questions, and quickly explained the situation to the woman. Such as that they came from a fairy sect in a foreign country. And this time, they came to your precious place, because someone in their family had damaged their soul, and needed treatment. They learned that the Niwa clan were all old Chinese medicine practitioners, who could bring people back to life. So they came from afar to seek medical treatment, and so on. I see. After listening to Duanmu Huai's explanation, the woman's expression eased a little. She looked at Tomomomi and Huan Sayu carefully and nodded. If that's the case, there's no need to look for the Niwa clan. I have a way. Oh! What method? The damaged soul can indeed be repaired. But we by Miao have our own way. As she spoke, the woman took out a box. As long as you use the soul goo, you can repair the soul and restore it to its original state. Goo? Duanmu Huai didn't say much, but his expression a subway. Old people. Mobile phones said it all. On the contrary, and stared at the box with wide eyes of curiosity. After coming to this world, she found many new and interesting things. And it was obvious that this goo was the same. Is this for eating? Of course. Hearing Anne's question, the woman nodded, then opened the box. And then everyone saw a dark, fat, big green caterpillar-like worm lying inside. Ah! Seeing the bug, Huan Sayu was so scared that she ran behind Kazara. And Tomomomi was also stiff. On the contrary, and stared at the bug with great interest and asked, So how do you use it? Just swallow it. Swallow? Isn't it eating? Of course not. You have to swallow it alive, so that the soul insect will live in the body. Then as long as the host feeds it according to the recipe every day, it can keep itself safe. Swallow it. Alive? After hearing Anne's retelling, Huan Sayu and Tomomomi almost fainted. Just looking at this big insect directly was almost enough to push them to their limits. Then, they thought about the insect living in their bodies, and growing up with them. And they felt a sense of despair. They could just turn evil and become witches. Okay. I appreciate your kindness. But it's a pity that this is not a problem for just one or two people. Duanmu Huai himself didn't care about the solution. But the biggest problem with this insect poison, like Tsai's 100 Flowers Fairy Brew, was that there weren't enough of them. There were more than tens of thousands of magical girls in that world. These insects and 100 Flowers Fairy Brew were simply not enough. So, hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, the woman frowned, then sighed silently. Well, to be honest, you all came here from afar. I'm afraid you will return empty-handed. Why? Because the Witch Queen is no longer here. After the other party's explanation, Duanmu Huai understood the cause and effect. According to this woman, the Miao people believe in Niwa, and the descendants of Niwa are not a family as Duanmu Huai thought, but a person. That's right. There is only one descendant of Niwa in each generation, and only girls. One lineage, and the previous Witch Queen, in order to quell the dispute between the White Miao and Black Miao tribes, married the king of Nanzhao of the Black Miao tribe. As a result, the latter put the Witch Queen in death row because of her identity as a descendant of Niwa. Later, the water monster resurrected and wreaked havoc on the world. In order to seal the water monster, the Witch Queen sacrificed herself to seal it. After that, the Witch Queen died. After listening to the explanation of the Bai Miao woman, Duanmu Huai was completely numb. Damn it. Is this another wasted trip? This is the situation. At present, the war between our Bai Miao and He Miao tribes has started again. This Dali city is not safe. I am sorry that I can't help you. Please leave as soon as possible to avoid being involved in the war. After saying this, the woman turned around and left with the soldiers. And the others also dispersed. It seemed that everything had returned to peace. What should we do now? At this moment, and had finished explaining to the others, and turned helplessly to look at Duanmuhui, who narrowed his eyes. I don't believe it's that simple. Mr. Knight, do you mean that the Witch Queen is not dead? I don't know whether she is dead or not, but I am sure that the woman did not tell the truth. Of course, this is normal, but it does not mean that I will listen to her obediently. Also, I also sensed a faint breath of divine power in this Dali city. Divine power? Yes, if what that woman said is true. I think this should be the breath of the descendants of Niwa, although he is not very proficient in magic. As a god, Duanmuhui still has some ability to feel the breath of gods. Where is it? I have to look for it. After all, tracking breath is not my specialty. Anyway, let's go around first. Strictly speaking, there is nothing to see in Dali City. If it is the beautiful Dali City, maybe everyone can enjoy the mountains and rivers like in Suzhou City. However, the drought here has lasted for days, and most people are exhausted, and shops have long been closed. Along the way, everyone only saw how miserable the people here were, and there was no clue other than that. By the way, why is it so dry here? Is it some devil's doing? Looking at the dry river in the distance, and frowned, looking unhappy. Manalia is a city of water, and the whole city is full of rivers and fountains, so it instinctively dislikes this dry environment. Maybe, but it has nothing to do with us. What is that place in front? Duanmuhui didn't care much about such details. On the contrary, he walked to the end of the road and looked at the magnificent building in front of him. Seeing Duanmuhui coming, the Bai Miao guard in charge of the gate hurried over. I'm sorry. This is the temple of our Bai Miao people, and outsiders are not allowed to enter. Temple? Hearing the guard's words, Duanmuhui's eyes lit up. What's inside? This? Faced with Duanmuhui's question, the Bai Miao guard obviously did not intend to answer. But Duanmuhui was not completely helpless at this moment. He took off his hood and stared at the Bai Miao guard. The latter looked at the clone in front of him and trembled all over. This? You? Tell me, please? What's in there? At this moment, Duanmuhui stared at the guard and asked again. This time, the Bai Miao guard seemed to be hypnotized and answered stupidly. There is a statue inside. Statue? Yes. In the year when the Witch Queen died, a rare flood occurred in Mijiang. It rained like a river bursting its banks for a month. At that time, the whole Dali city was a vast ocean. Many people took refuge in the mountains. In the flood, someone found this statue and enshrined it on the altar. Strangely enough, the rain stopped soon after that, and the flood subsided. From then on, everyone worshipped this statue as the goddess Niwa. And this altar was built into a temple for the Bai Miao people to come and pay homage. Can I go in and take a look? I just want to go in and take a look. Is that okay? Yes. Finally, facing Duanmuhui's request, the Bai Miao guard nodded, then turned and walked to the other side of the gate. And Duanmuhui also walked directly into the temple. Seeing this scene, and others hurriedly followed him in. Wow! Walking into the temple, everyone sighed softly. It was not that the temple was so magnificent, but that the water in the pool inside the temple was rippling, and the air was full of freshwater vapor, which made people feel refreshed. There's water here? It's dried up outside. Looking at the pools of water around them, the girls were also very confused. They had just walked around Dali City and found that there was a lack of water everywhere, whether it was well water or river water. But why was there water only here? At this time, Kai also spoke in a low voice. I can feel that there is a strong water spirit gathering here. Sure enough, I knew there must be a ghost here. Duanmuhui snorted coldly. Let's go in and take a look. Under the leadership of Duanmuhui, the group successfully passed through the temple and came to the altar at the end. Then, they saw a stone statue of a woman with a human upper body, a snake lower body, and long hair in the center of the altar. And seeing this stone statue, ah, Medusa, isn't this a serpent monster? Seeing this stone statue, everyone couldn't help but shout out. In fact, the stone statue in front of them was basically the same as the serpent monster they had encountered in the hidden dragon cave before. Except that the serpent monster was a man, and this one was a woman, and it was a stone statue. I remember in the legend, Medusa seemed to have seen herself in the mirror. So she turned into stone? Tomo approached Iroha Tamaki and whispered. And the latter nodded. It seems to be so. Could it also be a stone statue? However, just as they were whispering, Duan Muhuai's voice sounded again. This is not a basilisk. Huh? Isn't it? Yes. I can feel the breath of divine power in her body. Well, it should be that she has exhausted her power and turned into what she is now. As he spoke, Duan Muhuai walked up to the altar and came to the side of the stone statue. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the descendant of Niwa. What should we do now? It's very simple. Duan Muhuai moved his arms. She became like this because she exhausted her divine power. As long as she has given enough divine power, she will be resurrected. Next, leave it to me. Moon Prism. Powerful transformation. As he spoke, Duan Muhuai stretched out his hand. And the next moment, the muscular man with a 9-head body wearing a pink and white lace skirt appeared again. Woo! Seeing the muscular giant in front of them, the girls' faces changed, and they turned their heads away. Sai looked at Duan Muhuai curiously, without any fear. Is this the real body of the benefactor? He is so majestic. Aren't you afraid? Seeing Sai's calm look, and was surprised. After all, it was the first time she saw Duan Muhuai, and she was not afraid at all. Sai seemed to be the first one. Right? Ah, I am not afraid. Because there are many monsters that look like the benefactor. And I have long been used to it. I'm used to it. Hearing the voices of the two people coming from behind, Duan Muhuai felt as if he was stabbed. But he still concentrated, looked at the stone statue in front of him, and then reached out to press its head. The other party is also a god. Well, at most a demigod? But it's enough for Duan Muhuai. As long as he injects a little bit of divine power, he can revive it. As for whether this descendant of Niwa can help him, that's another matter. What if she wasn't? Then just kill her. It's no big deal. Soon, the divine power flowed from Duan Muhuai's body into the stone statue. And the originally empty stone statue gradually emitted a faint white light under the infusion of divine power. Then, cracks appeared on its surface and spread rapidly. Crack, crack, crack. Soon, spiderweb-like cracks covered the surface of the stone statue. And the next moment, bang! Accompanied by a loud bang. The stone on the surface of the stone statue was completely blown away. And then, a woman with a snake's tail emerged from it and collapsed to the ground. Chapter 12:18 Witch Queen. When the woman was resurrected, Duan Muhuai also took a step back, cancelled the magic girl transformation, and restored the clone form again, while the snake-tailed woman sat on the ground blankly, looking at her hands with a look of surprise. Why would I? What on earth is this? While muttering to herself, the woman looked up at Duan Muhuai with a solemn expression. Who are you? Don't worry about my identity. I just want to ask. Are you a descendant of the Niwa clan? Yes. Faced with Duan Muhuai's question, the woman nodded. I am a descendant of the Niwa clan, and the former Witch Queen Lin Qing'er. What happened here? At this moment, perhaps because of the explosion of the stone statue, the Bai Miao tribe was alarmed. The woman who had talked to Duan Muhuai before also rushed into the temple with a team of soldiers. When she saw Duan Muhuai and others standing on the altar, her face suddenly sank. However, before the woman had time to get angry, she saw Lin Qing'er beside Duan Muhuai, who was instantly shocked and knelt on the ground in a hurry. The Queen Witch is here. Led by the woman, the others all knelt on the ground. The Queen Witch is here. Well, now it seems that this should be officially certified. After that, the Queen Witch changed her clothes, and then accompanied by the woman Duan Muhuai knew that she was the leader of the Bai Miao tribe. She appeared in front of Duan Muhuai again. Your great kindness and virtue. I will never forget it. And I really have no way to repay you. Facing Duan Muhuai, the Queen Witch was very humble. After all, she knew her own business. In order to seal the water monster, the Queen Witch chose to burn her own power and die with the water monster. That's why her body turned into a stone statue and was washed to Dali City by the flood. Perhaps because she was a descendant of Niwa. Even if she turned into a stone statue, the Witch Queen still had a little bit of power left, which made the whole temple have water even in the drought. But that's all. Her remaining soul can only stay in the stone statue like this. If nothing unexpected happens, this soul will gradually die out. If nothing unexpected happens. And now, an accident happened. The Witch Queen could feel that her originally exhausted divine power had been completely restored. This kind of pure divine power was definitely not something that ordinary people could possess. Generally speaking, only the gods could do this. But hadn't the gods already expelled Nuwa and regarded her as a demon? Although she was confused, the Witch Queen was still very respectful. After all, the person in front of her was indeed a powerful existence. After all, she could feel that the pure spiritual power in her body was even stronger than when she was at her peak. If she were immortal, she would never have such power. The person in front of her gave her so much power. But he didn't look tired at all. Just from this point, the Witch Queen could be sure that the other party was definitely not an ordinary person. However, facing the words of the Witch Queen, Duan Muhui waved his hand. Some people want to repay. Some people want to repay. Facing Duan Muhui's words, everyone was speechless for a while, not knowing how to respond. However, Duan Muhui was not embarrassed. He just coughed, and then explained the cause and effect to the Witch Queen. So that's it. After listening to Duan Muhui's story, the Witch Queen finally understood why the other party saved her. But, Your Excellency has extraordinary divine power. Why are you looking for me? The Witch Queen looked at Duan Muhui in confusion, not quite understanding this operation. After all, from the perspective of divine power, the Witch Queen is at most a demigod, and she can feel that the one in front of her is definitely a true god. And judging from the aura she exudes, she should be no worse than the three ancient gods. Logically speaking, people like me are just small fish and shrimps. And ordinary people won't even look at her. No way. I'm not good at this. Duan Muhui spread his hands. When it comes to smashing people to pieces, I'm the best at that. But when it comes to curing diseases and saving lives, that's not my specialty. Understandable. The Witch Queen was not surprised by this. And Duan Muhui also said that he came from a foreign country and was not from the same system as here. Which means he was not sent by the gods. Thinking of this, the Witch Queen didn't know whether to breathe a sigh of relief or sigh. So, you mean to let those girls absorb the power of this elixir so that they can repair their damaged souls? The Witch Queen stared at the seed of sorrow in her hand carefully. Is there a way? Of course there is. The Witch Queen nodded. As long as you set up a spiritual array, you can refine the spiritual power in it and use it to repair the soul. Then, can this spiritual array be set to be portable and can be released directly when needed? Duan Muhui made a further request. After all, in the Magical Girl animation he watched, when the Magical Girl recovered the lost card and restored it to its original state, a magic array would automatically appear under her feet. And then the Magical Girl only needed to knock down the hammer hard to restore the out-of-control card to its original state. Duan Muhui also planned to follow this method. According to his idea, after the Magic Girl defeated the witch and dropped the seed of sorrow, the Magic Girl would raise the hammer and say restore your original appearance, then smash it down with a hammer. And then the magic circle would emerge and absorb the power of the seed of sorrow into the Magic Girl's body. In this way, the witch was destroyed, the Magic Girl was restored, and the seed of sorrow was purified. Well, perfect. And the whole process is very Magic Girl. No problem. The plan worked. Big tape. Big cute boobs. Faced with Duan Muhui's question, the Witch Queen opened her mouth, probably wanting to curse. But then she thought that he was her savior after all. She should stay calm. Stay calm. I haven't tried this before. In the Witch Queen's impression, spirit formations are usually set up in a place with abundant spiritual energy and the 5 elements in harmony. What Duan Muhui asked for, such as being able to be deployed anytime and anywhere, with sound and light effects. And this and that made the Witch Queen speechless. What's wrong with this foreigner's brain? What is he thinking about all day? Give it a try. I'll let him help you. As he spoke, Duan Muhui pointed at him. She's a master of formations here. I think it'll be okay if you two study together. That's okay. Although Duan Muhui's request was indeed very whimsical, making the Witch Queen want to become as one person. The other party saved her life after all. There's no way. Party A made a request. What else can you do? Since they are paying you, you have no choice but to work. Right? But I'm afraid you have to wait a while. Why? Hearing this, Duan Muhui's face suddenly became long. I have already rescued you. And you are still making excuses here. Are you a man? Oh, she is not a man. You can refuse to pay just because you are not a man? What? I accept it. But it doesn't mean I agree. Right? Do you believe that I saved you and I will kill you? Or do you think I don't dare to do it? Please calm down. My lord. Seeing Duanmu Huai's unhappy expression, the Witch Queen also hurriedly explained. It's not that I intentionally delay. But there are more important things to do at the moment. What is it? You have been dead for so many years and nothing happened. Why are there so many problems now that you are resurrected? You did it on purpose. Right? As you can see, the drought sweeping Mujiang is not a natural disaster, but a man-made disaster. In fact, all this was done by the moon worshipper, who controlled the water monster and tried to dominate the world. It was he who bewitched the king and slandered me as a witch. Now the water sources of the entire Miajiang area have dried up, and the water monster is about to wake up. I must protect Miajiang. Oh, Duanmu Huai nodded, then suddenly froze and came to his senses. Wait, didn't you say that you died with the water monster more than 10 years ago? Now you plan to die together again? For the sake of the people of the world, I will do anything. Don't be so sorry. Duanmu Huai interrupted the Witch Queen. Isn't Ijia the word used by the Queen? What do you mean by you? The Witch Queen. Begging? You are a healer, so don't pretend to be a damage dealer. It's better to find a professional for this kind of thing. I'll kill it. You? It has to be said that the Witch Queen was surprised to hear Duanmu Huai's answer. Of course. Why? Don't you trust me? No. This is not a question of whether to trust or not. The water monster is one of the 5 ancient spirit beasts. It will come to life when it encounters water. Even the ancestor Niwa can only seal it but cannot destroy it. Just because Niwa can't do it doesn't mean I can't do it. Duanmu Huai waved his hand. Anyway, there's no harm in letting me give it a try. Right? You should stay here and study the spirit formation within. Let's take a step back and let you go. Even if the water monster is sealed again, and you go again, is there any way out for my magical girl's cultivation plan? Then, I'll leave it to you. Although Duanmu Huai's words were very impolite, the Witch Queen was not angry. After all, he was stronger than her, and no one wanted to really die unless it was absolutely necessary. This person is so powerful now. Maybe he can really destroy the water monster? If so, then the fate of the Niwa clan can be over. Right? Then it's decided. After making the arrangement in a few words, Duanmu Huai also stood up. I will find the water monster now and kill this bastard. Solve the trouble. By the way, where is the water monster? Chapter 1219 Water Demon Beast. In fact, Duanmu Huai's original idea was very simple. Just kill them directly, and kill anyone who stands in my way. But the Witch Queen didn't want him to do that. The Black Meow people attacked Dolly only because the moon worshipper manipulated the water demon beast to absorb the water spirit energy. As long as the culprit is defeated, the water spirit energy will return, and the Black Meow people will no longer have any reason to attack Dolly. To be honest, Duanmu Huai didn't care about the Witch Queen's saintly heart. He always did things based on deeds, not heart. It's your business if you have a reason behind it. But it's our business if you do something. If we must follow the Witch Queen's statement, then most of the cultists eliminated by the Inquisition belong to those who can be featured in touching TV programs. Their life stories are so tragic that people who hear about their life stories will involuntarily agree that if they encounter such a thing, they will definitely take revenge on society. But what does this have to do with the Inquisitor? I don't know how tragic your life story is, but I have seen how many people your cult rituals have harmed. So there is no need to say what comes next. Get ready to die. If the Black Meow attacked the tribunal, Duanmu Huai would not care whether they were forced or voluntary, and would kill all who dared to come. But now it was just a simple human fight. So Duanmu Huai did not care. If the Black Meow were invaded by the subspace demons, that would be another matter. So he had to use his favorite and best method, the decapitation tactic, directly summoning the White Dragon. Duanmu Huai followed the direction indicated by the Witch Queen and flew all the way to the Nanzhao Kingdom. As for the others, they were all left in Dali City by Duanmu Huai, and wants to study the transformation of the spirit formation with the Witch Queen. Tomomi and Huan Sayu will naturally be guinea pigs. As for Mugong and Kai Yi, it is useless for them to come. Let's stay in Dali. It's in front. Nanzhao Kingdom and Dali City are not far away. Duanmu Huai immediately found the city of Nanzhao Kingdom after riding the White Dragon over 2 mountains. Of course, this place is also like Dali. It has become terrible due to drought. But Duanmu Huai doesn't care about these, because he has discovered that, just like Dolly, there is also a place full of pools in this city. It's impossible that there is a statue of the Witch Queen here. Then, there is only one answer. Duanmu Huai also guessed that the monster that this world has to destroy by itself this time is most likely this water monster. After all, the Witch Queen said that this thing will come to life when it meets water. Back then, even Nuwa couldn't destroy it, and could only seal it up. In this world, Nuwa is one of the 3 ancient gods. If even she can't do it, it means that no one in this world can do it. That's why this task was created, and the tribunal took action. After all, the water monster is a pure subspace demon, which is essentially the same as the evil god, except that it is rooted in the elements rather than the spiritual power. Just like the 4 evil gods, you can't completely destroy them with ordinary methods. As long as there are creatures in this universe, their souls and spirits will be with the evil gods. However, the level of this water monster is not that high, which means that it is bound to the water element in this world. So how to kill it? Just when Duanmu Huai was thinking about this question, the white dragon had already flown over the pool. Duanmu Huai also saw a man in black robes performing a ritual on the platform next to the pool. So he jumped off the white dragon without hesitation. Then he fell to the ground like a meteorite. Boom! Duanmu Huai fell heavily to the ground, then stood up. And the man in black robes didn't seem to expect someone to fall from the sky. He turned his head in surprise, and stared at Duanmu Huai in front of him in surprise. Are you the moon worship leader? Looking at the man in front of him, Duanmu Huai clenched his fists. Where is the water monster? Call it out, and I can make your death quicker. Who are you? Looking at Duanmu Huai in front of him, the moon worship leader's eyes widened, and he looked confused. Well, it's normal for him to have this expression, because the person who appeared in front of him now was a muscular man with 8 abdominal muscles, 2 meters and 5 meters tall, wearing white and pink lace. The moon worshipper said, I have lived for so many years, and I have never seen such a dress. Brother, are you a human or a demon? It is none of your business. You just need to call out the water monster, and then you can die. Duanmu Huai stared at the moon worshipper in front of him and said. The latter seemed to have heard a joke and couldn't help laughing. Water monster? Who are you? You actually want me to summon the water monster? Do you know? However, before the moon worshipper could finish his words, Duanmu Huai strode forward, rushed directly in front of him, and punched him. At this moment, a bronze mirror suddenly appeared in front of the moon worshipper, blocking him like a shield. Seeing this, the moon worshipper also showed a cold smile. He was not a fool, so he would naturally carry a protective magic weapon. Like this. Bang! However, before the moon worshipper could be proud for a second, Duanmu Huai's fist directly broke the bronze mirror, and then hit him heavily in the face, knocking the moon worshipper to the ground. Then Duanmu Huai raised his fist again. Summon me or not? Bang! Summon me or not? Bang! You are being stubborn, aren't you? Bang! Summon me or not? Bang! Duanmu Huai didn't bother to play tricks with this idiot. He firmly believed that convincing people with reason was the most direct way. So Duanmu Huai pressed the moon worshipper to the ground and beat him up in the face. Of course, Duanmu Huai didn't use much strength. Otherwise the moon worshipper's head would have been smashed to pieces. I summon! Finally, the moon worshipper was heartbroken by Duanmu Huai's tireless teachings and shouted loudly. Duanmu Huai also put down his hand. When he let go, the moon worshipper quickly broke free from Duanmu Huai's restraints and jumped back. At this moment, he had been beaten by Duanmu Huai. His cheeks were swollen like steamed buns, and a large piece of his teeth in his mouth was knocked out. Looking horrible. Very good. You are very good. Covering his mouth, the moon worshipper stared at Duanmu Huai angrily, but there was also a hint of fear in his eyes. You know, when Duanmu Huai beat him just now, the moon worshipper did try to resist. But what frightened the moon worshipper was that the magic power he released was completely useless against this guy. The defensive magic power was like paper in front of him. And the secret method of invulnerability was also useless. And the offensive secret method was also useless. And even turned into a wisp of breeze and disappeared when it touched him. What kind of monster is this? The moon worshipper stared at Duanmu Huai fiercely. Although this guy was dressed strangely, he knew that he was extremely powerful, and was obviously not someone he could deal with. Moreover, the purpose of his coming here You don't think you can deal with the water monster, do you? That's what I think. Hurry up and summon the water monster, and you won't have any business. Duanmu Huai waved his hand. It was obvious that he had never taken the moon worshipper seriously from the beginning to the end. Seeing his reaction made the moon worshipper even angrier. Very good. Then I'll show you how powerful the water monster is. After saying this, Duanmu Huai saw the moon worshipper turn around, then jump down and jump into the water city. It's not that bad. You are a leader after all. How can you have such a bad mentality? You want to jump into the river and commit suicide because of shame after being beaten by me? Or, I apologize to you? Boom boom boom. Just when Duanmu Huai was considering whether to go down to save people, he saw that the pool in front of him suddenly began to emit a low roar. And then a huge shadow appeared from under the pool and rushed out suddenly. At the same time, the water around them suddenly became turbulent and turned into huge waves. Ha ha ha. In the huge waves, the moon worshipper appeared again. But this time, he was no longer the same as before. On the contrary, his body expanded several times, like a giant tens of meters tall. And his body below the waist was like a snake. Not only that, behind the moon worshipper, there were 8 huge snake heads, staring at him eagerly. Well, this is the water monster you want to see. At this moment, the moon worshipper looked smug, as if he was saying, I'm fine now that the sky is clear and the rain has stopped. He stared at Duanmu Huai smugly. You shouldn't have angered me. But now you have no chance. I'll let you know how powerful the water monster is. However, before the moon worshipper finished speaking, Duanmu Huai took out a war hammer. Then he jumped up, swung the war hammer in his hand hard, and hit the moon worshipper's face heavily. Waha! Duanmu Huai's blow was so powerful that he screamed and knocked the moon worshipper's entire body out of the pool. He fell heavily to the ground with a wail. A large area of the city collapsed immediately. After all, the moon worshipper was about the same size as the little monster in Ultraman. Seeing this huge monster suddenly appear, the Black Meow people in the city screamed and fled. However, they were still affected by the moon worshipper, and many people and their houses were smashed into ruins. Duanmu Huai didn't care about this. For the tribunal, this was all necessary collateral damage during the operation and was not worth mentioning at all. And there was only one thing he had to do. After knocking down the moon worshipper, Duanmu Huai jumped up and flew into the air again. Then he stretched out his left hand, opened it far away at the moon worshipper in front of him, and grabbed it hard. The moon worshipper opened his eyes and mouth wide. At this moment, he felt an unimaginable strong force suddenly grabbing his body. And what frightened him even more was that the water spirit power that the water monster was constantly condensing was gradually dissipating. No. Impossible. Who are you? Duanmu Huai certainly would not answer such a stupid question from the moon worshipper. He just raised the warhammer in his right hand and swung it downwards. Then, the warhammer shot down from the sky like a cannonball. And the next moment, it went straight through the head of the moon worshipper. Bang! Under the bombardment of the warhammer, the head of the moon worshipper exploded instantly. And at the same time, the 8 huge snake heads also let out sharp screams. They struggled desperately to stretch forward and try to bite Duanmu Huai, who was in midair. However, Duanmu Huai didn't care about the last struggle of the water monster. He just stared at the giant beast in front of him silently, and then shook his fist. Boom! The next moment, the entire body of the water monster quickly disintegrated. In front of the power of the destructive magic, even the water monster that survived in water could not resist the power of destruction. In the blink of an eye, the water monster completely disappeared. Huh? Until then, Duanmu Huai restored his clone form and fell to the ground. At this moment, the water monster had disappeared without a trace. What's the meaning of surviving in water? That's it. Duanmu Huai glanced around and was very sure that there was no trace of the water monster nearby. He was still very confident in his destruction magic. Of course, if he didn't use destruction magic, Duanmu Huai wouldn't have turned into a magical girl. Just then, Duanmu Huai saw a blue bead lying not far from his feet. Could this thing be the demon pill of the water monster? Duanmu Huai picked up the bead, took a look at it, and put it away. I remember that and seemed to like this thing very much. So I took it back and gave it to her. Chapter 1220 Magical Girls Immortal Cultivation Record. When Duanmu Huai returned to Dali City, he also shocked the Witch Queen and others. You know, Duanmu Huai had just been out for a while, And he came back so soon? The water monster has been dealt with. Duanmu nodded to the Witch Queen and said that he was 100% sure. After all, when Duanmu killed the water monster, the system prompt appeared. In other words, the so-called monster invasion mission in this world refers to the water monster. This guy is actually not that powerful. Of course, this is because Duanmu has the priesthood of the god of destruction. So he can say this. If it were someone else, it would be a different story. Has the water monster been destroyed? It must be said that the Witch Queen was also confused when she heard Duanmu's answer. Although she had thought it would be like this. Duanmu's speed was too fast. In fact, Duanmu spent most of his time on the road. Just like the speed runners in the game. Most of the time was wasted on running in mazes. And when entering the boss battle, he would just kill it with 199,999 knife. The time spent on the dialogue during the mission plot is longer than that of fighting the boss. This is the current situation of the players. Yes, the moon worshipper and the water monster played a combination. And I solved them together. Oh, right. As he spoke, Duanmu looked at him and took out the blue bead and threw it over. Here you go. Thank you. It's so beautiful. Please wait a moment. Looking at the blue bead held in Anne's hand, the Witch Queen suddenly widened her eyes. Where did you find this bead? Oh, I found it after I killed the water monster. It should be in its body. I don't care about these things. Hearing Duanmu's answer, the Witch Queen was stunned. After a moment, she sighed. Legend has it that our ancestors destroyed the 5 elements monsters and refined their soul bones into spirit beads. I didn't expect that I would have the honor to witness all this today. While speaking, the Witch Queen looked at Duanmu. I have an unwelcome request. What is it? Can you lend me this water spirit bead? The water monster has been eliminated, and there is a way to solve the drought in Miajiang. As long as we gather 5 spirit beads, we can pray for rain as soon as possible to save the people of Miajiang from the water and fire. Where does this place get water? What the hell is gathering 5 spirit beads? Can you summon a dragon? Duanmu wanted to complain, but he held back. After all, it's just an analogy. It doesn't matter. Just use it. Thank you very much. Respectfully taking the water spirit bead from him, the Witch Queen once again solemnly thanked the two. Then she turned around and spoke to a girl next to her. Ling, this matter is handed over to you. This is the first thing you have to do as a descendant of Niwa since you returned to the Orthodox. Who is that girl? Duanmu looked at the girl who was listening to the Witch Queen's teachings in confusion. Approached him and asked. He didn't remember seeing this girl before. And judging from the Witch Queen's appearance, she seemed to be quite close to the other party. You've been a stone statue for more than 10 years. But you still have a wide range of contacts? Ah. Her name is Xiao Linger, the daughter of the Witch Queen. The Witch Queen's? Yes. The Witch Queen said that when she was thrown into prison in Nanzhao, she entrusted her confidant to take her then-infant daughter away from Nanzhao and head to the Central Plains. Now that the Witch Queen has resurrected, she seems to have used some method to notify the other party. And then, that person brought the grown-up Xiao Linger back to meet the Witch Queen. The two of them just met and cried bitterly. Oh! What about the progress of the development of the spirit formation? Duanmu is like a ruthless party, eh? I don't care what happens to you. I just want you to complete the task before the deadline. If you fail to complete the task, you will be in trouble. As for whether you are a mother-daughter reunion or something, what does it have to do with me? It's not easy for her to see her daughter. Mr. Knight, you should give her some time. And rolled his eyes silently. It seems that even if his body has become a cute girl, Mr. Knight is still Mr. Knight. Without any cute sentiment. Thank you very much. After instructing her daughter, the Witch Queen turned around and looked at the two again. With the water spirit bead, most of the problems are solved. I have already asked Elder Huichilin for the fire spirit bead. The next ones are the wind, earth and thunder spirit beads. But I don't know where these spirit beads are. Ah, if that's the case. Hearing this, Anne's eyes lit up. If it is a bead condensed from pure elemental power, like the water spirit bead, I still have 3 here. As he spoke, and took out the 3 round beads. Seeing this, the Witch Queen's jaw almost dropped to the ground. These are the remaining 3 spirit beads. Where did you get them from? Hey! Is this the spirit bead? Seeing the Witch Queen's excited expression, Duanmu and An were both stunned. We met a few monsters on the road. And this thing dropped after we beat them. I thought it was a monster's demon pill. Isn't this the demon spirit core? Duanmu Huai and An looked at each other. Speechless. They just killed a few monsters. How come such a thing happened? After all, they heard Kai Yi talk about the 5 spiritual beads on the way. After all, it was a legendary existence. How come such a good thing happened when they killed a few monsters? Well, maybe it was just good luck. Well, anyway, it was good that the 5 spiritual beads were all there. So the next step was to open the altar and perform rituals. And then it rained heavily. As for whether the Miajiang would stop the war because of this, Duanmu Huai and the others had no control over it. After all, they didn't come here for such an insignificant matter. Fortunately, in the end, Duanmu Huai finally achieved his goal. Facing the dark seed of sorrow in front of her, Huan Sayu raised the crossbow in her hand. Soon, the gem in the center of her crossbow began to flash pink light. And then a magic circle appeared behind Huan Sayu, turning into a ray of light shining on the seed of sorrow. And under the shining of that light, the dark seed of sorrow seemed to be illuminated by the sun, and gradually disappeared like melted snow water, turning into wisps of white light flying towards Huan Sayu and disappearing into her body. After completely absorbing the power of the seed of sorrow, the magic circle behind Huan Sayu disappeared. Very good. Not bad. Not bad. Not bad. When everything was over, Duanmu Huai, who was standing next to him, clapped his hands and nodded with satisfaction. After the joint research of the Witch Queen and An, they finally figured this thing out. Didn't they? Of course, Duanmu Huai didn't understand the specific principle. In short, according to the explanation of the two, this is a refining spirit array driven by the power of the magic girl. After activation, the power of the seed of sorrow can be refined and used to repair the magic girl's soul. The effect is not bad. And after the Witch Queen's inspection, this kind of refining and absorption is not harmful. Not only that, after repairing the soul, if the magic girl continues to absorb the power of the seed of sorrow, she can also enhance her strength. Of course, according to the Witch Queen, this is a bit like cultivating immortals. And it depends on the aptitude. Some people refine their chi for 10 years and build their foundation for 20 years, while some people may not be able to reach this level even after 100 or 80 years. Even if the magic girl has the aptitude, it depends on the situation. Well, Duanmu Huai said that he could understand this. Look at Huan Sayu, and then look at Tomomami. The combat power of these two people is already very different. It would be better if there was a background music. Duanmu Huai was still a little unwilling. After all, this was not complete. Moreover, when these magic girls unfolded the magic circle, it was a magic circle based on the 8 trigrams and yin and yang, and it was strengthened by An. Although it can be used, Duanmu Huai felt that it should be made more beautiful, such as a colorful black or something. Let's stop here. Hearing Duanmu Huai's mumbling, and was about to cry. How is it possible to activate the magic circle and play music automatically? I also think this is enough. Lianhuan Sayu and Tomomami also shook their heads in opposition. When they thought about the BGM that came with their own when they cast the magic circle, they both felt very embarrassed. Okay, let's do this. Of course, Duanmu Huai just said this casually. Seeing that everyone was unwilling, he no longer insisted, but made a decision quickly. Now that everything is done, we should go back. Next, it's time to start a large-scale clinical trial in Kamahama City. But, are there so many witches in Kamahama City? Huan Sayu was still a little worried. After all, in her opinion, although there were many witches in Kamahama City, they were too powerful, and there were more magical girls in Kamahama City. If Duanmu Huai really planned to transform all the magical girls in Kamahama City, Huan Sayu was worried that the magical girls would fight each other. That's not a problem. Duanmu Huai shook his head. I remember that Nanami Yachiyo said before that there is an adjustment house in Kamahama City. Magical girls go there to receive adjustments, and then pay the seed of sorrow as a reward. Right? Ah. Yes. Miss Yachiyo took me there. Huan Sayu nodded. She still remembered that when she first arrived in Kamahama City, Nanami Yachiyo took her to the adjustment house. To be honest, it was the first time that Huan Sayu saw someone who could use the soul gem to adjust and strengthen other magical girls. It was indeed very impressive. Of course, now that we have this thing called magical girl spirit formation, The adjustment house is naturally useless. That's fine. Duan Muhuai waved his hand. If that's the case, then the adjustment house must have a lot of seeds of lamentation. Then what? Then? Duan Muhuai took it for granted and glanced at Huan Sayu. Why don't we just take it away? How should I put it? This is really this person's usual style. Chapter 1221 Negotiation? Perhaps it was a good turn of events when Duan Muhuai led everyone back to Shibin City. He also received news from Yutong Lingnyo. Magus Wings wants to negotiate with us. Negotiation? Hearing Yutong Lingnyo's words, Duan Muhuai sneered. What qualifications do a bunch of little girls have to negotiate with us? Duan Muhuai felt that the Magus Wings probably hadn't figured out their own identities yet. What kind of magical girl organization is this? What's the point? In the final analysis, they are just a group of ordinary little girls. How dare they negotiate with violent agencies? You know, whether it is DA, AAA or the Tribunal. They are all organizations that protect the world in secret, which means they don't have as many rules and regulations as the police. Like those magical girls of the Wings of Magus before. Duan Muhuai said that AAA would arrest them and send them to the detention center. There is no need to communicate with the Procuratorate, nor do they need to issue arrest warrants, let alone worry about media or social impact. Who are you? The Wings of Magus? You dare to negotiate with us? This is just like the thugs on the street trying to negotiate with the army. Do you think you have a long life? They are really little girls. They act as if they have no more cards to play at this point. In Duan Muhuai's plan, the last trick is just to kill all the magic girls. And magic girls are not difficult to kill strictly speaking. Just kill the soul gem. Besides, most magic girls have family and friends. Are they really not afraid of social death? At this point, they are not begging for mercy, but negotiating. They really don't have a clear self-awareness. Forget it. Considering that they are all little girls, it's not surprising. So how do they plan to negotiate? The other party has sent us an invitation, hoping that we will go to the memory library at 3 p.m. tomorrow. It's the rumor that you can't get in no matter what. Now it's good that you can get in. Hearing this, Duan Muhuai also calmed down. The biggest problem before was that he couldn't find the base of Magus Wings. Now that he can find this base, he can just confiscate the house. So the next day, the group regrouped and came to the rumored space, the memory library. As the name suggests, from the outside, it looks like a huge library. And when Duan Muhuai and his group walked into the library, a white-haired girl was standing there, waiting for everyone to arrive. Mafuyu. Seeing this white-haired girl, Nanami Yachiyo seemed very excited. And the girl she called Mafuyu just glanced at her and then lowered her head. Welcome to the memory library. Please follow me. The 3 adults of Magus want to see you. Humph. Just 3 little brats. Pretending to be here. Hearing what Zimeidong said, Duan Muhuai snorted, while Zimeidong stared at him and shook his head. You may not understand that the 3 adults saved us, rescued us from the abyss of pain, and gave us hope, so that weak magical girls like us can live. For us, they are the beacon and direction we rely on. It sounds like they are no different from the leaders of a cult. Duan Muhuai sneered. For the judge, anyone can be killed. Even a magical girl. As long as she threatens humans, she will die. But there is nothing to say to people like you. Lead the way. After being retorted by Duan Muhuai, Zimeidong did not speak, but turned around silently and walked forward with a group of people. It must be said that the decoration inside this memory library is still very abstract. But Duan Muhuai doesn't care about this. Under the leadership of Zimeidong, the group walked through the long corridor and stairs, and then came to the end. Zimeidong opened the door in front of him and stepped aside. Please come in. After entering the door, except for Duan Muhuai, everyone else was shocked by the scene in front of them. Behind this door was a huge auditorium similar to a ceremony venue. Not only that, under the auditorium, there was a large group of magical girls wearing black cloaks. There are thousands of them. Yutong Lingnyo's face was serious. She knew that magical girls were everywhere in the world because of QB. Even in her own country, there were many magical girls in a city. But when they gathered together, the impact was really shocking. Not to mention, these were all magical girls. They had strength and physique far beyond humans. If they really planned to gather together to do something, it would be a huge threat to the entire country. Compared to Yutong Lingnyo's shock, Duanmu Huai was very calm. He silently glanced at Midori. What does this mean? Soon, Master Deng Hua will give a speech about the fate of our magical girls. Please listen to it, and you will know the concept and goal of our Wings of Magus. He. Duanmu Huai folded his arms, staring at the stage in front of him with a look of I'll just watch you perform. Soon, a girl holding an umbrella, who looked about the same age as an elementary school student, came out and stood in front of the stage. If I'm not mistaken, then she should be the Satomi Tuka. When she came to the stage, the girl put down her umbrella and looked around at the magical girls in front of her. When she saw Duanmu Huai and others standing beside her, she just smiled slightly and then retracted her gaze. Dear magical girls, you once held hope, but will eventually spread despair. What wishes did you make when you became magical girls? There should be people who make wishes for themselves, for others, and for their dreams. Humans always dream of having a better future, so they make all kinds of wishes, which is actually a very powerful thing. As she spoke, Satomi Tuka raised her hand. Humans have spent 13 million years to build civilization, evolve society, and develop technology. The power of wishes has always been driving humanity forward. This is the potential power of human wishes that even QB does not have. In this case, the magical girl who uses the power of wishes to cause miracles can be said to be the most human-like. But what is the reality? No one will face our feelings, fall down injured, sacrifice their lives, and the magical girl can only lament her fate and spread curses. Besides, what if our despair and hope are being used as the most convenient resources and are being consumed? What if this feeling is being trampled and exploited for the sake of certain people? Satomi Tuka's voice became brighter and brighter. Can this be allowed? No. Absolutely not. We are not the merchandise of some people. Fellow magical girls, I believe that the power of this emotional wish can definitely change our own destiny. Even QB must not have thought that no matter what kind of miracle, the magical girl can do it. Our wishes must not be used by anyone. Maggie's will bring everyone the future, as long as there is the witch incarnation system I made. Even if the soul gem becomes completely filthy, it will not become a witch. Even if there is only one person, Maggie's wants to save more magical girls. I think everyone will definitely help us. You are the wings of Maggie's. No. You are the wings of all the magical girls living in the world now. If someone comes to interfere, then everyone should work together to eliminate the interference. Speaking of this, Satomi took a glance at Duanmu Huai and others. Magus is the only signpost for the survival of magical girls in the future. We will definitely be able to liberate magical girls. Yes. Magical girls will be saved by Maggie's. Wow! The applause resounded throughout the auditorium. Hearing this, Yutong Lingnio's face turned pale. She finally understood what the other party called her to do. This was not a negotiation, but a demonstration. Ha ha ha! However, at this moment, a burst of laughter suddenly broke out, completely suppressing the applause of the magic girls, which made the magic girls below stop their actions in surprise and look around. Stop joking, little devils. While speaking, Duanmu Huai strode onto the high platform, looking at Satomi Tuka with contempt, while the latter faced Duanmu Huai's gaze and laughed. Oh! What? Do you think what I said is wrong? It's all nonsense. I thought you were going to say something. But this is all you said? Duanmu Huai spread his hands with a look of disdain. What you said before does make sense. Humans strive for their dreams, build civilization, and develop society. But, at this point, Duanmu Huai changed the subject. What does this have to do with you magical girls? Did you invent writing? Paper? Promote technological progress? Change the social system? Come on. Tell me. What did you do? Faced with Duanmu Huai's contemptuous ridicule, Satomi Tuka did not speak, but her face had already sank slightly. Also, wishes are indeed the force that drives mankind forward. But to say that you magical girls represent mankind is ridiculous. I think you should also know that many reformers and inventors have lofty goals and dreams. They are eager to change the world and benefit mankind. But what about you? Duanmu Huai sneered. What you call wishes are nothing but selfish desires. Why? Are you praying for world peace? Or freedom and equality? Or for everyone to have enough food? No. What you call wishes are nothing but petty selfish desires. I'm not saying that this is wrong. But your statement, confusing yourself with those heroes who fight for humanity and flattering yourself, Isn't it a bit shameless? What? You and the basketball star scored 87 points in total. So you are also a basketball star? Of course, I know what happened to you magical girls. But if I were to say... As he spoke, Duanmu Huai suddenly raised his voice. You all asked for it. A bunch of stupid idiots. You deserve this fate. Hearing Duanmu Huai's roar, the magical girls below suddenly made a noise. And even Tomomami and Nanami Yachiyo, who came with him, turned pale at this moment, feeling as if they were stabbed in the back. On the contrary, Akemi Hamura's expression did not change. After all, she knew very well what her wish was, and what she had paid for it. Duanmu Huai stood on the high platform, looking very disappointed, pointing and criticizing at the people below. If you have any brains, you will know that free is the most expensive. There is no such thing as pie in the sky. Have you ever encountered pie in the sky a few times since you were a child? Except for QB? Why? Do you regret it now? It's too late. You don't know that your behavior is illegal. So the law will let you go? How is it possible? Equivalent exchange is the truth of the world. You have to pay for what you get. You don't even understand this simple truth. You deserve to be cheated by QB. Shall I? Is everything okay? I feel a little bad. Xianshu swallowed and whispered, while An next to him pressed his forehead. She has always been like this. You'll get used to it. Really? I feel like those magic girls are going to rush over and beat us up. To be fair, Xianshu also felt that Duanmu Huai's words were rough, but his point was true. Indeed, the speech by Satomi Tuka was inflammatory. But if you think about it carefully, as Duanmu Huai said, what does the development and progress of human civilization have to do with them? The magic girls? Magical girls become magic girls because they have fulfilled their wishes. But aren't magic girls' wishes for themselves? It didn't say what they did for the world. This is totally confusing the concepts. But you can't say this in front of other people. Xianshu wanted to run away at this moment. With so many people, he definitely can't beat them. But Duanmu Huai obviously hadn't finished talking yet. Of course, you are still little kids. You don't know anything. It's understandable that you were deceived. If so, it's your own business. But, Duanmu Huai's voice was full of murderous intent at this moment. You should also know that this is not just a matter for you magical girls. The rumors created by the wings of Magus have already caused many innocent people to suffer. What? Should ordinary people die for you magic girls to live? This time, facing Duanmu Huai's questioning, the originally aggressive magic girls below were silent. Just as Duanmu Huai thought, even if they are magic girls, they are just ordinary girls in the end. Calm down and think carefully. In order to survive, you have to sacrifice ordinary people? Anyone with a normal outlook will hesitate for a while. At this time, Satomi Tuka, who had been silent, also spoke. So, according to you, for the sake of ordinary people, we magical girls have to watch and die? Yes, that's what I mean. Duanmu Huai nodded without hesitation. You chose the road yourself. So you have to walk it yourself. So what? You took the wrong road. And you cried and wanted others to take the blame for you? It's really a child thinking. When you encounter problems, you want to find your parents. Right? Unfortunately, not everything can be taken care of by your family. If you want to die, you can go to your parents. They are definitely willing to sacrifice their lives for their daughters. Why do you want to implicate irrelevant outsiders? I think this is going to be really bad. Looking at the silent magical girls below, Xianju silently wiped the cold sweat off her forehead, then looked at the distance between the gate behind her and herself, and began to calculate how to escape in the shortest time if a fight breaks out. At the same time, as if to verify Xianju's guess, Satomi Tuka's voice sounded again, but this time her voice became much colder. So, are you planning to hinder us? What should I say? Duanmu Huai glanced at Li Jian Danghua with contempt, while the latter looked at the magical girls. Everyone. I just said that whoever wants to hinder us, we will completely destroy it. Now, it's time for us to fight for ourselves. Well said. However, before Li Jian Danghua finished speaking, Duanmu Huai shouted loudly. Then, a flash of light appeared on his body, and the next moment Duanmu Huai turned into a magical girl, with his hands on his waist, standing on the high platform, looking at the people below. I want to see what you can do. Chapter 1222. Get started. I want to see what you can do. Duan Muhui roared and turned into a magic girl, staring at the people below and said loudly, looking at Duan Muhui in front of her. The magic girl below was silent for a moment, and then exploded like boiling water. Monster! Monster! Pervert! It's a pervert! Mom! There's a pervert here! No! Help! I want to leave here! Let me go! In just a moment, thousands of magical girls below panicked after seeing Duan Muhui clearly. Some of them fainted directly, and others were either terrified or screaming loudly, just like characters in horror movies, without any magical girl style at all. How should I put it? I'm not surprised at all. Qianshu silently complained. And Huan Saiyu, Tomo Mommy and others beside him also looked like they didn't know what to say. They could understand the feelings of the magic girls below very well. No. It should be said that they were more shocked than those magic girls, because those magic girls only saw Duan Muhui transformed into a magic girl, but never saw her true body. But Huan Saiyu and the others had seen how beautiful Duan Muhui was under her cloak. She was almost a goddess. However, it was because of this that the contrast was so great. Why would such a beautiful girl become like this? Is this what is called extremes lead to reverses? But recalling Duan Muhui's carefree and rude attitude on weekdays, the girls felt that it was not strange for her to become like this. Come on. Let me see how powerful you are, Duan Muhui said as he jumped down and directly jumped into the venue, clenched his fists and hit the magical girl in front of him. Should we help? Nanaha Hachiyo held a spear and hesitated whether to go up to help. After all, there were too many magical girls below, and even she was not sure that she could beat the other side. But fortunately, although Duan Muhui was gone, and was still there. No. Leave it to her. Let's continue to look for the culprit. Otherwise she will run away. As he spoke, and raised his hand and pointed to the platform. At this time, everyone realized that the girl who was there just now had run away without knowing when. Little Deng Hua. Seeing this, Huan Saiyu was the most excited. After all, she came to find Satomi Deng Hua to ask about her sister. Of course, she couldn't let her run away like this, so she hurriedly chased after her. The others quickly followed, although they were also worried about Duan Muhui. Since said that it was okay to leave it to him, the others could only speed up and chase the boss in front. Over there, and led everyone to chase Satomi Tuka. While here Duan Muhui was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, beating up the magical girl in front of him. Logically speaking, it was unacceptable for such a strong man like him to beat a girl, especially a weak girl like this. But Duan Muhui doesn't care about these. After all, men and women are equal. Men can fight. Women can fight. Strong people can fight. Weak people can fight. In fact, according to Yutong Lingnyo's idea at first, she hoped to convince these magical girls. At most, Duan Muhui and she would play the good cop and the bad cop and scare these magical girls. But Duan Muhui didn't think so. In his opinion, it's better to kill a chicken to scare the monkeys than to simply scare them. Only when they feel the pain will they be obedient. The best way is to convince people with reason. Bang! Duan Muhui punched out, hitting a magic girl and sending her flying. At the same time, another magic girl held a spear and stabbed Duan Muhui directly. However, although her spear hit the 8 abdominal muscles of Duan Muhui's abdomen, it seemed to hit a piece of golden stone, and it couldn't penetrate. You are not good enough to fight me. Duan Muhui stretched out his hand, grabbed the magic girl's head, and then smashed it to the ground, accompanied by boom! With a loud bang, the magic girl collapsed to the ground without a sound. Looking at Duan Muhui in front of them, the magic girls were terrified. They never thought that such a magic girl could have such a powerful force. Even if they rushed forward, they were no match for her. Is this magic girl really that strong? The answer is that she is really that strong. Boom! The explosion sounded, and under the unparalleled powerful bombardment, hundreds of magic girls were directly blown away, and their all-out attacks could not even leave a scratch on that diamond-like body. Kohei! 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 In the burst of air waves, Duan Muhui walked out with a grimace. His muscular body, matched with a pink and white lace dress, brought an incomparable aura of a strong man. Just the way he stood there with a grimace gave people an illusion that, let alone the nearly 1,000 magic girls present, even if there were tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, even millions, tens of millions, hundreds of millions of magic girls. He would easily kill them to pieces. However, they did not give up. Ha! Soon, several magic girls in white robes stood up, and their forms began to distort, turning into witches of different shapes. This is the ultimate killer move of the magic girls of Magus. Witch transformation. The magic girls who turned into witches burst out with a sky-high wave, enough to change the color of mountains and rivers, and the sun and moon. However, even so, Duanmu Huai still stood there, letting the lace skirt on his body flutter in the wind, revealing the tight muscles on his thighs, like stone sculptures. The power that changed the color of the mountains and rivers seemed to have no dignity in Duanmu Huai's eyes. He looked at the other party, as if he was looking at a pitiful scabby dog. Defeat me! How could the magic girls endure such humiliation? They worked together and coordinated to condense and explode the dark and twisted power, turning it into extreme energy and blasting towards Duanmu Huai. That is the hope of the magic girls. The power of hope. However, defeat? Watching the magic girls' last fight, Duanmu Huai's mouth curled up slightly. And then he faced the magic girl's attack and punched out. That punch was ordinary, and didn't seem to have any power at all. And can such a punch break the magic girl? Absolutely. It can easily. Bang! The moment Duanmu Huai's fist hit the magic beam, the beam exploded like a piece of paper. The powerful force condensed by the magic girl was completely insignificant in front of Duanmu Huai. It even bounced back. Ah! Accompanied by screams. The witch-like magic girls were blown away, hitting the wall one by one, and then fell to the ground like dumplings. At this moment, they no longer have any strength, and even their twisted witch forms have disappeared. At this moment, the magic girls looked at Duanmu Huai with only fear in their eyes. It seemed that at this moment, the one in front of them was not a super invincible, perverted and tyrannical magic girl, but a monster that could destroy the world and everything in the universe. Just standing there, just her eyes, her breath, seemed to be enough to make people palpitate. Even a look could make them explode on the spot. With just this level of power, you still want to change your fate? Duanmu Huai looked at the collapsed magical girls with contempt, sneered, and then turned and left. Now, they should know how to respect the strong. After knocking down those magical girls, Duanmu Huai quickly walked up to the platform and rushed over. When he crossed the corridor and joined others, he saw that everyone was standing in a room similar to a greenhouse. Huan Saiyu and others stood in the middle of the greenhouse, confronting the three girls opposite. And behind these three girls, there was a... What is that? A big fluttering moth? Looking at this furry moth that is as tall as several stories, Duanmu Huai is confused. Are we a magical girl? When did it become a Hollywood monster movie? Are you going to show me Godzilla next? Crack, crack, crack. Just when Duanmu Huai arrived, the entire greenhouse suddenly broke and exploded. And the next moment, a howling storm emerged and enveloped everyone. What's going on? Duanmu Huai ran to the crowd and asked. At this moment, these magic girls also looked pale, as if they had heard something terrible. Fortunately, there wasn't here. We already know the plan of Maggie's. But it's too late. What? What do you mean? Hearing Anne's words, Duanmu Huai raised his eyebrows. Why is it too late? And also quickly explained to Duanmu Huai that according to him, the three people of Maggie's have strange powers. They used their wishes to take over QB's wishing system and form a connection with that big moth called Eve. So they created a witch-like system. But not only that, in order to spread this system to the whole world, they even summoned Witch Knight and tried to let Eve devour Witch Knight and become a complete witch. In this way, the power of Eve can cover the whole world and save all magical girls. In other words, this storm is a sign of the coming of Witch Knight. Duanmu Huai frowned and looked at Akemi Hamura, who nodded with a sullen face. That's true. But I have never encountered such a thing. In the previous reincarnation, Witch Knight did not come so early, and never came to Shibin City. No way. Let's change the plan. Duanmu Huai was very calm and made a decision quickly. We first eliminate Eve, defeat Magus, and then kill Witch Knight. Then take over the magical girl network. And prepare to notify others to take action. Understood. Please wait a moment. Just then, Huan Saiyu suddenly ran over and grabbed Duanmu Huai. Huh? What's wrong? Please save my sister. Eve. She is you. Huh? Duanmu Huai was stunned when he heard Huan Saiyu's words. You said your sister? Is that big fluttering moth? Chapter 1223 Cleaning Up. Duanmu Huai has heard about the current situation from it. Of course. This also means that the plan needs to be changed. But is this a problem? For Duanmu Huai. When has the plan ever gone smoothly? He doesn't believe that two-headed idiot. So why bother about the plan? If there is a problem, just find another way. But this accident is indeed a bit unexpected. Is that big moth the sister that Huan Saiyu has been looking for so long? How did your sister turn into a moth? So what are you going to do? I don't know either. Looking at Huan Saiyu's dejected look, Duanmu Huai was speechless. I can give you a chance. And you can figure it out yourself. But if you can't figure it out, we can only kill that big moth. And we must not let it enter Shabin City. At this point, Duanmu Huai and Yutong Lingnyo looked at each other, and the latter nodded seriously. Just now, Yutong Lingnyo had issued a typhoon warning through AA's communication system, requiring the entire city of Kamahama to evacuate immediately. After all, this fluttering moth is about the same size as the little monster fighting Ultraman in the special effects film. If it really enters Kamahama, it will be a big trouble. And stop this guy. Understood, hearing Duanmu Huai's order, and nodded, and then stretched out his hand. Manalia Defense Formation. Woo! Accompanying An's action, a clay doll instantly emerged from the ground, raised his arms high, and rushed towards the big fluttering moth in front of him. Seeing the clay doll in front of him, the big fluttering moth also flapped its wings fiercely, and a force 10 gale rose from the ground and blew towards the clay doll. Ah! The power of the fluttering moth was so great that even the girls in the distance were almost blown away. Fortunately, the clay doll was in the form of a tumbler, and was only blown back a step, then roared again, waving his stone fist and rushing towards the big fluttering moth. And the two sides fought in a group. Hurry! Let's catch up! At this moment, the others also wanted to rush over. But at this moment, they saw Satomi Tuka and the other two girls blocking them. I will never allow you to stop the salvation of the magical girl. Eve will eventually hatch, and our magical girls will eventually be saved. Tuka. Looking at Satomi Tuka in front of her, Huan Saiyu's expression was a little complicated. But at this time Duanmu Huai came out. Leave this to me. You go first. Hey! Is it okay? I'll go over after I deal with them. At this point, Duanmu Huai glanced at Huan Saiyu. Let me make it clear. If you haven't rescued your sister by the time I get there, then you can just assume she's dead. Hearing Duanmu Huai's ruthless words, Huan Saiyu's face turned pale. But she also knew Duanmu Huai's temper, so she nodded vigorously, then glanced at Jian Denghua and Hiragi Yimeng again, turned around and ran towards the fluttering moth that was fighting with the clay doll with the others. Duanmu Huai retracted his gaze, looked at the three girls in front of him, and clenched his fists. Okay, who of you will die first? Duanmu Huai looked at the three people with no emotion in his eyes, only cold murderous intent. Since these three magical girls chose to release the fluttering moth to destroy the city, they are already Duanmu Huai's enemies. No matter how cute these girls are, they have to be taught a lesson. Alina, I want to see what you, a muscle monster, can do. A magic girl as ugly as you is worse than a witch, and not even worthy of being made into a work of art. At this time, the green-haired, mad girl among the three came out. She stared at Duanmu Huai and snorted, looking at the green-haired girl in front of him. Duanmu Huai's face sank, and he strode towards her. How stupid! Just when Duanmu Huai rushed to Alina, the latter suddenly raised her hand and waved at Duanmu Huai, and then saw a green cube emerge from Alina's hand, quickly rotating and expanding, blocking Alina. As a magical girl, Alina also has her own ability, which is barrier generation. She can create all kinds of barriers, and it is this ability of Alina that makes her one of the three leaders of Magus. In fact, whether it is the large barrier that covers the entire Shabin city and isolates the QB network, or the barrier used by the wings of Magus to imprison the witch, they are all Alina's work. Although Duanmu Huai in front of her looks mighty and majestic, and can eat three of them alone. For Alina, he is not afraid at all, as long as he is bound by his enchantment. Even a witch can only become his collection. But this guy looks too scary. Even Alina, who calls herself an artist, doesn't want this kind of collection. Just when Alina thought about it, The square cage had already arrived in front of Duanmu. In Alina's imagination, as long as this guy rushed into the enchantment, he would be locked up like those witches. Then Alina saw Duanmu clenched his right fist and punched the green block in front of him. How stupid! This is a barrier, not a real block. Is your brain full of muscles? Bang! However, at the same time Duanmu punched, the green block in front of Duanmu was really like glass, and was directly smashed into pieces by Duanmu's punch. Huh? Seeing the barrier in front of her being shattered, Alina was also confused. She couldn't imagine why the barrier she created would be broken. This is a barrier, not glass. But unfortunately, that was all she could do, because the next moment, Duanmu's fist went through the barrier and hit Alina's abdomen directly. Woo! The magic girl's body can indeed ignore a certain degree of pain, but Duanmu's power is not something a mere magic girl can resist. Although this punch did not directly break Alina in half, it also completely destroyed her spine, causing the girl to fly up. Then Duanmu clenched his fist again and punched Alina in the face. Bang! Poor Alina couldn't stand Duanmu's punch, and was directly hit 100 meters away, and then rolled on the ground for countless times. And then she was as still as a dead person. Seeing this, the other two little girls were stunned. They looked at each other, then turned around and ran. Where to run? Unfortunately, as soon as the two little girls turned around, Duanmu reached out his hand, grabbed the collar of each and pulled them back, and lifted the two little girls up like two cats. And looking at the fierce eyes of Duanmu in front of them, the two little ones were trembling. They didn't have the fighting power of Alina. Besides, even Alina's barrier couldn't trap this guy. So weren't they also giving up? Staring at the two, Duanmu hesitated for a while. According to Duanmu's attitude, the heads of these two little girls would have to be crushed by him. However, considering that Huan Sayu and them are good friends, but if I don't deal with them... By the way, thinking of this, Duanmu's eyes flashed with a gleam of light, and then he threw the two people to the ground, then stretched out his hand and pulled their skirts hard. Wow! What are you doing? The two were also shocked to see Duanmu actually pulled off their skirts. But before they could do anything else, Duanmu picked up Li Jian Denghua and pressed her to the ground, raised his hand, and slapped her, but... Pa! 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 Duanmu's slap was not light. Although it was a slap, it was actually no different from the ancient times of being dragged down and beaten with a stick for 40 times. If it weren't for Satomi Tuka being a magical girl, she would have been beaten to death by now. Even so, Satomi Tuka was screaming desperately at this moment. After all, Duanmu's slap really hurt. But Duanmu didn't care about this. After beating her, he threw Satomi Tuka aside, and then grabbed Hiragi Inaming and spanked her on the butt. Two little brats. Why don't you learn anything else but QB and pyramid schemes? Tired of living, right? Each of them was given 40 strokes of a cane, and they were beaten half to death. Duanmu then threw the two magical girls, who were only breathing in, but not out, to the side. Anyway, as long as the soul gem is not broken, the magical girls will not die, and they will recover after a while. The premise is that this big moth does not cause any trouble. Otherwise Huan Sayu will not be able to protect them. Woo-ah! Suddenly, at this moment, I saw Satomi Tuka and Hiragi Adamu suddenly hug their heads and curled up into a ball, looking extremely painful. At the same time, a scream was heard from afar. Woo! Duanmu looked up and saw that the big moth that was fighting with the clay doll began to gradually decompose and dissipate. After a moment, it completely disappeared into the air and disappeared without a trace. Did they do it? Duanmu was not too surprised about this. After all, and was there, in terms of magic, and was an extremely skilled master. This was why Duanmu gave Huan Sayu a chance. After all, she was also working hard as a guinea pig for him, so she should be paid at least. But on the other hand, if N couldn't do anything, then Duanmu would be even more helpless. When it comes to the problem of magic, he doesn't have the ability of N. So Duanmu said that if he went over and they still couldn't solve it, then this big moth would have no way out. Now it seems that this big moth is finished. So has Huanyo been rescued? Well, it seems that this is none of his business. Duanmu retracted his gaze and stared at the sky with a serious expression. Although the big moth seems to be finished, The storm is still going on. According to Akemi Hamura, the next is the biggest problem. Witch Knight is coming. Chapter 1224 Witch Knight. When Duanmu Huai joined the others, he saw Huan Sayu holding a girl who looked younger than her, but also had pink hair. Well, this should be her sister. Done? Duanmu Huai glanced at the sisterly love scene over there, walked to An and asked. An nodded. Yes, that's Shihuan's sister. Well, there must be some reason. So she became Eve. In short, just solve it. Duanmu Huai didn't care about the cause and effect, because there were more serious problems now. Xiaoyan, how long will it take for Witch Knight? At present, I'm afraid it will not exceed an hour at most. Humiko Akemi also stared at the thick thunderclouds in the distance with a serious expression, and silently calculated the time. 1 hour. Hearing what Akemi said, Yutong Lingnyo's face suddenly changed. 1 hour is not enough for us to evacuate the citizens of Kamahama City. Are you kidding? A city with a population of 1 million cannot be evacuated even in 2 hours. According to Hamura Akemi, Witch Knight is actually the same as other witches. When she appears, she will first deploy a witch barrier, which will not affect the real world. But if she is not defeated quickly, when Witch Knight's barrier completely covers the entire Kamahama City, it will immediately erode reality and completely destroy it. In other words, after Witch Knight appears and deploys the barrier, the two sides will really start fighting. The storm now is just the prelude. Witch Knight has not appeared yet, and has not even opened the barrier. It's okay. I can handle it. Duanmu Huai snorted and said. He has learned about the characteristics of Witch Knight from Hamura Akemi. In short, this Witch Knight is not particularly strong, but it is very resistant to beating. It is difficult for Hamura Akemi to break her defense. Apart from that, this Witch Knight does not seem to have any particularly strange and terrible power. In this case, Duanmu Huai has nothing to be afraid of. Isn't it a firepower problem if the defense cannot be broken? In the final analysis, all problems are firepower problems. As long as the firepower is sufficient, all problems are not problems. And for the Inquisition, the firepower problem is exactly the least of the problems. Leave it to me to solve it. Well, okay. Yugi Ayano had no other choice. After all, it was definitely impossible to evacuate the entire city in an hour. Even if the barrier of Witch Knight would not affect reality at the beginning, this storm alone was enough to paralyze the entire traffic in Kamahama City. In this situation, evacuation is obviously not feasible, and will only cause greater chaos. So, we can only hope to destroy Kamahama before Witch Knight completely destroys it. At this moment, a strange laugh suddenly sounded. Ah ha 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 ha. Ah ha 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 ha. Ah ha 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 ha. Here it comes. Hearing this voice, Hamura Akemi trembled all over and clenched her fists. Hearing what Hamura Akemi said, the others immediately became nervous and looked around. Then Anko Sakura raised the spear in her hand and pointed it at the clouds in the distance. Is it that one? Looking in the direction of Xingzi's spear, everyone saw a strange figure rising and falling in the thick dark clouds. It looked like a person standing upside down, with 2 long horns on his head and a strange magic circle flashing behind him. Is this Witch Knight? It doesn't look that powerful. Duanmu Huai looked at the Witch Knight in front of him in confusion. It seemed that he didn't think it was that powerful. But it turned out to be a task for the Inquisition? That's it? Are we going to take action? At this time, everyone came to the top of a nearby high-rise building and stared at the witch who was floating in the wind and making strange laughter. Tomomomi moved, tightened her flintlock in her hand, and asked. Beside her, Tamaki Iroha and others were also ready. We must not let Witch Knight enter Kamahama City. Yugi Ayano was also very nervous at this moment. Witch Knight appeared and was heading towards Kamahama City. Once it entered Kamahama City, the consequences would be disastrous. Fortunately, Witch Knight is still at sea. If we can destroy it here, that would be the best. Please, everyone, go! The other magical girls also heard about Witch Knight from Hamura Akemi. But even so, they were not sure how powerful Witch Knight was. So they rushed to attack Witch Knight. The first to take action was naturally Tomomomi. She waved her right hand, and thousands of flintlock rifles formed a gun array and fired at Witch Knight in the distance. At the same time, Nanami Ichiyo and Sakura Kyoko also summoned countless spears and smashed them towards Witch Knight. On the other side, Akemi Hamura and Tamaki Iroha raised their weapons and fired at Witch Knight. Even Chitsuki took out her plasma gun. Well, the range is not enough. I can only support it mentally. Boom boom boom. The magical girl's attack hit Witch Knight's huge body at the same time, and a series of flames and smoke erupted. But when the smoke cleared, Witch Knight reappeared in front of everyone. She was completely unscathed. How could it be? Seeing this, Sakura Anko, Tomomomi, and Naomi Yachiyo were all shocked. These three were all veteran magical girls, and it was as easy for them to defeat witches alone as it was for them to eat and drink water, let alone someone like Tamaki Iroha. At least the three of them could break through the defense when they worked together. But the fact is that Witch Knight didn't even seem to have a scratch on her skin. Is this witch so exaggerated? Ha! Just as the three magical girls were astonished, Kizara on the other side also spread his wings, flew through the air with a magic sword in his hand, and chopped down the head of the witch standing upside down in front of him. Ah ha ha ha. Ah ha 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 ha. Facing Kizara's attack, Witch Knight still did not dodge or evade, but just smiled like a fool. Kizara naturally didn't care about this, and chopped down her with a sword. Dang! The next moment, Kizara flew backwards in an instant, turning several times in the air before stopping. Wow! This guy is too thick-skinned. Looking at the face of Witch Knight, which was just a grinning face, Mugung also took a breath. Just now, she chopped down at the opponent's head with all her strength. But the witch was as hard as diamond, and could not be chopped at all. How to fight? Thinking of this, Mugung turned his head to look at others, and shouted loudly. No. It's too hard. It can't be chopped at all. What should I do? Hearing Mugung's words, everyone's faces also changed slightly. Although the previous attack was a test, everyone actually used 80% of their strength. Although they did not use their full strength, even 80% of their strength could not cause any damage to Witch Knight. So what if they used their full strength? Would it also be scraping? But fortunately, they still have a trump card. Thinking of this, everyone turned their heads and looked at Duanmu Huai. If even he couldn't do anything, then there would be no hope of dealing with Witch Knight. However, unlike what everyone thought, Duanmu Huai did not go up to deal with Witch Knight directly, but lowered his head to talk to him. Are you in place? Yes. Just now. Actually, we should have given it more time. Plans are not as fast as changes. Now that it has come to this, we can only change the order first. Deal with Witch Knight, and then proceed to the second step of the plan. Then, okay. Do it now? That's right. Call for help. Okay. Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, and nodded. And then everyone saw her reach out and tap on her arm. And then something like a screen in a science fiction movie appeared out of thin air. Ah. Missin. And Uncle Duanmu? What are you wearing? Pretty. Right? Hey. This. Faced with Duanmu Huai, who was wearing a pink and white magic girl lace dress, and proudly showing off his muscles to him. Aikotel on the opposite side was confused, and didn't know what to say. But everyone in the court knew Duanmu Huai's bad taste, such as pink furry rabbits. They were used to it. Ha. And sighed silently and interrupted the ineffective communication between the two sides. The plan needs to be implemented in advance. Notify the fleet to stand by. Understood. Hearing Anne's order, Aiko, who was confused by Duanmu Huai's unexpected behavior, also reacted quickly and nodded hurriedly. The fleet has arrived at the designated location and can act at any time. Then, destroy that monster first. As he spoke, and locked onto Witch Knight, while Ikid stared at the screen and nodded. Receive the order. Executed immediately. As he spoke, Ikid cut off the communication. And seeing this, everyone was also confused. Just when they wanted to ask questions, suddenly, a shocking scene appeared. I saw a huge black shadow emerge out of thin air in the thick clouds in the sky. And then, the magnificent giant warship descended from the clouds like a big whale. And then it slowly rotated the hull, and the macro cannon and light spear on the side aimed at Witch Knight in front of it at the same time. Humph. Looking at this scene, Duanmu Huai sneered. Insufficient firepower. Right? Then let you have a taste of what full firepower means. Fire! Boom! Accompanied by Duanmu Huai's order, the giant ship's cannon in front of him instantly erupted with a thunderous roar, and the roaring shells and light spears flew out together, smashing towards the Witch Knight in front. Today I went to a nearby strawberry base to pick strawberries, and picked a bunch of big and sweet ones. Hee hee hee. But I was exhausted from riding a bike, and it was so expensive. 60 per kilogram. Oh. Chapter 1225 Weird Mechanism. When it was communicating with Ikit, the magic girls next to him were already confused. However, when they saw the giant metal warship falling from the sky and attacking Witch Knight, their expressions changed. To be honest, although everyone had thought a lot about the strength of the tribunal, everything they saw now told them that their ideas were still too simple. Boom, boom, boom. The shells and beams ruthlessly bombarded Witch Knight, and the earth-shaking roar and explosion waves followed. Even the seawater was affected and began to expand rapidly, turning into a violent tsunami that directly hit the embankment of Kamahama City and rushed into the city center. Even the high-rise building where everyone was standing was shaking under this ruthless bombardment and impact. Countless glass was shattered, and the gushing waves poured into the streets, which was as shocking as the opening of a doomsday movie. Humura Akemi also took a breath of cold air. She had used a lot of equipment such as bombs, but the Battle of the Inquisition was far beyond her imagination. At the same time, Humura Akemi also widened her eyes and focused on the battlefield ahead. With the powerful strength of the Inquisition, can it destroy Witch Knight? The answer soon appeared. When the smoke dissipated, Witch Knight appeared in front of everyone again. But this time it was no longer unscathed like before. On the contrary, it can be seen that Witch Knight's body is full of broken gaps. Obviously, the attack of the Inquisition has caused considerable damage to Witch Knight. However, accompanied by the ghostly laughter of Witch Knight, its body recovered as before in the next moment, as if it had not been hurt at all. How could it be? Seeing this scene, a desperate expression appeared on Humura Akemi's face. Could it be that even the powerful fighting power of the tribunal could not defeat Witch Knight? Oh! Compared to Humura Akemi, Duanmu Huai seemed very calm. He just raised his eyebrows. Continue the attack. Boom, boom, boom. As Duanmu Huai finished speaking, another round of attacks erupted, and Duanmu Huai just stood there with his arms folded. His idea was simple. The equivalent problem was never a problem. As long as the equivalent was enough, it would be enough to solve the Witch Knight. He didn't believe that the other party could withstand such a bombing. Round after round of bombing had completely changed everything around. The surging seawater poured into the streets, directly turning the streets of Shabin City into a swamp. The low houses nearby were directly overturned and broken by the impact of the explosion. Fortunately, this is the Witch's Barrier. Otherwise I don't know how many people would die. After several rounds of bombing, Duanmu Huai ordered the warship to cease fire again, and then looked forward. I saw the smoke scattered, and the remnants of the Witch Knight, which had been almost blown to half of its body, were floating in the wind, looking as if it was finished. But soon, the remnants of the Witch Knight suddenly expanded several times, and turned into its original form again. Ah-ha-ha-ha. 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 Hey! You're not done yet. Hearing Witch Knight's laughter again, Duanmu Huai became even more unhappy. Fire the main gun. Under Duanmu Huai's command, the warship slowly turned around and aimed the bow at Witch Knight in front. Then the BFG 9000 main gun shone with emerald green light, and then turned into a beam full of infinite energy, shooting straight at Witch Knight. The power was so great that even the sea surface was torn into a huge gully like Moses parting the sea under the influence of the huge power of the beam. Not only that, even the thick clouds in the sky were torn into a huge hole. The plasma beam roared past without any hindrance, instantly engulfing the Witch Knight and disappearing at the end of the horizon. Seeing this scene, everyone present gasped and looked at Duanmu Huai and in amazement. They finally knew how terrifying the Inquisition was, especially Yugi Ayano. Although AAA was a force that had mastered advanced technology, compared to the warships of the Inquisition, they were just like antiques from hundreds of years ago. Not to mention the power. This is too scary. If this was fired at Kamahama City, would there still be anyone alive in Kamahama City? So powerful. It's just like a science fiction movie. Xianshu's eyes were shining, and she stared at the battleship with excitement. She liked watching movies, and this scene was even more exciting than the most exciting sci-fi movie Qianshu had ever seen. How could she not like it? Just as everyone had different thoughts, the beam of light dissipated, and the place where Witch Knight was originally located was empty. Obviously, Witch Knight had been completely destroyed. Ah-ha-ha-ha. 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 However, before everyone could breathe a sigh of relief, Witch Knight reappeared out of thin air with that weird laughter. And it just swayed there, as if mocking everyone's incompetence. Hey! Seeing this, Dwanmu White glared, and then turned to Akemi Hamura. You said Kane Madoka destroyed this thing? Is it true? Dwanmu White remembered very clearly that Akemi Hamura told him that in a previous reincarnation, she and Kane Madoka teamed up to defeat and destroy Witch Knight. And then Kane Madoka turned into a witch because of excessive consumption of magic power, which made Akemi Hamura know the truth. But Dwanmu White said that this is unscientific. How can a little girl like Kane Madoka be able to match the firepower of a battleship? What kind of international joke is this? I didn't lie. Kane Madoka did defeat Witch Knight at that time. Why can't we fight no matter how hard we try? Dwanmu White couldn't figure out what was going on, and then frowned slightly at this moment. I think it might be some kind of mechanism. Mechanism? Yes. I can feel that the magic fluctuations of Witch Knight and the magic girls are very similar. And Witch Knight was not unharmed just now, but regenerated after being hurt. In other words, maybe only by using the power of magic girls can it be completely defeated. Otherwise it will not succeed. So it's like a vampire. Only sunlight or wooden stakes can be used. Otherwise, it will be resurrected? Dwanmu White understood En's meaning as soon as he heard it. That should be about the case. Maybe that's how Miss Kane Madoka won. That's not unreasonable. Dwanmu White narrowed his eyes and nodded. After all, witches are transformed from magical girls. Maybe there is some special connection between the two that he didn't think of. If that's the case, then it doesn't seem unreasonable that only magical girls can destroy witches. So, it's really troublesome. Let me do it! Dwanmu White clenched his warhammer and waved his hand. After all, he was also a magical girl now. Dwanmu White didn't believe that he couldn't defeat Kane Madoka. Thinking of this, Dwanmu White also clenched his warhammer, tensed his whole body, and jumped towards Witch Knight. Ah-ha-ha-ha. Ah-ha-ha-ha-ha. It was obvious that Witch Knight was not just taking a beating without fighting back. It might also be that it felt some kind of threat from the murderous Dwanmu White. Just as Dwanmu White rushed towards it, Witch Knight laughed again. At the same time, the buildings that were originally shattered around were also flying under the influence of an invisible force, smashing towards Dwanmu White from all directions. Boom, 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 boom. At the same time, the warships behind Dwanmu White opened fire again. If they couldn't kill Witch Knight, could they not even blow up these junks? What a joke. Under the cover of artillery fire, the building flying towards Dwanmu White was smashed into pieces. But Dwanmu White continued to rush to Witch Knight, raised his warhammer high, and hammered down at its smiling face that deserved a beating. Ah-ha-ha. Ah-ha-ha-ha. Ah-ha. This time, before Witch Knight's laughter had even died down, Dwanmu White hit her mouth with a hammer, and then her huge body flew directly to the ground and fell heavily to the ground. Boom! Although it was not visible in the air. On the ground, the Witch Knight in front of him was almost as big as a high-rise building. When it fell to the ground, it immediately smashed a huge hole in the ground. Go to hell! At the same time, Dwanmu White also fell from the sky like a meteor, and crashed into the body of Witch Knight with his hammer, instantly smashing Witch Knight's body in half. Ah-ha-ha-ha. 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 At this moment, Dwanmu White had already used the power of the God of Destruction. With one blow, Witch Knight's body collapsed again. However, even so, this strange witch still laughed sharply, and her body began to recover again. Hey, this is not over yet? Dwanmu White frowned. He hated mechanical monsters the most. Things that must conform to a certain mechanism to be killed are the most annoying. Can't you just kill it directly? And what can you do? Dwanmu White finally decided to let the expert solve the problem. He couldn't solve it. At this moment, and also flew down from the top of the tall building and landed beside Dwanmu White. She stared at the Witch Knight in front of her, and then frowned slightly. Mr. Knight, it seems that there is indeed a problem. What's the problem? This thing seems to. At this point, and paused. It seems to be connected to the Magic Girl Network. Huh? Chapter 1226 Eliminate the root of the problem. You said this thing is connected to the Magic Girl Network? Looking at the Witch Knight in front of him, Dwanmu White looked incredible, and then nodded. Yes, when Witch Knight was attacked just now, I did feel that it produced an energy fluctuation, which overlapped with other magic girls, and then it was resurrected. So I guess that the power of Witch Knight should come from the magic girls. So, Witch Knight is not a witch, but a collection of concepts? It's very possible. At this moment, Hamura Akemi also interrupted with a serious face. I have investigated the matter about Witch Knight. According to records, Witch Knight has appeared several times in history, causing great damage, and then disappeared. I think it is impossible for the magical girls in the past to be completely defeated by Witch Knight. Now that I think about it, it is very likely that they did destroy Witch Knight at that time. But after that, Witch Knight was resurrected again. That's why it became like this now. So, as long as the magic girl is still there, the witch will not be completely destroyed. Duanmu Huai touched his chin and snorted. It's really interesting. If that's the case, then we should just cut the grass and root it out. What does this mean? Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, the magic girls present couldn't help but take 2 steps back. And Duanmu Huai just glanced at them, and then looked at him. Is it too late now? Now? And quietly opened his personal terminal, and looked at the data inside. No problem. It can be done. The fleet is in place. The satellite can be released at any time. Very good. Hearing this, Duanmu Huai nodded with satisfaction. Then, ah-ha-ha-ha, ah-ha-ha-ha, ah-ha-ha-ha. However, before Duanmu Huai finished speaking, he saw that accompanied by the ghostly laughter, Witch Knight was resurrected again, laughing and trying to fly again. However, Duanmu Huai did not even turn his head back, but smashed Witch Knight's face with a hammer again, and knocked her back to the ground. Seeing this scene, everyone silently wiped the cold sweat. Can't afford to offend. Let's act. Without even looking at Witch Knight lying on the ground and twitching, Duanmu Huai reached out his hand, then took out the stasis force field and threw it. Come out. QB. With a click, the wild QB came out. Oh my. Resurrected from the stasis force field again. QB was stunned for a moment, then looked at the Witch Knight in front of him with a surprised expression. I didn't expect you to be able to deal with Witch Knight. Okay. Stop talking nonsense, little bastard. However, before QB finished speaking, Duanmu Huai reached out and directly pinched its body, holding QB up. It's better to hit the day than to pick it up. You're done for. Go to hell. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai stretched out his hands and tightly grasped QB's neck. Of course, with Duanmu Huai's strength, he could crush QB into pulp with one hand. However, Duanmu Huai also knew that it was useless to deal with QB in this way, because Lumiel had told Duanmu Huai that QB's form was actually the projection of that high-dimensional race in this plane, which was no different from 3D stereoscopic imaging. Therefore, it was useless to simply crush QB into pulp. But fortunately, Lumiel also told Duanmu Huai how to deal with QB. It has been said before that the two-dimensional world can only sense the projection part of the three-dimensional world on the paper. And conversely, the projection of QB is equivalent to the data flow port between the high-dimensional race and this plane. Then for Duanmu Huai, who has the priesthood of old ones, the next step is very simple. Duanmu Huai strangled QB's throat with both hands, and the veins on his thick arms bulged. At the same time, the tentacles condensed by dark shadows extended and climbed forward along Duanmu Huai's arms like poisonous snakes, and then entangled QB's white body. At this moment, QB seemed to realize that something was wrong. He widened his scarlet eyes and tried desperately to struggle. However, no matter how he struggled, Duanmu Huai would not let go. As a projection, QB naturally had no feeling. But the problem was that Duanmu Huai's attack was not a physical attack, but a mental attack. At this moment, the power of the old days that he possessed was invading the QB port continuously, and began to completely pollute the mental network of the entire QB race. Ouch. At the same time, the magical girls, such as Tomomami, Sakura Kyoko, and Nanami Uchiyo, who were not far away, all trembled. What is this feeling? So strange. So uncomfortable. Nanami Uchiyo tightly grasped the spear, her body trembling constantly. She could feel as if there were slippery, cold snakes crawling up her body under her clothes. It was obviously not there, but this touch was extremely real. Not only Nanami Uchiyo, but also Sakura Kyoko and Akemi Hamura, all looked a little strange at this time. On the contrary, Tomomami and Tamaki Iroha stood by, looking at their companions with a puzzled look, not knowing what happened to them. Ms. Uchiyo, are you okay? Kyoko? What happened to you? Seeing the strange looks of the others, Tamaki Iroha and Tomomomi couldn't help but walk over and ask. Hearing their questions, Nanami Yachiyo gritted her teeth and shook her head. And Sakura Anzi even sat down on the ground, hugged her arms, and trembled all over. So weird. It seems that something special is. Hey, what are you doing? Sakura Anzi also shouted at Duanmu Huai at this time. But Duanmu Huai did not answer her question. In fact, after contacting QB, Duanmu Huai's spirit has completely entered another world. It was a dark world, as dark as the universe, in which the stars were connected by lines, forming a constellation-like pattern, extending all the way to the depths of the universe. Is this the network of a high-dimensional civilization? Duanmu Huai didn't understand this. He could only judge through his ancient god power, and sense that the lines in front of him were connected to the QB that he had eroded, forming a huge network that covered the sky and almost covered several galaxies. How did this high-dimensional civilization work? Duanmu Huai thought about it, and then gave up thinking decisively. Maybe Lemuel could explain this thing clearly, but Duanmu Huai didn't understand it at all. But he didn't need to understand. After all, the power of the old ones was enough to deal with these guys. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai's mind turned, and the power of the old gods also erupted. The people outside naturally couldn't see what Duanmu Huai saw. They just watched Duanmu Huai holding the QB tightly and staring at its eyes motionlessly. And QB seemed to be stunned, just staring at Duanmu Huai, also motionless. And then, the tentacles formed by the shadows on Duanmu Huai's arms suddenly raised their heads like poisonous snakes, and then suddenly drilled into QB's body. Ah! 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 QB didn't react, but Nanami Yachiyo and Sakura Kyoko screamed and collapsed to the ground. What is this feeling? It's so uncomfortable. Something. It's so swollen. What's going on? Seeing the others in such pain, Qianshu was also shocked, and then shook his head. Don't worry. Don't worry. Are you sure? Yes. I think it's not just them now. Even other magical girls should feel similarly. And Witch Knight should be the same. Huh? Hearing this, Qianshu was stunned for a moment, turned his head, and looked at Witch Knight, who was smashed into the pit. Sure enough, he saw that Witch Knight was also twisting her body, although it had no other facial features except its mouth. It seemed to be in great pain. At this moment, in that high-dimensional space, there was another scene. The dark, blood-like power of the old god spread forward quickly, swallowing up the shining light and light spots. Under the erosion of the power of the old gods, the originally shining stars and the universe in front of them quickly turned into a bloody and horrible appearance. The glowing stars turned into objects like blood cells, and the light that originally connected the glory of these stars turned into rough and ugly blood vessels. They are running away. Duanmu Huai could feel that these high-dimensional creatures had obviously sensed that something was wrong. They were now fleeing rapidly into the depths, while the old gods were like poisonous snakes, chasing them relentlessly. Everywhere they went, everything was corroded, polluted, devoured, and transformed by the power of the old gods. This was the power of the old rulers. Finally, in this seemingly endless pursuit, Duanmu Huai saw it. In the depths of the dark and boundless darkness, a ball of light that emitted a dazzling glow like a star was floating there. And it is also the center of all the light and light spots around. Go! Duanmu Huai did not hesitate. The next moment, the infinite power of the old days turned into a raging wave and rushed directly to the light ball in front of him. Although the light ball emitted a shining brilliance, trying to block the power of the old ruler, it was about to be swallowed up by Duanmu Huai's infinite divine power. At the same time, a voice suddenly appeared in Duanmu Huai's mind. Are you really going to do this? Chapter 1227 None of my business. I thought you would keep pretending to be dead. Hearing the voice in his head, Duanmu Huai sneered. Why? Now that you feel you are finished, are you going to beg for mercy? Not really. We think we can reach an agreement. Oh! Hearing this, Duanmu Huai raised his eyebrows. Why? Because our goals are the same, aren't they? What we hope for is not out of individual selfishness, but the extension of the entire universe. As long as we sacrifice the lives of a few human girls, we can continue the entire universe. Isn't this a very cost-effective thing? After all, once the universe falls into final destruction, both humans and other races will be destroyed together. Moreover, We are not exploiting them. But we are standing on an equal footing and negotiating with them as intelligent creatures. Those human girls chose to make wishes. And we also fulfilled their wishes. So we think this is a very reasonable exchange. They got what they needed. So they naturally paid a price. Moreover, their sacrifice can be exchanged for the continuation of the entire universe. Isn't this a good thing? Are you done? Facing QB's speech, Duan Muhui snorted. Then go to hell. Then, he clenched his right hand tightly, accompanying Duan Muhui's movements. The surging power of the old days suddenly rushed forward, tightly entangled the white light ball. And then the brightness of the white light ball began to gradually become dim. I can't understand. Why do you make such an illogical move? Continuing the existence of the universe is obviously a good thing for all species. Bang! Finally, the dark power of the old gods completely destroyed the core of the QB clan. And then the surroundings fell into an infinite abyss of darkness. Humph! Idiot! Duan Muhui regained consciousness and snorted coldly. Of course he understood what QB meant. As QB said, sacrificing a few girls in exchange for the continuation of the universe seemed to be a good deal at first glance. But the question is, does this have anything to do with humans? You know, the complete destruction of the universe will happen in who knows how many trillions of years. And it is uncertain whether the human race will still exist at that time. You are talking to me about this? It's just like someone telling you that the Earth will explode in millions of years. And you can postpone this deadline by sacrificing a pair of boys and girls every year. Do you think others will think you are an idiot? Even if the Earth really explodes in millions of years, it is still a question whether humans can survive until then. Who the hell cares about this? Maybe before the Earth explodes, all humans will die for various reasons. As for what happens after death, I don't care about the flood after I die. Wouldn't it be better if all the civilizations in the universe came together to accompany me? If humans are really facing the crisis of extinction, it would be best if they could take the entire galaxy with them before they die. And it would be even better if they could be buried with the universe. For a race like QB that has no emotions and only talks about rationality, perhaps they can't understand the thoughts of humans at all. Of course, if there are humans who are willing to listen to QB's nonsense, there are definitely some. But that definitely does not include Duan Muhui. Because Duan Muhui is the god of destruction. Everything will be destroyed one day. And the universe itself is no exception. As the god of destruction, Duan Muhui certainly cannot agree with QB's reasoning. Otherwise, how can he be the god of destruction? As the god of destruction, if he himself does not agree with destruction, isn't that nonsense? So no matter how much the QB clan says, Duan Muhui will not have any idea. From the perspective of the Inquisition, the pure aliens of the QB clan must be destroyed. As the original god Duan Muhui, the god of destruction naturally would not agree with QB's behavior. Can humans live until the destruction of the universe? If so, it would not be a loss, indicating that human civilization has reached an unprecedented height. Right? Apart from other things, even if we count the history of the universe, did the ancient saints live until the destruction of the universe? What about the Necroner? What about the Eldar? There are also races such as the Forerunners, among which there are many level 1 cosmic civilizations. How many of them lived until the destruction of the universe? Even the star gods may not have this ability. So isn't it all nonsense for you to tell me this? Therefore, when Duan Muhui listened to QB's words, his heart was not moved at all. If humans can't survive until the destruction of the universe, then the destruction of the universe has nothing to do with humans. And they can't wait for it to happen sooner, so that everyone can come to the Tomb Hub for team building. If humans can survive until the destruction of the universe, it means that humans have surpassed most of the races in the universe and become the supreme civilization that is high above. It is not in vain that humans have lived in this world. They have made a lot of money and have no losses. What else can they think about? So for Duan Muhui, QB's behavior can be explained in 4 words. What does it have to do with me? Moreover, Duan Muhui also suspected that the QB clan was talking nonsense. The reason is very simple. If the QB clan really has no emotions, then according to reason, they certainly will not have the desire to survive, let alone want to continue the universe. The desire to survive will only be generated by races with emotions, and races without emotions will not care about these things. Of course, from the perspective of the Inquisition, all aliens are threats. Just kill them. As for whether the QB clan really has no feelings or is just pretending, or whether they have other plans behind the scenes, Duan Muhui doesn't care. After all, As long as they are finished, the problem will be solved. If the problem cannot be solved, the person who created the problem will be solved. Of course, after solving the person who created the problem must be solved. Duanmu Huai retracted his thoughts and opened his eyes. At this moment, the QB in his hand had turned into pieces and completely disappeared into the air. And Duanmu Huai looked at it and nodded. Do it. Okay. When N saw Duanmu Huai open his eyes, she immediately realized that the QB clan was finished. So she quickly stretched out her hand and saw a giant magic circle unfold above N's head, and then turned into a shining and roaring beam of light, rushing directly into the sky. If you pull the entire camera into space at this moment, you can see that in the high-altitude orbit of the entire planet, several metal satellites with strange shapes are staying in different positions. When the beam shot by and passed through the atmosphere and hit one of the satellites, the latter immediately emitted a shining brilliance, and then rays of light emerged from it, spreading in all directions, connecting with other satellites like a spider web. In just a moment, the entire planet was completely covered by this satellite network, and then the light became brighter. At that moment, every inch of the planet was completely covered by the light. Oh! Yachio Nanami pressed her chest in pain and moaned softly. At the same time, her transformation was instantly lifted, and she turned into a soul gem again and floated in front of Yachio Nanami. Then the soul gem quickly dissolved and dissipated, turning into beams of light that flowed into Yachio Nanami's body. Not only Nanami Hachio, but also Sakura Kyoko and others in the distance were the same at this moment. They all lifted their transformations, and the soul gems also decomposed and turned into pure magic power again, flowing into the bodies of the magical girls. Seeing this scene, Tomomomi and Tamaki Iroha were a little worried, but they didn't say much. After all, as the original guinea pigs, they understood what this meant the most. Obviously, the magical girl network is being changed, and the fate of all magical girls will be completely reversed at this moment. Huh? After a moment, Nanami Yachio opened her eyes and stared at her hands with a complicated look. Duanmu Huai certainly wouldn't be so stupid as not to give any explanation. In fact, when casting the magic circle, Duanmu Huai asked him to instill the explanation so that the magic girls could understand their current situation. Of course, according to Duanmu Huai, it would be better to add a PPT or explanation video or something, and naturally refused firmly. I have never seen such a tossing party like you. So the final version is that when all the magic girls are transformed, a paragraph will appear in their minds, informing them of their current situation. In short, the magic girls enter the version update, and the soul gems and filth are cancelled in the new version. And because the wishes of the magic girls are against the will of heaven, their souls will be damaged, and they need to hunt witches to obtain the seeds of sorrow to repair their souls. This version is the final update, because the QB clan has been eliminated. So if you have any questions, you can contact the tribunal, etc. How should I put it? It feels complicated. Looking at her hands, Nanami Hachio's expression twitched a little. Of course, she knew the plan of Duanmu Huai and others, so she was not unprepared for this change. But what's the meaning of this thing that seems like a novice tutorial at the beginning of the game? It's obviously a serious matter, but you messed it up like this. Nanami Hachio doesn't know what to say. If you have any questions, please contact the tribunal. But we can't guarantee to help you solve it. Then don't say it. Look! Witch Knight. Just when Nanami Hachio was complaining in her heart, Xianfu's voice suddenly sounded. Everyone turned their heads and saw that in the big pit, the huge Witch Knight had begun to completely decompose. This time, no one attacked it, but Witch Knight seemed to have been attacked fiercely and began to gradually dissipate. Finally, in the eyes of everyone, it completely disappeared. As Witch Knight dissipated, the thick dark clouds in the sky also dissipated, and the sun fell from the sky, illuminating the city of Kamahama in front of them. The fate of the magical girl also took a completely different path at this moment. Chapter 1228 Post-Processing. With the witch's problem solved, the true strength of the tribunal was finally revealed to everyone. Apart from anything else, the giant metal warship alone was enough to completely crush their three views. And Duanmu Huai was naturally, I won't pretend anymore. I'm showing my cards. What's the matter? After that, Duanmu Huai invited everyone to the tribunal's warship, and as usual, he played the companies. No, Tribunal's promotional video for them. After watching the trailer, everyone was confused. This is the Inquisition. Yuki Ayano sat in a chair blankly. Her mind was blank. Although AAA was also an organization that fought against demons, she didn't expect the Inquisition to be so large, traversing the Starry Sea and eliminating all threats except humans. So awesome. Really awesome. And Qianshu's eyes were shining at this moment, as excited as if she was watching a science fiction movie. As for the magical girls, they looked at each other in bewilderment, speechless. How should they put it? After all, they are still magical girls, so it is no problem for them to accept magic. But when it comes to science fiction, they feel that their brains are not enough. Shaolin, can I also join the tribunal? After watching the promotional video, Qianshu immediately found in, excitedly holding her hand and asking, while An hesitated a little and smiled helplessly. Qianshu, tell me the truth? I think it shouldn't work. Hey! Why? Hearing this, Qianshu was obviously very disappointed. She loved those blockbuster movies the most. And what the Inquisition did was much more exciting than blockbuster movies. Not to mention that it was for the protection of mankind. Because you are not qualified. At this time, Duanmu Huai, who had regained his clone form, came over and silently complained. Not qualified. Yes, you are a non-killer. But you forgot that the Inquisition killed a lot of people in the movie just now. For the tribunal, as long as there is a threat to humanity, no matter whether it is a man, woman, old or young, the tribunal will ruthlessly eliminate it. Speaking of this, Duanmu Huai snorted coldly and looked at Qianshu. What? Can you do it? This? Sure enough. Facing Duanmu Huai's questioning, Qianshu was speechless. To be honest, if she was asked to deal with aliens, Qianshu felt that she could do it. But the tribunal's method of eradicating the roots, this was a bit beyond Qianshu's acceptance. She looked at him for help, but the latter just shook his head. Miss Qianshu, I understand your feelings, but the Inquisition does this kind of work. Cruel, cold, ruthless, and efficient. This is the purpose of the Inquisition. Especially when facing aliens, heretics and demons, the Inquisition will not talk to them about rules and morals. And also felt deeply about this. After all, she had seen a lot along the way with Duanmu Huai, and she knew very well that being kind to the enemy was cruel to oneself. But An also knew that this kind of thing was indeed not acceptable to everyone. So strictly speaking, although she and Qianshu got along well, and felt that Qianshu would not accept the tribunal's approach, Wu, as expected, after hearing An's dissuasion, Qianshu herself hesitated. But Yu Tonglingnai didn't care about this, and walked over directly and grabbed Duanmu Huai's hand. Then, can our AAA cooperate with the tribunal? You know, before this, AAA decided to cling to the thigh of the Inquisition through the plasma gun. Now seeing this scene, this thigh is rich. Even leg hair is fine. Take me with you. Of course. Duanmu Huai is still very relieved about cooperating with Yutong Lingnyo. AAA is an organization that specializes in expelling demons, and its awareness is much higher than that of DA and those licorice. Moreover, AAA has done a good job during this period. Basically, they follow Duanmu Huai's lead and do whatever Duanmu Huai asks them to do. Duanmu Huai is still very happy to cooperate with such a self-aware organization. After hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, Shi Tonglingnai was relieved. In fact, AAA wanted to rely on the Court of Inquiry for their own reasons, because Shi Tonglingnai knew that her life was not easy. At first glance, AAA seemed to have great power and could even mobilize the police. But the problem lies in one key point. That is, those who deal with AAA are all evil and make deals with the devil. Of course, these people themselves are not dangerous. But there is something very dangerous. That's the politician. Organizations like AAA are naturally most afraid of this. For example, if someone above wants to control you and asks AAA to use the power of the devil to do something for him, or slanders someone as a demon-possessed person and asks AAA to deal with it, will you do it or not? This is not to say that Yutong Lingnyo has a conscience or something. But she and her mother, the actual leader of AAA, know the principle of the cunning rabbit dies, and the running dog is cooked. Otherwise, why is AAA a non-governmental organization even though it cooperates with the government? It's very simple. They all know that if something goes wrong, they will be blamed. It's just that there was no other way before. So they could only work and find ways to protect themselves. Isn't it better now? Look at this huge metal battleship. If I can hold a leg hair of the Inquisition. Who cares about you damn politicians? You still want me to drink with you? Drink a hammer. Take out a plasma gun to kill you directly. And even the Prime Minister dare not intervene. Therefore, after receiving Duanmu Huai's affirmative answer, Yutong Lingnyo also breathed a sigh of relief and put her mind at ease. Of course, Duanmu Huai also understood Yutong Lingnyo's thoughts. But he didn't want to cooperate with Yutong Lingnyo for nothing. After all, the magical girls in this world. Well, Duanmu Huai didn't say that he wanted all of them. But he felt that he really wanted some of them. Since AAA was so smart. And they were professional in dealing with demon possession. Duanmu Huai thought that it would not be impossible to let them become a subsidiary organization of the tribunal and manage the magical girls here in the future. As for the magical girls, thinking of this, Duanmu Huai turned and looked at the others. I think you already know the origin of the tribunal. What we do. The purpose and goal of the tribunal have been clearly stated. Then I have one more thing to say. That is, the tribunal is still under expansion. And we need strong people to join us. You can also see that this world is not peaceful. QB is just one of the countless aliens that threaten human existence. And our tribunal is fighting these damn aliens. But you should also have seen that the battle of the tribunal is for humanity. But it is not justice. Bloody, cruel, ruthless, whatever you want to describe. This is the truth. For humanity, the tribunal will do whatever it takes. So if you want to join the tribunal, you must be mentally prepared. Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, the magic girls looked at each other, feeling embarrassed. They really hated QB. If it weren't for QB, so many people wouldn't have been killed. If possible, they also hoped to do their part. But the promotional video of the tribunal is really too scary. The bloody, terrible and cruel scenes shocked the magic girls. The witches and familiars they killed were bloodless. Although QB's conspiracy is very scary. In fact, whether it is a witch, a familiar or even a magical girl's corpse, it doesn't look scary at all. It won't be as bloody and cruel as in the promotional video of the tribunal. So, after hearing what Duanmu Huai said, the magic girl, who originally planned to join the tribunal, has backed off. However, at this moment, Hamura Akemi took a step forward and looked at Duanmu Huai. I do. You? It must be said that Duanmu Huai was somewhat surprised to see Hamura Akemi stand up. Are you sure? Aren't you good friends with that Kane Madoka? After arriving at the trial court, you will rarely meet other people. Are you sure this will work? Yes. Hearing Duanmu Huai's question, Hamura Akemi was silent for a moment and nodded. Because I once promised Madoka that I must save her who was deceived by QB. And now that the QB clan has been destroyed, she can no longer become a magical girl. For me, this is enough. Speaking of this, Akemi Hamura's eyes were a little lost. And there was a touch of calmness. Indeed, as Duanmu Huai said, she and Kane Madoka are good friends. But not Kane Madoka of this world. She followed the promise made by Kane Madoka, who became good friends with her in the original world. And Kane Madoka of this world. I'm afraid she just regards herself as an ordinary classmate. So Hamura Akemi doesn't plan to stay in this world any longer. It would only hurt her to get along with the Kane Madoka of this world. In any case, she is a different person. Not the magical girl who once sacrificed her life to save her, fought with her to the end, and sacrificed herself to destroy the Witch Knight. She is just an ordinary girl. So out of sight, out of mind, it's good to go to the starry sky. Well, since you figured it out, I won't say anything. Duanmu Huai didn't say much. He admired Hamura Akemi, and her ability was indeed very useful. Time stop. Book theme. Movie material. Unfortunately, it's just a thought. Right? Of course. In addition to this, Hamura Akemi's ability is actually very compatible with the Inquisition. Because Hamura Akemi's ability is only time stop. She has no other means of killing. And must use weapons to kill. And when it comes to weapons, who has more powerful firepower than the Inquisition? Oh! Right. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai turned his head and looked at Yutong Lingnyo. When I changed the magical girl, I left your AAA number. So you can check it yourself. If you have anything to report, just contact him directly. Huh? Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, Yutong Lingnyo was stunned. Of course she knew about this. When she first heard other magical girls talk about it, Yutom Lingyo thought it was a bit funny. But you should leave it to the tribunal. Why do you leave it to our AAA? Now, AA's customer service hotline is probably going to be blown up by the magical girls. Chapter 1229 Colossus Plan. At this point, Duanmu Huai's mission in this world has been completely completed. Witch Knight was destroyed. And the QB clan was also destroyed. But for Duanmu Huai, the biggest gain was not the pitiful experience points and attribute bonuses from the mission itself. It didn't increase charm anyway. But after destroying the QB clan, Duanmu Huai's natural disaster progress Star C Heavenly Punishment finally moved forward one level. It's really not easy. This time I really came to the right place. I just found a magic world just to appease in. But I didn't expect to be able to destroy a high-dimensional cosmic race. This is really a case of planting flowers with intention, but not blooming. And planting willows without intention, but getting shade. As Star C Punishment entered the first stage, Duanmu Huai finally received the stage reward. Unlock Colossus Project. Colossus Project. Colossus Project is the ultimate product of the two ideas of terror and deterrence. They always have another choice. That is, to die. Well, very good. This is very Inquisition. Duanmu Huai took a rough look. The Colossus Project is basically a large-scale star-destroying weapon. To be honest, for the current Inquisition, this weapon is a little bit unqualified. But with the idea of giving it a try, Duanmu Huai still looked at the description of the Colossus Project. In the Colossus Project, there are several types of weapons. Earth-shattering star. A weapon component that directly destroys a planet by igniting its atmosphere. This is useless to Duanmu Huai. After all, BFG 10,000 can achieve the same effect. And he can turn a planet into dust with a wave of his hand. Pass. Angel of Peace. A weapon that can completely shield a planet and completely isolate the entire planet from the universe. To put it bluntly, is no different from putting a planet in jail. The Inquisition usually doesn't use such a roundabout way. Pass. The intelligence-reducing beam, a mind-wiping weapon, can turn the IQ of most sentient life on the planet back to an unintelligent state. But this is not permanent. And the species whose IQ has been reduced can still improve their IQ again. Is this interesting? In Duanmu Huai's opinion, this is simply playing with people. Pass. God's Judgment. A psychic projection weapon. Converts all believers into fanatics and eliminates all non-believers. The gods of Faerun may be interested in this thing. But Duanmu Huai is not interested in it. Pass. Tianhong Haodong. A weapon that dumps a large amount of water onto a planet, turning it into a sea and transforming it into an ocean planet. Well, Holy Terra might need this thing. But it is useless to Duanmu Huai. Pass. Nanoplague. A biological nanomachine weapon. Will project a large number of nanorobots onto a planet. They will assimilate all intelligent organic life on the planet and turn it into a half-biological, half-mechanical existence. It completely hates intelligent behavior. And Duanmu Huai, as an Inquisitor, will naturally not use it. Pass. Poison Stream. A weapon that completely transforms the bombed planet into a highly toxic planet and destroys all living things in it. Corruption's favorite. Duanmu Huai declined this offer. Pass. Finally, Duanmu Huai chose the only Colossus weapon component that could be accepted by the Inquisition. That is, Neutron Killer. This is a weapon component that emits accelerated neutron radiation plumes, which will cover the entire planet and wipe out all signs of life on the planet, including plants and animals. However, it can preserve the planet itself and gradually restore the ecosystem. For Duanmu Huai, this is one of the weapons he wants most at the moment. After all, the most troublesome problem for the Inquisition is the virus contamination of the corruption stain. And a planet contaminated by the virus is almost hopeless. But with neutron killing, it is different. Like the previous war planet, if Duanmu Huai had neutron killing at that time, he would not have to look for any vaccine virus. He could directly start neutron killing on the entire war planet, and then go over to clean up the mess leisurely. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai made a decisive decision. Choose neutron annihilation. Soon, along with Duanmu Huai's decision, a line of system prompts appeared in front of Duanmu Huai. Obtain the Colossus weapon attribute component neutron annihilation. Some people would call this practice of completely destroying intelligent life and leaving only inorganic matter an evil war crime. We call it efficient. It is indeed quite efficient. And it does not need to destroy the planet where humans can survive. After it is built, Should we contact Dardanelles to see if he plans to attack Pandora? It's just right to use those Gnostics people for experiments. After all, Duanmu Huai has always wanted to completely wipe out this group of Gnostics people. It's just that he has not had any good weapons. So he has put it aside temporarily. Now that there are weapons like neutron killing, it goes without saying that he will use them well. As for the reason why Duanmu Huai wants to completely exterminate the Gnostics people, it's very simple. They have already made enemies with humans. If they don't destroy them, will they still be around for the new year? Wait for decades, hundreds of years or thousands of years, and they will rise up and seek revenge on humans? Even if he can't get up, what if he becomes a guide for other alien civilizations? As the saying goes, eradicate all evil. For humans, the Gnostics are pure evil, so they must be eradicated, even if it is an alien race that is allied with humans. Duanmu Huai will not trust them, let alone this alien race that is hostile to humans. And they must be completely killed to make people feel at ease. Then it's almost time for us to leave this planet. Right? Back home? And he asked curiously. Leaving the magical girl matter to AAA. Of course. Akane Hamura will also be responsible for helping to select some magical girls. Simply put, this is a bit like the Revacial in the previous world. The Guardians of the Guardian Tower are responsible for screening, and the Inquisition is only responsible for receiving them. However, Revacial is not disposable, while magical girls are almost disposable. After all, without QB, there will probably be no more magical girls in this world. Of course, this does not mean that the Inquisition will not pay attention to this world, because there are still demons and demon-possessed people in this world. Although this world already has an organization to deal with demons, these demons are just small fish and shrimps. In order to prevent this planet from encountering the same trouble as the planet-destroying demons that escaped from alien planets and destroyed the world, the Inquisition must always pay attention. Wait a little longer, and we will be ready to leave when things here are completely over. Duanmu Huai stretched and replied lightly. AAA still had some finishing touches to deal with, and Duanmu Huai had nothing else to do at the moment, so he would rest here for a few more days. I still need to observe the matter of the magical girl myself. After all, this matter is not so easy to solve. I understand. And also understood what Duanmu Huai meant, and just nodded, but somewhat helpless. It's a pity. It would be better if Qianshu could come to the tribunal. Don't think about it. We have different values. It's just asking for trouble to let her join. Duanmu Huai patted An's shoulder and comforted him. In fact, An and Qianshu have a very good relationship. It can even be said that the two have a little birds of a feather flock together. It's just a pity that, as the Princess of Manalia, although it is cheerful and lively, she still knows what to do. But Qianshu is a bit of an idealist in this regard. And the last thing the tribunal needs is an idealist. Qianshu obviously won't change her mind. So Duanmu Huai won't choose to summon her to the tribunal, and also understands this. But it's still a bit of a pity. After all, there are not many people in the tribunal who can chat with her. It's not that everyone doesn't chat with him, but there are no people like Qianshu who have similar personalities and preferences. Wait, you guys are not going to forget me, are you? But at this moment, Mu Geng came out dissatisfied. I want to go with the master too. You? Hearing Mu Geng's words, Duanmu Huai was stunned for a moment. To be honest, he really forgot. Why did you come with us? Can't we just cancel the contract? It's okay for you to stay in AAA. Duanmu Huai originally thought that Mu Geng would cancel the contract with him and stay in AAA. And although Yutong Lingyo didn't like Mu Geng very much, she also promised Duanmu Huai that she would take care of her. Duanmu Huai thought that this was the end of it. But you want to come to the court? What? Are you going to abandon me? Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, Mu Geng's eyes suddenly dimmed. Sure enough. In your eyes I am a useful woman. You can come when you call, and go when you send. Now you don't want me anymore because you have someone else. Right? Are you tired of playing with me? So you want to abandon me? Are you done yet? Listening to Mu Geng's mumbling, Duanmu Huai rolled his eyes. This is why he was reluctant to take Mu Geng with him. This woman always likes to do this kind of thing. And she always acts like an abandoned woman. If someone who doesn't know hears this, they would think that she has abandoned Mu Geng. Although Mu Geng had always listened to Duanmu Huai, she kept nagging him, on the contrary, and looked at Mu Geng with interest. Just bring her along. It's fun. How is it fun? You haven't tried receiving thousands of text messages all day long, have you? Duanmu Huai glared at and Mu Gung sent a text message almost every 5 minutes from the time he woke up in the morning to the time he went to bed at night. She basically said what she was doing, and then asked what Duanmu Huai was doing. Duanmu Huai was annoyed by this. He knew that when he was in college, some people would text all day long when they were in love. But Duanmu Huai just didn't feel anything at that time. Now, he just thinks it's what people do. One message every 5 minutes. You can go to sleep if you have nothing to do. Is it that serious? What does it mean that you have to text me to notify me even when you go to the toilet? If she follows him to the court, Duanmu Huai feels that he will never have a peaceful life. That's what makes it fun. Seeing Duanmu Huai's troubled look, and chuckled. Among all the people in the court, she had never seen anyone who gave Duanmu Huai a headache. Forget it. Let's see what happens. Duanmu Huai shook his head, and did not continue to discuss this issue in depth. After all, there are many things to do. And this one is not bad. Right? Chapter 1230 New Universe. Another week passed, and Duanmu Huai finally released his clone, and returned to the tribunal. This time he returned to the tribunal not because the problems in the Magic Girl world had been solved, but because of the news from Ikit. Before going to the Magic Girl world, Duanmu Huai had asked Ikit to send a survey fleet to other star regions in order to speed up the progress of the natural disaster. Now that Ikit notified Duanmu Huai, it was naturally the news from that star region that was sent back. So Duanmu Huai took in Mu Gung and Hamura Akane back to the court. After all, the news of that star region was also very important to Duanmu Huai. Of course, Duanmu Huai also released his clone on the way and explained the situation to Mu Gung and Hamura Akane. The two of them, there was nothing special about it. After all, the shock had already been felt when Duanmu Huai became a magical girl. Now Duanmu Huai's appearance was more acceptable than wearing a pink and white lace magical girl costume. Uncle, you're finally back. Seeing Duanmu Huai coming back, Aikota was also relieved. Or rather, she was relieved when she saw Duanmu Huai changing into his usual clothes. After all, everyone knew that Duanmu Huai had some bad tastes. If he showed up in pink lace, Aikota wouldn't know what to say. Luckily, tell me about the situation. Duanmu Huai knew that since he was called back, there must be something wrong. Sure enough, Aikota nodded, and then opened the combat command desk in front of him. Yes, Uncle. According to your previous request, I sent a reconnaissance fleet to that star region. As expected, a large number of traces of civilization were found there. Then Nis Lumiel infiltrated the network of that star region, which gave us some understanding of the situation there. As he spoke, Ikit retrieved the intelligence. According to our investigation, that star region has been integrated into a force called the Galactic Republic, which is composed of hundreds of alien civilizations. Does it include humans? Yes. The current speaker of the galaxy is a human. Oh. Duanmu Huai stared at the information in front of him and nodded. Continue. Yes. According to our investigation on the Galactic Republic network, this republic has been established for tens of thousands of years. The one in charge of holding power is an organization called the Galactic Council, and the one who maintains the republic is a psychic power-using organization called the Jedi Knights. The intergalactic transportation method they use is superluminal. The overall civilization level is relatively average, and no signs of subspace pollution and erosion have been found so far. Speaking of this, Ikit couldn't help but frown. If that's the case, then to be honest, the existence of the Galactic Republic even subverts the purpose of the Inquisition. Because according to the information currently obtained, during most of the time when this republic was established, although there were frictions between civilizations, they could still coexist peacefully. Unfortunately, if that was all, then Ikit and the others wouldn't have asked Duanmu Huai to come back. What else? We have found an opportunity to intervene in the Galactic Republic. As he spoke, Ikit opened a window. In the window, he saw a planet surrounded by hundreds of donut-like warships. Currently, a force called the Trade Union has blocked the planet Naboo and is trying to protest against the Galactic Parliament. I don't care about those boring politics. Duanmu Huai waved his hand. You didn't call me here for these boring political disputes, right? I just want to ask, are the people on Naboo human? Yes. According to the standards of the Inquisition, the people who rule Naboo are purely human. The Trade Federation is composed of Neimoidians and Robot Corps, aliens and abominations. Humph. I knew it would be like this. Those who are not of my race must have different hearts. And they will not change no matter how many years pass. Duanmu Huai snorted coldly. He now understood what Ikit meant by intervention opportunity. Get ready for action. Send the first and second fleets of the Inquisition to this planet. I will lead the team myself to eliminate all aliens. The reason why Duanmu Huai asked Ikit to send people to find this galaxy was that he remembered that there were many alien races in this galaxy. Now it seems to be true. That's easy to deal with. All alien civilizations must be destroyed. This is not only the purpose of the Inquisition, but also the source of the progress of the natural disaster. There are so many aliens. If I don't kill you all, how can I be worthy of my natural disaster ascension? The Sea of Stars. In this boundless universe, a spaceship is moving forward. This is a spaceship from the Galactic Council. And on this spaceship are people of extraordinary status. 2 Jedi Knights from the Galactic Council. I always have a bad feeling. Master. The young apprentice stared at the Sea of Stars in front of him, frowning. And when he heard what he said, the slightly older old warrior next to him smiled. I don't feel that way. Obi-Wan. I'm not talking about this mission. Master. Obi-Wan shook his head. Of course. This mission is actually very strange. I don't understand where the Trade Federation got the confidence to blockade the planet Naboo. In the Galactic Republic, the Trade Federation is a business organization. Of course, they are not pure business organizations. But on weekdays, these businessmen are always cautious. They may indeed take advantage of loopholes and do things behind the scenes. But in Obi-Wan's opinion, it is not something that a timid and cautious organization like the Trade Federation can do to blockade a planet without regard for their reputation. Perhaps they are just bluffing and want to use this to negotiate with the Parliament. Obi-Wan's master, Qui-Gon Jinn, shook his head. The Trade Federation is very timid. I don't think there will be any problems in this negotiation. So what do you feel? I don't know either. Faced with the master's question, Obi-Wan frowned. Just a vague premonition. Then I think you may be too anxious. Obi-Wan. Qui-Gon Jinn is still very familiar with his apprentice. His ability is outstanding. But after all, he is still too young and has too little experience. You should focus on this place and pay attention to the situation here. But Master Yoda told me that I should pay attention to the future. You can't ignore the situation in front of you. You should appreciate the force of life. Young Jedi apprentice. While speaking, Qui-Gon Jinn looked forward. In the deep universe, a planet and the fleet surrounding it were clearly visible. Captain, inform the governor that we are ready to board the ship. Yes, Master. However, just as Qui-Gon Jinn gave the order, something strange happened. At the far end of the universe, a flash of light like a shining meteor flashed by. And the next moment, hundreds of giant warships seemed to appear out of thin air and suddenly inserted into the fleet of the Trade Federation. Get out of the way! Seeing this scene, Qui-Gon Jinn's face changed drastically, and he shouted hurriedly. The captain who heard Qui-Gon Jinn's order also quickly maneuvered the spacecraft to the side. And only then did he barely avoid a giant warship. What? What is this? Obi-Wan looked at the warship in front of him in surprise, unable to hide his surprise and uneasiness. You know, most of the warships of the Galactic Republic are about 1,000 meters long, while these donuts of the Trade Union are nearly 4,000 meters long. This is because the warships of the Trade Union are basically converted from cargo ships, so they are naturally huge. However, among these warships that suddenly appeared, the smallest one is almost the same as the standard warships of the Galactic Republic, and the largest one is even several times the size of a donut, more than 10 kilometers long. Where on earth is this fleet coming from? Could it be pirates? Looking at these huge monsters in front of him, Obi-Wan even felt as if he had some kind of giant phobia. Under the shining light of the stars, he could clearly see the huge and eye-catching skull patterns on these warships, as well as the strange buildings on their hulls. No, these are definitely not pirates. Qui-Gon Jinn shook his head and quickly denied his apprentice's nonsense. Even if a pirate might have found a mysterious ancient warship from an unknown corner of the galaxy, there could only be one or two, and there would definitely not be so many. So Qui-Gon Jinn can be sure that this should be a fleet of a certain force. But for Qui-Gon Jinn, the biggest question at the moment is, what are these warships doing here? What force do they belong to? After all, Qui-Gon Jinn never knew what force in the Galactic Republic has such a powerful and terrifying fleet. You have to know that even the Trade Federation built such a fleet under the noses of the Council, and the Jedi Knights by privately bribing the bureaucrats of the Galactic Senate and then taking advantage of loopholes. However, this fleet is much more terrifying than the trade union's fleet. Just looking at their black muzzles, you can tell that these warships are not good. They are born for destruction. Pure war machines. Soon, his question was answered. Sizzle. Sizzle. The public communication began to be interfered with. And then a low, cruel, and cold voice emerged from it. Listen carefully. Lowly alien scum. You dare to threaten humans. It is unwise. In the name of the Inquisition, I hereby declare that any alien race that poses a threat to humans must be completely eliminated. All ships open fire. As soon as the voice fell, Qui-Gon Jinn felt his eyes brighten. The next moment, the originally extremely dark universe in front of him was instantly completely ignited by endless artillery fire. Chapter 1231 Waiting for the Rabbit. Then, the Trade Federation's fleet was completely destroyed. Standing in the center of the Jedi Council, Qui-Gon Jinn spoke in a low voice. It was just a moment. The Trade Federation didn't even have time to resist. I suspect they may not have reacted to what happened. The entire fleet was turned into pieces. Hearing Qui-Gon Jinn's description, the Jedi Knights present looked at each other solemnly. And then what? Then the mysterious fleet left. And I don't know where it went. What did Queen Amireta say? She said she knew nothing about it. And she had been waiting for the committee's mediation. And the Trade Federation had completely cut off Naboo's communications. So she couldn't contact other forces. Let's watch the video again. As one of the Jedi Knights spoke, the previous images soon reappeared in the void, including the Trade Federation fleet that heavily blocked Naboo, the mysterious fleet that appeared later, and the voice that appeared on the public channel. You lowly alien bastards. You dare to threaten humans. It's unwise. In the name of the Inquisition, I hereby declare that any alien race that threatens humans must be completely wiped out. All ships open fire. Then, everything in front of him was covered by artillery fire. And then the image paused. The Inquisition. A bald-black Jedi frowned and thought for a moment. I have never heard of this name. Me neither. Sitting next to the black man, a hunchback green dwarf shook his head and then narrowed his eyes. But this reminds me of something that happened a long time ago. Do you remember the Goddess Guard? Of course. Hearing this, the Jedi Knights all looked serious. Since the founding of the Galactic Republic, there have been several crises, and the most serious one was the Girl Guard Crusade. At the beginning, this was a religious belief, and the believers were basically humans. They believed in a goddess and followed anthropocentrism. After that, a family that believed in the goddess ascended to the position of president of the Galactic Council. In the following 1,000 years, they almost turned the Galactic Republic into a theocratic dynasty that combined religion and political power and centered on humans. During this period, the Goddess Guards used various means to eliminate dissidents, especially those alien races, who were either suppressed by them or conquered or eliminated by them for various reasons. During that period, the relationship between humans and alien races could be said to be extremely bad. Finally, the Jedi Knights and the Republic Navy launched a coup d'etat, overthrowing the 1,000-year rule, and the Jedi Master at the time served as the Speaker of the Council. In this way, another 1,000 years passed, and the relationship between humans and alien races gradually recovered, and the Jedi Knights returned the position of Speaker and returned to their posts. Master Yoda, do you think that this mysterious fleet came from the Goddess's Guard? It is very likely. The Green Dwarf nodded, but he was not sure enough. I'm just guessing, but it may not be correct. After all, the two sides seem to have different approaches. The Goddess Guard believes in human centrism and insists that humans must rule and lead other races in the Galactic Republic. But this Inquisition seems to be more radical. This matter must be investigated in secret. Thinking of this, the Green Dwarf also spoke up. It must not be spread out, so as not to cause panic. Hearing the words of the Green Dwarf, the others nodded one after another. And then, they looked at Qui-Gon Jinn again. Then, Master Qui-Gon Jinn, please continue to investigate this matter with your apprentice. And make sure to find out the origin of this mysterious fleet. And, what exactly are they going to do? Yes. Qui-Gon Jinn nodded. But soon, he looked at everyone again, with a serious expression. But, I think we must be careful. The other party is very powerful. Powerful? Yes. While speaking, Qui-Gon Jinn reached out his hand and pressed his chest. his expression solemn. Just recalling the feeling at that time, he was a little breathless. When this fleet appeared, I could feel an incomparably powerful force, burning like a flame. It almost devoured everything around, turning everything into dust. This is the first time I have felt such a terrible force full of destruction and death. No matter who is there, I think they will become the enemy of our Jedi Knights. Hearing what Qui-Gon Jinn said, the green dwarf and the black man looked at each other, and their expressions became more solemn. It seems that this matter is far more difficult than they imagined. Just when the Jedi Council began to take action for this matter, the instigator Duanmu Huai, was lying on the sofa and fishing. What should we do now, Mr. Duanmu? We don't have to do anything. Faced with Mary's question, Duanmu Huai waved his hand. Just find a place, and wait for someone to take the bait. Wait for someone to take the bait. Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, Naruzmio was somewhat confused. Didn't we come here to destroy those aliens? Why do we have to wait for someone to take the bait? Hee. You don't understand this. At this time, and also laughed, stood up, and spoke to everyone. According to the investigation results of Ms. Akot and Ms. Lumiel, there are hundreds of alien races in this star field, which is much more than the Citadel Council. Indeed, we can come one by one. But the question is, when will it end? Hundreds of races? So many. Hearing Anne's answer, Maria, who was sitting next to Naruzmio, also widened her eyes in surprise. Even in the demon world, it seems that there are not so many races. That's right. So if we go to war head-on, even if we can win, it will consume a lot of time and energy. Therefore, I think it is best to wait and see. So I suggest Mr. Knight to do this. But which rabbit should we wait for? Jin Jiling asked curiously. It's very simple. There are humans in this star field. And since there are so many races in this star field, it means that humans will definitely be threatened by other races. Then there must be radical members among them. They may not be able to do anything before, but our appearance has brought them a variable. I think once those humans know of our existence, they will definitely find ways to contact us. At that time, the problem will be easy to solve. So, Missin, you mean to let the people in this star field solve the problem? Mary also understood, and nodded. Yes, that's right. After all, we are outsiders and are unfamiliar with this place. But at the same time, as outsiders, we are just a variable that suddenly appeared in this star field. And we also clearly support humans and oppose other races. In this case, I think there will definitely be some changes in the other party. And then we can use the other party's hands to roll in. But what if we are used? Gulia was a little worried about this. If you are used, then you are used. Duanmu Huai touched the little head of Ojus in his arms and yawned. It will depend on who uses whom. I don't believe that this civilization can still deceive the Inquisition with its limited capabilities. Duanmu Huai sneered at this. He had also read the information obtained by Lumiel when he hacked into the other party's network about the strength of the Galactic Republic. In short, the weapons and equipment of the Galactic Republic are just a pile of junk. Their standard weapon is actually a flashlight. This thing can't penetrate the defense of me and others at all. As for that boastful Jedi, he is not that great. Duanmu Huai took a look and found that these Jedi were just showing off with a lightsaber. There was nothing special about them. What made him even more speechless was that none of these Jedi wore armor, but were armorless. They were really courting death. Although that lightsaber seemed to be able to bounce back laser attacks. I would just blast you with a bomb, and you would die anyway. If you don't even wear armor, you will be turned into meat paste if I hit you even at the edge. This is the Guardian of the Galactic Republic. What a glass cannon. So weak. It's unbearable to look at. Has this starfield never had a serious war? Why does it feel like playing house? This Jedi Knight is average in speed, not strong, and has no protection. A random attack can break through the defense, and a pistol can kill him. Can this protect the Galactic Republic for thousands of years? It seems that this is just a bunch of noobs fighting each other. But even if someone wants to contact us, how can they contact us? Did you leave your phone number with the other party, Mr. Duanmu? Mary complained silently. And at this moment, as if to answer her complaint, Aiko walked in. Uncle, we have found a suitable planet. Oh! Duanmu Huai opened his eyes and sat up straight. Where? Tatooine, a border desert planet, is also the place where many fugitives from the Galactic Republic are exiled. It is not under the jurisdiction of the Galactic Congress and is rarely monitored. Let's go there. Duan Muhuai made a decisive decision. We will be there to see if any rabbits will come to us. Yes. Chapter 1232 Tatooine. Tatooine. A desert planet. This is a lawless planet, and a refuge for all exiles in this star region. But for Duan Muhuai and others, they did not come here to be exiled, but to sightsee. This place is really hot. Walking beside Duan Muhuai, and could not help but complain. Although she likes to run around, and is really not interested in such a dry, hot and unsightly place. If she had known this planet was so boring, she might as well have been slacking off on the battleship with Yuria. I don't like deserts. And I don't like hot places even more. Because there are 2 suns here. Mary walked on the other side holding an umbrella, looking at the sun in the sky curiously. This is an alien planet, but why do I feel like it's no different from Earth? Yumiko Akemi stood by, looking here and there. If there was anything new to her, it was the aliens everywhere. Although Hamura Akemi has seen witches and familiars, those things look too abstract. And QB gives people the feeling of being more like a magical creature rather than an alien creature. By the way, the current Hamura Akemi is no longer wearing braids and glasses, but has changed to a long straight black hairstyle, and no longer wears glasses. She looks like a different person. Well, according to An, it doesn't seem strange to change your outfit and mood. Just like some girls who get a short haircut after a breakup. Hamura Akemi didn't get a breakup either. Did she? Many planets are not much different from Earth. And aliens are not much different from humans. Duan Muhuai gave a nonchalant explanation. But the tribunal wants to eliminate aliens? Although Hamura Akemi didn't object to the elimination of aliens, she didn't agree with it either. She came here this time to see it with her own eyes. However, Duan Muhuai's answer was completely beyond Hamura Akemi's expectations. That's why we have to destroy them. Duan Muhuai shrugged. Just like QB. From your perspective, do you think the QB clan is hateful and evil? But in fact, speaking objectively, QB has not done anything particularly evil. The universe can continue to exist by sacrificing a small number of human girls. And this matter itself is not wrong. Is it? It must be said that Akemi Hamura was somewhat surprised to hear Duan Muhuai's answer. That's right. Evil and justice are meaningless. Duan Muhuai shook his head. Calling the other party's behavior evil or justice is just to justify one's own actions. But it is useless to the Inquisition. From our perspective, if these aliens sacrificed their cubs to maintain the survival of the universe, would you care or stop them? Hearing Duan Muhuai's question, Akemi Hamura's face froze, and she stopped talking. Now you understand? It all comes down to this. We are human beings. So we naturally prioritize human issues. Similarly, alien races will naturally prioritize their own race's issues. No race will sacrifice its own interests for other races. It is precisely because of this that even if these races get along well with humans now, when the end of the world comes to their race, they will sell humans without hesitation for the continuation of their own race. This is a common feature of all races in the galaxy civilization. Races without this feature would have perished long ago. At this point, Duan Muhuai snorted. Rabbits live in groups. Wolves live in groups. Tigers live in groups. And sheep live in groups. The universe is a forest. And all races in it are essentially the same as the animals living in the forest. Maybe they can coexist peacefully when drinking water by the river. But after that, the law of the jungle will still prevail. That's why Mr. Knight is not worried that no one will be sent to contact them. And also interrupted with a smile. There are conservatives in any race. The humans in this starfield don't want to eliminate other potential threats. But they can't do it. The same is true for other races. So a delicate balance is maintained here. And the Galactic Republic exists. But when one side suddenly becomes too powerful and breaks this balance, it's another matter. I don't quite understand. Hamura Akemi looked confused. If that's the case, since humans are strong, won't other forces succumb? They will indeed surrender. But only now. When you become weak, then it will be a different situation. Duan Muhuai looked at the city in front of him with a calm face. This is true for races, countries, and civilizations. In history, when a civilized country was strong, all nations came to pay tribute, and the weak forces around it surrendered. But when it declines, those weak forces that originally flattered it will suddenly change from a dog wagging its tail to a group of ferocious wolves, wishing to tear it to pieces. At this time, they no longer look pitiful as before, because they have seen you when you were powerful. In order to avoid this situation, They will find ways to kill you, either now or in the future. This is the theoretical basis for the Inquisition to eliminate the aliens. Any alien race, as long as it is not human, will pose a threat to humans, either now or in the future, sooner or later. And the Inquisition obviously cannot wait until that day to take action. So cutting the grass and eradicating it is the best way. Even if they can't kill them all, it's better to kill one at a time than to keep potential opponents and threats. There are so many alien races in this galaxy, and they are naturally threats to humans. It's okay if they don't have the ability, but since they have the ability, they can't be let go. Tatooine itself is a place that is nothing special. It's full of deserts, and the buildings are very rough, just like the igloos of the Eskimos. But they are made of soil. As for these aliens, people like Naruzmio, Kizara and Akemi Hamura still enjoy watching them. But for others, they have long been tired of them. Not to mention that there are many kinds of aliens in the Star Alliance. In their own world, there are also many races such as demons and elves, which are not much different from these aliens. So everyone turned around and lost interest, and turned around to leave. However, at this moment, a very interesting thing happened. Just as everyone was walking on the street, suddenly, an alien came over and blocked Duan Muhuai. Seeing this scene, everyone was a little curious. You know, along the way, they also felt that some aliens looked at them, and others with unpleasant eyes. But with Duan Muhuai, a 2.5-meter tall strongman in front, those aliens, even if they looked weird, were not as tall as him. So they only dared to hide beside him. Although this alien is tall, it is still not as good as Duan Muhuai. Then why did it come out? Is it looking for death? Wow 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 wow. It spoke a bunch of alien language to Duan Muhuai. Of course, even if it was incomprehensible, it was obvious that it was not a good thing to say by looking at its fierce appearance. But it is also possible that the aliens look so fierce. Seeing this scene, except for Ojas, who was sitting on Duan Muhuai's shoulder, Mary, and Naruzmio, and others all took a step back. On the contrary, the newcomers such as Akemi Hamura and Kizara were still standing there, not reacting to what was going on. At this moment, another alien came over, stared at Duan Muhuai fiercely and said, "It said it doesn't like you. I don't like you either." However, before the alien finished speaking, Duan Muhuai suddenly raised his right hand and slapped it. His palm was like a big knife, directly blowing off the heads of the two aliens. And then the fishy and strange-colored blood spurted out and spread around. Hamura Akemi flashed back and appeared behind the others the next second. Fortunately, she stopped at some point. Otherwise it would have splashed all over her. "I don't like you low-level alien bastards either." Only then did Duan Muhuai withdraw his hand and spoke lightly while looking at the two headless twitching corpses in front of him. Seeing this scene, the aliens on the street were suddenly horrified and ran away screaming. But the girls behind Duan Muhuai seemed very calm. An alien provoked the tribunal, and the other party was Duan Muhuai. So wasn't the outcome obvious? Only Kigen was speechless and sad. She was the only one who didn't react in time. She didn't have the time-stopping ability of Hamura Akemi. And Hamura Akemi didn't take her with her when she stopped time. As a result, Kigen was sprayed with the blood of the two aliens. Now she was sad and smelled fishy. And Mary and others could only express their condolences. By the way, they could only say that you didn't understand Duan Muhuai very well. When you stay with him for a long time, you will be familiar with him. Well, this is all based on experience. After all, Duan Muhuai would fight if they didn't agree with him. And they were used to it. "What are you doing? No trouble here." At this moment, several fully armed aliens ran over with guns in their hands, shouting at Duan Muhuai. Looking at them, Duan Muhuai reached out and silently took out the warhammer. "I'm free anyway, so why not exercise now that I'm here?" Staring at the alien guards in front of him, Duan Muhuai grinned, revealing a hideous smile. Chapter 1233 Messenger. Why am I so unlucky? When they returned to the battleship, only Mu Gung looked frustrated. After all, she was the most embarrassed in the whole process. Most of the aliens on Tatooine were killed by Duan Muhuai, while others had experience and stayed away from them. Only Mu Gung was unfamiliar with the place and had no reaction from Hamura Akemi. So he was sprayed all over. It can be said that she was extremely unlucky. Wouldn't it be better to take a shower and change clothes? Duan Muhuai didn't care. And Mu Gong just glared at Duan Mu Huai with resentment, and then left. Seeing this scene, the others could only smile helplessly. After all, it was inappropriate to say anything in this occasion. Ah, uncle. At this time, Aiko came over and waved excitedly at Duan Mu Huai. We received a communication. The other party claimed to be an envoy from the Galactic Republic and wanted to talk to us. Oh! Hearing this, Duan Mu Huai was stunned for a moment, then looked at him. Your method really works. I didn't expect it to be so fast. Although An looked calm on the surface, he was also somewhat surprised. It was actually An's idea that the Inquisition chose to stay in Tatooine. According to An, such conservatives are generally difficult to appear in public, and places like slums and black markets have their eyes and ears. Duan Mu Huai and others had just arrived in the Galactic Republic and were unfamiliar with the place, so they could only choose Tatooine as a temporary place through the Galactic Republic's network. After all, this place is where vagrants hang out and gather, and it is also out of reach of the Galactic Republic. So if the conservatives have any informants in secret, they are usually in such places. Now it seems that An is right? Let him in. Okay, uncle. Back to the bridge. Not long after, Duan Mu Huai saw a middle-aged man with white hair and beard wearing a cloak walked in. When he saw Duan Mu Huai sitting on the throne in the center, the old man was stunned for a moment, then bowed his head respectfully. Hello. My name is Dooku. I am here on behalf of my teacher to convey his message to you. As he spoke, Dooku reached out and took out a small round plate like a dressing mirror. The next moment, a 3D image of a man who was also wearing a cloak and looked older than Dooku emerged from it. I'm sorry to meet you in this form. The old man looked at Duan Mu Huai, although his face was not clear under the hood. His chin and mouth were still clearly visible. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Dar Sidious, Duan Mu Huai, the Grand Inquisitor of the Inquisition. Staring at the image, Duan Mu Huai spoke lightly. Your Excellency the Inquisitor. The old man laughed. I admire you very much for what you have done on Naboo. You have eliminated the trade alliance that tried to blockade Naboo and maintain peace and justice in this universe. The Inquisition does not care about justice and peace. Duan Mu Huai waved his hand and interrupted Dar Sidious. The Inquisition only cares about humans. Any threat to human existence must be eliminated. This is the creed of our Inquisition. It is also the reason why we eliminated those lowly alien fleets. I don't care who is right or wrong, but any race that dares to attack humans is the enemy of the Inquisition. Speaking of this, Duan Mu Huai snorted coldly and looked at the old man. Okay. Those scenes and nonsense can be saved. What exactly did you come to me for? Just speak frankly. Ha ha ha. Hearing Duan Mu Huai's words, the old man was stunned for a moment, and then burst into laughter. I see. I see. It seems that you are indeed the descendants of the goddess's guards. What is the goddess's guards? Duan Mu Huai looked at the others in confusion, and everyone gave them the same questioning look. Lumiel made a gesture, indicating that he would investigate later. Well, it depends on her. The old man did not dwell on this topic, but quickly explained his purpose to Duan Mu Huai. In short, apart from the polite words about the corruption and incompetence of the Galactic Parliament, the bottom line is that he hopes Duan Mu Huai can cooperate with him to seize the power of the Galactic Parliament. Let the entire Galactic Republic become the Galactic Empire. Duan Mu Huai also liked Dar Sidious's straightforwardness. That's right. There is no use talking so much nonsense. It would be better to directly point out the main idea. As for the other party's desire to seize power, Duan Mu Huai doesn't care about such a small matter, because he came here for only one purpose. That is to eliminate the alien race as much as possible and speed up the progress of the natural disaster. From this point of view, this ambitious man is really useful to Duan Mu Huai. So you mean that you hope the tribunal will help you seize the ruling power of the Galactic Republic? After listening to the old man's story, Duan Mu Huai thought for a moment. Then, will you guarantee to establish a country with humans as the core? Of course. Your Excellency the Judge. The old man nodded slightly. If that's the case, then we do have a basis for cooperation. Duan Mu Huai thought about it for a while, and then made a decision. When the old man heard Duan Mu Huai's decision, he smiled. In that case, would you be willing to come to Coruscant to discuss it with me in person? Teacher? After hearing the old man's invitation, Duan Mu Huai hadn't said anything yet, but the messenger was a little surprised. But he quickly lowered his head and stopped talking. Of course. No problem. Duanmu Huai also felt that it was most convenient to talk face to face. Ambitious people are good. Ambitious people can get along with the Inquisition. On the contrary, Duanmu Huai hates the moralists the most. Often those bastards are just dragging their feet. As long as the ambitious people are not tainted by the evil gods. Then for the Inquisition, they are much easier to cooperate with than the moralists. Then I will be waiting for you on Coruscant. Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, the old man smiled again. In order to avoid alerting the enemy, I suggest that you take the ship of my apprentice Count Dooku to Coruscant. After all, your actions on Naboo have attracted the attention of the Galactic Senate and the Jedi Council. If you take your own warship to Coruscant, you may cause unnecessary trouble. And my apprentice has a certain reputation and status in Coruscant, and can ensure that you arrive safely. That's it. The two sides talked briefly for a few more sentences, and then Duanmu Huai signaled Count Dooku to go back first, and they set off after getting ready. The latter naturally did not object, and obediently returned to the hangar under the guidance of the maid doll. That old man is not simple. After Count Dooku left, and quickly expressed his opinion, I think he must be a member of the parliament, and he has been planning to seize power. He is very ambitious and bold. He is willing to cooperate with us without even knowing our identity. Such a person is really difficult to deal with. But didn't he say that the Galactic Parliament is very corrupt now? Hamura Akemi blinked. Is he lying to us? It doesn't matter. And shook his head. No matter what kind of regime, there will inevitably be a certain degree of corruption. It's just a matter of how much. For a large country like the Galactic Republic, which has hundreds of races, it would be surprising to say that there is no corruption at all. Even in Maalia, I don't believe that the ministers and nobles below are all good people without any selfish motives. A country is like a person. A person will always get sick. But the degree and frequency of illness are different. You can't say that a strong person is actually a sickly person just because he catches a cold. Politics is really complicated. Hearing Anne's explanation, Mary couldn't help but sigh. To be honest, she felt that she might as well fight the evil god instead of communicating with politicians. This time, and Mary will come with me, and the others will stay where they are. Duanmu Huai didn't care, and made a decision quickly, and was his think tank and specialized in politics. Duanmu Huai basically doesn't use his brain anymore in this regard. He listens to it completely. What An says is what he does. Just like Mary sighed, Duanmu Huai doesn't like politics. Professionals do professional things. As a princess, and is good at political negotiations. If An can't handle it, Duanmu Huai. Oh, Duanmu Huai can at least convince people with reason. That's fine. By the way, you are really smart. You are responsible for leading a team of night guards to clean up this planet. Before leaving, Duanmu Huai also patted his head, then looked at Jinji Ling and gave another order. I heard before that there is a very annoying person named Jabba on this planet, and there are many alien scums who capture humans as slaves. This is absolutely not allowed by the tribunal. You should know what to do. I understand. Big brother. Leave it to me. The reason why Jinji Ling was asked to lead the team is that Jinji Ling is now the public relations director of the tribunal. With Jinji Ling's superior charm, it should be no problem to help the tribunal open a way in this star field. However, just as Duanmu Huai had just given the order, he saw Ojas beside him hugging Duanmu Huai's arm, then climbing up like a monkey and sitting on Duanmu Huai's shoulder. She looked as if it was a matter of course, even though Duanmu Huai didn't call her. Okay, let's go. Duanmu Huai rolled his eyes silently. What else can he do with his own little cotton-padded jacket? It's good to bring it with him. At least on the surface it can make the other party relax their vigilance. Right? The people went out more often, and there was no need to make any preparations. Soon Duanmu Huai brought the three people to the hangar, and saw Count Dooku's spaceship. Of course, although this thing is called a spaceship, it is also pitifully small by the standards of the Inquisition. At most a few dozen or 100 meters long. And Count Dooku didn't say anything nonsense. Seeing Duanmu Huai and others coming, he greeted them respectfully, and then drove the spaceship away from the warship of the Inquisition. Frankly speaking, Duanmu Huai had no hope for the technological level of the Galactic Republic, and was mentally prepared to take the green train. But what Duanmu Huai didn't expect was that the other party actually surprised him. Wow! Such a small spaceship can exceed the speed of light? Looking at the light bands flashing outside, Duanmu Huai was somewhat emotional. Faster than light travel is something that many civilizations can do. But generally speaking, even for cosmic civilizations. Faster-than-light travel is basically done on the main ship, like the Normandy of the Star Alliance. However, the superliminal travel of the Galactic Republic is very popular. Even this small spaceship that looks like a simple shuttle has the ability to travel at superliminal speed. It must be said that this really surprised Wai. How is the technology tree of the Galactic Republic selected? Is it crazy? Who puts a racing engine on a bicycle? On the way, Lemuel also sent Wai the information of the Goddess Guard. Wai only then knew that 1,000 years ago, the Galactic Republic also had a Vandal, and a variant of the Battle Sister? Of course, we are much luckier than Vandial, the state religion, who was overthrown in the 19th century. Unlike Vandial, who was chopped down by the Emperor's bride he raised. Never forget the past and learn from it. After reading the information sent by Lemuel, Wai let out a sigh and nodded silently. This time, we can't be overthrown again. We must learn a lesson once and for all. As Wai silently made the decision, the beam of light in front of him disappeared. And then a huge, shining planet appeared in front of Wai. That is Coruscant, the capital of the Galactic Republic. Chapter 1234 Conspiracy Planning. As the capital of the Galactic Republic, Coruscant does look very advanced in sci-fi. Among the skyscrapers, countless flying cars shuttle back and forth. However, Wai and others have long been tired of such scenes. And even Mary seems very calm. After all, the Star Alliance does not look much worse than Coruscant. Right? After arriving in Coruscant, Count Dooku brought Wai and others to a reception room that looked quite luxurious. There, Wai and others met an old man in a robe who looked almost the same age as Count Dooku. Welcome everyone. Seeing Wai and others walk into the reception room, the old man stood up with a smile on his face. I am Palpatine, a member of the Galactic Senate, and also Darth Sidious. I am honored to meet you all. I am really surprised. Wai raised his eyebrows at the smiling old man in front of him. I thought you would hide your identity. The most important thing for both parties in the negotiation is honesty. Please sit down. As he spoke, Palpatine gestured to Wai and others. And then he sat on the sofa on the other side. And, judging from what the Inquisition did before, I don't think you will tell the Galactic Senate. Haha. Wai laughed and sat down on the sofa. Fortunately, it was high-tech. Otherwise it would have been crushed by him. I have no interest in communicating with alien bastards. But I also have no interest in wasting time on long-winded nonsense. You should understand what I mean, Mr. Palpatine. Of course. Hearing Wai's words, Palpatine nodded. First of all, please allow me to apologize to everyone. Because inciting the Trade Federation to blockade the planet Naboo was my plan. Oh. Wai picked up the cup, drank a sip of tea, did not speak, just waved his hand. As if, you continue? I am listening. So Palpatine did not hesitate, and quickly explained the situation to Wai and others. And according to Palpatine, Wai also had some understanding of this Galactic Council. In simple terms, although the Galactic Republic is called a republic, according to Palpatine, it is actually closer to an organization like the United Nations. And it does not have a strong enough military force. What unites the various races is only a centripetal force. The Galactic Senate itself lacks sufficient military force. And the current speaker is restricted everywhere. The Galactic Senate is almost dead in name only. Moreover, with the decline of the Galactic Senate, many separatist forces in the Galactic Republic have begun to stir, trying to break away from the Galactic Republic and establish their own country. In this situation, Palpatine came up with a plan. He asked his apprentice Count Dooku to secretly incite and contact the separatist forces and facilitate the Trade Federation's blockade of Naboo. Palpatine did not really want the Trade Federation to occupy Naboo, but hoped that through this situation, other races in the Galactic Republic would also feel the crisis. In fact, if everything went well, he would ask the Jedi Knights in the Parliament to go to Naboo to rescue the Queen and defeat the Trade Federation's actions. In this way, Palpatine can not only plant a seed of unrest in the hearts of other races of the Galactic Republic, but also gain an ally in the Galactic Senate. After all, Queen Amirita has just ascended to the throne and is still a little girl. Palpatine believes that as long as he uses a little trick, he can make her support his plan. If everything goes well, Queen Emerita will propose a motion of no confidence in the current speaker in the parliament and remove him. And Palpatine has enough capital to run for the new speaker. Unfortunately, this plan was completely ruined by the sudden appearance of the Inquisition. I'm so sorry. Duan Muhuai said this, shrugging his shoulders. But conspiracies are like this. The more complicated they are, the easier it is to go wrong due to some accidents. Haha. That's true. After all, I can't imagine that you would suddenly appear at that time and annihilate the trade union fleet. Palpatine didn't care. So, I hope to join forces with the Inquisition. Oh! What do you think? Regarding your origins, at least the Senate and the Jedi Council currently believe that you may be descendants of the Goddess Guard. But in fact, we have nothing to do with the Goddess Guard. Although we do appreciate their ideas. Duan Muhuai was also very frank. After arriving here, he explained the purpose and principles of the Inquisition to Palpatine. After all, I've already told you. But you'll have to pretend you didn't hear me at your own risk. But they don't know. So I think we can take advantage of this to do something. At this point, Palpatine's eyes flashed. I have a plan. As he spoke, Palpatine gestured. And then Count Dooku took a data disk and placed it on the table. There are some, well, according to the words of the Inquisition, the information of the alien races. All of them are the mortal enemies of the current speaker Valorum. In fact, the current speaker is currently troubled by unfounded corruption charges. And the representatives of these alien races are the masterminds behind it. So, I hope the Inquisition can do some attacks on it. Preferably the kind that will hurt its bones. Duan Muhuai took the disc and looked at it. Then looked at An, who stared at Palpatine without saying anything. Then what? I think you may have thought of it. And then it's my turn to perform. I will let Count Dooku burn this fire more vigorously to fill the gap left by the destruction of the trade union. Then, Palpatine said, as he opened his arms, we will start a war. A civil war. The Galactic Republic will not allow anyone to secede. And the separatist forces will obviously not accept negotiations. All that is left is a war. Okay. That's it. Duan Muhuai stood up and stared at Palpatine. The Inquisition has only one requirement. No matter whether it is the Galactic Republic, the Galactic Kingdom, or the Galactic Empire, humans must be the only rulers. Do you understand what I mean? Of course, subhumans can be counted. But those alien bastards must not be given any chance. Of course. Your Excellency the Inquisitor. Palpatine lowered his head. I understand what you mean. That's good. The negotiations ended here. And Palpatine also warmly invited Duan Muhuai and others to stay as guests. As for Count Dooku, with his status, he naturally had other important things to do. I don't quite understand. In the guest room, Mary stared at the notebook in her hand. Puzzled. Mr. Palpatine hopes to seize power. But why does he want us to eliminate the current speaker's political enemies? Isn't this a good thing for the current speaker? Of course it's not a good thing. And shook his head. If we do it more quickly, and don't let people know that we did it, then as a vested interest, the speaker will naturally be suspected. At that time, the parliament will also be divided and feel a sense of crisis. As long as Mr. Palpatine incites again and implies that the speaker secretly sent people to eliminate those political enemies, I'm afraid more races will join the camp of the separatist forces. But, can't the speaker take this opportunity to consolidate his power? After all, haven't we eliminated all those who have the strength to oppose him? If the other party is that kind of courageous person, it won't fall to this point. And reached out and opened the personal turmoil. I asked Miss Lumiel to investigate the intelligence about the speaker of Valoran. From the current point of view, the speaker is obviously a relatively weak person. It can be imagined that he became the speaker at the beginning, which was probably the result of compromise among all parties, and not his own efforts. Such a speaker is indeed, as Mr. Palpatine said. He has no real power and ability. He can only be regarded as a puppet. Speaking of this, and turned his head and looked at Duan Muhuai. But, Mr. Palpatine is very ambitious. Indeed. But it's not bad to let the aliens fight the aliens. Anyway, it's the aliens who die. And we just need to wait for them to come out and clean up the mess. Duan Muhuai certainly understood what it meant. But he didn't care about this little problem. What's wrong with being ambitious? Could Palpatine be able to rebel against him? Let alone the fact that there is no conflict of interest between the two sides. Even if there is, with the intelligence of a man like Palpatine, he should understand what the consequences will be if he dares to attack the Inquisition. At that time, Duanmu Huai will let him taste the power of the hammer. The Inquisition does not need power, let alone care about ruling. Duanmu Huai has made it very clear to Palpatine that as long as humans rule here, the Inquisition does not care about what system it is. But similarly, if this country is not ruled by humans, then the Inquisition naturally doesn't care about what kind of system they have. Send this list to Ecot. Duanmu Huai threw the data disk to An. Let her do it herself. And do it cleanly, so that no one will find out that we did it. Okay. With Ecot's cowardly and sinister personality, she is the best at doing this kind of thing. As for Duanmu Huai and others, they will stay in Coruscant for a while, because according to Palpatine, their actions this time will once again make the Parliament discuss whether to form a fleet, and Queen Amirita will also arrive. Well, for Palpatine, this will be a good opportunity. The same is true for Duanmu Huai and others. Chapter 1235 Undercurrents. In the next few days, Duanmu Huai took Ojas and An married to travel around Coruscant and had a great time. After all, it was Palpatine who paid for it, so Duanmu Huai was naturally not polite. Just as Duanmu Huai and others were eating and drinking at public expense and traveling around, a silver spaceship arrived at the tarmac outside the Galactic Senate. And then a woman with a complicated headdress walked out of it. Welcome to Coruscant, Queen Amirita. Seeing her, Palpatine smiled and stepped forward to greet her. Hello, Senator Palpatine. Looking at Palpatine in front of her, Queen Amirita of Naboo also bowed her head and saluted. You must have had a hard time along the way. Indeed. Hearing Palpatine's question, Queen Amirita did not respond on the surface, but her tone seemed very stiff. I never thought that I would be questioned in the Galactic Senate. As she spoke, Queen Amirita looked at the two Jedi Knights standing not far behind her with complaints, and then retracted her gaze. Now Queen Amirita was indeed full of complaints, and even very dissatisfied with the Galactic Council. You should know that when the Trade Federation blockaded Naboo before, the Galactic Council pretended to be deaf and dumb, and no matter how she asked for help, they always used various excuses to shirk. As a result, as soon as the blockade was lifted, the Galactic Council immediately sent Jedi Knights to Naboo, and their words were all about asking Queen Amirita what her relationship was with the mysterious fleet that defeated the Trade Federation fleet. Although the Jedi Knights were very polite, Queen Amirita is not stupid. When I asked for help before, you said you had to go through the procedures. You were as slow as a snail. But the day after the blockade was lifted, you sent someone to interrogate me? You didn't go through the procedures? When did the Galactic Senate become so fast? When Naboo was blockaded before, you didn't react so quickly. Now that the blockade has been lifted, you react faster than anyone else. What's the matter? We are the only ones that are easy to bully. Right? Thinking of this, Queen Amirita became more and more angry. After all, she was young and hot-tempered, although she remained calm on the surface when facing Palpatine. The strong resentment in her words could still be felt. I can understand your feelings, Queen. Looking at the little queen in front of him, Palpatine laughed. But I believe that you should have nothing to do with this matter. Do you believe me? It must be said that Queen Amirita was somewhat surprised to hear Palpatine's answer. She could see that the other party was not perfunctory or social etiquette, but really thought so. You know, even in Naboo, there are actually many people who doubt whether the Queen has any relationship with the mysterious fleet. But Palpatine completely believes her? Well, of course Palpatine believes her, because Duanmu Huai told him that the reason why the Inquisition appeared there was simply because it saw that humans were threatened. So this matter has nothing to do with the Queen of Naboo herself. Of course, Palpatine also knew that it was wrong to stand here all the time. So he made a gesture, then turned around and walked towards the Parliament with the Queen. On the way, Palpatine also explained to the Queen, perhaps you don't know that similar things have been happening all this time. Similar things? Senator, do you mean the blockade of other planets? Ha! Of course not. I mean the fleet attacked by that mysterious fleet. The Trade Federation is not the first, nor the last. Is there such a thing? Hearing this, Queen Amirita was somewhat surprised, while Palpatine smiled and said nothing. As Palpatine said, during this period, Ecot had been acting according to Palpatine's list. She would first send a reconnaissance fleet to lock onto the target, and then when the other party left the galaxy, the command fleet suddenly appeared, completely destroyed it, and then quickly disappeared. The whole process was like an assassin, killing with one blow and escaping thousands of miles away. In fact, The following operations, under Ikit's command, were basically not discovered by anyone. When the local patrol fleet arrived at the scene after discovering that something was wrong, they saw only the wreckage of the warships. All the warships were blown into pieces by the intensive firepower of the Inquisition, and not even a complete cabin could be found. The crowd could only judge from the traces left by the warship fragments that these attacks were related to the mysterious fleet that had appeared on the planet Naboo. After several similar attacks, the Galactic Parliament naturally became more nervous, especially when they sorted out and found that the attacked races were all opponents of the Galactic Parliament Speaker Valorum. Well, the situation suddenly became delicate. At the same time, the situation of Speaker Valorum became more and more bad. Although the incident of the Goddess Guards has been over for nearly 1,000 years, the races of the Galactic Senate all remember that when the Goddess Guards rose to power, it started with a human family that believed in the Goddess faith ascending to the position of Galactic Speaker. Now, 1,000 years have passed. Does Valoran intend to recreate this history? Is he also a believer of the Goddess in private? Speaker Valoran naturally cried out in injustice. But no one believed what he said. Even the Jedi Council expressed their distrust of Speaker Valoran. After all, it is better to be safe than sorry. Starting from the trade union to the next few targets of attack, all were opponents of Speaker Valoran, according to the principle that whoever benefits is most suspicious. Who would believe you if you said you didn't know about it? Those who believe are idiots. I see. This actually happened. After listening to Palpatine's story, Queen Amirida was also quite surprised. This time, I invited you to the Galactic Senate not to question. In fact, the representatives of the Senate have already planned to propose a motion of no confidence against Speaker Valoran. It is only a matter of time before he is removed. Next, a new speaker will be elected. At this point, Palpatine's eyes also showed a hint of helplessness. He originally planned to use the blockade of Naboo to show his vigorous attitude, to cut ties with the current speaker, and to use this as an excuse to serve as the new speaker of the galaxy. But the matter of the Goddess Guards was too sensitive. It can be said that once this happened, other races were instantly alert to humans. Although Palpatine made a deal with the Separatists in private, they should support him in theory. But Palpatine could not say whether these representatives would change their minds when voting. From this point of view, the emergence of the Inquisition disrupted all of Palpatine's plans, making his plan to serve as the Speaker of the Galaxy more difficult. But from another point of view, with such a powerful helper as the Inquisition, Palpatine felt that this increase in difficulty was worth it. At the subsequent Galactic Senate, representatives of various races proposed a motion of no confidence in Valorum, and it was passed unanimously. However, Valorum's troubles were not limited to this. After being impeached, he was immediately arrested by the Parliament and interrogated. As for the new Chancellor, well, although the process was a bit thrilling, the benefits Palpatine gave to those senators on a daily basis were not in vain. And Palpatine was finally elected with a high vote. Of course, at the election ceremony, Palpatine also stated that he would unite and fight for the prosperity and development of the Galactic Republic and would never succumb to the threat of violence. At the same time, the Jedi Council also received an investigation report on Chancellor Valoran. Is what it says true? Looking at the report in front of him, Qui-Gon Jinn was puzzled. According to the report, after the parliamentary investigation, it was learned that the fleet was actually mercenaries privately funded by Speaker Valoran. He said that he had always tried to consolidate his position and exclude dissidents. So he had been privately funding mercenaries and transformed a fleet through cargo ships. The reason why it was named the Goddess Guard was just to draw attention to the group of mercenaries. Even the previous corruption scandal was believed to be the work of Speaker Valoran, because he needed a large amount of money to support this group of mercenaries. So he chose corruption. The whole report is not unreasonable. But Qui-Gon Jinn feels something is wrong. For example, the fleet is written on it, saying that Chancellor Valoran bought a large number of second-hand cargo ships to avoid suspicion. But Qui-Gon Jinn, who has seen those warships with his own eyes, can be sure that they are not converted cargo ships, but real warships. And Chancellor Valoran, the Jedi Council, is not unfamiliar with him. Is this incompetent good guy really capable of this? Even the Jedi Council could be fooled? Are you kidding me? It doesn't seem true no matter how hard you try. But the other races in the Galactic Council have recognized the results of the investigation. Even if the Jedi Council raises objections, it's probably useless. Whether it's true or not, you guys have to investigate next. The Black Jedi Knight sitting on the chair stared at Qui-Gon Jinn. According to this intelligence, those mercenaries are on Tatooine. And what you have to do next is to go to Tatooine and investigate the truth of this intelligence. Then, what if it's true? Qui-Gon Jinn frowned and stared at the other party. He knew how powerful that fleet was. Qui-Gon Jinn was even sure that the Galactic Republic did not have enough military force to suppress the other party. Let's take a step back. Even if what was said above was true, what could a Jedi Knight do? Could he blow up all those hundreds of warships? Is it possible? Investigate carefully and act in secret. The Black Jedi Knight repeated it again. We suspect there is something else behind this matter. No matter what. Don't act rashly. I understand. After the other party said this, Qui-Gon Jinn had nothing else to say. Whether it was true or not, he would know when he went there. Chapter 1236. Is this Tatooine? Master, do you believe that fleet is on Tatooine? While maneuvering the spaceship to Tatooine, Qui-Gon Jinn's apprentice Obi-Wan asked. I don't know. Obi-Wan. Qui-Gon Jinn shook his head. That is the territory of the Hutts, far away from the shipping route. And it is indeed a paradise for all kinds of fugitives. But I always feel that things are not that simple. Think about it. A fleet. Hundreds of warships. The supplies and personnel required are astronomical figures. Even Tatooine may not be able to support such material consumption. So, are the Hutts behind this? Obi-Wan's guess is not entirely unreasonable. The Hutts control the evil deeds of the entire Galactic Republic. It can be said that these Hutts are indispensable behind all kinds of evil deeds. They can be said to be the masters of the criminal empire. If the Hutts are really involved in this dispute, then it is not unreasonable. I always feel that things are not that simple. Qui-Gon Jinn did not make a decision immediately. In short, we will know when we go to Tatooine. As they were talking, the starry sky suddenly changed, and then a planet appeared in front of them. However, is this Tatooine? Looking at the planet in front of him, Qui-Gon Jinn was confused. It's not that he has never been to Tatooine. As a Jedi Knight, Qui-Gon Jinn had visited here before. In his memory, Tatooine was a dry planet that was not suitable for human habitation. This is why it became a paradise for these exiles. However, what appeared in their eyes now was a blue planet, and even lush green. Are we in the right place? No. Master. Obi-Wan glanced at the star map. According to the star map, this is indeed Tatooine. Let's go and take a look. Qui-Gon Jinn's face became a little serious. If this is not Tatooine, but some other planet, and they just took the wrong road, then it's not a big deal. But if this is really Tatooine, then something is probably not right. After passing through the atmosphere, Qui-Gon Jinn saw a city below. But this made Qui-Gon Jinn doubt his life again. Is this really Tatooine? Looking at the city in front of him, Qui-Gon Jinn couldn't believe his eyes. The Tatooine in his memory was a town next to the desert, with low-rise mud brick buildings that looked like Eskimo igloos everywhere. Of course, this was also because Tatooine had been dry and rainless for years, so it was meaningless to build high-rise buildings on the ground. And most people would rather dig caves underground to live. Water resources are also quite scarce here. Most people in Tatooine rely on condensers to obtain water resources, because the temperature difference between day and night is large on Tatooine. They use condensers to collect water vapor at night, and then use it for life. But now, what is presented in front of Qui-Gon Jinn is a completely different city. Under the sunshine, the two can clearly see green farmland everywhere on the ground, and the crops in it sway in the wind like waves. In the distance, forests and lakes can be seen everywhere, so that this place does not look like the dry and hot Tatooine at all, but more like a gorgeous natural planet. Moreover, there were no low-earth buildings here. Instead, there were rows of metal and stone buildings that looked extremely delicate and beautiful. In the middle was a large town, and outside the town were circles of farmland and crops. Are we really on the right track? Yes, Master. At least, that's what the star map shows. Even Obi-Wan was a little unsure. Ding-doo! Just as the two were hesitating, a voice suddenly came from the communication channel. Hello, outsiders. Welcome to Tatooine. Please follow our instructions to the landing pad. Qui-Gon Jinn was even more shocked when he heard the other party's words. You know, in the past, there were no reconnaissance facilities in exile places like Tatooine. There was no air traffic control, so people could come and go as they pleased. And now, there is air traffic control here? In other words, Tatooine now has a powerful ruler? But then again, is this really Tatooine? Master? What should we do now? Follow their instructions. Qui-Gon Jinn stared at the front with a serious face and spoke. Now it seems that the situation is getting weirder and weirder. Soon, under the guidance, the two drove the spaceship to a helipad near the town and landed. Qui-Gon Jinn and Obi-Wan walked out of the spaceship and looked around. The first thing they met was the moist and freshwater vapor, which made people feel refreshed. This was completely different from the dry, hot planet in Qui-Gon Jinn's memory. Have we really gone to the wrong place? Master? Even Obi-Wan was a little doubtful about life in this situation. But Qui-Gon Jinn shook his head. No, we are not wrong. While speaking, Qui-Gon Jinn raised his head and looked at the building in front of him. It was a metal building that looked like a church. It itself was nothing special. But what attracted Qui-Gon Jinn's attention was not the church itself, but the huge metal skull carved on the church. If Qui-Gon Jinn remembered correctly, the warships that claimed to be from the Inquisition that he had seen before also had the same logo on them. It seems that we have indeed found the right place, Qui-Gon Jinn muttered to himself, and a trace of uneasiness flashed in his eyes. All this is too wrong. To be honest, if the Inquisition is a mysterious force that hides its head and shows its tail and hardly shows its face, then it is in line with Qui-Gon Jinn's cognition. But the other party showed its existence so blatantly, not caring whether it would be discovered or not, which made people think more. Hello, respected Jedi Knights. At this moment, the guard in charge of the inspection also came over and nodded to Qui-Gon Jinn and Obi-Wan. Welcome to Tatooine. Hello. Qui-Gon Jinn hurriedly returned the greeting, and Obi-Wan, who was standing next to him, also withdrew his gaze. Seeing this scene, the guard smiled. Ha ha ha. You two must be surprised by the changes here. Indeed, Qui-Gon Jinn did not deny it. In fact, I have been to Tatooine before, and I have to say that the feeling of Tatooine now is completely different from that time. Ha ha ha. Of course. Hearing Qui-Gon Jinn sigh, the guard laughed proudly. To be honest, not long ago, Tatooine was still the same, but now everything is different. All thanks to the Inquisition. The Inquisition? Hearing this, Qui-Gon Jinn and Obi-Wan were shocked. Shouldn't the Inquisition be an evil, secret organization hidden in the dark? Is it okay for you to say this in broad daylight? Yes, it was the Inquisition that made this planet what it is today and allowed us to live the life we have now. To be honest, I quite like the present life. Oh, by the way, what are you doing on Tatooine? Listening to the guards chatter, Qui-Gon Jinn and Obi-Wan looked at each other. We are here on behalf of the Galactic Senate and want to meet with the rulers here to discuss something. No problem, the guard answered readily, then turned around and pointed to a building that looked like a church not far away. The governor is there. You can meet him as long as you go there. Thank you. Can we go around the city? Of course. We are still very confident about the Jedi Knights. While speaking, the guard finished the registration and smiled at them again. I wish you a happy life in Tatooine. After saying this, the guard turned around and left, leaving Qui-Gon Jinn and Obi-Wan looking at each other. What should we do now, Master? Anyway, let's go to the street first. The streets of Tatooine are flat and wide, and perhaps because it just rained, they are still a little damp. As they walked along, they could feel that the atmosphere here was very leisurely and natural, and people were living their own lives, all smiling and looking like they were living a good life. Obi-Wan, do you find any problems? Problems? Obi-Wan was stunned when he heard Qui-Gon Jinn's question. I don't see any problem. Master, look at the street. Standing beside the street, Qui-Gon Jinn stretched out his hand and pointed at the people coming and going. Obi-Wan also turned his head and stared at the street in front of him. Sorry, Master. I really don't feel anything special. You haven't noticed it yet? Qui-Gon Jinn sighed silently. He originally thought that he, as a disciple, could accept the test and become a master. Now it seems that he is still far away. We have been here for a long time. Besides humans, we have only seen Twi'leks, Togruta and Zabrak. All of them are humanoids. After being reminded by Qui-Gon Jinn, Obi-Wan also reacted. Indeed, if you think about it carefully, this is really strange. Although there are some planets where humans and humanoids dominate, but Tatooine was originally a place of exile for fugitives of the Galactic Republic. Logically, there should be all kinds of races here. How could there be only humanoids? Maybe we can find out by asking. While saying this, Kagan Jin looked at a small house nearby and saw a boy in his teens walking out of it. He walked up to the boy and smiled at him. Hey. Hello. Ah. Hello. The little boy was a little surprised to see Kagan Jin, but he still greeted him. My name is Kagan Jin, and I just got here. Hello. My name is Anakin. Looking at Kagan Jin, the little boy also introduced himself. Are you going to settle here? No. I just have something to discuss. While speaking, Kagan Jin looked at Anakin carefully. I found that there seemed to be only humans and some humanoid races here. I remember that Tatooine was not like this before. Right? What about others? When asking this question, Kagan Jin seemed calm on the surface. But he kept looking at the little boy in front of him, wanting to see his reaction. However, the little boy's answer surprised Kagan Jin. Oh! They were all executed by the Inquisition. Executed? Yes. The little boy nodded vigorously. The Inquisition said that these alien races were the culprits of oppression of mankind and deserved death. So they were all executed. No one objected? Of course. But they were also executed by the Inquisition. Looking at the little boy's matter-of-fact answer, Kagan Jin and Obi-Wan looked at each other. Do you think this is right? I don't know. Faced with Kagan Jin's question, the little boy shook his head. My mother and I were slaves before, and I hoped that Jedi Knights would come and liberate us. But no Jedi Knights came. Hearing this, Kagan Jin and Obi-Wan looked a little embarrassed. But the little boy didn't care and continued. But later, the Inquisition came. They liberated us, killed those who enslaved us, and let us live a good life that we had never imagined before. My previous dream was to become a Jedi Knight. But now I have changed my mind. No matter how powerful the Jedi Knights are, they will not fight for humans. But I want to fight for humans and eliminate those aliens who oppress humans. So I will join the Inquisition and become a Star Army. Fight for the liberation of mankind. Hearing the little boy's words, Kagan Jin and Obi-Wan looked at each other in silence. And then Kagan Jin forced a smile. Thank you. That's all I wanted to ask. Goodbye. I wish you a pleasant stay here. The little boy waved to the two with a smile, then turned and left. Kagan Jin looked at the little boy's figure disappearing, and his expression became much more serious. What do you think? Master, I don't know what to say. Obi-Wan was also speechless for a moment. From the standpoint of a Jedi Knight, he felt that the little boy's words were wrong. After all, the Galactic Republic is a country, and the Jedi Knights certainly cannot favor one over the other and protect humans without caring about other alien races. However, he could not refute the other party's words. After all, the little boy had been a slave before, but the Jedi Knights did not save them. But the Inquisition did. This is very embarrassing. The situation is very serious. Kagan Jin raised his head again and looked at the Gothic church-style building with a solemn and serious look. He had previously thought that the Inquisition only threatened the Galactic Republic militarily. But now it seems that it has even posed an unimaginable threat to the Galactic Republic at the political level. Every race wants a patron saint. But as the little boy said, no matter how powerful the Jedi Knights are, they can't protect humans exclusively. Because in addition to humans, there are other alien races in the Jedi Order. So naturally they have to consider the ideas of other races. Things like liberating the slave trade on Tatooine are, in theory, what the Jedi Knights should do. And the Galactic Republic also has anti-slavery laws. So they should do so both emotionally and rationally. But the Jedi Knights can't do this. Why? The reason is simple. This is the territory of the Hutts. If the Jedi Knights come into conflict with the Hutts in order to liberate the slaves, it will cause turmoil in the Republic and even lead to further crisis. But for the slaves, will they care about this? Of course not. Even from Kagan Jin's perspective, he can't say to these slaves, for the stability of the Galactic Republic, please continue to be slaves. Such words. However, this is the limit of the Jedi Knight. And the Inquisition now seems to be more than that. The situation may be more complicated than they thought before. Thinking of this, Kagan Jin sighed silently. Let's go and meet the governor here. Then, he made a decision. Chapter 1237. You are very weak. When Kagan Jin and Obi-Wan walked out of the building, their faces were as gloomy as they could be. Although they did meet with the governor here. What disappointed Kagan Jin was that the other party was not a member of the Inquisition, but a local. According to the governor, the Inquisition basically would not intervene in the problems of the colonies. They would only appear when humans were threatened and when taxes were collected. Apart from that, as long as there were no problems with humans, the Inquisition would not take action at will. Because of this, Qui-Gon Jinn's mood has sunk to the bottom. This is completely different from what he imagined. You know, when he received this task from the Jedi Council, Qui-Gon Jinn had made many assumptions about the Inquisition. For example, they are some kind of evil organization, or opponents of the Galactic Republic, or they may be pawns in the hands of some conspirators. However, when they really came to Tatooine and saw everything in front of them, they had to admit that it surprised them greatly. In fact, the demands of the Inquisition itself are not uncommon in the Galactic Republic. It can even be said that many separatists in the Galactic Republic have similar opinions to the Inquisition. They are dissatisfied with the Galactic Senate's neglect of their own race or its favoritism towards other races. So they decided to withdraw from the Galactic Senate. If that's all, then the Inquisition is just one of them. But the problem is that the demands of the Inquisition are not limited to this. Although they didn't see the members of the Inquisition, Qui-Gon Jinn and Obi-Wan both saw the doctrines and purposes of the Inquisition in that church. Protect humanity at all costs and eliminate all threats to humanity. The skull is a sacred and ancient symbol of humanity. So only races with human skulls will be identified as humans and subhumans. As for other alien races, they are all considered aliens and must be eliminated. The reason is simple. Those who are not of my kind must have different hearts. And the existence of other alien races is a threat to humanity and must be eliminated. To be honest, when seeing these doctrines, Qui-Gon Jinn took a breath. This is even more radical than the Goddess Guard. You should know that the Goddess Guard 1,000 years ago only believed in the Goddess and claimed that humans were the chosen ones to rule the galaxy and to rule other races. However, the Inquisition is more radical than the Goddess Guard. They don't even care about ruling. They just exterminate your race. You won't be allowed to live. This is much more radical than other separatist forces. Of course, for Jedi Knights such as Qui-Gon Jinn, they absolutely cannot accept the purpose and doctrine of the Inquisition. After all, they are loyal to the Galactic Republic and its system. So Qui-Gon Jinn and Obi-Wan cannot accept such radical doctrines as the Inquisition. But their feelings are also complicated. Although they are Jedi Knights, they are also human beings. Many times, they do see humans being oppressed by other races. But because of their status as Jedi Knights, they cannot take action on their own. It can be said that if the Inquisition did not have such extreme and radical doctrines, Qui-Gon Jinn and Obi-Wan might support their actions. I can't understand. Master. Obi-Wan was confused as he walked out of the church. Are they really an evil organization? It's no wonder that Obi-Wan asked this question. After all, according to their common sense, slogans and doctrines that only protect humans and subhuman races and other alien races should be kept secret. According to common sense, even if there is an organization that really thinks this way, they will hide their thoughts or use some. We are righteous. They are evil. We are the oppressed. They are the oppressors, etc. to rationalize their behavior. As a Jedi, Obi-Wan has seen this kind of situation many times. Many terrorists or enemies of the Galactic Republic who were dealt with by Jedi would say this when they were about to die, claiming that their actions were just and that they were forced to do so. In a word, I was not wrong. Of course, Jedi would not listen to such nonsense. However, this Inquisition did not even do this superficial work, and directly said that all races except humans should die. For only one reason, they posed a threat to humans. It's either now or later. So we must eradicate all evil. To avoid the future, the Inquisition must now eliminate all these alien races, leaving no one behind. Such a simple, rough and naked expression of, "I'm going to kill you," really made Qui-Gon Jinn and Obi-Wan very uncomfortable. You should at least act. You don't even want to act now. Right. Are you so righteous? Do you want to listen to what you are talking about? Such a rebellious statement. How can you say it as calmly as talking about what to eat for 3 meals a day today? I don't know. But I can be sure that the Inquisition is definitely a threat to the Republic. Qui-Gon Jinn shook his head silently. On the one hand, the Inquisition is clearly separatism. And it is human separatism, which is very scary. But on the other hand, if the Inquisition really adheres to these principles, then they will definitely not go along with the separatists in the Galactic Republic. After all, According to the judgment of the Inquisition, most of the separatists are aliens. We will return to Coruscant immediately. Thinking of this, Qui-Gon Jinn made a decisive decision, while Obi-Wan was stunned for a moment. Now? Master? But the task assigned to us by the committee has not been completed yet. You should know that the task assigned to them by the Jedi Committee is to investigate the Inquisition and find out the strength of the other party. But now they have not even seen the people of the Inquisition. And they are evacuating like this? Isn't it a bit bad? There are more important things than this now. Qui-Gon Jinn did not explain much, because this was a serious political issue. Perhaps Obi-Wan was only concerned about the combat effectiveness of the Inquisition. But Qui-Gon Jinn saw a more terrifying threat that would shake the system of the Galactic Republic. Although he did not know what his master was talking about, Obi-Wan did not ask much. And then the two of them came to the tarmac again. Fortunately, the spaceship they came in was still parked there, and it seemed that there was no problem. However, just as the two walked onto the tarmac, Qui-Gon Jinn's expression changed slightly, and he stopped. Be careful, Obi-Wan. It seems that the person we are looking for is here. Yes, Master. Hearing Qui-Gon Jinn's reminder, Obi-Wan also stopped and looked ahead vigilantly. In front of their spaceship's hatch, two figures were standing there. Obviously, the other party was waiting for them. But when Qui-Gon Jinn and Obi-Wan walked forward carefully and saw the two figures clearly, they were somewhat surprised, because there were two girls. One of them had long fiery red hair and looked about 16 or 17 years old, while the other was a little younger, about 12 or 13 years old, with long silver white hair and bat-like wings behind her. Does the Galactic Republic have this race? Who are you? Ah. Hello. Seeing Qui-Gon Jinn and Obi-Wan appear, the red-haired girl hurriedly bowed her head and greeted them. Nice to meet you. My name is Naruzmio. This is my sister Maria. Excuse me. Are you two Jedi Knights? Yes. I am Qui-Gon Jinn. And this is my apprentice Obi-Wan. Qui-Gon Jinn briefly introduced himself, looked at the two girls, and quietly grabbed the hilt of the lightsaber at his waist with his right hand. What do you want from me? It's like this. Uncle, the Inquisitor wants us to compete with you too. Compete? Qui-Gon Jinn was stunned when he heard Naruzmio's answer. Yes. Uncle, no. I told the Inquisitor that I want to see the strength of the psychics in this star field. Psychic power? Is it the Force? Qui-Gon Jinn was not surprised by the unfamiliar term in Naruzmio's mouth. After all, many races also have their own Force users, and they have a variety of names for the Force. So it's nothing special. This thought flashed through Qui-Gon Jinn's mind. And then he looked at Naruzmio with a smile on his face. Oh, what if we don't spar with you? Huh? Oh, Master Mio, why are you wasting time talking to them? Faced with Qui-Gon Jinn's question, Naruzmio was stunned for a moment. But before she could answer, she saw Maria, who was eager to try, clenched her fists and jumped up. If they don't attack us, then we will attack them. Before she finished speaking, Maria's wings suddenly spread out, and then she pounced towards Qui-Gon Jinn. The war broke out suddenly, and Qui-Gon Jinn and Obi-Wan were also surprised. But after all, they were experienced Jedi Knights, and they hurriedly took out their lightsabers. Qui-Gon Jinn went to meet Maria, and Obi-Wan rushed towards Naruzmio. As an experienced Jedi Knight, Qui-Gon Jinn's mastery of the Force is naturally beyond doubt. He held the lightsaber in one hand and opened it to Maria with the other hand. As Qui-Gon Jinn moved, the Force instantly erupted from his hand and rushed towards Maria. After all, the other party was just a little girl. Qui-Gon Jinn also knew the power of the Force, so he didn't use his full strength. After all, in his opinion, his own strength should be enough to deal with such a little girl. However, the next scene made Qui-Gon Jinn's eyes almost pop out. Hey! Facing the Force released by Qui-Gon Jinn, Maria clenched her fist and punched forward. There was only a blast, and the next moment, the Force released by Qui-Gon Jinn was completely smashed by Maria's fist. How is it possible? Seeing this scene, Qui-Gon Jinn was stunned. Generally speaking, even if it was a Force confrontation between Jedi Knights, it would not be so easy to decide the winner. However, Qui-Gon Jinn did not even feel the other party releasing the Force, and his own Force was broken like paper. Are you kidding me? Isn't this just a little girl of 12 or 13 years old? How can she have such a strong Force? No, she can actually use such a strong Force. Jedi Knights are trained from a young age. Although there are not many, Kagan Jin knows that some children are born with strong force in their bodies. However, even so, teaching them to use the force is a long process. The girl in front of him is still receiving training in the Jedi Temple at this age. And she can actually fight? And it seems that she is quite strong. The two sides fought in a flash. Looking at the small fists coming towards him, Kagan Jin did not dare to be careless at this moment. He hurriedly swung his lightsaber to force Maria away, and then fought with her. Compared to Kagan Jin, Obi-Wan was much worse off. He was also a young and energetic person. Facing Naruzmio, Obi-Wan did not dare to be careless. He even thought about going up to deal with the opponent, and then find out the weakness before attacking. However, it turned out that Obi-Wan thought too much. Before Obi-Wan rushed to Naruzmio, he saw the latter stretched out his hand to him. And then the next moment, suddenly, a huge pressure fell from the sky, just like turning into a mountain, directly pressing Obi-Wan to the ground. Bang! Obi-Wan didn't come back to his senses until he felt the cold touch of the metal floor on his cheek. His face changed drastically. He had never thought that a girl who looked younger than him could have such a strong force. But it wasn't over yet. Naruzmio turned her palm slightly, and then Obi-Wan suddenly flew up from the ground like a paper man being blown away, and then hit the wall next to him heavily. The lightsaber that had been tightly held in his hand also fell. However, before the lightsaber landed, Naruzmio held her right hand in vain. And the next moment Obi-Wan's lightsaber fell directly into Naruzmio's hand, as if it was attracted by a magnet. Obi-Wan! Qui-Gon Jinn was shocked to see his favorite disciple being killed in a single encounter. But this also gave Maria an opportunity. The girl's petite body flashed and rushed directly in front of Qui-Gon Jinn. Qui-Gon Jinn's face suddenly changed when he saw Maria suddenly appear in front of him. And the lightsaber in his hand immediately chopped down at Maria subconsciously. Not good. When Qui-Gon Jinn's lightsaber chopped down, he shouted that it was not good. You have to know that the lightsaber is a product of plasma condensation, with a scorching high temperature. Even the steel plate of a warship can be easily melted. A girl like this has no chance of blocking his lightsaber attack. However, what surprised Qui-Gon Jinn was that when faced with a lightsaber attack, Maria did not dodge or evade, but instead clenched her fist and punched the lightsaber. And the small fist collided with the lightsaber. If it was an ordinary person, then this sword would be enough to cut off her hand. But the fact is that when Maria's fist collided with Qui-Gon Jinn's lightsaber, it was Qui-Gon Jinn's lightsaber that was knocked away. How could this happen? Seeing his lightsaber being knocked away, Qui-Gon Jinn was also shocked. But at the same time, Maria also turned around and kicked Qui-Gon Jinn in the chest. The latter hurriedly condensed the force to block his chest. And then Qui-Gon Jinn felt a huge impact like being hit by a spaceship, and kicked him away directly. And Maria also took advantage of the situation and rolled over, easily getting the lightsaber that fell from the sky. The winner has been decided. Both Qui-Gon Jinn and Obi-Wan had very ugly expressions at this moment. They didn't expect that these two seemingly weak girls actually had such a level of power. This was beyond their imagination. However, compared to Master Qui-Gon Jinn, Naruzmio and Maria were not very interested. What? That's all you can do? Maria said, tossing the lightsaber in her hand. I heard that Jedi Knights have a high status here, so I thought they must be very powerful. But this is all? The demons are much stronger than them. At this point, Maria snorted, and then turned to Naruzmio without even looking at the two of them. Then, Master Mio, let's go back. There's no point staying here any longer. He can't even beat us. It seems that this Jedi Knight is really incompetent. Okay. Mio Naruz also nodded, looked at the two again, bowed her head, and then she flew into the air with Maria. After a moment, they disappeared into the deep night and disappeared. Watching the two disappear, Qui-Gon Jinn and Obi-Wan stood up and looked at each other helplessly. And then Qui-Gon Jinn sighed silently. Okay. Let's go back. Chapter 1238. The threat is imminent. Hey. You're back. Seeing Naruzmio and Maria coming back, Duanmu Huai also raised his hand and greeted them. How is it? Not at all. Naruzmio didn't say anything, but Maria shook her head in disappointment. What kind of guardian of the Galactic Republic? I thought they would be so powerful. But they are not as good as the followers of high-level demons. Huh? Are they really that weak? Guria was somewhat surprised to hear Maria's thoughts. You know, in the battle group of the Inquisition, Maria is already the last one. The only ones weaker than her are the jellyfish sisters, Bambi and Kula. However, these three are mascots, and they don't usually fight. In fact, if Maria develops her nightmare power, her strength can be further improved. But it's a pity that she chose melee. Really weak. Wanlia spread her hands again, speechless. She had thought that she could show off her skills this time. But the opponent's strength was really. She couldn't show off her skills even when bullying elementary school students. The spiritual power here is generally not high. So it's normal. Duanmu Huai was not surprised. In fact, he discovered this when he came to this information. If you want to use xianxia or fantasy novels as an analogy, then this is equivalent to the end of the Law era with exhausted spiritual energy, or the low magic world in the fantasy world. It belongs to the kind of great wizard whose ultimate move is 5 fireballs. In a high magic world, starting with 5 fireballs and a basic attack is a basic operation. Neruzmio and Maria are average in their own world. But the upper limit of that world is the indigenous gods. And there are no indigenous gods in this star field, let alone intergalactic gods. So when they fight the Jedi, it is actually like the immortals in the investiture of the gods fighting the monsters in Liao Shai, which is a complete crushing. To be honest, in Duanmu Huai's view, it is a miracle that this star field can develop peacefully to the present, with such weak strength and no indigenous gods to protect them. No one has paid attention to them. But think about it carefully. If there is no oil in the Middle East, who would be willing to go to that godless place? Well, I understand. Of course, the Inquisition is different. After all, the Inquisition's duty is to protect mankind, which is different from other gods. Why don't we just attack directly? The fleet here is not strong, and these Jedi Knights are also weak. Why waste time? After complaining, Wanlia looked at Duanmu Huai again and asked curiously, if we take it down, then we will be responsible for ruling here. Do you think you have the time or I have the time? Ah ha ha ha, well. Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, Wanlia also laughed dryly. Indeed, the biggest feature of the Inquisition is that it never conquers. Basically, after they solve the problem, they leave it to the locals to clean up the mess. So from a certain perspective, this is why Duanmu Huai chose to cooperate with Palpatine. If Palpatine does not rule the Galactic Republic, then the Inquisition will come? He won't do it. That's why Duanmu Huai cooperated with Palpatine's actions. The reason why he set up such a place on Tatooine was simply to make it similar to the Special Zone. To put it bluntly, it was to let Palpatine truly experience the attitude of the Inquisition towards the treatment and status of humans. Duanmu Huai was not worried about whether Palpatine had such understanding ability. If he didn't, then he would be replaced in the end. There are so many people in this world, and he would not be missing. At the same time, Qui-Gon Jinn and Obi-Wan on the other side also returned to the Jedi Council and reported the situation. It must be said that everyone in the Jedi Council was shocked when they heard their report, not only because of the attitude of the Inquisition, but also because of the strength of the Inquisition. You know, Qui-Gon Jinn is also a Jedi Knight who has experienced many battles, but he was easily defeated by the other party. And the girl was only 12 or 13 years old. Didn't you show mercy? The Black Jedi Knight stared at Qui-Gon Jinn in confusion and raised his own questions, while Qui-Gon Jinn shook his head. No, although I can be said to be careless. But, as a Jedi Knight, Qui-Gon Jinn would not make excuses for himself in such a matter. Indeed, he relaxed his vigilance towards Maria when he saw her appearance, and naturally let her go. But the problem is that Maria's actions afterwards really shocked Qui-Gon Jinn. Fighting a lightsaber with bare hands. That thing can even burn through the deck of a battleship. But she fought it with bare hands, and won. So Qui-Gon Jinn felt that he did not lose unfairly. Any Jedi who went up would be stunned to see this scene. I never thought that there would be such a strong person in the Inquisition. After listening to Qui-Gon Jinn's explanation, the Jedi present all took a breath. However, before they could calm down, they heard Qui-Gon Jinn's shocking words again. I don't think so. In fact, I think the two of them should be considered relatively weak in the Inquisition. Master? Are you serious? Obi-Wan was dumbfounded when he heard Qui-Gon Jinn's answer. He was beaten by the opponent. If he was a strong man, he would lose. But you said they were the weaker ones in the Inquisition? That's what I thought. But unfortunately, Qui-Gon Jinn obviously didn't want to save face for his apprentice, and quickly explained. After defeating us, the little girl named Maria said, even we can't beat us. It seems that this Jedi Knight is not very capable. Hearing what Qui-Gon Jinn said, everyone's faces became distorted. But what else can they do? They can only endure it. So angry. But Qui-Gon Jinn was in a good mood and continued to speak. You see? When she spoke, she used the words "even we can't beat us." Which means that they themselves are probably not outstanding in the tribunal. It's like someone challenging a Jedi Master. But even a Jedi apprentice can't beat him. The latter will also say, "You can't even beat an apprentice like me. And you still want to challenge the Master?" I think that's what she meant. Faced with Qui-Gon Jinn's answer, everyone was speechless. After a while, another Jedi coughed and broke the awkward silence. So, what should we do now? Should we report the truth to the Galactic Senate? What will happen if we report it? The Galactic Senate can't mobilize enough forces to Tatooine at the moment. It's still the territory of the Hutts. Sending Jedi Knights won't work. After a long discussion, they finally decided to report the matter to the Galactic Senate and let the Hutts handle it. After all, that was the Hutts' own territory. And the Galactic Senate was out of reach. It was not impossible to send Jedi Knights. After all, Jedi Knights were responsible for this kind of decapitation operation. However, the problem was that the Inquisition could easily send 2 people to defeat Master Qui-Gon Jinn. So who else would you send? Anyone with a discerning eye can see that this time they spared your life. But if you go again next time, it's hard to say whether they will show mercy. Teacher, I always feel that this is not right. Walking out of the committee door, Obi-Wan looked at Qui-Gon Jinn and spoke with some uneasiness. And Qui-Gon Jinn nodded. I understand what you mean, Obi-Wan. This is not a just act. And it is certain that once this matter is reported, the war faction in the Parliament will become more tough. And things will be out of control at that time. As Qui-Gon Jinn spoke, he looked out the window at Coruscant with a worried look. He was very clear about the current situation in the Galactic Senate. Due to the instigation of the Separatists, the conflict within the Galactic Senate was intensifying, and more representatives joined the ranks of the war faction, demanding that the Galactic Senate form its own army to prevent the division of the Galactic Republic. Their argument was also very reasonable. If the Galactic Senate could not severely crack down on the arrogance of these separatists, other planets would follow suit. By then, everyone would go back to their own homes and find their own mothers. Who would care about the Galactic Senate? By that time, the Galactic Republic would exist in name only. So we must strike hard. Fortunately, the current Speaker Palpatine is relatively stable and does not blindly demand the strengthening of military strength, which is why the war faction has not succeeded so far. So Qui-Gon Jinn can be sure that when the Jedi Council reports the Tatooine incident to the Galactic Senate, the pressure on the war faction will increase further. By that time, even Speaker Palpatine may not be able to suppress it. But in fact, Qui-Gon Jinn probably didn't expect that from the beginning. This was a play that Palpatine asked Duanmu Huai to cooperate with him. Unlike Duanmu Huai, Palpatine was well aware of the status and influence of the Jedi Council in the Galactic Senate. At the beginning, he did hope to provoke a conflict between the Trade Federation and Naboo, and to incite tension within the Senate by blocking Naboo through the Trade Federation. Then, he would make a shining debut as a reformist senator and gain the trust of the Senate by supporting Naboo. But there was also a problem. That is, Palpatine had to do it himself. And once he asked to build an army, it would easily arouse the suspicion of the Jedi Council. But now with the Inquisition and Duanmu Huai, Palpatine can change direction. From a reformist to a conservative. He believes that under the pressure of the Inquisition, the group of senators below will take the initiative to submit the military establishment proposal even without his hint. In this way, not only did he achieve his goal, but he also successfully removed himself from the sight of the Jedi Committee. By that time, the Jedi Committee would not suspect anyone but him. After all, the weather is cold, and it was others who took the initiative to give him the pajamas I wear. It's not what I want to wear. It's really hard to refuse the kindness. Happy Children's Day to everyone. But I have to update, and can't celebrate the holiday. By the way, I finally found a drink that I can drink. UNG Forest. It has a little taste. And it's sugar-free sparkling water, which is quite suitable for me. Chapter 1239 Plan Advancement. The fact is just as Qui-Gon Jinn worried. When they reported the existence of the Inquisition, many people in the Galactic Senate were immediately furious. So cruel. Unforgivable. I think we must have a strong fleet to prevent similar things from happening again. That's right. The Galactic Senate must have a strong armed guarantee. Sitting in his seat, listening to the passionate speeches of representatives of various races. Obi-Wan was stunned. You know, just now my master explained in detail to everyone, including the purpose and strength of the Inquisition, and everything they did on Tatooine. However, at the moment, these people seem to have only heard the same two sentences. The Inquisition massacred other non-human races. The Inquisition tried to lead humans away from the Galactic Republic. It can even be said that they don't pay any attention to the power of the Inquisition at all. And they are more trying to use this incident as a breakthrough point to force the passage of the Military Establishment Act. Obi-Wan was confused while listening to the speeches of these senators. Are you listening to the Master's report? The Inquisition is very fierce. They are very powerful. And they are extreme human supremacists. What did you hear? Besides, weren't we sent to Tatooine to investigate whether the former speaker had any relationship with the Inquisition? Why do you act as if you don't care whether the former speaker lives or dies? Obi-Wan looked at the senators, and then at his master Qui-Gon Jinn, who was sitting there like an old monk in meditation, as if the quarrel in front of him had nothing to do with him at all. Master, they... Finally, Obi-Wan couldn't help but want to complain. But Qui-Gon Jinn just stretched out his hand, motioning him not to speak, and then shook his head silently. They just need an excuse. That's it? Hearing Qui-Gon Jinn's answer, Obi-Wan couldn't help it. Of course, he also knew that the Galactic Senate was corrupt and bureaucratic, but he didn't expect it to reach this point. Logically speaking, they should at least go through the inquiry process of the former speaker. At least this time, they did not investigate the relationship between the Inquisition and the former speaker. Of course, it is also true that they are too lazy to pay attention to them. But you can't just ignore it and treat it as an established fact. It is not yet confirmed whether the former speaker has any relationship with the Inquisition, and whether he ordered the destruction of the trade union fleet. Why do you just assume that this is a fact and start to promote your own political agenda? Is this still our Galactic Council? Where is the process? Where is the justice of the procedure? Where has it all gone? Is the Galactic Council so corrupt now? For their own agenda. They don't care about right or wrong. Right? Obi-Wan only felt a sense of evil deep in his heart. He now understands why many races want to leave the Galactic Council. Looking at the current state of the Galactic Council, it doesn't look like a place that can do anything. Teacher, can't we do something? The Jedi Council does not interfere in the affairs of the Council. This is the rule. But, hearing Qui-Gon Jinn's answer, Obi-Wan also gritted his teeth. He certainly knew that this was the rule. And the Jedi Knights also protected the rule. But, look at these politicians. Which of them still abide by the rules? In the end, the development of things was just as Qui-Gon Jinn expected. The Galactic Council passed a bill to grant the leadership of the emergency period to Speaker Palpatine. Palpatine finally accepted the decision reluctantly, and said that he would return the power in his hands immediately after the separation crisis eased. Soon, the Galactic Congress passed a bill to approve the establishment of a strong army by the Galactic Republic to deal with the threat of separatists. Fortunately, Palpatine was not as incompetent as other politicians. He also mentioned the issue of Tatooine at the end, saying that the situation there was complicated, and that the matter would be handed over to the Hutt representatives to handle it. Qui-Gon Jinn and Obi-Wan were mentally prepared for this decision. After all, they had discussed it before, and felt that this was the only solution available to the Galactic Senate. The Hutts were deeply rooted in the Galactic Republic, which was why the Galactic Republic could not control the slave trade on Tatooine. However, they both felt bad when they thought that the slaves who had regained their freedom might suffer again at the hands of the Hutts. Although the Inquisition's approach was a bit cruel, they did save people. Oh! Strictly speaking, the Inquisition saved those they identified as human. The race, except for all others, was killed. The two of them were sighing when they suddenly came to their senses. Wait, that's not right. There seems to be something wrong with their thinking. The Hutts are going to deal with the Inquisition? With the ability of the Inquisition. Wouldn't they skin and bone the Hutts? The two of them also knew about the Hutts. They looked a bit like large slugs. Anyway, no matter how you look at it, they have nothing to do with the human race defined by the Inquisition. They are the kind that will be executed on the spot if they are discovered by the Inquisition. And with the strength of the Inquisition, if the Hutts really dare to attack Tatooine, it is not certain who will die. The two looked at each other with strange expressions, unable to speak. What should we do now? Teacher? Go back and rest. This is not the place for us. Qui-Gon Jinn was tired, and he couldn't care less. Qui-Gon Jinn was unwilling to do what the Galactic Senate did. But he had no choice. And the Jedi Knights couldn't interfere in Tatooine. The Galactic Senate only cared about using the Inquisition as a cover to advance their own political agenda. And the Jedi Knights couldn't interfere in the political affairs of the Galactic Senate. What else can we do? Go home and sleep. The development of things will certainly not change because of the choices made by Qui-Gon Jinn and Obi-Wan. When Palpatine announced that he would build a powerful army belonging to the Galactic Senate, the first to get the news were naturally the Separatist forces. Of course, this news was actually deliberately spread by Palpatine through his apprentice Count Dooku. As expected, after learning that the Galactic Republic planned to form an army to deal with the Separatist forces, they immediately jumped up first. We must not let the Parliament succeed. We must strike first. The leader of the Science and Technology Union looks like a metal robot. And his words are as sonorous and powerful as his appearance. Yes, we must let the Galactic Parliament know our strength, so that they will be afraid. The leader of the Banking Association also spoke. They are all leaders of this separatist force. The Science and Technology Union has technology. The Banking Association has money. And the Trade Union has material support. It is the cooperation of these three major parties that has made the separatist forces gradually grow stronger. But what about the Inquisition? Only the governor of the Trade Union had a sullen look on his face. The Inquisition destroyed the fleet of the Trade Union, causing great damage to their strength. The Trade Union has always wanted to take revenge, but has been unable to find an opportunity. Now he immediately complained, fearing that others would not take him seriously. However, the representatives of the other two parties did not care about the complaints of the Trade Union at all. It's just a small separatist force. There's no need to care about it at all. I heard that the Galactic Senate has already asked the Hutts to deal with them. If the Hutts target them, the force called the Inquisition will be in great danger. And we don't need to do anything. But, I understand what you mean, Governor. Just when the governor of the Trade Union was about to say something, Count Dooku interrupted him. What the Inquisition did to the Trade Union is indeed unforgivable. But time is not on our side now. Speaker Palpatine has signed the order, and the Galactic Senate has begun preparations to build an army. Under such circumstances, we have no time to waste. We must strike first. As for the Inquisition, we can wait until our plan is over before dealing with them. That's right. At this time, representatives of the other two forces also responded. Count Dooku's words really touched their hearts. They have been preparing for this uprising for a long time. At present, they have enough warships and the robot army of the Trade Union. If they start the uprising now, the Galactic Senate will be caught off guard, and they will be able to gain the upper hand. If they continue to delay and wait until the Galactic Senate really raises an army, won't their preparations be in vain? Why do they have to fight a fair duel when they can take the initiative? Is there something wrong with you? Seeing that everyone else supports Count Dooku's opinion, the governor of the Trade Union can only shut up silently. After all, he also knows the priorities of things. Compared to their own major events, a mere Inquisition is indeed insignificant. In fact, if the loss was not the Trade Union's fleet, he also thought it would be more appropriate to complete the uprising first and then deal with the Inquisition. But the problem is that the fleet of their Trade Union was lost. The governor of the Trade Union was so angry that he almost vomited blood when he thought of this. But there was nothing he could do. He was really angry. At this moment, the governor of the Trade Union also clenched his fists and swore secretly in his heart. After killing the Galactic Senate, the next one will be the Inquisition. I didn't know where you were before, but now that I know, I will never let you go. Tatooine. Right? After we finish cleaning up the Galactic Senate, we will blow that place to pieces for you. Recommend some sugar-free sparkling water. I don't dare to drink sugar because I was diagnosed with diabetes. Chapter 1240. What does the Jedi have? Everyone's plans are going on as planned. However, there will always be unexpected things in plans. It's the same for everyone. To be honest, you might as well tell me that you are deliberately playing the long game to catch a big fish, which I will accept more. Looking at Count Dooku in front of him, Duanmu Huai came up and complained. When he heard Duanmu Huai's complaints, Count Dooku's face twitched slightly, and he didn't say anything. At the moment, Duanmu Huai is not on the battleship of the Inquisition. On the contrary, he is currently on a remote planet called Geonosis. The reason why Duanmu Huai came here happened to be related to Count Dooku in front of him. In short, the story is like this. After deciding to deal with the Galactic Senate first, the governor of the Trade Union was still angry. He also knew that it was impossible to deal with the Inquisition at present. But the governor had another enemy. That was Queen Emerita. In the eyes of the governor of the trade union, if the queen had been more sensible and signed the agreement earlier, when they blockaded the planet Naboo, maybe the fleet of the trade union would not have been destroyed by the Inquisition. Or maybe it suspected that Queen Emerita and the Inquisition were in cahoots. After all, Queen Emerita is also a human. She said she didn't know. So why would anyone believe her? So the governor of the trade union took the simplest and most effective way. Assassination. In its view, if it couldn't get rid of the Inquisition, it could get rid of this stubborn queen first, and vent its anger. In the first assassination, the governor chose to blow up Queen Amarata's spaceship, and blew it up when she came to Coruscant to attend the meeting. Unexpectedly, this queen was also a fool. She actually disguised herself as a pilot, and sat in the escort wingman, thus escaping the disaster. The assassination of Queen Emerita immediately aroused the vigilance of the Jedi Council. So Qui-Gon Jinn and Obi-Wan were sent to be Queen Amarata's bodyguards to prevent her from being attacked again. Normally, most people would stop when they see that things are impossible. However, the governor of the trade union once again sent assassins to attack Queen Emerita, as if he would not turn back until he hit the wall. Of course, if it were just that, it would be fine. The problem lies in the killer himself. Dwanmu Huai has heard from Palpatine that many years ago, he secretly guided a Jedi Master with foresight to let him see the future of the Galactic Republic. After foresight, the Jedi Master also felt that the Galactic Republic really needed a strong army. So he secretly went to the Camillos who were best at cloning technology, and asked them to use someone as a sample of the original body to cultivate a clone army. Of course, Dwanmu Huai had no idea about this, as long as the clone was human. On the contrary, if it was not human, then cloning would not work. But the problem was that the original sample was a killer, and the governor of the trade union found this killer to kill Emerita. Well, under the protection of Qui-Gon Jinn and Obi-Wan, the plan failed, and the killer ran away. However, Obi-Wan was responsible for staying to protect the queen, and Qui-Gon Jinn followed the track left by the killer all the way to Camelot, and found the millions of clones. This incident also shocked Qui-Gon Jinn, who immediately reported the matter to the Jedi Council, and then tracked the killer again, trying to find his mastermind. After realizing that he was discovered, the killer fled again and came to the planet of Geonosis. Of course, this is not just a remote planet, but a planet where the Trade Federation is gathering and producing a large army of robots. Now it's all exposed. Fortunately, Qui-Gon Jinn was finally discovered and was captured because he was outnumbered. And Count Dooku was also here. So he had to contact Palpatine and Dwanmu Huai to explain the situation. So Dwanmu Huai immediately rushed to Geonosis to deal with the aftermath of this incident. To be honest, I suggest you replace that idiot governor. Although all aliens are idiots, this one is too idiotic. Looking at Count Dooku in front of him, Dwanmu Huai couldn't help but want to complain. You can hire someone to kill. But why the hell did you have to choose one of our own? This starfield is so big. You can find any killer as long as you pay. Why do you have to find one of our own to do this? You might as well say that all this was your plan, and that you are playing the long game to catch the big fish. This is not a movie. Why do you need to be dramatic when you are looking for a killer? What a psycho. This has screwed us all. He is really not afraid of godlike opponents, but teammates like pigs. If the governor of the trade union appeared in front of Dwanmu Huai now, he would smash the other party into pulp with a hammer. However, Count Dooku still wanted to save the situation. He wanted to persuade Qui-Gon Jinn to join him. After all, he and Qui-Gon Jinn were both dissatisfied with the current situation of the Jedi Council. So Count Dooku personally came forward and presented facts and reason to the imprisoned Qui-Gon Jinn. But Qui-Gon Jinn finally did not nod. Failed? Dwanmu Huai asked Count Dooku's frustrated expression, and the latter shook his head helplessly. What a fool. I really can't understand why he still wants to fight for that corrupt and stupid parliament. He knows the corruption and incompetence of the Galactic Parliament just like me. Why? Who knows? Dwanmu Huai shrugged his shoulders and didn't care about these boring things. Everyone has their own ambitions. Anyway, it's done now. Then let's act according to the original plan. Yes. After learning all this, Palpatine made another plan. He knew that the Jedi Council had already been mobilized to try to rescue Qui-Gon Jinn. So Palpatine planned to use Qui-Gon Jinn as bait to catch the Jedi Council in one fell swoop. In fact, Palpatine did not intend to get rid of the Jedi Council so quickly. although he did have an irreconcilable hatred with the Jedi. But Palpatine was not stupid. The Separatist forces were powerful, and the Galactic Republic still needed Jedi Knights to support it. In the final analysis, this was a play for himself to take the throne and control the Galactic Republic. The most ideal situation is that the Separatists and the Jedi Knights both lose, and Palpatine wins. If things go wrong and the Separatists really kill the main force of the Galactic Republic, that would be another matter. So although he was unwilling, Palpatine's original plan was to save the Jedi Knights first, and then use them to fight against the Separatists. And when the Separatists were almost finished, he would turn around and kill all the Jedi Knights. But now, with the Inquisition, Palpatine is not afraid anymore. The Jedi Knights will die. So what? No matter how powerful the Separatists are, can they be as powerful as the Inquisition? Then, you just act well from now on. I will come out to finish it at the end. After saying this, Duan Muhui turned around and left. He was not worried that anyone would see that he was from the Inquisition. After all, with Duan Muhui's armor and height, few people would believe that he was a human. So next, Duan Muhui just found a place, sat down quietly, and watched this group of people perform silently. Watching them drag Qui-Gon Jinn to the Colosseum and perform as a gladiator in front of many aliens. These Jedi Knights seemed really weak. Without lightsabers, they surrendered? This is not as good as a Special Forces soldier who can fight a little bit. Why can this thing become the Peace Guardian of the Galactic Republic? That's it? That's it? That's it? It can't be invincible. Can't infiltrate. Can't do anything. Why? It's really like a child playing house. Duan Muhui yawned silently. Oh, by the way, it's not just Qui-Gon Jinn who was captured, but also Obi-Wan. He seemed to have sneaked in to save his teacher and was captured. So you see, the movies about agents breaking into the Tiger's Den alone and killing their way in and out are all lies. The real situation is that in such a heavily guarded place, if you enter, you will either die or be caught. Do you really think you are 007? Stealth, sabotage, and picking up girls? Of course, these two are still quite capable. They didn't let the beast put into the field fill their teeth at the first time, but found a way to break free from the shackles and then deal with the beast. And the aliens next to them were also screaming and cheering, looking like they were watching the fun and not minding the trouble. Seeing this, Duan Muhui also shook his head silently. He was just idle and had nothing to do. If he wasn't planning to go fishing, he could have just been shot on the spot. Why was he playing the gladiator? He was really idle. Oh! He took the bait. Just as Duan Muhui was silently complaining, hundreds of Jedi Knights suddenly appeared like gods descending from the sky, defeating the beasts that besieged the two people. At this time, the idiot governor of the trade union also hurriedly sent a large army of robots to surround them and fought with those Jedi Knights. Facts have proven that these Jedi Knights are really no good, although they were easy to deal with the robot army at the beginning. Once the number of robots increased, these Jedi Knights were beaten and died in a short time. It seems that I don't need to take action. This is really weak. Looking at the battlefield in front of him, Duan Muhui yawned again. Although the number of the opponent's robot army was indeed large, if it were the Inquisition, almost all the members of the combat team would have a way to deal with these guys. Or maybe it's just these few robots. They are not enough to destroy them. Of course, in the final analysis, it's because these idiot Jedi Knights don't wear armor to show off, but wear robes and then come up to fight with robots holding laser guns. Isn't this crazy? If you have armor, you can block it at least. But if you don't have armor, you will die if you touch it. Oh! Another one died over there. See, I said. Almost all of them are dead. Oh! Here they come. Just when the dozens of remaining Jedi Knights were cornered by the robot army, Duan Muhui's originally drowsy expression suddenly brightened. At this moment, several transport planes descended from the sky and launched an attack on the robot army in front of him. Under their fierce fire, the robot army, which originally had an advantage in numbers, was quickly torn apart. However, it was this group of robots torn apart by the transport planes that killed nearly 100 Jedi Knights. Then the question is, where is the so-called Guardian of Peace of the Jedi Knights? You can't even compare to a few transport planes. What's the point of having you? Although we can't just talk about weapons or will. The problem is that you Jedi Knights are not related to either. As for weapons, your lightsabers are not good at all. And without lightsabers, You are like a tiger without teeth. Useless. What about will? Your will is strong enough. You don't even wear armor. But in front of the number of robots, you still have to die. Right? How stupid is the Galactic Senate to let such a group of ignorant people be the guardians of the Galactic Republic? Use your brain and recruit and train a few more professional agents. Dwunmu Huai thinks they are much better than Jedi Knights. Let Palpatine rule. If things go on like this, if this broken world encounters an invasion by the Chaos Legion, it will be finished in a second. Seeing that the transport plane had destroyed the robot army surrounding it, and was moving towards the Jedi Knights, who were originally besieged in the middle, Dwunmu Huai also shook his head and then stood up. Next. It's time for me to appear. Chapter 1241 Shadow of Destruction. The reinforcements that came from the sky arrived at the most critical moment of the Jedi Knights' life and death, and defeated the robot army that surrounded the Jedi Knights. The Jedi Knights were also surprised by this new army. Although they had heard the report from Qui-Gon Jinn and others, and knew that there was such a clone army, they did not expect this army to appear, until they saw a green dwarf mixed in the clone army. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Master Yoda. Qui-Gon Jinn walked up to the green dwarf and nodded respectfully. You're here. I thought I couldn't make it in time, but now it seems I'm just in time. The green dwarf also smiled at him. But then, Qui-Gon Jinn saw the green dwarf's expression suddenly changed. Then he reached out and pressed his chest. This is, woo! Master Yoda? What's wrong? Seeing the green dwarf's appearance, Qui-Gon Jinn was immediately shocked. And the green dwarf raised his head and stared at him with a pair of round eyes. I feel darkness, destruction. The shadow of destruction is approaching us quickly. Quickly leave here. However, before Yoda finished speaking, he saw a transport plane carrying several Jedi Knights flying into the air. But at this moment, suddenly, a huge shadow fell from the sky, like a cannonball, directly hitting the transport plane, and then smashed heavily on the ground. Boom! At this moment, the ground shook, lightning flashed, and thunder roared. The huge airflow of the explosion directly blew away everything around, whether it was the robot army, the clone army, or even the transport planes. They were blown away like toys, and then completely disintegrated and exploded in the air. AAA. Qui-Gon Jinn was not much better. Before he could even react to what happened, the transport plane he was riding on was spinning and flying quickly into the air. Then it was torn apart by an incomparable force, and turned into fragments that flew around. And Qui-Gon Jinn felt like a small fish caught in a whirlpool, completely unable to escape the terrifying impact. He could only watch himself being thrown out, and then hit the ground heavily. Bang! Fortunately, Qui-Gon Jinn was a Jedi Knight and a master, and he used the Force to protect his body, so he didn't die on the spot. But even so, when he was hit to the ground, he still felt like his internal organs were about to spit out of his mouth, and suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood. What's going on? What kind of attack have we suffered? Qui-Gon Jinn wiped the blood from his mouth, quickly grasped the lightsaber and stood up, looking around, and then he couldn't help but gasp. As a poor guy who was almost executed in public, Qui-Gon Jinn certainly knew that this was originally a circular building similar to the Colosseum in Rome. But now, looking around, there are almost ruins in all directions. This is no different from being bombed. Could it be that the Trade Federation has a backup plan? Just as Qui-Gon Jinn raised his head uneasily and looked forward, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. Whoosh! A gust of wind suddenly blew over, blowing away all the dust flying around. And at this time Qui-Gon Jinn also clearly saw that the entire arena had completely collapsed and turned into a huge pit. And in the center of this pit, an extremely tall figure slowly stood up from it. He was wearing black, heavy armor all over his body, and a strange helmet that looked like a skull. And in the skull-like eye sockets, the scarlet color was as dazzling as a Sith lightsaber. Just seeing him made Qui-Gon Jinn feel as if his blood had frozen, and every cell in his body was trembling desperately, as if it was the most instinctive fear. What kind of monster is this? Is it the latest robot developed by the Trade Federation? It's no wonder Qui-Gon Jinn would have such an idea. After all, this person is so tall and looks nothing like the race that already exists in the Galactic Republic. Moreover, he is covered in armor, giving people the feeling of a robot. And the Trade Union has created a large number of robot armies for this plan. But what is this terrifying breath of power? Qui-Gon Jinn can swear that he has never felt such a terrifying breath of the Force. That terrifying feeling surged from that figure like a huge wave, exploding in all directions. Even him, a Jedi Master who has experienced many battles, his legs couldn't help but tremble slightly at this time. How is this possible? If he was really a robot, how could he have such a strong breath of the Force? Qui-Gon Jinn tightly grasped the lightsaber in his hand and clenched his teeth. He was not nervous, but trembling, just like a weak rabbit in front of a fierce bear. The despair and fear made him want to completely lose his mind and instinctively rush forward to fight, even if it meant death. However, before Qui-Gon Jinn could make a move, several Jedi Knights suddenly rushed out with roars, holding lightsabers and rushing towards the huge figure. Stop it! Seeing this, Qui-Gon Jinn was shocked and shouted loudly. It was not that he saw through something, but an instinct, which was madly warning him that if he continued like this, something bad would happen. Unfortunately, it was too late. Looking at the Jedi Knights rushing towards him with lightsabers in their hands, Duan Huai didn't even move his hands, but just stared at them coldly, and then hummed. Humph. A short syllable, but it exploded in everyone's ears like thunder. Even Qui-Gon Jinn, who was far away, was shaken, and felt that his internal organs were about to be exploded, and he knelt directly on the ground. However, the Jedi warriors who rushed towards Duan Huai did not have such good luck. Their bodies exploded completely, and blood and flesh flew all over the ground. In the blink of an eye, several Jedi Masters were completely killed. What kind of terrible power is this? Seeing this, Qui-Gon Jinn was already stunned. He pressed his chest, resisted the ups and downs, and stared at the other party. Just a low hum, and several Jedi Masters were killed instantly. What kind of monster is this? No, this question is not important. What should I do now? Should I run away? Just as this thought flashed through Qui-Gon Jinn's mind, Duan Huai seemed to sense something and turned his head to stare at him. When he met the scarlet gaze, Qui-Gon Jinn's body froze, as if he was completely bound and couldn't move at all. He could only watch in despair as Duan Huai slowly turned around and headed towards him. Boom, boom, boom. Just as Qui-Gon Jinn was about to accept his fate, suddenly, several beams of light fell from the sky and hit Duan Huai directly, instantly enveloping him in a sea of gunfire. The terrifying sense of deterrence suddenly weakened at this time, making Qui-Gon Jinn feel relieved. Then he turned his head and saw that not far away, a Galactic Republic warship was heading this way. Yes! Seeing this warship, Qui-Gon Jinn came to his senses. Those transport planes must not have appeared out of thin air. Since the transport planes are here, the Galactic Republic warships are naturally on the way. This way, there should be no problem. Thinking of this, Qui-Gon Jinn turned his head again to look at the place that was bombed just now. That was the attack of the warship's main gun. Even the Jedi Masters like them dared not say that they could withstand it. Not to mention that it was just a round of bombardment. The Black Shadow should have been destroyed long ago. However, when the smoke cleared, the scene in front of him made Qui-Gon Jinn shiver all over. He saw that black figure still standing there, motionless. There was not even a trace on the heavy armor. What a joke. Could he even withstand the bombardment of the battleship's main guns? Just when Qui-Gon Jinn widened his eyes, and even suspected that he was dreaming, an even more unimaginable scene appeared. He saw Duan Huai facing the battleship, raised his right hand, and made a virtual grip gesture in the air. As he moved, the huge triangular hull of the warship began to twist and deform, as if an invisible giant hand was grabbing it and squeezing it tightly. Then, Duan Huai clenched his right hand tightly. At the same time, at this moment, as Duan Huai moved, the warship was also squashed and exploded directly. Boom! The huge fireball rolled in the air and then scattered. At this moment, Qui-Gon Jinn's mind was even numb. He felt that his brain seemed to have completely stopped thinking and could not understand what was going on in front of him. Is it the Force? Is all this caused by the Force? Who is this person? But unfortunately, Qui-Gon Jinn will never get the answer, because at this moment, Duan Huai has clenched his right hand, raised it high, and then slammed it hard on the ground. Then, the earth cracked. The incomparable huge impact completely tore the hard earth apart. Violent airflow burst out from the cracks in the earth, and hot magma flew with it. No one can withstand such an attack. Not even the Jedi Master. The lives of those Jedi Masters, who were not killed by Duan Huai before, also came to an end at this moment. Humph. Nothing more than that. Duanmu Huai raised his head and looked around. At this moment, all the areas within a few kilometers around him had completely collapsed. No force could resist the magic of the god of destruction. Even the Jedi Knights were like other things, and were completely destroyed before they could even resist. Alas, it was a bit of bullying a child. After all, the psychics in this world are really not that good. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai shook his head and turned to leave. The matter here is over, and it's up to Palpatine to show his performance. Chapter 1242 The Civil War begins. This is a day worth recording in the history of the Galactic Republic. On this day, the battle that broke out on the planet Geonosis marked the beginning of the civil war between the Independent Federation and the Bank Republic. In this initial battle, the Galactic Republic suffered heavy losses. All the masters of the Jedi Council fell in it, and no one survived. This dealt a great blow to the Galactic Republic. Of course, the external statement was that the Independent Federation used the captured Jedi Masters to fish, and the Jedi Council was careless and underestimated the enemy. Misjudged the fighting will and strength of the Independent Federation, suffered heavy losses, and was completely wiped out. This rumor was jointly promoted by the Independent Federation and Palpatine. The reason is very simple. At that time, all the existence there was destroyed by Duanmu Huai. Even the Independent Federation only knew that everything there was destroyed. Who did it? Well, Count Dooku said it was their backup plan. So the Independent Federation adopted it. After all, it would be a waste not to spread such a thing that would destroy the prestige of others. As for why Palpatine promoted it, the reason is even simpler. On the one hand, he wanted to cover up the evidence of the involvement of the Inquisition. On the other hand, Palpatine wanted all the Jedi to die. This rumor not only discredited the Independent Federation, but also accused the Jedi Council of being rigid and stupid, and eventually seeking its own death. One black and two black. It's so cool that Palpatine wants to open champagne. After all, for Palpatine, the most difficult thing is not the Independent Federation, but the Jedi Knights. No matter what the facts are, at least in the Galactic Republic, most people think that the Jedi Knights are the guardians of the Galactic Republic, so they are born supporters of the Jedi Knights. This is also the reason why it is difficult for Palpatine to directly attack the Jedi Knights. After all, if you want to discredit the Jedi Knights, most people will not agree. But now, I'm not slandering. I'm just stating the facts. Even the most diehard Jedi supporters would think that the Jedi Knights were brainless after reading the battle report. Just over 100 people dared to rush over to save people. And as a result, they were all wiped out. There's nothing we can do about it. Most people are result-oriented. If the Jedi Knights won, they would naturally say that the Jedi Knights were powerful, dared to fight against the majority, and finally successfully rescued their companions and defeated the conspiracy of the Independent Federation. And now you've lost. So you're just stupid, right? Now there's no need for Palpatine to discredit them. Many people are very disappointed with the Jedi Knights. After all, the entire Jedi Council has been involved. Although some Jedi Knights didn't have time to join for various reasons, the collapse of the Jedi Council still dealt them a great blow. For these Jedi Knights, Palpatine naturally secretly tried to send them to the front line, letting them die one by one in the battle with the Independent Federation. Well, they don't have to do it themselves. Palpatine was not worried that they would not die. The reason was simple. Because the current situation of the Galactic Republic was not good. Although the collapse of the Jedi Council made Palpatine want to open champagne in the office. This news was a huge blow to the morale of the entire Galactic Republic. After all, even the Jedi Masters of the Jedi Council, and more than 100 Jedi Knights died at the hands of the Independent Federation. Can they really win? This also led to the fact that in the early stage of the Independent Federation's offensive, the Galactic Republic was beaten without any ability to fight back, and had various disadvantages. But the Independent Federation was not able to take advantage of the situation and go further. For one reason, the Inquisition. Among the planets attacked by the Independent Federation, there were naturally many planets belonging to humans or humanoids. Whenever the Independent Federation tried to attack these planets, the warships of the Inquisition would immediately appear, catch the fleet of the Independent Federation, and blast them into pieces before leaving. After several consecutive times, the Independent Federation and the Galactic Republic discovered this problem. So the Galactic Republic immediately changed direction and concentrated its forces on those galaxies that did not belong to humans to strengthen defense. After hitting a wall several times, The Independent Federation had to accept this painful reality and turn to the galaxies controlled by non-human races to fight with the Galactic Republic. So a strange scene appeared. Some galaxies were peaceful, and everyone lived in peace. Some galaxies were fighting each other to the death. Most people did not want to be involved in the war, and hurriedly migrated to those galaxies that were not at war. However, the other side rejected their request to escape. The reason is very simple. After all, as a force that can influence the war between the Independent Federation and the Galactic Republic, the Inquisition is naturally well known to everyone. And naturally everyone knows the principles and positions of the Inquisition. In short, they only protect humans and subhumans. And they have nothing to do with anything else. It is best for them all to die. Although no one dares to openly support the Inquisition's proposition in the context of the Galactic Republic. As the beneficiaries, they are also clear in their hearts. It is precisely because all the people in my galaxy are human that the Inquisition will come to help. What if those alien races are allowed in? And the Inquisition thinks that this galaxy no longer belongs to humans and abandons them? The military strength of the Galactic Republic is not strong now. And it has been defeated again and again. If it does not rely on the Inquisition to protect itself, can it rely on the Galactic Council that can do nothing? What if the Inquisition does not come, and the Galactic Republic's fleet cannot be relied on? Then won't my home be ruined? As Duanmu Huai once said, in the face of life and death threats, all races must think of their own continuation first. So those galaxies resolutely rejected the requests of other alien races for asylum, and directly blocked them out. This naturally made other alien races very dissatisfied. Of course, they did not dare to confront the Inquisition. But they were very angry about the betrayal of their own people. We are all citizens of the Galactic Republic. Didn't you also say that the galactic races should unite? Why do you start to mind your own business at this time? Is what you said before bullshit? If that's the case, then we don't need this Galactic Republic. With this mentality, many galaxies surrendered to the Independent Federation and joined the Independent Federation. The Independent Federation was naturally very happy about this, and laughed in their dreams at night. You know, they originally had to spend a lot of effort to persuade those galaxies to join the Independent Federation. But they didn't expect that because of a court of justice. These galaxies actually took the initiative to move closer to them. Because of this, under the influence of the Inquisition, the entire star field gradually became a situation where the Galactic Republic, with humans and subhumans as the core, was against the Independent Federation, which was not only humans and subhumans. This was naturally what Duanmu Huai was happy to see. Of course, there were also some ignorant humans who stood on the side of the Independent Federation, claiming to maintain some kind of free democracy. But it didn't matter. The Inquisition's attitude towards heretics was no different from that towards aliens. However, for the Independent Federation, problems also emerged. On the surface, the Independent Federation defeated the Galactic Republic and lost many galaxies. But in fact, all these galaxies are galaxies of alien races, which means that after fighting all the way to the present, the remaining galaxies are all galaxies of humans and subhumans. What does this mean? It means that they must face the Inquisition head-on. And facing it means death. In the past, if the Independent Federation could not defeat the Inquisition, it could go to other galaxies and fight to the death with the fleet of the Galactic Republic. But now it's different. No matter where they go, the fleet of the Inquisition will appear at the fastest speed and smash the fleet of the Independent Federation to pieces. As for the fleet of the Galactic Republic, they are also happy to see this situation. They have retreated to the rear to start resting and rebuilding. This makes the Independent Federation impatient. After all, they are fighting a blitzkrieg and seizing the opportunity when the Galactic Republic has no time to rest. Once the Galactic Republic is given a chance to breathe, then when it comes to its senses, I am afraid that they will be in trouble. In fact, strictly speaking, at this point, the goal of the Independent Federation has been completely achieved. Not only do they have the territory and strength to compete with the Galactic Republic, but they have also attracted many galaxies to join them. It can be said that this is 100 times better than what the Independent Federation expected when it started the uprising. However, people are always greedy, especially forces like the Independent Federation, which are composed of capitalists. When the Independent Federation thought that if it could take Coruscant, it could rule the entire Galactic Republic, it suddenly felt that the current situation of dividing the river and governing it was unacceptable. They want to swallow up the entire Galactic Republic. Coupled with Count Dooku's instigation, The leaders of the Independent Federation were full of confidence. However, in front of their ambitions, the Inquisition became an insurmountable obstacle. At this time, the Independent Federation had to take the Inquisition, a force that it had originally ignored, seriously. After all, if they could not defeat the Inquisition, then they would not be able to, or dare not to attack Coruscant. But how to deal with the Inquisition? Grievous, the robot general of the Independent Federation, proposed a fantastic idea for this. That is, to blossom in all directions. According to General Grievous, he carefully studied the battles of the Inquisition and found a problem. That is, although the warships of the Inquisition are indeed powerful, they are few in number. By analyzing the data of several battlefields, General Grievous can be sure that the total number of warships of the Inquisition is less than 300. Every time the Inquisition goes out, it attacks in a concentrated manner and leaves after the battle. Coupled with the powerful warships of the Inquisition, it gives people an illusion of invincibility. However, General Grievous keenly discovered the weakness of the Inquisition, which is that their number is limited after all. In response to this weakness, General Grievous designed such a comprehensive tactic. This tactic itself is also very simple. That is, to gather all the fleets of the Independent Federation and attack at the same time to launch a comprehensive and thorough attack on the galaxy of the Galactic Republic in front of them. This is like putting all your chips on the table at once, although it is a bet. In fact, General Grievous feels that the chances of winning are very high. The reason is simple. The soldiers used by the Independent Federation are all robots, which can be manufactured all day and night. Millions of robot armies can be easily manufactured. If there is a loss, it is a loss, which is not a big deal. But on the other hand, if the weakness of the Inquisition can be seized, and these galaxies can be invaded at the same time, even if there is a galaxy that the Inquisition has not taken into consideration, then they will launch millions of robot armies to the planets of that galaxy in the shortest possible time. By then, it would like to see how the Inquisition will deal with the robot army that has occupied the planet. It can even take advantage of the weakness of the Inquisition's human supremacy, hold the inhabitants of that planet hostage, and force the Inquisition to surrender. Thinking of this, General Grievous looked very proud. Everything is under control. This is a sure win. Chapter 1243 Total Annihilation. For the governor of the trade union, Newt Gunray. This will be an unforgettable day. Everything is ready. It's up to you, General Grievous. Looking at the robot general in front of him, Newt Gunray's green face was so excited that it was about to turn red. Finally, this day has come. As everyone knows, the first battle of the Inquisition was to establish its prestige with the trade union. From that time on, Newt Gunray vowed to be irreconcilable with the Inquisition. You know, that battle not only brought great losses to the trade union, but also made Newt Gunray, the governor, lose face. If it hadn't gritted its teeth and insisted, and paid a lot of price, it might not have been able to be the governor. Can it endure this? It would be strange if it could endure it. Now that there is finally such an opportunity, Newt Gunray will naturally do his best. You know, although General Grievous' operation is very whimsical, it has a high probability of winning. It just requires the cooperation of the fleet of the entire Independent Federation. After all, although the Galactic Republic has now contracted its defense, there are still many galaxies. This time, General Grievous wants to blossom in all aspects. In fact, his plan is not difficult to understand. It is to disperse the fleet of the entire Independent Federation to each galaxy front. If there is a fleet of the Inquisition in that galaxy, fight them to the death and make sure to entangle them. If there is no fleet of the Inquisition in that galaxy, then send troops to invade the planet directly and start a ground war. After the fleet has dropped the ground troops, it will not stay to defend, but continue to move forward. The reason why General Grievous did this is very simple. The ground troops are not there to win the battle, but to take the local people as hostages. In addition, they are all robot armies. So if they are lost, they are lost. And they are not living people. It is not unacceptable to die in groups. Therefore, it is meaningless to leave the warships behind for air defense. After all, the warships of the Inquisition are too powerful, and the possibility of winning a head-on confrontation is really close to zero. In this case, leaving the warships behind would only serve as targets for the enemy. It would be better to use this galaxy as a springboard and speed up to the next galaxy. In General Grievous' plan, The best situation is to use this springboard tactic to kill all the way to Coruscant. Of course, there is a very important part of this plan. That is, each fleet must have the strength of a main fleet. After all, although General Grievous is a robot, he does not have the ability to tell fortunes, and does not know in which galaxy the Inquisition's fleet will appear. So there is no way to make any bait. So it is necessary to ensure that each fleet has enough firepower to kill Coruscant. So as to maximize the power of this tactic, Newt Gunray naturally made great efforts for this, and sent all the warships of the Independent Federation to General Grievous for command. Although the leaders of other forces in the Independent Federation felt that it was a bit inappropriate, they finally nodded in agreement. After all, if they win, it will be once and for all. Directly occupy Coruscant and rule the entire Galactic Republic. Isn't this a gamble? As for losing? What a joke. It's impossible to lose. General Grievous' genius plan amazes even them. It's impossible to lose. It can only win. The rise and fall of the Federation depends on this battle. I wish you good luck in military affairs. Looking at General Grievous in front of him, Newt Gunray spoke excitedly. Although it was General Grievous who proposed the battle plan, it was he who approved the plan against all odds. In other words, he and General Grievous will keep their deeds in history forever. Yes. Facing Newt Gunray's blessing, General Griffith nodded seriously, then turned off the communication, and then turned his head and looked in front of him. In front of the bridge, General Griffith saw an almost endless fleet of warships. And this was the strength of the Independent Federation. Has the destination been locked? Yes, General. Tatooine has been locked. We can set off at any time. Very good. Hearing the answer from his subordinates, General Griffith nodded. As the Commander-in-Chief, he must go to the most dangerous place. In General Griffith's opinion, the most dangerous battlefield is Tatooine. After all, it is very likely that it is the headquarters of the Inquisition. That's why he has to go there in person and lead the fleet to fight the Inquisition to the death. General Griffith coughed and stared at the star map in front of him again. At this moment, all the fleets are ready, just waiting for his order, and they will set off to other star systems at the same time to make a full-scale blossom. So General Griffith raised his hand and waved forward. Let's go! With General Griffith's order. The next moment, the stars on the screen in front of everyone's eyes immediately stretched into rays of light. This was the sign of the fleet's takeoff. Next, they will jump through hyperspace to Tatooine, and then fight a decisive battle with the Inquisition fleet there. All warships, get ready. General Griffith was also nervous and serious, and kept issuing orders to other warships. It was going to hit the dragon with a thunderous force the moment it arrived on Tatooine. Remember? Follow the original plan. When we reach Tatooine. However, before General Griffith could finish his words, the entire battleship suddenly trembled. And then the starlight that had turned into a beam of light quickly disappeared. Seeing this scene, General Griffith was also shocked, because this marked the end of the hyperspace jump, and they were pulled out. But how is it possible? According to the time calculation, they have not reached the destination yet. However, before General Griffith could react, suddenly, a huge shadow appeared, and then General Griffith saw a huge battleship facing him sideways, and the black muzzle was like the eyes of the god of death, staring at it. Inquisition. How could this happen? We haven't even reached Tatooine yet? Why? Why is the Inquisition here? What is this place? At this moment, General Griffith almost collapsed. He couldn't figure out what was going on. Compared to General Griffith, Duan Mu Huai was much calmer. He even gave a thumbs up to Ikit standing in front of the command desk. Good job. Thank you. Thank you, Uncle. Hearing Duan Mu Huai's praise, Ikat's face suddenly turned red and lowered her head. General Griffith had no idea that Ikat had already thought of the strategy he had come up with. She had reported this to Duan Mu Huai a long time ago. That is, what should be done if the enemy adopts a comprehensive strategy to induce the tribunal fleet to run around. In fact, Duan Mu Huai didn't have any ideas at the beginning. But later, he suddenly remembered a method that players often use in the game. Homemade bomb tactics. In the game, the standard means of movement for the player's warship is subspace navigation. But many players are not very willing to use this trick. The reason is very simple. Once you enter the subspace, there is a chance that you will be corroded by the subspace. At that time, even if you come out safely, you may lose a lot of crew members. Of course, it would be fine if ordinary crew members died. But if you lose a lot of important NPCs, wouldn't you cry? And when players fight, everyone is even more reluctant to use subspace navigation. At that time, it was agreed that you would be flanked from both sides and attacked from the front and back. But when you arrive at the location, a few warships corroded by the subspace spit out from behind. That's not a flanking attack from the front and back. That's a wolf in front and a tiger behind. Therefore, unless it is absolutely necessary, many players are actually unwilling to use the warp navigation. This is also the reason why Duanmu tried his best to use the webway after he found that he could build the webway. He also hates the warp navigation. Of course, the webway technology is not unusable, but it is easy to be surrounded by the opponent when using the webway in the player battle. After all, the webway is a bit like a high-speed rail, which has a fixed route. If the player knows where you are going, he just needs to squad near the target location, and you will be waiting to die if you come out. However, players also have a trick. They got inspiration from the navigation method of the Tyranids, and also adopted this hyperspace navigation method. And this has basically become a common navigation method for many players on weekdays. On the one hand, although hyperspace navigation is not as fast as subspace navigation, it is safer because not every player is qualified to enter the webway in the game. They must go through a series of tasks to obtain the beacon of the Eldar, or the Old Saint. It is relatively troublesome, and if you are not careful, you may have to deal with the Dark Eldar and other moths, which is annoying. Therefore, many single-player players do not have this option. So it is also a good idea to choose the next level of hyperspace navigation. After all, although hyperspace navigation is hyperspace, it does not enter the subspace, and is not in danger of being corrupted. Even if the speed is not as fast as subspace navigation, it is at least safe. And the Earth Bomb tactic is to deal with these unlucky children. Well, to be precise, the first person to invent this tactic was actually a group of bandit players. As the name suggests, it is a robbery. Here, we need to explain the characteristics of hyperspace travel. In the final analysis, hyperspace travel is to find a gravitational channel between two massive stars, and then use the gravitational properties to enter hyperspace and travel from one planet to another. The technology of the Galactic Republic in this star field is also of this type. Then these players came up with a solution. That is, as long as a large mass object is placed between this distance, can't the other party be stopped directly? It's like a person walking on a mountain path, and suddenly a person pops out from the bushes next to him. This mountain is mine. This tree is mine. So you have to stop? If you don't stop, won't you bump into him? Of course, strictly speaking, it's not a bump, but because a supermassive object suddenly appears, forcibly pulling the other party out of the hyperspace channel. But this is no different from stopping the other party. So this is what these players do. First, they will lay a large area of mines in the middle of a route between two planets. In fact, according to reason, this is useless, because hyperspace navigation will not affect small mass objects, and mines deployed in it are useless. However, the next step is the key point. That is, when the other side jumps, a large warship will suddenly jump over and appear in the center of the route. As long as the mass of this warship is larger than the warship that jumps, it will pull the latter out of the hyperspace channel and send it directly back to the real universe. At this time, the dense mine array comes in handy. Who would have thought that he would suddenly jump out of the hyperspace channel while walking well, and then be surrounded by mines from all directions? The unlucky ones were blown up directly, while the luckier ones were surrounded and dared not move. And then, they were attacked by the bandits. Of course, this trick was not very elegant at first, and later when facing the invasion of the Tyranid swarm, the Earth Bomb tactic played its effect. But relatively speaking, it is more convenient to directly blow up the massive planet at the destination, so that they can never reach the station. Duanmu is not a bandit, but this tactic did work when fighting the Tyranid swarm. And the technology of this star field also focuses on hyperspace navigation, so he thinks it should be of some use. So he talked to Icode. And Icode is indeed a genius of military strategist level 3. Duanmu just said it roughly according to her own impression. She consulted with Lumiel and others, and immediately understood what to do, and quickly formulated her own corresponding measures. In fact, General Griffith had no idea that his plan had actually been completely turned upside down by Lumiel's invasion of the Independent Federation's network from the beginning. So the next step was simple. Just find out the galaxy that those warships are going to, and then lay a large area of mines between the departure galaxy and the target galaxy. Then when the opponent's fleet takes off, the warships on our side will jump out of the webway at the same time. And the huge mass of the Inquisition warships can be used to pull the Independent Federation fleet out of the hyperspace channel. Once they return to the real universe, what awaits them is countless mine bombardments. As for the quality issue, Duanmu Huai was not worried at all. The Inquisition was on the path of giant ships and cannons. The largest warship in this star field was only 3,000 meters long. It was not even as good as a light cruiser in the Inquisition fleet, and was only slightly larger than a destroyer. In terms of quality, how could the other party compare with their own heavy cruisers and battleships? In addition, because Lumiel hacked into the network of the Independent Federation, the latter's goals and routes had long been exposed. So what Icode had to do next was to arrange a large mine array in the middle of these routes, and then put a few cruisers and battleships in the network, waiting for the other party to jump and appear directly at the same time. In this way, although the Inquisition only has a few hundred warships, it is no problem to completely block the route of the Independent Federation. Just like now. Boom boom boom. According to Ikit's cowardly and sinister nature, this minefield is laid out in 3 layers inside and outside. The main attack is a claustrophobia, and it will not stop until you are blown to pieces. When General Grievous' fleet rushed out of hyperspace, they were equivalent to crashing head-on into a dense minefield. For a while, there were explosions and flames everywhere. One by one, the warships of the Independent Federation were torn and shattered in the explosion. And then a bigger explosion broke out. How could this happen? Why is this happening? At this moment, General Griffith was already numb. He certainly understood what was going on, but he couldn't understand why the other party could lock onto his route. Well, in fact, let alone sailing. When General Griffith was counting down, Lumiel even specially helped several warships adjust the time to prevent them from setting off late. Report immediately. General Griffith hurriedly tried to give orders and report the situation to the rear. But before he could finish his words, he heard a boom and the entire control console exploded. And the battleship bridge in front of him also exploded. The next moment, General Griffith was directly sucked into the vacuum. In a moment, driven by the detonated mines, one battleship after another turned into fireworks. Duanmu Huai sat in a chair, staring at the screen in front of him, while Icode looked at the command desk nervously. After a moment, she breathed a sigh of relief. Report to Uncle. All the Independent Federation fleets have been completely destroyed. I didn't expect it to be so fast. Hearing Ikit's report, Mary couldn't help but sigh, and the other girls beside her also had complicated expressions. After all, they had seen Lumiel's reconnaissance and knew how many warships the Independent Federation had sent to launch the offensive. It can be said that the Independent Federation had put all its resources on the line. As a result, it was less than a minute, and they were all destroyed? Although I did make all the preparations on my side. But this was too fast. Thinking of this, the girls looked at Ikit with somewhat complicated eyes. Ikit herself had no fighting ability, and her timid personality gave people a feeling of being harmless. So in the eyes of others, Ikit was not like someone who could destroy so many warships in an instant. You know, if it were the other people, they would never be able to do this. Awesome. Ikit. Hey! No. It's not that I'm good. Hearing Anne sigh, Icode blushed and waved his hands. It was mainly my uncle's idea. I was just responsible for the implementation. Only you can implement it. To be honest, I don't quite understand the operation myself. Duanmu Huai spread his hands. He had only seen some players use it this way. But if he wanted to use it himself, Duanmu Huai couldn't do it. Although this strategy seems simple, the key is to grasp the time correctly. After all, it usually takes only a dozen seconds to travel from one galaxy to another. If you catch it too late, people will run over and waste it. If you catch it too early, the fluctuation of mass gravity will arouse the opponent's vigilance. So you have to wait until the moment the other party arrives to make your move in order to achieve the greatest effect. Duanmu Huai doesn't have this ability. Only Ikit and Lumiel can do it. Anyway, good job. Ikit. Ah. Thank you, Uncle. You're welcome. Duanmu Huai waved his hand and looked at Lumiel. Notify Palpatine. I've finished my work here, and it's his turn to perform next. Chapter 1244 Silent Extinction. I am really surprised. Your Excellency the Inquisitor, Palpatine, who appeared on the holographic projection again, seemed very excited. Not like the old fox he usually was. You actually destroyed the fleet of the Independent Federation. In this way, we can capture the Independent Federation as quickly as possible. Oh, that's a good thing. Duanmu Huai seemed very calm. After all, this was originally planned. So, what are you going to do with those aliens? Faced with Duanmu Huai's question, Palpatine showed an embarrassed expression. I can understand the idea of the Inquisition. But frankly speaking, at present, it is difficult for us to completely eliminate all alien races. I think the best way is to first identify them as traitors, and then escort them to do labor and serve the Galactic Empire. Then you have nothing to do and suppress rebellions every few days. Right? Are you so idle? Duanmu Huai snorted coldly, interrupting Palpatine's speech, who just smiled awkwardly. Of course, I understand the danger of doing this. But if we forcefully implement the policy of extermination, it will only make other races unite to deal with us. And I think you should also understand that it is almost impossible to completely eliminate all creatures on a planet. And at present, our military strength is not enough to carry out a large-scale sweep of every planet. At most, we can only launch a sweep attack on gathering places or towns. In this case, it is impossible to truly achieve complete extermination. Okay, I understand what you mean. Duanmu Huai waved his hand and interrupted Palpatine. You mean you can't do it? Not that you don't want to do it. Right? That's exactly. Palpatine looked at Duanmu Huai and smiled bitterly. Then, as long as you can do it, you have no objection. I don't understand what you mean. You will understand soon, Duanmu Huai said, snapped his fingers, cut off the communication, and then turned to look at the others, and spread his hands, looking calm. I knew he would go back on his word. After all, from Mr. Palpatine's perspective, leaving those alien races and then dividing them would be a good strategy. At least he thinks so. Stupid idiot. So I always look down on the treacherous trick and its followers. Duanmu Huai snorted coldly, with a look of disdain. He hated those guys who always liked to play tricks the most. Because these guys always had the illusion that wisdom could solve all problems. But in fact, the more you play tricks, the more you will find that human ability has limits. Unless you surpass humans. Well, so you believe in treacherous trickery and stop being human. From a political perspective, Palpatine's ideas are actually normal. But the dogma of the Inquisition is absolute. Aliens must be exterminated, without exception. And those heretics who dare to stand on the side of the aliens must also be destroyed. Even if the other party is an Astartes or a Primarch. If they dare to get involved with aliens like the Eldar, the Inquisition will purify them without hesitation. Palpatine may have 10,000 reasons, but Duanmu Huai only wants one result. Since he is unwilling to do it, the Inquisition should do it by itself. After all, only by doing it by yourself can you have enough food and clothing. Maria. Duanmu Huai opened the communication again. How is the progress of the Colossus project? Ah, Lord Duanmu. Hearing Duanmu Huai's question, Maria, who was wearing a bright red robe, turned around and reported to Duanmu Huai. The Colossus project is progressing very smoothly. The neutron weapon components have been installed. Now all that is left is the experiment. That's good. Bring them here directly. We have a lot of experiments to do. Yes. After giving the order indifferently, Duanmu Huai looked at Icode again. Go to the Inner Ring Galaxy. It's time to let these aliens see the true power of the Inquisition. When Duanmu Huai led the first fleet to the territory of the Independent Federation, the latter did not even react at all. The reason is very simple. On the one hand, Lumiel hacked into the network of the Independent Federation and completely cut off their reconnaissance. On the other hand, all the fleets were sent by the Independent Federation to fight General Griffith without any defense measures. This time, Duanmu Huai's target is the capital of the Independent Federation, Nymutia. This is a planet that looks similar to the Earth, and the environment is similar, but it looks quite developed. You can see that the entire planet is surrounded by huge metal buildings, and countless lights are lit from them, symbolizing the prosperity of this planet. However, all this ends today. Begin the action. Following Duanmu Huai's order, a warship sailed out from the fleet. Its appearance is quite different from other warships of the Tribunal. If other warships of the Tribunal have churches on the deck, then this warship looks like several huge church buildings built together, and looks more like a space station. This is the reward Duanmu Huai got under the natural disaster progress the Colossus-class warship. Maria, wearing a red robe, stood solemnly on the altar at the top of the church tower, one hand on the holy book and the other holding the incense burner. Then she closed her eyes and prayed in a low voice. Immortal Omnicia, please listen to our prayers. We are your children, devout scholars of the way of mechanics. We value knowledge above all else, because it is your eternal gift to mankind. We long for blessings in the form of machinery and for continuous advancement of technology, so that we can manifest your glory. We are protected by steel and by your war messengers. We have worked tirelessly to find the lost gift you have given us among the stars. God of all machines, please watch over our journey and protect us with metal and lightning, because the universe is a ruthless void, and the warp is eager to devour us all. Murmuring, Maria opened her eyes and stared at the planet below. Ring the bell once. Start the piston and pump. Accompanied by Maria's voice, the Colossus-class battleship in front of her gradually split from a group of church buildings, split into 9 separate church towers, slowly unfolding to form a circle, and kept spinning. The 9th tower where Maria was located in the center of the circle, pointing at the planet below like a sharp blade. Ring the bell twice. Press the button. Start the engine. Ignite the turbine. And inject life. The 8 towers around began to rotate, and golden, lighting like energy beams began to condense in the center below them, becoming more and more dazzling. Ring the bell 3 times. Sing in unison, and praise the God of all things. At Maria's command, the reptiers in the towers clasped their hands devoutly, knelt on the ground, and began to chant sacred hymns. In the ethereal and beautiful chanting of the reptiers, the huge machinery began to accelerate. Everything is ready, Judge. We are ready to release the wrath of the god of machinery at any time and destroy all unclean aliens. Very good. Duanmu Huai nodded and stood up. At the same time, Ojas jumped off Duanmu Huai's shoulder as lightly as a cat, then reached out and took out a roll of parchment from the mouth of the mechanical skull next to it, unfolded it, and presented it in front of Duanmu Huai. Duanmu Huai reached out, took off the rose knot, and looked at the parchment in front of him. In the name of the Inquisition, I hereby declare that an extermination order will be issued to the alien races of the Independent Federation. Their bodies will be destroyed in the flames of purgatory, and their souls will be refined in the furnace of the Inquisition for the sake of mankind and the Inquisition. After saying this, Duanmu Huai pressed the mark of the rose knot heavily on the parchment. Issue an extermination order. As Duanmu Huai's voice fell, the 8 rotating church towers suddenly burst into shining brilliance. They shot out together and gathered under the 9th tower in the center, condensing into a shining beam of light, shooting straight to the planet below. However, this was different from the BFG 10,000 used by the Inquisition before. The planet hit by the beam did not explode directly. Instead, after the beam hit the planet, a blue light flashed from top to bottom, as if it had scanned the entire planet thoroughly. But this was not the end. After the blue light flashed across the entire planet, it suddenly dispersed into several beams that spread out in all directions and disappeared into the endless universe. That's it? Seeing this scene, and Mary and other girls were a little dumbfounded. They had seen Duanmu Huai issue an extermination order before. According to the girls' impression, either the entire planet would turn into a ball of fire or explode directly, which was in line with their impression. However, this time, why did it feel like nothing had changed? Could it be a failure? And quietly looked at Duanmu Huai while whispering to Gulea, who also shook her head with a confused expression. After all, Duanmu Huai had said before that this time, they were experimenting with new weapons. New weapons must be unstable. Right? No. It worked. At this time, Duanmu Huai also opened his eyes and let out a long breath. Although his expression did not change on the surface, his heart was also in turmoil at this moment. Damn. I didn't expect there would be such a change. The reason why Duanmu Huai was so surprised was not because of the power of the neutron, but because Revtier. In fact, it was Maria who first proposed to use Revacial to chant poetry magic when releasing the extermination order. After all, she likes to cost the Mechanicus, and what matters is the sense of ritual. And Duanmu Huai also wanted to see what the effect of the extermination order would be after being strengthened by poetry magic. However, the effect exceeded Duanmu Huai's imagination. At the beginning, there was actually no change. However, when Duanmu Huai issued the extermination order, he suddenly felt that his flesh and blood seemed to be integrated with the Colossus. In the chanting of Revachel's poetry magic, the battleship seemed to have a soldier with his own will, and completely surrendered to Duanmu. Just like a loyal soldier, he will ruthlessly destroy all enemies standing in front of him, as soon as Duanmu gives the order. You know, this is the first time Duanmu has such a feeling when issuing an extermination order. So he also exerted some of the power of the god of destruction to strengthen the neutron extermination in front of him. After all, this was originally an experiment, when he found that he could actually affect the extermination weapon itself. Duanmu immediately thought about trying what the effect would be if he used divine power to strengthen the neutron extermination. And now, he has felt it. At the moment when the beam hit, Duanmu seemed to have turned into that beam, watching the neutron plume sweeping across the entire planet mercilessly. And all life completely dissipated in the face of this powerful force. And their souls also merged into Duanmu's divine domain amid endless wailing and screaming, and entered the furnace of the tribunal to add fuel to it. But this is not over yet. After all the life on this planet was destroyed, the neutron beam did not disappear, but quickly split apart and went to other planets to continue to kill all life. If there is no bonus effect of Duanmu's god of destruction's power, then neutron killing can only be used on one planet. But after Duanmu applied the god of destruction's power to it, this neutron killing has completely become a divine attack. Unless there are indigenous gods or galaxy gods on a planet that can withstand this attack. Otherwise the neutron killing under the bonus of Duanmu's power will only ruthlessly sweep across all planets and destroy all life. Well, it's exaggerated. In fact, this is impossible. Even with the divine power, this neutron annihilation only swept across 3 galaxies before disappearing. After all, even divine power must obey the law of conservation of energy. But this also means that all life in these 3 galaxies has been destroyed, and their souls have become the energy in Duanmu's divine domain. Feeling the divine power surging in his body, Duanmu let out a long breath. Just one attack, combined with Revachel's poetic magic and his own divine power bonus, actually has such an effect? Wait. Thinking of this, Duanmu's eyes suddenly lit up. He remembered that in the weapon assembly, there was also a weapon called God's Judgment, which was mainly used to strengthen faith and kill all non-believers. Since neutron killing combined with the power of the god of destruction can achieve this effect, then if he uses God's Judgment combined with the power of the god of joy or the old ones, what will the effect be? Oh, at this moment, Duanmu suddenly couldn't wait. Chapter 1245 Seeds of Dissatisfaction. For Palpatine, although the negotiation with Duanmu was somewhat unpleasant, he is now more concerned about the situation of the Independent Federation. Duanmu did not inform Palpatine about his use of Colossus-class weapons. So in the latter's view, the most important thing at the moment is to suppress and eliminate the Independent Federation as quickly as possible and capture its leaders in one fell swoop. Only in this way can Palpatine establish complete prestige and prepare to transform the entire Galactic Republic into the Galactic Empire. So he ordered Wilhuff Tarkin as the commander to lead the fleet to the capital of the Independent Federation as quickly as possible, taking advantage of the current internal emptiness of the other party to capture it in one fell swoop. As a powerful military commander of the Galactic Republic, Wilhuff naturally took on this task without hesitation. And then he led the fleet to attack Neimoidia. Report to the commander. We have arrived at the designated galaxy. Very good. Hearing the answer from his subordinates, Wilhuff Tarkin nodded. He was a middle-aged man, with a thin face and sharp eyes like a bird. At the moment, Wilhuff stood on the bridge, staring around like a falcon. Although he had learned from Palpatine that the fleet of the Independent Federation had been completely destroyed, as a qualified soldier, Wilhuff still maintained the necessary vigilance. What are the results of the investigation? No trace of any fleet. Sir. Very good. Connect me to the Independent Federation's communication. Wilhuff, who gave the order, stood straight, staring at the planet Neimoidia in front of him, pondering and calculating the next battle strategy. The reason for choosing to persuade them to surrender was not because of his chivalry, but because he tried to use this method to undermine the morale of the Independent Federation, so that when he and his men invaded, the resistance they encountered would be reduced. Of course, considering the threat of the robot army of the Independent Federation, this is still a problem that needs attention. Report to the commander. At this moment, the voice of the subordinate came. What? Is it connected? No. This? Facing Wilhuff's inquiry, his subordinates looked a little strange. We have not received any contact from Nymudia, and no one seems to have received the information we sent. What? Hearing his subordinate's answer, Will Huff couldn't help but wonder if there was something wrong with his ears. Are you sure? Yes, sir. We even initiated communication on the public channel, but there was no response. And we also monitored the communication from Nymudia, but found that the entire communication network of Nymudia was silent. As if, at this point, the subordinate couldn't help but pause. It's as if there is no one on this planet. It must be said that this made Will Huff feel extremely absurd. Nymudia is not only the capital of the Independent Federation, but also the core planet of the trade union. Even if it is not wartime, there are countless commercial information from various galaxies here. How could there be no news? Scan the entire planet. Yes, sir. Will Huff gave the order again, and then reported back soon. Report to the commander. There is no sign of life on this planet. Is there something wrong with the sensor? When Will Huff heard the report from his subordinates, his first reaction was this. What a joke. Such a big and prosperous planet. You told me there is no sign of life? Are you kidding me? The sensor was tested, and no abnormalities were found. It may be that there is a problem with the program, or there is some interference on the ground. Even the soldier in charge of operating the sensor himself was a little doubtful about his life. After all, this was simply too incredible and unimaginable. Send troops to attack and occupy the capital of Nymudia. Report any problems immediately. Will Huff thought about it, and finally gave the order. There must be something wrong when things are abnormal. The current Nymudia planet can be regarded as abnormal, and can't be more abnormal. It is certain that the Independent Federation may have some conspiracy. But no matter what tricks the other party has, at least we have to send someone to check the situation. Although the planet Nymudia is like an empty city with its gates wide open. It looks suspicious. But we can't just go back like this. Let's send someone to see what's going on first. Soon. Under Will Huff's order, several clone corps rushed into the atmosphere in a shuttle and landed towards the capital of Nymudia. Along the way, the commander of the clone corps also kept in touch with Will Huff. After all, considering that the other party might have used some means to isolate communications, Will Huff asked the commander of the clone army to report to him no matter what happened along the way. Report. We have arrived at the capital of Nymudia. The air defense facilities here are not activated. Yes. There are almost no signs of human activity in the entire city. Standing on the edge of the transport plane, the clone commander held a gun in one hand and stared around. There are no signs of attack. There is a certain neutron contamination warning, but it is not fatal. It is likely to be some kind of leak. We are about to reach the governor's mansion and have not been attacked. Listening to the report from the commander of the clone corps, Will Huff's expression remained unchanged, but he was getting more and more panicked inside. What the hell is the Independent Federation doing? What conspiracy do they have? Report to the commander. At this moment, suddenly, the voice of the clone commander came to Will Huff's ears again, which made his heart beat faster. What? Were we attacked? No, commander. I don't know how to say. The target is all dead. Hearing the report from the clone commander, Will Huff was confused. What do you mean? What do you mean the targets are all dead? That is, all dead, including the guards. We also found the bodies of the governor of the Trade Federation, and the leaders of the Banking Guild and the Technology Guild. All dead? How did they die? Were they killed by someone? No. I can't say for sure. Looking at the corpses in front of him, the clone commander's tone seemed a little nervous. As a soldier, he had participated in many battles and had seen many dead bodies. However, the corpses still made the clone commander feel an indescribable fear. They seemed to die in extreme pain, probably caused by some kind of poisonous gas. As he spoke, the clone commander sent back a video. And in the video, it can be clearly seen that in the command room of the Nymudia governor's mansion, there were corpses lying all over the floor. This included the governor of the trade union. Each of them had their eyes wide open, their expressions twisted, and were filled with fear. They clutched their necks or faces tightly with their hands, as if they had seen something unimaginably horrible and were frightened to death. Even Will Huff frowned slightly at this moment. What's going on? Why did this happen? Find the survivors immediately and ask them about the situation. There are no survivors. All life is dead. Life? Yes. Look. Soon. In the video, you can see that the trees around him dried up and turned black. And there are even insects and some dead bodies of small animals and birds on the ground. When the video camera zooms out, you can see that the whole street is full of dead bodies. Where are the robots? Go find a robot to ask about the situation. Wilhoff gave the order again. After all, in this star field, robots have become a necessity for all civilizations, like a necessity for home appliances. If it was some kind of poison gas, then the robots would not be affected. Not to mention that the trade union itself has created a large number of robot armies, so they should be able to find some clues. Report to the commander. All the robots have stopped working. We tried to repair them, but found that their internal circuits have been completely destroyed and cannot be repaired at all. This, faced with the reports coming again and again, Wilhoff was completely confused. This is totally different from what I expected. What should I do now? Connect with Chancellor Palpatine. No choice. What else can I do? Let's report first. Soon, Wilhoff connected with Chancellor Palpatine and reported the situation here. After listening to Wilhoff's report, Palpatine's expression twitched slightly, and then returned to normal. I know. Commander Wilhoff. Then Chancellor. Next the plan remains unchanged. Completely occupy the entire Neimoidia planet. At the same time, declare that the Independent Federation has been completely defeated and demand that other affiliated galaxies surrender immediately. Yes. Although Wilhoff felt that this order was a bit strange, he still obeyed the order obediently. After all, in this strange situation, he felt that even if he were in his place, it would be difficult to come up with any other solutions. At least for now. Although there is a certain amount of neutron radiation on this planet, it is not fatal. As for what happened here, Wilhoff has a feeling that even the dead people in the Trade Federation themselves don't know what happened. After closing the communication, Palpatine's originally calm expression suddenly became gloomy. He stared at the table in front of him, tapping his fingers constantly. Although Wilhoff did not find any useful information, Palpatine could confirm that this must have been done by the Inquisition. After all, he still remembered that when he talked to Duanmu Huai before, the other party said that all those aliens would be exterminated. At that time, Palpatine only thought that the Inquisition might be too fanatical. After all, how could it be so easy to exterminate a race? He believed that he was on a more realistic and rational basis, so he did not agree with the Inquisition's request. After all, Palpatine knew that the Galactic Republic did not have the ability to carry out a large-scale cleansing of aliens, and that doing so might cause dissatisfaction and resistance from other neutral or even submissive races. As a result, did the Inquisition really have this ability? Are you kidding? At this moment, Palpatine's face was about to turn black. He knew that the Inquisition was powerful, but at that time, Palpatine did not particularly regard the Inquisition as a threat. However, when the Inquisition showed that they had the power to easily wipe out all life on a planet, Palpatine had to be afraid. This also made him feel extremely uneasy. After all, Palpatine was deliberately trying to become the ruler of the entire Galactic Republic. In addition to being a Sith who wanted to eliminate the Jedi for revenge, he also had a strong desire for power and control. But now, he suddenly felt very uncomfortable. So what if he became the Speaker of the Galactic Republic? So what if he became the Emperor of the Galactic Empire? Whatever the Inquisition wants him to do, he still has to do it? Then what is the difference between this Emperor and a puppet? Thinking of this, Palpatine gritted his teeth. He must think of a way. Chapter 1246, The Killing Squad. Palpatine wanted to keep this a secret at first, but he soon found out that he couldn't keep it a secret. He couldn't keep it a secret at all. According to Commander Wilhoff's subsequent investigation, dozens of star systems were destroyed. All life was wiped out. Even Palpatine felt cold all over after hearing Wilhoff's report. The Inquisition was so bold. Killing people. It's not that he couldn't kill people. Palpatine was a Sith, so he should be a murderer. But Palpatine killed people to threaten others. Killing people is to create fear and make others submit to him. This is the main purpose. But what about the Inquisition? Without saying a word, they wiped out all the life on dozens of planets, without any emotional fluctuations. When asked, they said it was their job. They were as calm as killing a pig. Even Palpatine was trembling at this moment. This is really scary. The Sith fell into the dark side of the Force. Anger, fear, etc. are all the appetite of the Sith. So Palpatine will create fear and anger through killing. But at the same time, these will also bring him satisfaction. Whenever he used his power to kill those rebels, Palpatine would feel pleasure and excitement. But the Inquisition was completely different. Palpatine even felt that the other party was not the same kind of creature as himself. So many people were killed. Even if the Inquisition did not regard aliens as human beings. Even if the same number of pigs died, ordinary people would be moved. But after that, when Palpatine went to ask Duanmu why, he originally thought that Duanmu Huai would find an excuse, or pretend to be ignorant, or threaten him in return, or something like that. However, in the face of Palpatine's questioning, Duanmu Huai just nodded silently. Oh, that's right. Then he turned the page, as calmly as if he was talking about the nice weather today. Duanmu Huai acted so calmly that Palpatine was actually shocked. Is there such a thing? Damn it! Look, Jedi. You still say that the Sith are cruel, horrible and tyrannical. Compared with the Inquisition, we Sith are just gentle and kind little sheep. Okay. This won't work. Absolutely not. After this incident, Palpatine was determined to completely sever ties with the Inquisition. To be honest, if it was just a matter of interests, Palpatine might have tolerated it. For example, if the Inquisition asked him how many sectors to make dominions, it would not be impossible. Although this is a bit disgusting to Palpatine, considering that the Galactic Empire holds great power, it is not impossible to tolerate it. But now Palpatine is sure that this Inquisition is a lunatic. You can talk about reason, feelings and interests with normal people, but it is useless to talk about anything with a lunatic. But how to deal with the Inquisition? Palpatine certainly wouldn't be stupid enough to do it himself. Or in other words, people who like to play dirty don't like to do it themselves, but use a knife to kill people. Maybe this can show that they are more advanced? Can you manipulate the fate of others? Of course. Duanmu Huai never likes to kill people with a knife. He thinks it's more fun to do it himself. But if others want to use the knife of the Inquisition to kill people, Duanmu Huai doesn't care. After all, this knife weighs tens of thousands of kilograms. If you use it to kill people, it's just what you deserve if you crush yourself to death. Right. Okay. I've strayed off topic. Let's get back to the topic. Palpatine naturally didn't want to do it himself. So he wanted to kill someone with someone else's knife. But he certainly couldn't use his own people. However, Palpatine was so shrewd that he quickly found a group of scapegoats. That was the rebels. In fact, within the Galactic Republic, since the emergence of the Independent Federation, there have always been traitors acting in secret. Especially after Palpatine used the excuse of dealing with the Independent Federation to monopolize power. Many people also noticed the ambition of Palpatine. The old fox. It's just that at that time, these people thought that they would wait until the Independent Federation was completely destroyed, and then see what Palpatine would do. If Palpatine decided to return power to the Parliament, then nothing would happen. If Palpatine did not return power, then that would be another matter. Palpatine was also well aware of the actions of these people. And of course, he would not return power. Originally, Palpatine thought that after the Independent Federation was dealt with, he would find an excuse to label these people as traitors who had colluded with the Independent Federation, and then deal with them. After all, it was a chaotic time during the Civil War, and it was normal for people to die. Unexpectedly, Duanmu Huai's Inquisition wiped out the Independent Federation so easily that both sides were forced to implement their plans ahead of time. However, compared to the rebels who were caught off guard, Palpatine was still prepared. So he immediately started his own plan. Everything was going on in full swing. At the same time, in a secret room on Coruscant, a group of people were gathering together. The situation is confirmed. Speaker Palpatine said that the threat to the Galactic Republic has not been lifted yet, and he will not give up the supreme command immediately. Sure enough, after hearing this report, another person snorted coldly. I knew Palpatine was not a good person. He obviously coveted power, and was unwilling to step down. The threat has been lifted? Then according to him, when will the threat be lifted? If it is not lifted for a lifetime, will he rule the Galactic Republic for the rest of his life? Gathered here are the remaining members of the Jedi Order. The Jedi Masters have already died, and most of the remaining Jedi have also died in various battlefields. So far, there are only these 13 Jedi Knights left in the Jedi Order, and they are the first to suspect Palpatine. As for the reason why these Jedi Knights suspect Palpatine, it is very simple. Many of them have experienced the war between the Galactic Republic and the Independent Federation before, so they also found that Palpatine always seems to send them to the battlefield where they will die. Although Palpatine said that only the power of the Jedi Knights could save the defeat. Not all Jedi Knights believed his lies. They suspected very early that everything, including the destruction of the Jedi Council, was a conspiracy of Palpatine. But they just had no evidence. Of course, although they thought so secretly, they had no evidence. So they kept it to themselves. After all, the Jedi Order not only has Jedi Knights, but also many apprentices. And those apprentices are all children. Of course, they can't let these children fall into danger because of their own ideas. What's more, Palpatine now uses the excuse of avoiding threats to the Jedi Order to send the Clone Corps to guard the Jedi Temple. Of course, whether this is protection or threat depends on how you think. Things are not that simple. The Jedi Knight shook his head. According to my investigation, all this is probably related to the Inquisition. The Inquisition? Hearing this name, all the Jedi Knights suddenly became nervous. If the Inquisition was still a strange organization to them at the beginning, then now, the name of the Inquisition is known to everyone. Especially during the Civil War, the Inquisition's head-on attack on the Independent Federation fleet, and its clear attitude of only saving humans and human races. Others die also intensified the fierce conflicts within the Galactic Republic. If you ask whether the Jedi Knights hate the Inquisition, they definitely hate it. You know, because of the appearance of the Inquisition, many non-human alien races are now unwilling to cooperate with humans. The same is true for the Jedi Knights. They originally planned to send people to cooperate with the remnants of the Independent Federation, but they were directly rejected. In the eyes of the Jedi Knights, the threat of the Inquisition is greater than Palpatine. You know, it took the human race nearly 1,000 years to finally wipe out the influence of the Goddess Guards. However, now that the Inquisition has appeared, the conflict between humans and other alien races has once again been pushed to the forefront. Not to mention the demise of the Independent Federation. So many people died, and it was definitely impossible to hide it from everyone. Therefore, soon, the news of the extinction of life in most galaxies of the Independent Federation spread. At that time, it was not that no one suspected that this was the work of the Inquisition. After all, the attitude of the Inquisition was that humans could live and aliens must die. So some fearless reporters traveled thousands of miles to Tatooine and interviewed Duanmu Huai. What no one expected was that in the face of the live interview, Duanmu Huai not only did not hide or change the subject, but directly admitted it. That's right. The tragedy of the Federation of Independent Systems was done by the Inquisition. Our attitude is very clear. Only humans have the right to live. And all aliens must die. Without exception. For a time, public opinion was in an uproar, which forced Palpatine to make the decision to cut ties with the Inquisition. I knew you were a ruthless person, but I never thought you were so ruthless. Naturally, the Jedi Knights regarded the Inquisition as a terrible evil organization. And now, the Inquisition is actually related to this matter? Are you sure? I am sure. I have obtained the call records between the Grand Inquisitor of the Inquisition and Chancellor Palpatine. While speaking, the Jedi Knight turned on the holographic projector. And then everyone saw the communication between Palpatine and Duanmu Huai, in which Palpatine looked very humble and smiled apologetically. Duanmu Huai had a blank expression on his face and looked very indifferent. The master-servant relationship was obvious at a glance. Not only that, in the conversation between the two sides, it can be seen that Palpatine has been trying to preserve other alien races, even if it means making them slaves and doing hard labor. But this was directly and ruthlessly rejected by Duanmu Huai, who said that the tribunal only wanted one result. After Palpatine said that he couldn't do it, Duanmu Huai said that just because you can't do it doesn't mean that the tribunal can't do it, and then cut off the communication. Now it seems that this should be the call record between the two parties before the tragedy. After reading these call records, the Jedi Knights looked serious. Soon, someone shouted indignantly, "We should make this public. Let everyone know the cruelty of the Inquisition." However, hearing a shout, another Jedi Knight showed a subtle expression. Are you serious? Who in the entire Galactic Republic doesn't know the cruelty of the Inquisition now? Hearing this, the person who had shouted before suddenly became mute as if strangled by the Force. Indeed, he had forgotten that this Inquisition was nakedly human supremacist from the beginning and had never changed. And to be honest, even if we make it public, I'm afraid most people won't care. Another Jedi sighed silently. As she said, if it was the original Galactic Republic, then once they made this matter public, Most people in the Galactic Republic would oppose it. But what about now? The alien races that clearly occupied the majority were killed by the Inquisition and turned into a minority. With fewer people, the voices are naturally smaller. And for most members of humans and other humanoid races, as long as they follow the purpose of the Inquisition and calculate whether they are human, as long as they meet the requirements, they can breathe a sigh of relief. Naturally, they will not oppose the Inquisition out of idleness. In fact, this situation occurred during the Civil War. Everyone knew that Tatooine was the territory of the Inquisition. But they also knew that the Inquisition only accepted humans and subhuman races. So many humans and subhuman races went to Tatooine for refuge. After all, in the face of life and death, one's own life is the most important. In addition, there is reproductive isolation between races. So there is no such thing as two interracial families. Most of them are families. It can be said that up to now, for the majority of humans and humanoids in the Galactic Republic, they may be somewhat dissatisfied with the brutality of the Inquisition. But as direct beneficiaries, they don't seem to have any special reasons to object. The most practical thing is that the pie is so big. If you want to share the pie, either make the pie bigger or reduce the number of people sharing the pie. For example, if there are 8 people sharing a cake, then if you kill 7 of them, can't you monopolize a big cake? That's what the Inquisition does. It's okay if the people who share the cake are humans, and the aliens are not qualified to be on the table. Oh, they can still be on the table, and there will be no problem if they are on the table. At present, it is obvious that Chancellor Palpatine and the Inquisition are colluding with each other. Soon, everyone passed this embarrassing topic and started discussing the current situation again. I think it is very likely that the Inquisition forced Chancellor Palpatine. If the Inquisition wants to achieve their purpose, it will inevitably need the help of members within the Galactic Republic. It is very likely that this is why they found Chancellor Palpatine. And in the face of the Inquisition's strength, Chancellor Palpatine probably has no choice. But even if we know, what can we do? Tatooine is not a place we can just go to casually. Now everyone has decided to make the Inquisition their first target of action. After all, from the perspective of these Jedi Knights, the Inquisition is the mastermind behind all this. Then according to their logic, as long as the Inquisition is defeated, the dark cloud hanging over the head of the Galactic Republic will dissipate. The problem is, how to deal with the Inquisition. Assassination is the specialty of the Jedi Knights. But it also depends on the place. Tatooine is the territory of the Inquisition, and the Jedi Knights going in is simply to die. And no one knows the exact location of the Inquisition. Tatooine is just one of its bases. I have a message. At this moment, the Jedi Knight who brought the call record spoke. According to my investigation, in 10 days, Chancellor Palpatine will hold a celebration to celebrate the victory over the Independent Federation and commemorate the soldiers who died in the war. The Grand Inquisitor of the Inquisition will also attend. As long as we take this opportunity to kill him, there will be no problem. How strong is the Grand Inquisitor? I don't know, but we must be prepared. When Qui-Gon Jinn and Obi-Wan first went to Tatooine, they did experience the strength of the Inquisition. But they only reported to the Jedi Council. In order to avoid complications, the Jedi Council did not tell anyone else about it. So that now these Jedi Knights have no idea of the strength of the Inquisition. However, even if they knew, I'm afraid they would still not change their decision. After all, they are fighting for the Galactic Republic, for freedom, and for all peace-loving people. They will never lose. Chapter 1247 Bullying the Teacher? To be honest, Duanmu Huai originally did not plan to attend any celebration. After all, he hated those boring ceremonies and rituals the most, which were a waste of time. However, when Lemuel told Duanmu Huai that someone wanted to assassinate him, Duanmu Huai's interest suddenly rose. Hey, this is interesting. Someone is trying to assassinate me. It's so fun. It would be a waste if I didn't go. It just so happened that Duanmu Huai had destroyed so many alien races during this period, and the progress of the natural disaster was also rising. The only thing that made Duanmu Huai a little confused was that he killed so many aliens. But the progress bar rose by about the same as killing a QB race. Why is this? Is it because QB is a high-dimensional race, so the progress is given more? And these are just ordinary alien races, so they are given less? What is going on? However, even so, after killing so many alien races, Duanmu Huai still successfully obtained the full progress reward of the 4th level Star C punishment of Natural Disaster Ascension, and obtained 2 special buffs: Target Cutoff and Shoot Turkey. Among them, Target Cutoff. It can increase the damage of warship weapons by 50%, and Shoot Turkey can increase the hit rate by 30%. These 2 buffs, combined with Revachel's Poetic Magic Chant, can be said that once activated, all of Duanmu Huai's Inquisition warships will receive an additional 150% damage bonus, and an additional 130% hit rate bonus. This super bonus made Duanmu Huai so excited that he was about to explode. If it were in the game, he would dare to pull out the fleet and fight the Chaos Legion head-on. Even if the Chaos Champion led the team, Duanmu Huai would not bring a bird. Even if the mountain array came, he would kill them all. Even if the fleet of the Premarch gathers, he doesn't care. With the powerful firepower of his fleet, what's there to fear? Now Duanmu Huai feels so light. He is not afraid of anything. That's why, when he learned from Lumiel that someone wanted to assassinate him, Duanmu Huai immediately waved his hand. Let's go and have some fun. After all, the next step is the final stage of Natural Disaster Ascension, Enemy of Survival. And in order to obtain the Ether Phase engine, Duanmu Huai has to go through Enemy of Survival. After the first 3 stages: Toughness first, the Sharpness of the Sharpness, and Eclipse and Revelation, the final structure Ether Phase engine can be opened. But at least now, Duanmu Huai is not afraid of building the Ether Phase engine. He was worried before that if he built the Ether Phase engine, it would cause the Chaos Fleet to attack him. But now, look at this bonus. I'm not afraid that you won't come, but I'm afraid that you can't go back after you come. Ha ha ha. However, in the final stage, it can't be pulled up by the alien races in this star field. I don't know why. There are so many alien races in this star field, but Duanmu Huai's progress in eliminating them is not very high. On the one hand, the progress is harder to pull up as time goes by, and on the other hand, Duanmu Huai always feels that these alien races don't seem to be worth much in the system judgment. You see, in the Magical Girl world before, a QB race completed a stage. According to this calculation, Duanmu Huai has killed at least 800 alien races in this star field, if not 1,000. He should have completed the progress of the natural disaster and started to build the Ether Phase engine. But he has only entered the final stage? How does this system calculate the proportion? Duanmu Huai wanted to complain to the customer service, but this system doesn't have a dedicated customer service line. It won't be possible for a while. So Duanmu Huai decided to have some fun with the assassin. Just like the first time he met Palpatine, Duanmu Huai only brought in Mary and Ogus this time, and the others had no interest in this kind of celebration. Not to mention that, strictly speaking, the Inquisition helped the Galactic Republic win the Civil War, and they had no intention of participating in any celebration of the Galactic Republic. Of course, due to Duanmu Huai's bad taste, he did not tell and Mary that someone was waiting to assassinate him. After all, it was fun, and it would be interesting only if it was a little exciting. Duanmu Huai also believed that within Mary's abilities, they would definitely not have any problems with such a small matter as assassination. After all, everyone was very idle during this period, so it would be nice to find some excitement. Right? In this way, the 2 ignorant girls were brought to Coruscant by Duanmu Huai again. Welcome, Your Excellency the Inquisitor, and all the guests of the Inquisition. The one who greeted the 4 people was naturally Palpatine. But unlike the hiding look at the beginning, this time Palpatine was in public, dressed luxuriously, and looked very proud, while Count Dooku was also dressed up and stood behind him. For Palpatine, today is indeed a big day. After all, today he will publicly announce that the Galactic Republic will be changed to the Galactic Empire, and he will be the Supreme Emperor of the Galactic Empire. People are in high spirits when they are happy, and Palpatine is also smiling when he looks at Duanmu Huai. By the way, and Mary are also wearing luxurious dresses and dressing up carefully. After all, one of them is a princess and the other is a young lady, and they have received strict education in etiquette. Duanmu Huai may not care about wearing power armor, but these 2 have to dress up carefully. After all, they also represent the Inquisition. They can't lose face. Right? As for Ogus, sitting on Duanmu Huai's shoulders, she is more like a decoration of the power armor. It's been a while since I last saw you, Mr. Palpatine. You look good. Duanmu Huai reached out and shook hands with Palpatine. who was still smiling. It's okay. After all, today is the day to celebrate the end of the Civil War and the rebirth of the Galactic Republic. I'm a little excited. Ah, of course. We haven't forgotten the assistance of the Inquisition to the Galactic Republic in the Civil War. Palpatine was also a fool. He said this directly in front of the reporters, as if the Inquisition took the initiative to assist the Galactic Republic, rather than the two of them having an agreement in private. He directly removed himself, but Duanmu Huai was too lazy to pay attention to his tricks. He just glanced at Palpatine and nodded. I have prepared a room for you. You can wait and rest there before the celebration begins. As he spoke, Palpatine gestured to Count Dooku, who took Duanmu Huai and others away from the tarmac. As he watched Duanmu Huai and the others leave, Palpatine kept smiling, but a gloom flashed in his eyes. After all, he was an experienced man, so Palpatine could tell at a glance that Duanmu Huai had no respect for him at all, and didn't take him seriously at all. Although Duanmu Huai was like this when they first met, Palpatine was just a senator at that time. Although he was a Sith Lord in private, at least he was still very cautious on the surface. Therefore, even though he was a little dissatisfied with Duanmu Huai at that time, he didn't say much. But what about now? He is already the supreme ruler of the Galactic Republic, and he will soon be the emperor of the Galactic Empire. But this young man still doesn't take him seriously, and doesn't even look at him. It's really unreasonable. But Humph, I'm afraid you won't be able to jump around for long. Staring at the tall figure of Duanmu Huai, Palpatine's eyes were mixed with a touch of cruelty. In fact, all the information that the rebels had received before was leaked by Palpatine on purpose, in order to kill Duanmu Huai by borrowing a knife. When Duanmu Huai is finished, I can also find an excuse to catch all these damn Jedi Knights. Hee. By that time, maybe even the Inquisition will become my possession. Thinking of this, Palpatine smiled smugly again, and then retracted his gaze. Enjoy your last moments, kid. The celebration is certainly not like a banquet, where you can come and go as you please. Duanmu Huai and others arrived a day in advance, and will rest here for a day, and then attend the celebration early the next morning. Count Dooku also took Duanmu Huai and others to the guest room specially prepared for them. Don't say that Palpatine at least did a good job on the surface, and also prepared a villa for Duanmu Huai and others by the mountains and rivers. The scenery here is beautiful, and there are few people. Well, the last one may be the key point. After everyone entered the villa, and then Mary went to rest. But Count Dooku did not leave immediately. Instead, he stared at Duanmu Huai, was silent for a moment, and then took a step forward. Your Excellency the Inquisitor, there is something I want to remind you of. Oh, what is it? Duanmu Huai touched the little head of Ojus next to him, looked at Count Dooku and asked, Speaker Palpatine may want to harm you. Oh! Hearing Count Dooku's answer, Duanmu Huai showed a curious expression and stared at him. Of course he knew. Otherwise Duanmu Huai would not bother to come. But Count Dooku actually took the initiative to warn him, which was somewhat beyond Duanmu Huai's expectations. He remembered that Count Dooku was not Palpatine's apprentice. Are you so treasonous? I don't know the specific situation, but I can be sure that Master has made preparations to deal with you, and maybe the celebration will be the time for him to take action. So, please be careful. This really surprises me. After listening to Count Dooku's reminder, Duanmu Huai stared at him curiously. Aren't you Palpatine's apprentice? Even if your master really wants to deal with me, as his apprentice, wouldn't it be inappropriate for you to do this? Hee. You don't know. In fact, I was not a member of the Sith before, but a Jedi Master. Oh! After listening to Count Dooku's explanation, Duanmu Huai finally understood what was going on. According to Count Dooku, he was a Jedi Knight when he was young, but in the process of performing the mission, he witnessed the deception and corruption of the bureaucrats of the Galactic Republic, and the Jedi Council turned a blind eye to it. This made Count Dooku very disappointed with the Jedi Council. After that, Palpatine found him, and made Count Dooku fall into the dark side and accept him as his apprentice. So that's it. After listening to Count Dooku's explanation, Duanmu Huai suddenly realized it. He had felt strange before. After all, from the perspective of physiognomy, Palpatine and Count Dooku were about the same age. Why did Count Dooku call Palpatine Master? According to the martial arts novels, Palpatine was a disciple. No wonder. As for why Count Dooku betrayed his master, well, although Duanmu Huai didn't ask, Count Dooku naturally had his own little tricks in his heart. Let alone the fact that Sith masters and apprentices killed each other is a historical tradition. Unlike Palpatine, Count Dooku witnessed how Duanmu Huai tortured and killed the Jedi Master of the Jedi Council. And more importantly, he did not report the incident to Palpatine afterwards. He just said that he didn't know what means the Inquisition used to eliminate the Jedi Council. Now, in Count Dooku's opinion, the time has come. Palpatine actually dared to attack Duanmu Huai. In the eyes of the powerful Count Dooku, who had witnessed Duanmu Huai, he was simply insane. He would not be stupid enough to go crazy with Palpatine. So Count Dooku soon came up with an idea, which was to sell out Palpatine and show goodwill to Duanmu Huai. After all, he had been lurking in the Independent Federation according to Palpatine's orders. On the surface, Count Dooku's identity was still a highly respected Jedi Master, and he could even be said to be the only remaining Jedi Master. For Count Dooku, the only thing he fears now is Palpatine. And if Palpatine is killed by Duanmu Huai, then, can't he easily get all this? I'm not as stupid and confused as him. So, I want to explain this to you first. This is not my plan, and I don't know what he plans to do. But please be careful. Okay. I know. Thank you for your reminder. After listening to Count Dooku's explanation, Duanmu Huai also nodded and sent him away. It seems that Mr. Palpatine is not very popular at this moment, and also poked his head out from behind Duanmu Huai and sighed meaningfully. People who like to play tricks on others are like this. But Count Dooku, well, he is a little interesting. Duanmu Huai laughed and said nothing more. It was Palpatine's business to want to die. Duanmu Huai didn't have a good impression of this old and immortal thief. However, Count Dooku's words were not bad. After all, Duanmu Huai had been with him for quite a while. If he was asked to replace Palpatine, it seemed that it was not impossible. Anyway, let's try it first. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai withdrew his thoughts. In any case, everything will be discussed after the celebration begins. Chapter 1248 Murder in the Dark Night. For everyone on Coruscant, tomorrow's celebration is the most important topic, and some people are more concerned about this topic. A figure quickened his pace, crossed the street, and came to a secret room deep in the alley, where several cloaked figures had been waiting. What's the situation? The target has been reached, and Speaker Palpatine has placed them in the lakeside villa. Are you sure? Yes. The leader is the Grand Inquisitor himself. Very good. After hearing the report, another person also became excited. When will we start? Tonight. For tomorrow's celebration, Speaker Palpatine has mobilized a large number of security personnel. The security of the lakeside villa is very weak at the moment. This is a godsend for us. Very good. After hearing the report, the leader made a decision. Tonight, we will completely eliminate the evil existence of the Inquisition and rescue the Galactic Republic from their clutches. Yes. However, just when these Jedi Knights were excited, they didn't think that their target was almost dead. Ahem. Water. 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 And grabbed his neck with one hand, and opened his mouth with a livid face. Mary hurriedly poured a glass of water and handed it to him, while and grabbed the cup and gulped down several mouthfuls before he recovered his breath. Huh? Are you okay, Missin? I almost died while speaking, and looked at the dinner in front of her with lingering fear. What is this? Is this food for humans? Ah. Looking at Anne's face that looked like she had escaped death, Mary also smiled helplessly. In fact, she and Anne had the same idea. Is this food for humans? To be honest, it is very rare to force these two well-educated girls to be like this. But it is not their fault. In fact, when the dinner was served, Duanmu Huai ran to the side and opened the wizard's mansion to eat hamburgers and drink hot coke. Only Anne and Mary felt that it was impolite not to eat the dinner made by others with good intentions. Well, now it seems that it is impolite. But staying alive is more important. Is this the food of the Galactic Republic? This is too deadly. As he spoke, and looked at the plate in front of him again, and saw a pile of sticky things similar to mashed potatoes on the plate. However, the color of these mashed potatoes is very strange. White on the bottom and purple on the top, which doesn't look like they are edible. Not to mention the fruit next to it that looks like rotten fingers, and the blood red and sticky soup that emits heat, and looks like human blood is used as a hot pot base. Wow! When I took a bite just now, that thing was sticky, slippery, and cold. It felt like it was stuck in my throat and couldn't go up or down. It felt like a worm was crawling. Wow. No. I have to go to the bathroom. After saying this, and turned and ran away. Mary was still frightened after seeing this scene. Fortunately, she was timid and prepared herself mentally for a while. So she let him be the scapegoat. Otherwise, she might be no different from her now. So I said, "You actually had the stomach for this thing. It's good to be well-mannered. But being well-mannered doesn't mean you don't care about your life." Duan Mu Huai stuffed a hamburger in one mouthful, then picked up the happy water next to him and drank it down in tons. It was so comfortable. I thought it only looked dangerous. Maybe it would taste better. This thing. Even dogs wouldn't eat it. Duan Mu Huai sneered. Although he didn't have any special requirements for food, he also had his own taste. Generally, food requires color, fragrance and taste. Duan Mu Huai also had this requirement. He didn't think it was a food if it lacked any of them. For things like stinky tofu, regardless of whether it tasted good or not, Duan Mu Huai would directly eliminate it because of the taste and wouldn't eat a single bite. Similarly, don't worry about the taste of this dinner. It looks so appetizing. Who would eat it? He won't eat it anyway. So he might as well eat the family bucket meal. Could it be poison? Someone poisoned it. I don't think so. At this moment, and also came out with a haggard face. I just asked Lemuel, and she told me that this world has a lot of experience in space travel. So they designed synthetic food specifically for consumption during space travel. Later, in the Galactic Republic, this synthetic food became a symbol of identity and status. In the eyes of the people of the Galactic Republic, eating raw ingredients that have not been processed is a barbaric act. And the physiological characteristics of different races are different. And the food they can eat is limited. Therefore, when entertaining VIPs, they usually need to use this supramolecular synthesis instrument to make synthetic food suitable for any race. Then I guess there are not many good cooks in this star field. Duan Mu Huai rolled his eyes and snorted. According to that, why not find someone to travel to this world? Awaken the god of cooking system. Improve the eating habits of the Galactic Republic. And then create a lot of delicious food. And finally successfully become the god of cooking of the Galactic Republic. Okay. This is because I have read too many online novels. But in this star field, it seems that awakening the god of cooking is useless. I'd better eat chicken legs. Mr. Knight. Okay. I'll give it to you. Looking at him with a sad face, Duan Mu Huai handed over a fried chicken leg. The latter took a bite and let out a sigh. That's a close call. If the banquet tomorrow also has those things, I really don't know what to do. Hearing Anne's sigh, Mary's face changed. And then she sat down and silently picked up the French fries. Eat more if you can. At worst, you can skip dinner tomorrow. As for Otis, she sat next to Duan Mu Huai and drank tea calmly. After all, she was a doll and didn't eat anyway. After eating this not-so-good dinner, everyone went back to their rooms to rest. Although the food in each world is indeed different, it is rare to find food as bad as this one. Anne and Mary were also severely hit, and they went to their dreams to comfort their devastated hearts. In the dark night, several figures appeared silently in this huge villa. There really is no defense. One of the Jedi Knights looked at the empty hall in surprise, with an incredible look on his face. When they sneaked in before, they found that the external defense here was almost weak. Of course, although it is reasonable to say that Speaker Palpatine has to prepare for tomorrow's celebration and has mobilized a large number of people, so the weak defense is understandable. But in fact, the Jedi Knights do not think so. They all agree that the evil forces that can use Speaker Palpatine as a puppet and easily destroy countless planets and lives will definitely not infiltrate so easily. Maybe the other party has already set up many traps or guards inside. After all, in the eyes of the Jedi Knights, such a big devil must be extremely concerned about his own safety, fearing that others will kill him. After all the evil leaders they had surrounded before were guilty, and surrounded themselves with 3 layers of people inside and outside, fearing that there were not enough people. As the most evil big devil among them, the Inquisition must be more powerful than those evil forces. However, is there really no one here? The Jedi Knights looked at each other, and for a moment they were a little bit confused. Even if there was a sentry every 3 steps and a sentry every 5 steps, they were not afraid, but felt it was quite normal. But now there was not even a ghost in sight, which was very abnormal. Could it be that our plan was leaked? What should we do now? At the moment, the Jedi Knights felt like they walked to the location of the final boss in the game. But there was no one inside. Any experienced player could guess that there would most likely be a CG animation next. This strong smell of trickery made them a little unsure whether to continue the action. What if the plan is really exposed and it is just a trap? Aren't they walking into a trap? Follow the plan. The leading Jedi Knight hesitated for a moment and made a decision. According to the information I obtained, there are a total of 4 people living here, including 3 girls. You go and control the 3 girls, and we will find the evil demon and kill him. Is this okay? Hearing that they were going to take action against the 3 girls, the other Jedi Knights were a little embarrassed. They had also seen the images of Duanmu Huai and others. Apart from other things, at least from the appearance, the 3 girls except Duanmu Huai did not look like bad people. At least they were not the same as the bad people they knew. Probably not. The leading Jedi Knight nodded. If I'm not mistaken, the little girl should be the sister of the 2 girls. And the 2 girls were probably forced by the Grand Inquisitor to come here to accompany him. Maybe they just wanted to have fun here. In addition, this is Coruscant, and he didn't expect anything to happen. So he didn't arrange guards. So, you only need to rescue the 3 girls. And as for this evil Grand Inquisitor, we will deal with it. We got it. The 2 Jedi Knights who received the order also thought this was reasonable. So they nodded and turned to rescue the innocent girl imprisoned by the evil boss. The leading Jedi Knight took out his lightsaber and stared at the front with a serious look. Let's go! He has made up his mind that this time he must get rid of this demon. Chapter 1249. Good will never prevail over evil. What the Jedi Knights didn't know was that they were discovered by everyone the moment they entered. And was not stupid. As a princess, she would definitely set up a barrier when she went out unless she stayed in Duanmu Huai's wizard mansion. It was a pity that this world probably didn't even understand what magic was. So in fact the Jedi Knights didn't expect that and had received an alarm the moment they entered here. Isn't Coruscant the capital? Why is the security so poor? While changing clothes, and looked at the Jedi Knights outside through magic, and was confused. You have to know their current status. If they were in Manalia, they would be state guests, and should be well taken care of. How could they let thieves in? Well, don't tell me. In the middle of the night, looking at the Jedi Knights wearing cloaks and not using lightsabers. They are no different from thieves. Could they be bad guys? Mary was also a little uneasy. After all, they were all girls. It was inevitable that they would have bad thoughts when a group of people broke in the middle of the night. Well, Duanmu Huai and the others are not worried. In fact, they themselves, well, think about it carefully. It seems that there is nothing to worry about. Let's go and see who is so bold, and has changed his clothes at this time, and said to Mary with a posture of rubbing his hands in preparation. Mary originally thought that this matter should be left to Duanmu Huai to solve. But after hearing what he said, she could only nod her head. After all, Mary lives in the foggy city, and she is naturally a little afraid of the queen and princess. Of course, Mary is a little bit afraid of it at the moment. It's not because of her identity, but because of Anne's actions. Ever since Duanmu Huai gave Mary the queen chess piece in that world and turned her into his own dependent, and would chat with Mary from time to time. And his words and deeds were somewhat like forming a common front with Mary. Mary was helpless and had mixed feelings. She knew that when Duanmu Huai gave her the queen chess piece, he certainly didn't think about other aspects. Just like Duanmu Huai said, the golden pupil was very powerful, but Mary's own strength was too weak. So comprehensive strengthening was the best choice. The chess piece of queen is comprehensively strengthened, so it was given to Mary. In other words, if this chess piece was not queen but knight or something, Duanmu Huai would probably make the same choice. So Mary felt that it must have misunderstood a little bit. It was true that Duanmu Huai trusted her very much, but she felt that Duanmu Huai would not have any special development with her. After all, there were so many beautiful girls in the tribunal. To be honest, Mary felt that it should go to Medea or Irisville, especially since the latter had a daughter. Although she was not very friendly to Duanmu Huai on the surface, she was a standard family of 3. Wasn't she? But why did it insist on holding on to her? Although Mary had explained to him that she and Duanmu Huai did have a good relationship, most of the time it was Duanmu Huai who needed her golden eyes. And she was also very grateful to Duanmu Huai for helping her solve the incident in the foggy city and saving her good friend. They only had a very pure friendship and no special relationship. However, The latter just laughed and said nothing, as if he had seen through everything. But what did you see through, Princess? Mary had no choice but to let him do what he wanted. After all, she was upright and had nothing to fear, right? Yes, I think. At least Mary felt that Duanmu Huai had no idea about her. Okay, let's go! Hey! Looking at the enthusiastic An, Mary sighed helplessly and was dragged away by him. At the same time, the two Jedi Knights also walked along the corridor. However, just as they were about to find the two girls' imprisonment, when they were in the cell, they saw two figures suddenly appear across the corridor. An put his hands on his hips, stared at them with dissatisfaction and asked, "You two little thieves, why are you running here in the middle of the night? Do you want to steal something?" "Hey!" Looking at An and Mary in the corridor, the two Jedi Knights were stunned. What's going on? Didn't they say that they were imprisoned by the Inquisitor and were his slaves? But soon, one of the Jedi Knights stepped forward, looked at the two and said, "We are here to save you." "Save us?" After hearing what the Jedi said, An and Mary looked at each other in bewilderment, as if they didn't know what the other party was talking about. "Yes, you are the slaves of the Inquisitor. But don't worry. We Jedi will not let such evil people go unpunished. And we are here to give you freedom." However, to the Jedi's surprise, as soon as he finished speaking, he saw An opposite him. Puff. He covered his mouth and bent down, shaking non-stop. Although Mary next to him didn't say anything, she was speechless. At least it was completely different from the expression of hope they had imagined when they saw the Savior. Hee. I've been with Mr. Knight for too long. I forgot about this. Me too. An and Mary were both laughing and crying at this moment. Indeed, An was okay. But Mary was indeed believed by her friends to have been deceived by Duanmu Huai at the beginning. After all, his ferocious appearance didn't look like a good person at first glance. It's just that they have been with Duanmu Huai for too long, and they have long been accustomed to it, so they didn't think about it for a while. Now seeing the reactions of the two Jedi Knights, they remembered, it seems that Duanmu Huai does look easy to be misunderstood. Wait, it doesn't seem to be a misunderstanding? Ahem. Of course, Mary couldn't be as crazy as An. So she coughed softly, looked at the two Jedi Knights, and continued to speak. "I'm sorry, but we are not slaves of that gentleman. We are also members of the Inquisition." "What?" It must be said that Mary's answer shocked the two Jedi Knights. These two young and beautiful girls are also members of that inhumane organization? How is this possible? Thinking of this, the Jedi Knight suddenly widened his eyes, stared at the two of them and asked, "Why did you join such an inhumane organization as the Inquisition? Don't you know what the Inquisition did?" "What do you mean by inhumane?" Hearing this, and couldn't help it. "You can't eat anything you want. And you can't say anything you want. How can our Inquisition be inhumane? We have been fighting to protect mankind. But you are cruel and ruthless to other alien races. Isn't this natural? They are not human beings. And didn't think there was anything wrong. There were so many races on the Maalia continent, and there was no difference between them and the alien races of the Galactic Republic. But they also have feelings and their own thoughts. Except for the fact that they look different from humans. They are not much different from humans." At this moment, the Jedi Knight was still trying to persuade An. In his opinion, An and Mary were just confused, so he hoped to persuade them to turn back. But they are not human, and still thought it was nothing strange. In the Maalia continent, demons, nightmares, goblins, and orcs can all speak, have their own civilization and thoughts. But they are not a small threat to humans. Mary just nodded and didn't say much. Although she was not born in a fantasy world like An, Mary's thoughts have changed a lot after following Duanmu Huai to visit so many worlds. When she faced those ghouls, she was able to take action without hesitation, and obviously would not be shaken by these people's words. But this is wrong. Seeing that the two girls were completely unaffected by him, the Jedi Knight became more excited, and Mary shook her head. "Isn't that right? Then I want to ask. When we were on Tatooine before, there were many alien races there who were slave traders, selling and oppressing slaves, and there were also many humans among them. Is this correct?" "This, of course not." "Then why didn't you Jedi Knights do anything about it?" Mary stared at the Jedi Knight while speaking. "I have seen one of the little boys. He was only about 10 years old. When I rescued him from the aliens, he once told me that since he was a child, He had always hoped that Jedi Knights would come to Tatooine to liberate these slaves. So, where are you when they need you? Hearing this, the Jedi Knight was speechless. And another Jedi Knight also spoke hurriedly. But even so, that is only a minority. Most races are still very friendly to humans. The Inquisition doesn't care about these. Mary shook her head. No matter what, the Inquisition will not allow any alien race to pose a threat to humans. We must protect humans at all costs and eliminate all threats to humans. Hiss. Hearing this, the two Jedi Knights' scalps suddenly tingled. They looked at each other with solemn expressions. Now they understood that the two girls were not deceived or brainwashed, but just stood on the side of the Inquisition. And as Jedi Knights, they would never agree with the side of the Inquisition. But the Galactic Republic does not belong to humans, but to all races. As he spoke, the leading Jedi Knight stretched out his hand, accompanied by Buzz. With a sound, the lightsaber emerged. We must not allow the Inquisition to commit such brutal acts. Soon, this starfield will belong to humans. Mary looked at the other party and tightened her staff. After all, Guanmu Huai said that as long as only humans and subhumans were left here, there would be no question of who this world belonged to. Because you have no other choice. Right? We will stop you. The Jedi Knight raised his lightsaber and stared at the two with a serious face. At this moment, he had completely regarded the two girls as enemies. Ha! Accompanied by a roar, the Jedi Knight rushed towards Mary with a lightsaber in hand. Facing the attack of the Jedi Knight, Mary suddenly turned the staff in her right hand, and then a moonlight sword emitting cold air and condensed by magic light emerged from the top of the staff and chopped down at the Jedi Knight in front. Chapter 1250, Are You Trying to Trick Me? When Mary swung the moonlight sword, the Jedi Knight on the opposite side was completely numb. Are you also a Jedi Knight? But to be fair, the Jedi Knight also knew that the person on the opposite side was definitely not a Jedi. The reason is very simple. Look at the incandescent light bulb in his hand, and then look at the person on the opposite side. The sword is 40 meters long, and you are 39 meters long. The sword he took out is bigger than you, full of luxurious patterns and frost breath. It's simply the difference between a firefly and a bright moon. What on earth is this? As the saying goes, an inch longer is an inch stronger. The incandescent light bulb in the Jedi Knight's hand naturally did not dare to fight against Mary's moonlight sword. So the Jedi Knight quickly rolled back and hurriedly dodged Mary's attack. But even if he was not hit directly, the cold sword energy that whistled down made him shiver. The whole person felt as if he was thrown directly into a cold storage. And even his blood was frozen. So you see, this is how unlucky the Jedi Knight is without armor. Mary forced the opponent back with one blow, then raised her staff and shook it suddenly. Then, several lightsabers appeared out of thin air, floating behind Mary, and aimed at the enemy in front of her. No. What on earth is this? Seeing this scene, the two Jedi Knights were confused. In fact, the Galactic Republic had no concept of magic. There were some races that knew so-called witchcraft. But in fact, those witchcrafts were just some kind of application of the Force. To put it bluntly, it was not much different from shamanism. What stands out is a kind of barbaric, vulgar and mysterious. However, the magic that Mary learned was a serious academic school. The moon magic from the Moon Princess Lonnie. How could the Jedi Knights, who were not very good at magic, be compared with them? In the world of the Ring of Magic, they might not even be able to beat the tree guards. Facing Mary's magic, the two Jedi Knights suddenly felt at a loss, not knowing what to do, and could only retreat. But Mary obviously would not give them this opportunity. After summoning the magic sword, she waved the staff in her hand again, summoned the moonlight sword again, and continued to chop forward, facing Mary's attack. The two Jedi Knights were beaten back. The toothpick in their hands was nothing in front of the moonlight sword. The two grown men were beaten back by a young girl and couldn't even block it. If this continues, there is only one way to go. It's not that the two didn't want to fight back, but every time they tried to seize Mary's gap to fight back, the magic flying sword behind the opponent would quickly attack them, forcing the two to choose to retreat. No, we must think of a way. The two Jedi Knights were not weaklings, so they naturally did not want to be beaten like this. They looked at each other, nodded, and then tightened their lightsabers again. We will attack at the same time and stop her. Okay. Get out of the way. Now. 3, 2, 1. Boom. However, Just as the two were about to rush over, the wall beside them suddenly exploded. And then, they saw a tall black shadow rushing out like a demon, with a Jedi Knight's body in front of him. And it fell on the two of them. For an armorless unit like the Jedi Knights, this sudden damage was a fatal blow. Before they could even react, the two of them, along with the corpse, were knocked away by the shadow and hit the wall on the other side. Then the entire wall collapsed, and the buildings next to it also fell to the ground like dominoes. Seeing this scene, Mary silently put away the moonlight sword and looked at Duanmu Huai helplessly. Mr. Duanmu, you are exaggerating too much. What's the problem? Duanmu Huai reached out his hand and wiped it on the wall, wiping off the bloody residue on his hand, then turned his head to look at Mary. It's just a group of rats. Why are you wasting so much time? Why not just kill them directly? I'm not worried about destroying the room. Mary also explained helplessly. In fact, with her ability, it wouldn't take long to deal with 2 Jedi Knights. But because this is someone else's territory on Coruscant after all, and as a well-educated lady, Mary certainly won't destroy the building casually, so she wants to force the other party to retreat while considering how to kill them in the least bloody way. This is why Anne didn't make a move. As the most powerful magician in Manalia, if she made a move, the whole house would have taken off. As a result, Duanmu Huai directly demolished the other party's house. What are you worried about? This is not our own house. Duanmu Huai rolled his eyes. And that group of idiots came to assassinate us stupidly. Naturally, it's their fault. This time it was an assassination. And next time, they might just use bombs to blow this place to the ground. It will be useless to think about others at that time. So you should take care of your own life first. And don't care about those boring things. Yes. Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, Mary could only lower her head obediently, and silently looked at the villa that had collapsed halfway. This place is like this, and it seems that there is really no need for me to worry about whether it will be damaged. Although there are few guards around. Those guards are not dead. After that, those guards also rushed over and took Duanmu Huai and others to the office of Speaker Palpatine. The latter was also concerned about Duanmu Huai and others, with a friendly and uneasy expression. I'm sorry, Your Excellency the Inquisitor. I didn't expect these people to be so bold. They dared to do such a thing to the guests of the Galactic Republic in Coruscant, in the heart of the sacred Galactic Republic. Please rest assured that I will definitely deal with this issue and give you a satisfactory answer. Palpatine was indignant and seemed to be really angry. Well, maybe he was really angry. After all, he couldn't deal with Duanmu Huai even after all this. Are those Jedi Knights all a bunch of good-for-nothings? After cursing those idiots in his heart, Palpatine smiled again and looked at Duanmu Huai and others, who were sitting on the sofa at the moment. One of them was stroking Oja's hair and petting the cat, and the other two were sitting there drinking tea. Anyway, they didn't plan to eat anything. Please rest assured, I have found the culprit. Oh! Duanmu Huai nodded, without saying much, just stroking Oja's little head beside him. The latter sat on Duanmu Huai's thigh like a quiet and well-behaved cat, squinting her eyes, looking very enjoyable. You guys, you've been assassinated. Do you want to have some reaction? Anger or whatever? Why are you so calm? Seeing this, Palpatine twitched his eyes. But the show still had to go on, and he had already found the target. Mr. Speaker. Just then, Count Dooku also arrived. Of course, in front of outsiders, he still called his teacher the Speaker. Seeing Count Dooku's arrival, Palpatine nodded, then signaled the other guards to retreat. Then he raised his head, put his hands behind his back, and stared at Count Dooku. Count Dooku, just now our distinguished guests were assassinated in their residence, and the assassins were Jedi Knights of the Jedi Order. How do you explain this? Master, please listen to my explanation. At this moment, the others left, and Count Dooku also hurriedly recovered. I am trying to master the Jedi Order, but it will take time, and I don't know them. Don't know? But before Count Dooku finished speaking, Palpatine suddenly stretched out his hand and made a fist. And then Count Dooku felt as if his neck was strangled by something. And then the whole person just floated in the air. Do you think I don't know? You were the one behind all this. You tried to assassinate the Inquisitor, and you dared to betray me. Hearing Palpatine's gritting roar, Count Dooku was stunned for a moment. And then he was furious. You old man, are you trying to trick me? Looking at this scene, Duanmu Huai was also amazed. Count Dooku had reminded himself before. And then, he was arrested by Palpatine for betrayal. In fact, Palpatine was not wrong about betrayal. And Count Dooku did betray him. It's just that the meaning of betrayal seems to be a little different from what Palpatine said. Count Dooku is not a fool. He immediately understood that Palpatine was going to blame him. He turned his head desperately, and looked to the side. Now he was very glad that he had revealed the situation to Duanmu Huai before. At least now, he would not stand here and die in frustration. If the judge is willing to save him, he still has a chance to survive. Now, his life and death depend on Duanmu Huai's thoughts. At the same time, Duanmu Huai stared at Count Dooku, and looked at En and Mary beside him. Should we save him? In Duanmu Huai's opinion, Palpatine must not be saved. After all, Lumiel had already told him how Palpatine deliberately leaked information and lured the Jedi Knights to assassinate him. In comparison, Count Dooku is obviously much more obedient, and he doesn't go as far as Palpatine. But this Count Dooku doesn't seem to be very capable. To be honest, Duanmu Huai doesn't care whether Palpatine kills him or not. After all, his goal is to strengthen humans and eliminate aliens. Even if Palpatine wants to kill him, he doesn't have the strength to do so. As long as he is firm enough, he can lead the humans in this star field to continue moving forward. Go to hell, my apprentice. At this moment, Palpatine roared and threw Count Dooku out. Then he raised his hands. Soon, lightning bolts emerged from his hands and hit Count Dooku. And Count Dooku also hurriedly drew out the lightsaber at his waist and blocked it in front of himself. Block Palpatine's lightning. Infinite power. However, Palpatine obviously didn't care about Count Dooku's resistance. He showed a hideous smile. And then his hands continued to move forward. The shining lightning also accompanied Palpatine's movements and pressed towards Count Dooku again. At this time, Duanmu Huai finally moved. Chapter 1251 Choice. Your betrayal is unforgivable. Dooku, this is the punishment you deserve. Staring at Count Dooku fiercely, Palpatine once again released the powerful dark force. He was determined to let Count Dooku take the blame, and naturally would not give him a chance to speak. As a former Jedi Master, Count Dooku's strength was naturally not weak. At this moment, he was holding the lightsaber tightly and struggling to support, and Palpatine had no intention of relaxing at all. On the contrary, he increased his strength and made sure to kill Count Dooku completely. However, at this moment, a big hand suddenly stretched out from behind and grabbed Palpatine's head. Wait! What do you mean? Palpatine turned his head in surprise and looked at Duanmu Huai standing beside him. He is a traitor. I must eliminate him. Well, I don't care about these. Duanmu Huai interrupted Palpatine's defense lightly. You know, I don't care about these trivial troubles. Just like I told you before, the Inquisition only cares about the survival of mankind. Even if you want to kill me, it doesn't matter. Anyway, you can't succeed with your ability. But who told you to use psychic power in front of me without permission? What do you mean? Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, Palpatine was stunned. But before he could react, Duanmu Huai's right hand suddenly grabbed hard. And then Palpatine's head exploded instantly, and his headless body collapsed to the ground, without any movement. Seeing this scene, En and Mary's faces froze slightly, and then relaxed. Fortunately, they didn't eat anything just now. Who? At this time, Count Dooku was also panting heavily, sweating all over, and cheering secretly in his heart. Fortunately, he had self-knowledge and surrendered to Duanmu Huai early. Otherwise, he might have been killed by Palpatine at this moment. After all, as his apprentice, Count Dooku also knew that Palpatine was cruel and ruthless. Not a good person. Fortunately, I handed in my letter of loyalty to Duanmu Huai. Otherwise, he would be the one who died now. Thinking of this, Count Dooku looked at Duanmu Huai with gratitude. But what he could not imagine was that Duanmu Huai saved him not because Count Dooku handed in his letter of loyalty. Just like what he said to Palpatine before. It doesn't matter if you want to kill me. You can't do it anyway. Just like a might bite can't kill a person. Who cares? But you should never use psychic power in front of me. Strictly speaking, to be honest, Duanmu Huai looked down on the so-called Jedi and Sith in this world. Because from the perspective of the Inquisition, almost 99% of these people are not psychics. Because they are too weak. To be honest, they are not even qualified to burn firewood for the Golden Throne. This is like as a wizard. watching a magician perform magic. He may find it very interesting, but he will never think that the magician can pose any threat to him. In Duanmu Huai's opinion, the force users in this star field are not even qualified psychics. Real psychic users will only sneer at them and ignore them. But just now, Palpatine's psychic power has exceeded this limit. It's like drunk driving. It doesn't mean that you are drunk driving if you drink. It mainly depends on the value. If it reaches the warning value, you will be sent to jail directly. But if it does not reach the warning value, you don't need to care about it. Before, those Jedi Knights were all in front of Duanmu Huai, but they didn't reach the warning value. So Duanmu Huai basically didn't treat them as illegal psychics. However, when Palpatine used lightning and shouted infinite power, the psychic power he exerted had exceeded the warning value. So as an Inquisitor, Duanmu Huai naturally had only one thing to do. That was to execute illegal psychics. It's like taking drugs. If you take them secretly without me seeing, maybe it's okay. But you have to take them in front of me. What's wrong? Do you look down on the Inquisition? Duanmu Huai told Palpatine about the dangers of psychics and the duties of the Inquisition. But you just pretended not to hear it. Right? So Duanmu Huai made a decisive decision and sent Palpatine on his way. Thank you very much for your help. At this moment, Count Dooku also climbed up from the ground and expressed his gratitude to Duanmu Huai in shock. You're welcome. He asked for it. Duanmu Huai waved his hand. So, what are you going to do next? Hearing Duanmu Huai's question, Count Dooku was stunned for a moment. And then he reacted. Tomorrow is the celebration. And according to the original plan, Speaker Palpatine will announce the transformation of the Galactic Republic into the Galactic Empire tomorrow. And he will become the Galactic Emperor himself. What happened? Now the Emperor is dead. What to do tomorrow? Count Dooku was dumbfounded for a moment. He stared at Palpatine's headless body and felt a headache. There is a way. But fortunately, Duanmu Huai didn't intend to keep him in suspense. Do you have a way? Of course. It's quite simple. You just need to pretend to be Palpatine. And we are the only ones who know that Palpatine is dead. Right? Count Dooku was stunned when he heard Duanmu Huai's suggestion. Indeed, this method was simple and crude. But it seemed to be really useful? But he couldn't change his appearance? Is it really possible? Of course. And switch them. Okay. No problem. Mr. Knight, hearing Duanmu Huai's order, and nodded, then stared at Count Dooku and snapped his fingers. Soon, 2 magic circles appeared under the bodies of Count Dooku and Palpatine. Then, a moment later, the appearances of both parties suddenly exchanged. Palpatine's body became Dooku's, and Count Dooku became Palpatine. Looking at his body in surprise, Count Dooku was quite surprised. Although he knew that the Inquisition had many strange methods, this one still shocked him greatly. The Inquisition actually knew this method? The illusion can only maintain the appearance unchanged, but it will be removed if it is removed by someone. But it seems that no one in this star field can remove magic. After An cast the magic, he also explained it a little. Of course, as An said, no one in this star field knows magic, let alone removing magic. I understand. Thank you for your explanation. Count Dooku first looked at, and with gratitude, bowed his head to thank her. Then stood up and coughed lightly. Come here. Soon. Hearing Count Dooku's order, the guards, who had gone out before, came back again. Seeing the body lying on the ground, they were also shocked. Count Dooku snorted coldly, pointed at the body of Palpatine illusion on the ground, and said, he betrayed the Galactic Republic, colluded with the rebels, and tried to murder our guests. He has been executed on the spot. Take him away. This matter must not be spread outside. All news must be blocked. And tomorrow's celebration cannot be hindered. As Palpatine's apprentice, Count Dooku imitated his master very well, and the guards did not doubt it. They quickly carried the body away according to Count Dooku's order. When the guards left again, Count Dooku breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the 3 people again. Sorry, Your Excellency the Inquisitor. I don't care. But are you sure it's okay? You should know that if you do this, you will never be able to appear in front of others as Count Dooku again. It doesn't matter. Count Dooku shook his head. I understand what you mean. Although I don't want to admit it. My master did create this galactic empire. Once the news of his death spreads, the entire galactic empire will inevitably fall apart. And I hope to change all this anyway. So even if I need to continue living as someone who is not me, It's no problem. Well, it depends on your determination. Seeing that Count Dooku had made up his mind, Duanmu didn't say anything. After all, he chose his own path. But, oh, by the way, there is something I want to explain to you. What is it? Your Excellency the Inquisitor? About the Jedi Temple. Duanmu stared at Count Dooku while speaking. I originally planned to tell Palpatine, but I guess he wouldn't agree. Now that Palpatine is dead, it's the same to tell you. In fact, after most of the alien races were eliminated and his natural disaster progress entered the final stage, Duanmu's mission in this star field was basically completed. But there are hidden dangers. That is, Jedi and Sith. Duanmu knows how Jedi Knights practice. But in his opinion, this is simply stupid. Whether Jedi or Sith, they like to go to extremes. And once they go to extremes, they will become the target of evil gods. Ordinary people are like this. And psychic users are naturally no exception. Whether it is the practice of the Sith to indulge in emotional desires, or the practice of the Jedi to suppress all human reason and common sense. In Duanmu's opinion, they are essentially the same stupidity. So, instead of letting you mislead the young people, it is better to send all these so-called Force-sensitive people to the Inquisition and let them fight to protect humanity. What? What if they don't want to protect humanity? What a joke. Look at the current composition of this star field. It seems that they still have a choice. The Independent Federation and the alien races were completely destroyed by the Inquisition. If they don't protect humanity, then will they protect the stones? Speaking of this, Duanmu looked at Count Dooku and laughed. You shouldn't refuse my request. Chapter 1252 Meeting Gathering. With Palpatine, played by Count Dooku, taking the stage and announcing the establishment of the Galactic Empire. Duanmu's work in this star field was also over. After all, this star field itself is not a very high-level power world. And those Force-sensitive people are simply sensitive, and do not have very strong psychic powers. So strictly speaking, they are not even classified as illegal psychics by the Inquisition. So a little restraint is enough. Of course, Duanmu still asked Count Dooku to send all those children to the Inquisition on Tatooine for training. After that, they will no longer be Jedi Knights, but will become the Inquisitors of the Inquisition. It is impossible. The Astra Militarum. This group of people still want to become Inquisitors. That is a dream. If they die, they can be considered to be recruited into the Night Guard. If they are alive, they can just be good brothers of $50. And don't think too much about anything else. It just so happens that the weapon of this star field is the flashlight, which is quite compatible with the Astra Militarum. As for whether someone would plot a rebellion or develop an antisocial personality to try to destroy humanity, Duanmu was not worried at all. After all, he had already placed the emblem of the Tribunal in the Tribunal Church on Tatooine. And these students had to worship and pray to their holy emblem every day before training. And Duanmu's priesthood includes old ones. Brainwashing 3 times a day. It depends on whether you can bear it. So after making sure that everything was on track, Duanmu decisively took the others away. This operation made the newcomers, such as Mu Gong and Akemi Hamura, look confused. But the old people were used to it. After all, Duanmu is like this in every world. After completing the mission, he will at most place a branch of the tribunal, and then let the local tribunal supporters take charge, and at most leave a holy emblem, and then pat his butt and run away. So the tribunal really doesn't want anything? Of course, they don't know that Duanmu is a god after all. And since he is a god, he can naturally sense everything in that world through the holy emblem of the tribunal. If there is subspace pollution in that world, Duanmu will definitely be able to feel it at the first time. So he doesn't need to leave too many people stationed in other worlds. After all, Duanmu's tribunal does not need to rule those worlds. It is just a waste of time. After that, Duanmu also gathered everyone and held a meeting. After all, with the progress of the natural disaster entering the final stage, it is only a matter of time before the ether engine is unlocked. So he must first give others a shot and explain his plan. Ether engine? Yes. Duanmu nodded, then looked at the people gathered in a circle and explained his plan. After listening to Duanmu's words, everyone frowned. Then Xueli raised her hand and asked, So, Mr. Duanmu, are you going to use the ether phase engine to open the channel between the subspace and the real world? Then let the power of the subspace flow into this world. Will this not pose a threat to this world? In theory, it will definitely. because it represents the subspeciation of the real world. But fortunately, I have destruction magic to solve this problem. This is Duanmu Huai's final plan. Breaking the boundary will indeed allow the power of the subspace to flow into the real world. And it will also cause large-scale subspace pollution. In fact, this is the origin of the second expansion pack in the original game. The subspace overlaps with reality, and everyone becomes psionic. So the main content of the second expansion pack is not about humans fighting against the demons in the subspace, but basically the internal struggle of various forces in the subspace, and then fighting against the threats of the outer gods and the old ones outside the Milky Way. But Duanmu Huai, as the god of destruction, naturally has his own ideas. The ether phase engine is a pump that will break the barrier between the subspace and the real space, and then extract a large amount of power from the subspace to the real world. Then, as long as I release a destruction magic that can destroy everything in this gap, I can directly wipe out the power of the subspace before it spreads to the real world. Isn't it? I have discussed this with Lillian, and she thinks this method is feasible. In theory. Lillian silently closed her book and whispered, but if, as you said, the power of the warp is endless, then are we nailed there? Even if your destruction magic can indeed destroy the power flowing out of the warp, if it never ends. So, this is just the first step. Duanmu Huai snapped his fingers. Indeed, the subspace is infinite, and we simply cannot destroy infinite existence with limited power. But this is not the case with evil gods, although they exist in the subspace. The evil gods themselves are not infinite, and their power will be weakened or even erased. And these chaos evil gods restrain each other, and no one wants the other to find out that they have become weak. Therefore, in order to avoid this situation, when the tribunal starts the ether phase engine, these evil gods will inevitably try to stop it. When they find that their subordinates can't do this anyway, they can only take action themselves. At that time, I will find a way to completely destroy these four guys. After all, Duanmu Huai's position as the god of destruction was prepared for this from the beginning. This is Anne's suggestion. The premise is that those evil gods are really hostile to each other, as you said, Mr. Knight, and sighed softly. But I remember that on the original planet, didn't they unite to deal with us? And that, what is the four gods' choice? We just fought fast. Duanmu Huai shrugged. If we delay for a while, you will understand why the Wrath of Rage is considered half a friendly force by us. Maybe. But, Mr. Duanmu, I have another question. Mary also spoke at this time. According to you, the subspace is infinite, even if those evil gods are in the subspace. How can we find them? There is a ready-made road. Those chaos fleets came out from there. We can just build the ether phase engine at that entrance, although it is still sealed now. Yes, the problem Mary mentioned is also a problem. But Duanmu Huai, with the help of the player's ideas, naturally had already considered the location. That is, the Eye of Terror. Why do you have to build one yourself when there is a ready-made one? Therefore, Duanmu Huai's final plan is to basically copy the game. Build the ether phase engine at the seal of the Eye of Terror, and then start it. It's just that in the game. After starting the ether phase engine, everyone ascended together, and the game entered the second expansion pack stage. But in reality, Duanmu Huai obviously didn't plan to do this. Or it's not impossible to do this, but it can be used as a final backup plan. So Duanmu Huai made some modifications to this plan, and improved it in accordance with his own priesthood. After all, it's still too much to completely subspace. Of course, if they really can't win in the end, they will all ascend together to fight the subspace civil war. I am now considered as strong as the warp evil god. But what makes me stronger than the four evil gods is that Duanmu Huai also possesses the outer god priesthood of the old ones. Therefore, unlike the four evil gods, Duanmu Huai can not only cause trouble in the warp, but also in reality. This is an advantage that the four evil gods do not have. And it is also the confidence of Duanmu Huai to run around. Hey, I'm in the warp. Hey, I'm back to the real world. Hey, I jumped to the warp again. Hey, I'm back to the real world again. You want to hit me? If you have the guts, come and hit me. I just like to see you get so angry and helpless against me. At present, this is the ultimate goal of our Inquisition. Duanmu Huai looked around at everyone again and spoke. So I want you to prepare early. When we start building the ether phase engine, I will notify Dardanelles and ask the Tower Council to send guardians to help. And then, Of course, Mr. Knight, and nodded excitedly. Manalia will definitely help. Lorena? The Holy City will obey your instructions at any time. Sir Knight. Lorena clenched her fist and waved it vigorously. We are training our bodies to be strong just for now. Although Duanmu Huai felt that this had nothing to do with training. Gulea? Yes. Hearing Duanmu Huai's name, Gulea also tensed up immediately. Do you understand what I mean? Yes. Mr. Knight, the dragon people will also help. That's good. After receiving Gulea's reply, Duanmu Huai nodded with satisfaction. Since Gulea established the dragon people country in the New World, she has spent most of her time on it, and Duanmu Huai has not paid attention to her. Now it is time to collect the interest. At this time, the bell girl also came over with a smile. Master, do you want Herman, Lysis and other countries to prepare as well? Well, forget it. Duanmu Huai thought for a moment and shook his head. The civilization level of several countries in the dual city world is not very high, and the individual strength is also low, which is not suitable for fighting the demons of the subspace. Not to mention being cannon fodder. It would be good if the soldiers sent by this group of people are not contaminated by the demons of the subspace. As for those girl monsters, like Jinjiling's horse girls, although they have some strength, they are not at the level that can fight against the army of the subspace. Irisfield, Medea, I will need a lot of heroes to help me at that time, and you will be responsible for leading them. To deal with the army of subspace demons, a strong single combat force is indispensable. At present, the army of heroes is a relatively easy-to-use one, and Duanmu Huai has also obtained the control of the Hall of Heroes, which is a waste of time. Yes, Master. And Akemi Hamura, the magical girls are in your hands. Go and ask how many people are willing to join the battle. This, faced with Duanmu Huai's request, Akemi Hamura was a little embarrassed, but still nodded. Okay, I'll ask, but I don't think most people would be willing to join. Give it a try. After all, you're a magical girl. What kind of magical girl is it if you don't even have the courage to sacrifice yourself for the world? Faced with Duanmu Huai's answer, Akemi Hamura was speechless for a moment. To be honest, this statement seems to be correct. Uncle, should we gather the classmates in the class? At this moment, Naruzmio also asked curiously, and Duanmu Huai was silent for a moment. Well, let's see what happens. Don't worry about it now. It must be said that the students' vocations are indeed very powerful. They were able to block the attacks of angels and demons in the other world, and they have been tempered a lot after fighting. But fighting against subspace demons is no different from other battles. Duanmu Huai is not sure if his students are ready. What about the followers? What should we do? Seeing that Duanmu Huai made a round of arrangements without mentioning himself, Bambi, who was lying on the soul jellyfish, suddenly became anxious. You guys? Duanmu Huai looked at Bambi and Kula lying on the soul jellyfish sisters. What else can you do besides being mascots? Rabbit can also bring luck to yourself. How about practicing serving tea and water? When the battle gets intense, everyone won't have time to go back to the cafeteria to eat. Especially Mary, who drinks tea every day without stopping. Okay, leave it to me. Hearing that Duanmu Huai had assigned him a task, Bambi immediately smiled and became the logistics captain. Of course, our mission is still to clear out the alien races in various star regions, but everyone must remain vigilant. However, before Duanmu Huai finished speaking, he felt the warship tremble slightly. What's going on? Duanmu Huai looked at Ikit in confusion, and the latter hurriedly opened the command desk and took a look, then looked at Duanmu Huai with a strange expression. Report to Uncle that, A strange unknown spaceship suddenly appeared and crashed into our warship. What the hell? Traffic accident? It has to be said that Duanmu Huai was also stunned after hearing Ikit's report. I don't have insurance for my warship. Who will compensate me? Damn. We have always been the ones to board others. But now we are being boarded by others? How is our warship? No structural damage. Only some scratches. What about the other party? Ikot stared at the command desk again, and then showed a helpless expression. It seems that the other party lost control due to the collision and crashed into a nearby planet. Is there such a development? Let's go and see what's going on. Duanmu Huai waved his hand and gave an order. What the hell? I was walking well. How could I hit the ship? Where did this fool come from? He better pray that he bought insurance. Chapter 1253 The Unlucky Perpetrator. According to Duanmu Huai's instructions, I could also retrieve the video footage from that time. And then everyone saw a strange-looking spaceship that looked like it was made of crystal suddenly rushed out of the void in a panic, and then crashed into the front of the flagship of the Inquisition. But unfortunately, compared with the Inquisition's Glory Queen class, this strange spaceship was only the size of a shell, and could not cause any harm to the Glory Queen class at all. The result was that the other party was directly knocked away, then exploded in the air, and then was captured by the gravity of a nearby planet and fell down. Good man. This is really walking without looking at the road. Seeing this, Duanmu Huai couldn't help but complain. His warship is so big that you can hit it. Are you blind? We didn't activate the shield? Looking at the screen image in front of her, Mary asked curiously, and Lemuel answered. The void shield only reacts to objects with a speed above a certain level. From the situation just now, the speed of this spaceship is very slow, and it has not reached the level of activation of the void shield at all. I don't know what these people are doing. Could they be driving under the influence? Duanmu Huai snorted. When he saw this strange spaceship appear, he found that it was swaying from side to side, just like a drunk driver. Could the people inside really have drunk too much? Let's see how our warship is doing first. Accompanying Duanmu Huai's order, Lemuel zoomed in and zoomed in again and again. Well, the paint was still rubbed off a little. Repair the paint for me. I'll go ask those bastards for compensation. You want to hit and run after driving drunk? How can such a good thing happen? Duanmu Huai's face was also gloomy at this moment. Can you just touch my Rolls-Royce Phantom? Do you know how much this little bit of paint costs? I don't think it should be a hit and run. Akami Hamura complained at the side. Of course, this is not the point. According to Lemuel's simple scan of the planet, it can be seen that the planet in front of him is a planet suitable for life, and it seems to have traces of civilization. Of course, according to the energy fluctuations, Lemuel immediately locked onto the location where the spaceship had crashed. So Duanmu Huai also took the other people on the Night Crow Black Star to leave the warship and fly towards the crash site. Not long after, everyone passed through the atmosphere and arrived at the crash site of the spaceship. It was an island. At this moment, the entire island had been basically damaged by the explosion caused by the crash. Many places were scattered with crystal fragments, and a group of unlucky people were busy sorting things out at this moment, looking quite pitiful. However, the spaceship did not seem to be completely destroyed. At least the main part was still intact. So Duanmu Huai drove the Night Crow Black Star to circle in the air, and then came to the main entrance. Seeing the Night Crow Black Star falling from the sky, the unlucky guys who were busy tidying up the surroundings also hurriedly surrounded it, holding weapons and staring at the unidentified flying object vigilantly. Under their gaze, the hatch opened, and then Duanmu Huai strode down. He carried the warhammer and scanned the surroundings, looking at these perpetrators. These creatures looked similar to humans. What disappointed Duanmu Huai was that they all had skulls, facial features, and limbs similar to humans. The only difference was that these creatures had blue skin, beard-like tentacles on their cheeks, sheep-like feet on their heads, and hoof-like shapes. It was a pity that the subhuman race could not be purified directly. Who are you, and what are you doing here? Looking at Duanmu Huai and others, one of the subhumans holding a warhammer came forward and asked nervously. Hearing his question, Duanmu Huai raised his eyebrows. You hit my ship, and I want to ask you what you are doing. What? Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, these subhumans were in an uproar. And at this moment, suddenly, a majestic voice came. Silence! Hearing this voice, everyone hurriedly dispersed. And then Duanmu Huai saw an old man who looked quite old, leaning on a staff, walking out of the passage behind. He looked at Duanmu Huai and then bowed deeply. I'm so sorry, soldier. This is all our fault. Of course, we were flying well up there, and suddenly someone hit us. I was going to ask you to pay for it. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai looked around. But judging from your appearance, this spaceship didn't have insurance. Did it? I'm so sorry. The old man spoke again, then walked to Duanmu Huai, stretched out his hand and took out something that looked like a decoration and handed it to him. As you said, we don't have any insurance. This is a small compensation. Please forgive our mistake. What is this? Duanmu Huai took the ornament handed over by the old man in confusion, and then took a look. The information on it was quickly displayed. Ancient Drenii Arcane Artifact, Increases spell critical level by 21. Spell damage by up to 120 points. And healing effect by up to 220 points. Lasting 15 seconds. Although I couldn't understand the content of the prompt. It looked pretty good. And since it was a divine weapon, it should be something good. I didn't expect the other party to be so generous and even give him the divine weapon. Duanmu Huai felt a little embarrassed. His worship was just scratched with paint. I thought I would just ask for some compensation. But the other party even took out the divine weapon? Then I won't be polite. Well, it's not a big deal anyway. It's you who are in trouble, Duanmu Huai said as he put away the artifact. This thing is a magic weapon. I'll give it to Anne, Mary, or Naruzmio. Do you need my help? We appreciate your kindness. But this may be the fate of our Drenii clan. Oh, another charlatan. Duanmu Huai talked with the old man for a while and learned that they were a race called Drenii. Originally from a planet called Argus. But later, the planet was targeted by a demon called the Burning Legion. Except for a few people including this old man. All other compatriots were deceived by the Burning Legion demons and became accomplices of the Burning Legion demons. And this old man, Prophet Velan, led the remaining tribesmen to escape from Argus on a spaceship. Later, they escaped the pursuit of the Burning Legion all the way. And then the spaceship lost control and fell to a world called Draenor. There, Prophet Velan led other Drenii to develop and build their homeland together. However, the good times did not last long. The Burning Legion found them again. In order to avoid being hunted down, the Drenii fled Draenor again. But soon they encountered an unknown attack again. When avoiding the attack, the Drenii panicked and crashed their spaceship into the warship of the Inquisition. And then fell here. Well, I have to admit that these Drenii are really unlucky. Escaped twice. And then the spaceship crashed twice. Maybe it's just fate, as Velan said. But the demons call the Burning Legion. After listening to the words of the Prophet Velan, Duanmu Huai narrowed his eyes. According to the Prophet Velan, this Burning Legion should also be a civilized race across galaxies? And it is a demon race? Could it be a Chaos Legion? He asked Velan in detail about the situation of the Burning Legion. But to Duanmu Huai's surprise, the Burning Legion did not seem to be the Chaos Legion he imagined. And their appearance did not look like Chaos Space Marines. But Velan did mention that this group of demons used powerful psychic power. Ding! Just when Duanmu Huai was chatting with Wei Luan, a call suddenly sounded. Duanmu Huai apologized to Wei Luan first, then walked to the side and opened his personal terminal. Soon, Lumiel's face appeared on it. What's wrong? Lumiel? It's like this, Commander. Lumiel looked a little nervous. We scanned this planet according to your request. And then we found that there are a large number of undead creatures in the north of another continent on this planet. Oh! Let me see. Yes. Soon. The scene changed. And then Duanmu Huai saw a world that looked like it was shrouded and cursed by death. Here, there were zombies with pale skin and extremely rotten bodies everywhere, which looked like zombie corpses walking around. Moreover, these zombies were all over the north. Even the weather here was extremely gloomy. And the trees seemed to be twisted by evil psychic energy. A large number of psychic reactions can be detected. It is preliminarily determined that these undead creatures should have been resurrected by some kind of psychic energy. Staring at the continent in front of him, Duanmu Huai touched his chin, thought for a moment, and then made a decision. Since there are so many undead creatures here, they must be dealt with as soon as possible. After all, such a place is easily connected to the subspace. If it attracts trouble such as evil gods, demons, or champions, it will be even more difficult. Moreover, according to Lumiel, there is also human civilization on this planet, although the level is not high. But, since there are humans, the Inquisition has only one thing to do. Prepare to send a force to land in this area. I will lead the team personally to eliminate these dirty heretics. Received, Commander. Chapter 1254 I come. I see. I conquer. According to Lumiel's scan results, there are two places on this planet where a large number of undead live. One is the polar region further north, and the other is the north of another continent. Duanmu Huai thought about it and decided to start with the latter. After all, from what he saw before, the polar region is surrounded by the sea, and there is no threat to humans there, so he doesn't need to worry about it for now. On the contrary, the latter place borders on human territory, and the Inquisition wants to protect humans. so it is natural to start with visible threats. As for the Icelandic continent, I'll take the time to clean it up later. So soon. Under Duanmu Huai's order, the Inquisition started to operate again as a war machine. After saying goodbye to Vilan, Duanmu Huai took the Night Crow Black Star to the battlefield of another continent. We'll start from the northern coast of this area. At the command level, Duanmu Huai basically handed over the full authority to Akat, who was more adept at fighting this kind of ground battle than space battle. At this moment, she also reported her battle plan to Duanmu Huai through her personal termo. First, we will send warships to carry out air strikes and indiscriminate bombing of the entire northern region. And then the Night Guard and the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Armored Divisions will work together to occupy this forest. According to the results of the investigation, there is a strong psychic reaction under this ruin, which is likely to be the city of these undead creatures. Ikot's tactics are still the same as before. He can be timid but not reckless. And he is both sinister and timid. Anyway, according to Duanmu Huai, almost all creatures in the entire northern region have mutated due to the evil spirits of these undead creatures. And they are all a disaster. With the attitude of eradicating all evil, Duanmu Huai asked Ikot to strike them comprehensively. And he would take people to clean up the remaining parts that could not be hit. Advance as quickly as possible. Eliminate these dirty undead creatures. And purify this continent. Yes. For the undead living in this area, this is a day they will never forget. When the shining spears of light cut through the sky and illuminated the eternally dark land, the undead souls also raised their heads and looked at the sky in confusion. What they saw were countless meteors falling from the sky, shining with golden light. And what followed was ruthless destruction. Boom, boom, boom. As if the stars were falling, countless spears of light bombarded the entire land. In just a moment, the entire land turned into a burning purgatory. Those undead souls wailed in pain and turned into ashes under the burning and destruction of the flames. The forest also caught fire, and the earth was covered in bright red. At the same time, the transport planes of the Inquisition landed from the sky, dropping Lehman Russ tanks and Titans to the ground. Hundreds of Night Guards swarmed down with chainsaw guns and began to clean up everything they saw step by step. Anyway, this place has been completely polluted by the dead, so there is no need to consider anything. A thorough purification is the most convenient. And Duanmu Huai also rushed into the city ruins in this forest with the girls. From the outside, this place looks like the ruins of an abandoned royal city. But Lemuel also said that there is another city under this royal city, which is the base camp of the undead. What a pity. Looking at the ruined city in front of him, and couldn't help but sigh. Although only the wreckage is left now. You can imagine how prosperous this city was, glorious and splendid. But now it has become like this. Nothing is permanent. Any civilization will encounter this situation. Duanmu Huai was not as sad as An. Perhaps it was because Manalia was similar to this place. So An felt a little emotional. But this place cannot be polluted and occupied by those filthy undead creatures. Let's take action. Under a round of light spear bombardment, the undead on the ground were basically wiped out. Some of the undead, who survived by good luck, were also being purified by the Night Guard. Therefore, when passing through the ruins of the city, the group did not encounter any obstruction. This is also normal. With the strength of the tribunal, it is natural to crush such a low-level civilization. After entering the dilapidated castle hall, Duanmu Huai first saw a stone throne. I don't know why. It looks like it has been in decline for many years. But this throne is still here and looks intact. Well, it seems to have a little patina? Forget it. It's probably an illusion. Duanmu Huai retracted his gaze and looked at the gate next to him. According to the conclusion drawn by Lemuel through scanning, there was actually an elevator behind the gate, connecting to the city of undead creatures below. Okay, get ready. Duanmu Huai clenched his warhammer, shouted, and then strode into the door. However, just as Duanmu Huai raised his foot to step on the elevator platform, the platform suddenly dropped down, and Duanmu Huai, who lost his balance, fell down like a stone. The girls stared blankly at the huge hole in front of them, and after a while, they heard a sound coming from inside. Bang! After a while, the elevator platform rose again, and Duanmu Huai stood in it with a gloomy face, and then strode out. Mr. Knight? Looking at Duanmu Huai in front of him, Ensure covered his mouth, wanting to laugh, but not being able to laugh. After all, it was a war, so he should be serious. But it was too funny. falling in the elevator. Ha ha ha. Well, fortunately, there is no such hidden danger on the floating platform of Manalia. Otherwise, I don't know how many people would fall to death every day. Considering that there are all undead here, they are probably not afraid of being killed by falling. Mary's expression was also a little stiff, but she still gave Duanmu Huai face and didn't say anything. As for Lorena, she just looked at Duanmu Huai, then looked at the platform behind her, and fell into deep thought. And Irisville and Medea just stood by and pretended that they didn't see anything. They didn't laugh too much at the embarrassment of their own master. On the contrary, the two tank-changed knights, Steno and Euryale, maintained their soul forms, laughing loudly without concealment, looking gloating. Damn! It seems that he is in trouble again. Duanmu Huai glared in, and then directly opened his personal terminal. Icode. Hey! Uncle. What's the matter? Blow this broken place upside down. MMP. Duanmu Huai has never lost face so much. Although he will definitely not die from falling. It will not cause much harm. But it is extremely insulting. In front of so many people. I'm almost losing face. Damn! Icode naturally followed Duanmu Huai's orders obediently. A moment later, there were bursts of bombing and explosions not far away. And the hall was shaking. A lot of dust fell down, which immediately made the girls run around with their heads in their hands, screaming, and being sprayed with dust. Well, seeing this scene, Duanmu Huai felt much more relieved. I can't be the only one embarrassed. By the time the bombing was over, the girls beside him were already covered in dust. Even and looked depressed. But Duanmu Huai was quite calm. He was wearing armor, so dust couldn't do anything to him. Right? As for the girls staring at him, Duanmu Huai simply ignored them. Now everyone was embarrassed. It was all good. It was all good. When Duanmu Huai walked out of the palace again, the ruins of the city in front of him had been completely destroyed, leaving only a huge pit. Everything inside was burned black and smoking. Obviously, under this saturation bombing, it was estimated that there should be nothing left underneath. But we still have to wait and see. Okay, let's go! Duanmu Huai clenched his warhammer, stood on the edge and looked at the bombed underground city below, then jumped down. He would never go up to that elevator platform again. The entire underground city was scorching hot. If it were an ordinary person, they would be scorched just by coming down. Fortunately, those who followed Duanmu Huai were not ordinary people. This level of environment was not threatening to them at all. Even Mary could easily pass through it. As for the undead creatures below, most of them died in the bombing. Duanmu Huai walked around, but didn't find any living enemies. Oh! No. They were dead. However, in one of the relatively well-preserved rooms in this dungeon, Duanmu Huai found a map of this world. Because the civilization level of this world is too low, there is no such thing as the internet. Lumiel can't steal information by hacking into the internet, so he doesn't know what these places are called. The Draenei led by the Prophet Velan are also outsiders, and are also completely in the dark about this planet. Fortunately, through this map, Duanmu Huai finally completed the geographical information of this planet. According to the description on the map, there are 3 continents here. The continent where the Draenei fell is called Kalandor. This continent is called the Eastern Kingdoms. And the 3rd continent that Lumiel scanned before is located in the northern polar region and is full of undead spirits. It is Northrend. Duanmu Huai and others are currently in the Dark City in the Tirisful territory on the Eastern Kingdom continent, which is called the Undead Rule of the Forsaken. In addition to Tirisful Glades, there are also the Western Plague Lands and the Eastern Plague Lands. Further down are the Silverpine Forest, the Alterac Mountains and the Hinterlands, as well as the Hillsbrad Foothills and the Arthi Highlands. According to the markings on this map, the northern part of this continent of Azeroth is almost all occupied by various alien races. The southern part is where humans and other races live. Well, this world seems to be quite interesting. Duanmu Huai walked out of the ruined dark city with a map in hand and nodded. Should we go somewhere else? It's okay to go somewhere else. We're free anyway. And it seems that the humans in this world are also distracted by many things. Boom boom boom. However, before Duanmu Huai finished speaking, there was a loud noise in the sky. And then a knight like being on a horse emerged from it, holding up its weapon and shouting loudly. Tremble. The death knell has tolled for you. Tremble. The elegy has been sung for you. The judgment of the end of the world has come. All the living will pay the price Ha ha ha. But before it finished laughing, it saw several tribunal fighters flying across the sky. And then the roar of the explosion interrupted the laughter in an instant. And the night was completely covered by smoke and gunfire. After a while, when the smoke and gunfire dissipated, there was nothing left there. What is that? Who knows? Duanmu Huai retracted his gaze. Probably an idiot undead with a bad brain. Chapter 1255 Storm Surge. Holy light. What happened? Lord Maxwell poked his head out of the chapel and looked around solemnly. As a member of the Silver Dawn, Duke Sarenhoff has been committed to fighting the undead scourge. The Silver Dawn built a chapel in this cursed Eastern Plague land as a frontline fortress against the scourge. For the paladins of the Silver Dawn, this is a difficult and long task. It should have been like this. But now, what did he see? Lord Maxwell stared at the scenery in front of him. And he couldn't believe his eyes. He had been in the Light's Hope Chapel for a long time, and was very familiar with this land. In his memory, the Eastern Plague Lands was a cursed and corrupted land full of corruption and stench. But now, what he saw in front of him was more like a furnace. Everything here seemed to be destroyed by flames. And everything in sight was burning. What on earth is going on? Crusader Commander Elijah and Scarlet Commander Marlin also appeared at the door of the Holy Light's Wish Chapel in doubt, frowning and watching the scene. Is this some kind of attack? I don't think so. No matter what kind of attack it is impossible to cover the entire plague land. Maybe it is a natural disaster. After all, everyone just saw the golden light that fell from the sky and shone like a meteor. To be honest, the only thing they could do at that time was to gather everyone in the Holy Light's Wish Chapel, and then open the barrier. Fortunately, those golden beams did not attack the chapel. Otherwise, I'm afraid they would not be able to escape. Looking at the land in front of him, Lord Maxwell's expression was a little gloomy. He remembered that there was a hill not far ahead. But now it has turned into a huge pit. Is this all caused by those golden beams? If so, then I'm afraid even the Holy Light's Hope Chapel can't withstand this attack. What should we do now? Don't be impulsive. As the commander here, Lord Maxwell still appeared very calm and composed. At least we are safe here now. But it's different outside. Everyone, be prepared. In any case, this abnormal situation is obvious. However, before Lord Maxwell finished speaking, a thief suddenly lay on the ground with his ears to the ground. And after a moment, he hurriedly looked at Lord Maxwell. My lord, something is approaching. There are a lot of them. What? Hearing this, Lord Maxwell immediately clenched his weapon. Everyone, get ready for battle. With Lord Maxwell's order, everyone in the Holy Light's Wish Chapel also got ready for battle, staring at the surroundings vigilantly. And soon, everyone felt that the ground was shaking slightly, which made Lord Maxwell even more nervous. Soon, they saw it. On the other side of the road, several huge black tanks were slowly approaching. And around these tanks were tall warriors holding strange weapons. Is that a tank? Stormwind's reinforcement? Commander Elijah asked in confusion. But Lord Maxwell shook his head. No, this doesn't look like Stormwind's technology. And I can't figure out how Stormwind could transport such a large tank here. Also, look at the emblems on the other side. Commander Elijah turned his head again. And then he immediately saw the skull patterns on the surface of the tanks and those tall, heavily armored warriors. And his eyes shrank. Is it the Undercity? Is Sylvanas going to attack us? I don't know. Anyway, it's very likely that they are up to no good. Looking at the army in front of him, Lord Maxwell was also nervous. But he still stared at the other side. The Light's Hope Chapel was right next to the road, and it was impossible not to see it. Now he couldn't even remove the barrier to evacuate others, because the entire Eastern Plague Lands was still covered in flames. If it weren't for the timely raising of the barrier by the Light's Hope Chapel, even if they didn't die in the horrible bombing just now, they would have died here due to the high temperature and lack of oxygen. So now, they can only hold on here. At this time, the opposing army also discovered the Light's Hope Chapel and the group of soldiers who were ready for battle. However, to the surprise of Maxwell, this group of people didn't even look at them, but turned around and continued to move forward, not even bothering to say hello, as if they didn't exist at all. It was not until the group of people disappeared at the end of the road that Lord Maxwell put down his weapons, and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Although the other party did not say a word, their tall figures and terrifying equipment all brought heavy pressure to the people in the Holy Light's Hope Chapel. What are they going to do? I don't know. But at least, they don't seem to be hostile to us. That's not what I meant. Commander Elijah reached out his hand in confusion, pointing in the direction the other party was going. I mean, isn't Stratholme where they are going? Huh? After hearing this, Lord Maxwell was stunned for a moment before he realized it. Yes. The end of this road is Stratholme, the cursed city of the undead. This group of people is heading for Stratholme. What exactly do they want to do? For the Inquisition? There is only one thing they have to do. I didn't expect that this planet is not big, but there are many alien races. Duanmu Huai returned to the warship and observed the planet in front of him again. He compared it with the map he sees from the Undercity and couldn't help but sigh. According to the records on this map, there are quite a lot of alien races on this planet. In addition to the undead creatures being dealt with by the Inquisition, there is also a race called trolls in the hinterlands, dragons in the burning plains, ogres in Stranglethorn Vale, orcs in Orgrimmar, Tauren in Mulgore, centaurs in Thousand Needles, etc. Not to mention things like murlocs. The ecological environment of this place is quite complicated. In Duanmu Huai's opinion, the situation on this planet is a bit like a miniature version of the Galactic Republic, where all the major races share a territory and can live in peace with each other and maintain a certain degree of harmony. Of course, none of this is important to the Inquisition. Humans live and others die. It's that simple. Orcs, trolls, minotaurs, etc. naturally don't expect to survive. However, Duanmu Huai still did not act immediately as usual. He was still waiting for the human forces here to contact him. At that time, he would see if there would be a Palpatine or Count Dooku. Then it would be much easier. Duanmu Huai didn't know that at the same time. A fierce debate was breaking out in Orgrimmar on the continent of Kalandor. They killed my people and destroyed my country. I must take revenge. Standing in the hall of Orgrimmar, a woman with livid skin and pale hair roared angrily. She was the ruler of Undercity and the leader of the Forsaken, Sylvanas. In fact, Duanmu Huai didn't know that when he ordered the attack on the Forsaken, Sylvanas was not in Undercity because she had something to do. So she escaped. But in fact, after realizing that her territory was under attack, Sylvanas wanted to go back to resist. As a result, she just returned to Tirisful Glades and watched endless artillery fire falling from the sky, directly blowing a big hole in her Undercity. So Sylvanas chose to escape without hesitation. At this time, rushing forward would be pure death. And she was not stupid. After escaping from her territory, Sylvanas thought about it, and finally chose to ask for help from her allies. After all, the Forsaken are also members of the Horde. We are in trouble now. So why don't you help us? I am really surprised. Facing the angry Sylvanas, the orc leader Thrall sitting on the throne also showed a surprised expression. To be honest, Thrall is also clear about the strength of the Forsaken and Sylvanas. It can make Sylvanas flee at the first sign of trouble, and even catch all the Forsaken in one fell swoop. Is there really such a force in this world? Are you sure it's not the Alliance? Of course. The Alliance alone can't defeat me. What about the dragon? I didn't see any dragons. And dragons never interfere in mortal affairs. I didn't provoke them. So why would they come to deal with me? In fact, even Sylvanas herself couldn't figure out where the force that demolished her hometown came from. After all, in order to avoid being discovered, after discovering that her Undercity was directly bombed, she decisively and quickly chose to flee far away. After all, she also had a hunch that if she didn't run now, she would never be able to escape again. I understand, Lady Sylvanas. Thrall was silent for a moment, then made a decision. I will send someone to Tirisful Glades secretly to check the situation there. At least we need to figure out what kind of existence the mysterious force that appeared there is, and then think of a solution. Although we don't know what the situation is. But the other party attacked the Forsaken. We can't be sure whether that force is targeting the Forsaken or the Horde. If it's the former, it's easier to say. But if it's the latter, it's a bit tricky. And just when Thrall gave the order, the whole planet gradually became turbulent because of the sudden appearance of the Inquisition. Chapter 1256. The tour begins. Everyone is not blind. The Inquisition's attack on the entire Forsaken and the Plague Lands was naturally witnessed by almost all the forces that still exist on this continent. The orcs on Thrall's side received the news from Sylvanas. And Stormwind City also quickly received the report from the Silver Dawn emissary from Light's Hope Chapel. So, you mean that the ones who launched the attack on Tirisful Glades were a group of unidentified outsiders sitting on the throne. The leader of mankind, King Varian of Stormwind, looked at the paladins below with some surprise. Yes, your majesty, they have wiped out almost all the undead spirits in the Plague Lands. And even Stratholme and Scholomance have been completely destroyed by the other side. At present, the threat of undead spirits in the entire north can be considered to have been completely eliminated. Good. Very good. Hearing this, Varian breathed a sigh of relief. But soon he asked again. So, do you know what the situation of the Forsaken is? And Lord Aaron. The situation in Tirisful Glades is the same. As for Lord Aaron, it has been completely destroyed. According to the scouts report, it has now been replaced by a huge metal church building. It should be the work of this mysterious force. This was of course done by the Inquisition. After all, building a house is too troublesome and time-consuming. So now Duanmu Huai has his own way, which is to bury the building directly. For a smaller one, an Emperor-class Titan can be buried, and for a larger one, a cruiser or something like that can be buried. On the one hand, these warships are all churches, which saves time in building houses. On the other hand, if there is any danger and the fleet cannot be mobilized for a while, just activate and start the Titan or the battleship directly, which is also a double insurance. So you see, building a church on a battleship is also very useful. In this world, Duanmu Huai did the same thing. He directly found an Emperor-class Titan, then manipulated it to squat in the hole blown out by the Undercity, and then buried the lower part. Yeah. Perfect. After so many worlds, Duanmu Huai has gained experience in burying Titans. What is sitting north and facing south, leaning against the mountains and rivers, and then turning into a dragon and tapping the acupuncture points? Oh, no. The last one seems to be digging graves. Forget it. They are all the same. After purifying this land, Duanmu Huai started to fish for a short time. Or everyone was fishing. After all, the final stage of the natural disaster is really difficult. To be honest, Duanmu Huai does not think that he can complete the progress by destroying a few alien races on this planet. But no matter how small the mosquito leg is, it is still meat. At present, other places are stable, and there are no problems. Since they accidentally discovered a planet where multiple races live together, Duanmu Huai would not let it go. For other races on this planet, whether the arrival of the Inquisition is a good thing, is not certain. In the end, Varian decided to send a team to Tirisful Glades to investigate the situation there. The annihilation of the Forsaken forces was a turmoil and reshuffle for all forces on the entire Azeroth continent. To be honest, King Varian was not sure whether this was good or bad. But this is not a problem that Duanmu Huai needs to worry about. All along, only others beg him. And he never begs others. Well, it seems that the recovery here is pretty good. Looking at the scenery that has regained vitality around him, Duanmu Huai nodded with satisfaction. The original Tirisful Glades may be due to the undead. The whole place looks dark. And the trees here are as strange as those in horror movies. And the dark grass makes people feel uncomfortable. But now it's good. After Duanmu Huai burned the place clean, he quickly started the reconstruction work. For a cosmic force like the Inquisition, it is easy to transform the climate of a planet. And it is even easier to transform an area. Both the Star Alliance and the wandering trader Dardanelle have various creations and tools for transforming regions and vegetation. So basically, after Duanmu Huai completely burned Tirisful Glades and the two plague lands in the east and west, he set a formation of fighter planes to release a large number of vegetation spores in the sky, and then activated the climate transformation system. After just a few days, the Tirisful Glades in front of us was no longer the dark and gloomy horror movie set. Instead, it became a beautiful world with bright sunshine and green grass. However, there were still some bad things wandering here. According to the report of the Night Guard, they found some giant spiders and strange creatures called murlocs here. Duanmu Huai would certainly not allow these ugly species to survive on the territory of the Inquisition, and directly ordered them to be purged completely, leaving no one behind. Although it's not the first time. Every time I see such a scene, I feel refreshed. Mary also stood by, looking at the scene in front of her with admiration. She had seen similar situations before. Whether in Faerun or Tatooine, the Inquisition would first destroy the other party, and then rebuild it. Looking at the originally dry, dilapidated, cursed and polluted land being covered with green again, the bright sunshine and the clear river water complementing each other, making people feel the beauty of life. Mary felt very fulfilled. At least my efforts were not in vain. It's a pity that there are no interesting little animals in this place. And Zay complained on the other side. Of course, there are animals in Tirisful Glades. But the animals here are not popular with girls. They are either big spiders or big moths. In the Plague Land, there are maggots over 1 meter long crawling all over the ground, which makes people sick to their stomachs. The situation here is basically stable now. We should also walk around. When the time comes, go to other places and maybe find some interesting little guys for you. After dealing with these Forsaken, Duanmu Huai planned to take the others to wander around this continent, see the local customs, and kill some blind things. Considering the civilization background of this world, Anne and Mary will stay in Tirisful Glades to take charge of the overall situation and contact the indigenous civilization here on behalf of the Inquisition. Duanmu Huai will take the others to go shopping on the street. This time, the people who go out with Duanmu Huai are mainly newcomers, including Naruzmio and Maria, as well as Akemi Hamura and Kisaragi, especially Hamura, Akemi, and Kizara. They had never ventured into this kind of fantasy civilization world before, and they were more or less excited and impatient. By the way, Mary actually wanted to go, but Anne kept her there, saying that she wanted to gain some experience. So Mary had no choice but to stay in Tirisful Glades with Anne. As for Ojas, isn't that the pendant on Duanmu Huai's shoulder? So, after promising to bring back a cute little animal for Anne and Mary, Duanmu Huai led the others to leave Tirisful Glades. According to the plan, they planned to pass through Silverpine Forest first, then through Hillsbrad Foothills and Arthy Highlands, and go south to see Dunmorrow of the Dwarves first, and then go to Stormwind City to see what the human kingdom of this planet looks like. For Duanmu Huai, this was just a spontaneous trip. However, for other places, the aftermath of the destruction of Undercity has just begun to emerge. Or, this is just the beginning. Hillsbrad Foothills, Nanhai Town. This is the front line of the struggle between the Alliance and the Horde, and it is also the place where the Alliance bears the brunt of the Forsaken forces. However, in the northern cemetery of this town, an ugly, shriveled, and corrupt figure is hiding there, staring viciously at the human guards in the distance. Damn the Alliance. Damn the humans. Soen clenched his teeth, and a low roar full of hatred came out of his corrupt throat. Soen was a Forsaken, an undead creature awakened from death. After becoming a Forsaken, Soen studied under a necromancer named Hercula and became his apprentice. However, just when Hercula was about to complete the ritual and become a great Lich Mage, a group of human adventurers discovered Hercula's location, stopped the evil ritual, killed Hercula, and buried his remains in the cemetery of Nanhai Town. As a disciple of Hercula, Savan naturally wanted to avenge his teacher. However, with the explosion of Undercity, the entire Tirisful was razed, and Terran Mill, a Forsaken outpost built in Hillsbrad Foothills, was also in chaos. No one knew what happened, but the undead of Terran Mill still decisively chose to run away. But Savan did not choose to run away. He secretly swore that he must avenge his teacher. Since others did not do it, he would do it himself. So Soen went to great lengths to go deep into the nest occupied by the Yeti, found Hercula's magic wand, and was full of power. And the only thing he had to do next was to awaken Hercula's corpse buried in the South Sea town, and take revenge on the entire South Sea town. But for Soen, this was not an easy task. Due to the changes in Tirisful Glades, South Sea town has also significantly strengthened its vigilance during this period. There were guards patrolling everywhere no matter morning or night. And Soen, as an apprentice, did not have enough power to fight against the guards of South Sea town. But now, it finally seized the opportunity, watching another team of guards passing by from a distance. Soen gritted his teeth and quietly emerged from the bushes beside him. It was already dusk, and the entire Hillsbrad Foothills was shrouded in the blood-red sunset. When he came to the edge of the cemetery in Nanhai Town, Soen found Hercula's tomb without much effort. He could feel that even though the necromancer was dead, his tomb was still filled with powerful magic. "Wake up, my teacher." As he spoke, Soen took out the magic wand in his hand and pointed it at the grave in front of him. "Return to this world again, complete your revenge, and destroy those who stop you." "Who?" But at this moment, suddenly, a loud shout sounded, and Soen continued to shout without any pause. "Wake up, Hercula." Let this world tremble under your name again. In the name of the forgotten. Bring fear and death to the living. Stop. At the same time, several guards strode over, and the leading soldier raised the sharp blade in his hand and swung it hard at Soan. With a flick of his hand, the knife fell and directly chopped off the head of the undead apprentice. And Soan's body fell to the ground, and there was no movement. What's going on? The movement here also attracted the attention of other guards, and they rushed over and looked at this place in confusion. There was a damned undead who wanted to use blasphemous necromancy here. Luckily I found it. The guard who killed Sawan before also spoke up. Although I don't know what it wanted to do. It's obvious that it failed. Isn't this the tomb of the undead, who almost became a lich? Looking at the tombstone in front of him, another guard frowned. I told you long ago that we shouldn't have brought these evil remains to Nahai town. What's the point of saying this now? Oh, what is this? At this time, the guard also saw the magic wand in Sun's hand. It seems to be the magic wand used by the undead. We should take it too. While speaking, the guard reached out for the magic wand. However, just when he was about to get the magic wand, suddenly, a skeleton arm suddenly jumped out from the ground and grabbed the guard's arm. Wow! What is this? Ah! This sudden change shocked the guard. But it was not over yet. At the same time, the ground around the guard suddenly opened up, and then several undead appeared from it and grabbed the guard tightly. With a few screams, the guard was torn into pieces by the undead. At the same time, there was a rumbling sound on the ground, and then a necromancer in a black and red robe emerged from it. It glanced at the body of Soan lying next to it, and a trace of sadness appeared in its dark eye sockets. Don't worry, my apprentice. I will avenge you. As he spoke, the necromancer raised his hands. The time for revenge has come. Wake up! Accompanied by the necromancer's roar, the tombs around him began to burst. And then, one skeleton after another crawled out of them. Seeing this scene, the two guards behind were suddenly shocked and looked at each other. We must report to the mayor immediately. Nahai town is under attack. Chapter 1257 Nahai town. Ah! Why am I so unlucky? Walking on the deserted road, Duanmu Huai sighed. The reason for his sigh was very simple. That was the girl next to him. But unlike Duanmu Huai who walked on his legs, Naruzmio and Maria, Akane Hamura and Kazara were riding horses at this moment. After all, they were all girls, and it was impossible for them to really walk all the way to Stormwind City. And the problem was their mounts. After purifying the northern land, the night guard brought back some spoils for Duanmu Huai. Most of the things were useless to Duanmu Huai, but there were two things that caught his attention. They were reins of the Headless Horseman and reins of the Death Horse. According to Anne's appraisal, this was a magic item. As long as magic power was injected, a magic mount could be summoned. So Duanmu Huai tried it at first. Well, how should I put it? His legs were taller than the opponent's horse's head when he stood upright. Although it is possible to sit on it as long as Duanmu Huai bends his knees and puts himself in the position of sitting on a small stool. And as a magic mount, the opponent will not be crushed by Duanmu Huai's weight. But how to say it, it is ridiculous no matter how you look at it. This even reminds Duanmu Huai of the star-breaking General Latin he met at the border. He rode such a pony that was thinner than himself and went crazy everywhere. So Duanmu Huai decisively gave up. He didn't want to learn the mentally retarded look of Latin. Latin was crazy, so it didn't matter. Duanmu Huai was not crazy yet. If he curled up and rode such a pony on the battlefield, he would be regarded as a fool. After all, it is a magic mount. Why can't it change with the user's body shape? In the end, Duanmu Huai had to give the two reins to Naruzmio and Kigan, since they also had magic power and could use it. So Duanmu Huai was on the 11th road, while the four girls were leisurely enjoying the scenery on the mounts. Although with Duanmu Huai's physique, he would not feel tired even if he ran around the world. But was it his body that was tired? No. It was his heart that was tired. Look at you all. You all have mounts. But I'm the only one walking. Ah. Duanmu Huai complained again, shook his head, and continued to walk forward. And at this moment, Ogus reached out and patted Duanmu Huai's helmet. Don't be sad. Master, I will ride you. I don't know if it's an illusion, but Duanmu Huai felt that his legs seemed to be getting heavier and heavier. Ding 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 ding. At this moment, a quick bell sounded in the distance. which startled everyone who was already a little tired after walking for a day. What happened? I don't know. Well, according to the map, Nenhai town is ahead. Duanmu Huai took out the map and looked at it, and then compared the location of himself and others. Their original plan was to pass through the Silver Pine Forest and go to Nenhai town in Hillsbrad foothills, and taste the food of this world and experience the civilized customs and habits here. So now it seems that something has happened? I'll go and see what's going on. You just follow me. After saying this, Duanmu Huai flew up into the sky, taking Ojus with him towards the place where the alarm sounded. The four girls were left standing there in a daze, looking at each other. But they did not take action immediately. As for the reason, it was very simple. I can't ride a horse? Wanlia. I can't ride a horse either. Mio-sama. Naruzmio and Maria were confused. Sitting on a horse was definitely no problem. But galloping on a horse was beyond their ability. These two are high-level demons, flying around all the time, who has nothing to do but ride a horse. As for the other side, Hamura Akemi and Kizara were also at a loss. If it was some kind of mechanical vehicle, Hamura Akemi could still use her magic to control the other party to move forward. But a warhorse? This is beyond Hamura Akemi's ability. Not to mention Kizara. She also flies around all the time. How can she ride a horse? So what should we do now? This problem naturally does not need Duanmu Huai to worry about. He flew a circle in the air and soon found Nenhai town. But at this glance, wow, this is really amazing. Looking at the Nenhai town below, Duanmu Huai couldn't help but sigh. Seeing below, hundreds of thousands of skeleton soldiers surrounded the entire Nenhai town. One side of Nenhai town is close to the sea, and these skeleton soldiers have blocked the remaining 3 places. At present, the soldiers of Nenhai town are fighting against those skeleton soldiers with the help of simple roadblocks. Duanmu Huai did not take action immediately, but carefully observed the battle situation below. I have to say that although Nenhai town is a small town, it seems that the people here are quite strong, and the layout of this town is also very interesting. However, considering that this is a human town and the undead spirits are nearby, this town can survive here until now, so it must have some skills. But after all, the number of people is still a little small. There are more and more skeleton guards. Although the quality does not seem to be very high, the number is firmly suppressed by Nenhai town. At present, Nenhai town can only rely on this unreliable defense to defend for a while. Then, let's do it. Duanmu Huai quickly locked onto the target, a necromancer in the cemetery. And the reason why it caught Duanmu Huai's attention was very simple. In such a dark place, it glowed from time to time, and anyone who is not blind can see it. So Duanmu Huai did not hesitate and rushed towards the necromancer. At the same time, in Nenhai town, the battle was still in full swing. Hold it for me. You must hold it. Sheriff Redpath swung his sword, chopped down the skeleton soldiers in front of him, and shouted loudly. At the same time, a series of ice rainstorms fell from the sky and landed in the sea of skeletons, instantly freezing a large number of skeleton guards in front. This made Redpath breathe a sigh of relief, and he hurriedly stepped back and looked at Mayor Henny Marib, who was holding a staff beside him. Mayor, this won't work. We can't hold on for too long, but we have no way to retreat. We must persist. As the mayor, Henny Maribu is not very old, but his expression is very resolute and strong. These undead are not the forgotten, but the summoned dead soldiers. As long as the summoners who control them are defeated, the siege can be lifted. We have tried several times, but all failed. Redpath shook his head. He understood it. But the necromancer on the opposite side hid himself very deeply. Redpath led his security team to charge several times but failed. Instead, they lost several good guys, which made him a little impatient. I'll do it myself this time. Mayor? Hearing Mayor Maribu's decision, Redpath looked at him in surprise. Are you serious? If that necromancer sees you, he will definitely try his best to stop you. That's right. So I'm just a bait. Once that necromancer mobilizes his forces to deal with me, the defense in other directions will become weak. At that time, you will lead a team to break through the siege and then kill him with a sword. This, facing the decision made by Mayor Maribu. Redpath was silent for a moment, then gritted his teeth. Okay, I will complete the task. That's good. Anyway, the people of Nenhai town will depend on us. As he spoke, Mayor Maribu tightened his staff and took a deep breath. After all, he was a wizard and was not good at fighting in the front. But the current situation did not allow him to make a choice. So Mayor Maribo looked around again and shouted loudly, "Guardians of Nanhai Town, listen to me." Swoosh. However, Mayor Maribo hadn't finished his words when suddenly a dazzling flash of light streaked through the dark night sky like a meteor and slammed heavily behind the skeleton army. The next moment, the skeleton guards who were still frantically attacking Nanhai Town suddenly fell to the ground like puppets with their strings cut. And there was no movement. Obviously, this was the result of the necromancer who summoned them being killed. However, what exactly is going on? Redpath and Mayor Marib looked at each other. Both of them were a little confused and puzzled. At this moment, heavy footsteps sounded. Dong, dong, dong. The footsteps seemed slow and steady, but with an unsettling sense of tension. The Nanhai Town guards, who had just fought the skeletons to death, instinctively took a few steps back. Then, under the burning fire, everyone saw a dark, huge figure slowly emerging from the night, with a pair of scarlet eyes emitting a heart-pounding light. "Tell me your name, outsider." Although there were various problems, Duanmu Huai felt that it was a wise decision to bring Ojus with him. At least a girl who looked weak could reduce the anxiety and vigilance of others after seeing her. In fact, if it weren't for Ojus, the guards of Nanhai Town would have attacked Duanmu Huai. "Thank you for your help." With room for conversation, the tense atmosphere between the two sides eased a lot. Although Duanmu Huai looked very fierce, and the armor he wore didn't look like a good person, he did help Nanhai Town eliminate a big threat. Of course, Mayor Marib also asked about Duanmu Huai's background, and Duanmu Huai naturally said that he was an adventurer. He had learned from the records of the Undercity that there were many adventurers in this world, and he just used it as a shield. When Naruzmio and others also arrived, Mayor Marib and Sheriff Redpath also completely let down their guard and began to treat Duanmu Huai and others as real adventurers. After learning that Duanmu Huai and others came from Silverpine Forest, Mayor Marib also hurriedly asked them if they knew about the abnormality of Tirisful Glades. Duanmu Huai did not say it directly, but just kept it a secret and said that the undead spirits there should have been completely wiped out. Speaking of which, he was curious why there were still so many undead spirits in Nanhai Town. After listening to Mayor Maribu's explanation, well, what can I say? It's better to cremate it. At least the ashes won't crawl up and bite people. Duanmu Huai also asked Mayor Maribu about the situation nearby. Although there is a map, the map will not produce current news after all. He also wants to find out the current situation of the human country in this world. As expected, according to Mayor Maribu, the current situation here is not very good, and all of this is related to the tribe. Chapter 1258 Arthi. To be honest, Nanhai Town has been having a hard time recently. This is not because Duanmu Huai and others arrived on this planet, but before that, Nanhai Town was already a little stretched. From the map, it can be seen that to reach the Alliance's territory from here, you need to pass through the Arthi Highlands, then go to the wetlands through the Sodder Bridge, and then you can go to Dunmoro or Theramore through the Menethil Port. But the problem is that not long ago, the Sodder Bridge was blown up by the Dark Iron Dwarves, and the Arthi Highlands was also blocked by the Horde. In this way, Nanhai Town is trapped in the Hillsbrad foothills. Nanhai Town actually thought about breaking through the blockade of Arthi Highlands again and repairing the Thander Bridge. But they were also attacked by the Forsaken. The farms that were originally responsible for supplying food were destroyed. The jade mine that produced iron ore was also seized by the Forsaken. And even the former mayor of Nanhai Town was assassinated. Mayor Malib originally planned to ask for help from the dwarf stronghold of Dungalar located at the junction of Hillsbrad Foothills and Arthi Highlands. But when he sent someone to take a look, well, Dungalar was also slaughtered by the tribe. Now Nanhai Town is completely in trouble. Although Nanhai Town also has a dock, there are only a few fishing boats here. What's more terrible is that there are no tribes on the sea. But there are Nagas on the sea. If you dare to go out to sea, your fishing boat will be sunk in minutes. At present, Nanhai Town is surrounded by enemies. If the Inquisition had not purified the Undercity and scared away the undead in Terran Mill, I am afraid that Nanhai Town would have completely surrendered to the Forsaken salami-cutting tactics. However, good fortune never comes alone, and misfortune never comes alone. Before Nanhai Town could be happy for a few days, another undead summoned a group of skeleton soldiers to attack. Although the group of undead was defeated with the help of Duanmu Huai, Nehai Town also paid a huge price. Their Griffin administrator died in the battle. And the Griffins he managed also fled and disappeared. Although this world is just an underdeveloped magic civilization, it has already had many modern concepts, such as Griffins are actually equivalent to single-person aircraft, which can be ridden back and forth between fixed routes. Previously, Nehai Town relied on Griffins to maintain contact with Dun Morrow and Stormwind City, and was able to obtain some material support. Now, the last line of communication has been cut off, and Nehai Town has completely fallen into a state of isolation and helplessness. The arrival of Duanmu Huai and his group gave Mayor Marab a glimmer of hope. He specially wrote a letter and asked Duanmu Huai to take it to the Alliance base to seek support from Stormwind City. Of course, this is not an easy task. As mentioned before, Arthi Highlands is now in the hands of the tribe, and the Sodder Bridge has been blown up by the Dark Iron Dwarves. It is not easy to successfully reach the Alliance through these places without some skills. Others don't say it. At least Duanmu Huai looks very capable, and they are the only team of adventurers passing by here in this period of time. So Mayor Marab has no other choice. Although Mayor Mariba could not offer much in return, Duanmu Huai was still very happy to take on this task. On the one hand, as the chief judge of the tribunal, it was his duty to protect humanity. On the other hand, Maribu was officially endorsed. At least with this letter and Maribu's introduction, it would be easier for Duanmu Huai to communicate with the people from the Alliance instead of just killing them. So after a night of rest in Nehai Town, everyone immediately set off and headed towards Arthi Highlands. Duanmu Huai originally planned to see how good the food here was, but Nehai Town had not had any supplies for such a long time, and there were only fish and salted fish left in the hotel. There was no choice but to grit his teeth and bear it for now, because there was no threat. The road to Arthi Highlands was somewhat boring, but it was not boring for the girls, because they were talking about a story at the moment. A story about Stratholme. This story was told by a bard when everyone was having breakfast in the hotel this morning. This unlucky bard was trapped in Nehai Town with nowhere to go. Seeing Duanmu Huai and others, he naturally came up to ask for reward shamelessly. And Duanmu Huai also wanted to know more about the situation in this world. So he gave the other party a little of the reward given to him by Mayor Marab. The latter happily accepted the reward, and then sang and played a story about a fallen prince. According to the bard, a long time ago, Undercity was not called Undercity. It was the capital of a human country called Lordaeron. And Lordaeron was the most powerful human force in the Alliance at that time. At that time, Arthas, the Prince of Lordaeron, was also a prince who was trusted and loved by everyone. Why did that land become what it is now? The most important thing is the fall of this prince. To mention the fall of Prince Arthas, we have to mention the key event of the Stratholme massacre. This matter itself is actually not complicated. An evil undead cult spread a kind of plague that killed other people and turned them into undead creatures. When Prince Arthas led the army to follow the clues all the way to Stratholme, the plague had already broken out. At that time, Prince Arthas and his mentor Uther had a big debate because of this. Prince Arthas insisted that the people of Stratholme should be eliminated as soon as possible to prevent the spread of the plague. But Uther thought it was inhumane and opposed Arthas's order. So Arthas dismissed Uther and personally led his troops into Stratholme, killing every living being there. After that, Arthas went to Northrend under the guidance of the Dread Lord and eventually fell. When he came back from Northrend, he killed his father with his own hands and turned the whole of Lordaeron into the horrible state it is now. What the girls discussed was whether Arthas's choice was correct. Of course, in Duanmu Huai's opinion, Arthas did nothing wrong. In fact, if it were the Inquisition, for the sake of safety, not to mention Stratholme, the people in the entire eastern and western plague lands would be completely slaughtered. Then, they would burn everything to ashes to prevent the outbreak of the plague to the greatest extent. Arthas only slaughtered Stratholme, which was too stingy in Duanmu Huai's opinion. Akemi Hamura and Kigan didn't think there was anything wrong with this. But Naruzmio and Maria were somewhat uneasy. Of course, they could understand Arthas's actions. But when they thought about the prince leading his soldiers to slaughter the people he was supposed to protect, they felt a little sad for him. Duanmu Huai only had one comment on this. What a pity! If the Inquisition was here, we would have done better. Well, Duanmu Huai's words killed the debate and made the girl shut up. Indeed, if it was the Inquisition, it would not be the city of Stratholme that would be killed. Because according to the bard, the other party mixed the plague virus into the food. So from the perspective of the Inquisition, since there was no solution and the plague could not be spread to harm humans, the best way was to purify the entire plague land. So the bard's statement that Arthas's fall began with a massacre in Stratholme was pure nonsense in Duan Mu Huai's opinion. The plague spreads quickly, and there is no way to solve it in a short period of time. If you don't eliminate it, will you keep it for the new year? On the contrary, the one named Uther made Duan Mu Huai feel very suspicious. He even suspected that Uther might be a demon believer. After all, the other party tried his best to prevent Arthas from eliminating the spread of the plague. Could it be that Uther was also a member of an evil sect or an insider? Well, it's very likely. I don't know what happened to Uther now. If he is still alive, Duan Mu Huai will definitely catch him and torture him. After all, according to Duan Mu Huai's experience as an inquisitor, people who do this are either stupid or bad. Or they may be both stupid and bad. In short, no matter who it is, it must be an enemy of mankind. At this time, everyone had passed through Hillsbrad foothills and came to the Thoradin Wall, which is located on the border between Hillsbrad foothills and Arthi Highlands. According to Mayor Merib, originally there were dwarves guarding this place. But unfortunately, the dwarves' base Dun Garrick was slaughtered by the Forsaken. The scout said by Merib did not find any useful clues inside, only a badge from the dwarves. So he also gave this badge to Duan Mu Huai, hoping that he would tell the dwarves when he passed by Dun Moro. Well, taking two tasks at once, this mayor is quite easy to deal with. After passing through the Thoradin Wall, Duan Mu Huai and others were blocked as expected. Fortunately, there was Mayor Merib's token, so the other party did not fight with Duan Mu Huai immediately, but took Duan Mu Huai to the Alliance camp in the Refuge Valley. Here, Duan Mu Huai met Marshal Oslet of the Arather Coalition. So you want to cross Arthi Highlands? Marshal Oslet looked a little doubtful when he saw Duan Mu Huai in front of him. To be honest, the big man in front of him gave him a very dangerous feeling. Yet there was no little girl sitting on him, and the girls behind him looked harmless. Marshal Oslet would have ordered people to take him down long ago. Of course, I understand that the situation in Nanhai town is very critical now, and the abnormality in Tirisful Glades also needs to be investigated. But the problem is that we can't do anything now. Marshal Oslet sighed helplessly. The tribe has completely blocked this area. Unless we can take it back. Everything is a fantasy. Then take it back. What's so difficult about it? Duan Mu Huai seemed very straightforward. Or to him, things were originally that simple. But we don't have enough population. Although Marshal Oslet has the title of Marshal, his army here does not exceed 300 people, which is miserable. In fact, this is also related to the bombing of the Sodder Bridge. The bridge was blown up. So naturally there is no way to transport supplies in large quantities. Although the Griffin can be responsible for carrying goods, but carrying supplies for thousands of people at a time. Do you intend to tire the Griffin to death? Griffins also have tempers. So Marshal Oslet only left a part of the people to live on the supplies from Nanhai town. As a result, Nanhai town was also raided by the tribe. According to the principle of lips and teeth, Marshal Oslet should also send troops to help. But, look! Standing in front of the closed gate of the military camp, Marshal Oslet pointed to the land in the distance, with a serious expression. From the Alliance camp, the battlefield situation in front of him can be clearly seen. This battlefield is named Arthi Basin. It was once an important stronghold of the Alliance, but now it has been completely occupied by the tribe. Patrol soldiers of the tribe can be seen everywhere. According to our reconnaissance results, there are nearly 1,000 people on the opposite side. We are no match at all. To be honest, I have tried to lead people to retake Arthi Basin, but failed repeatedly. But in this case, aren't these tribe members trapped here? Looking at the scene in front of him, Naruzmio asked her own question in confusion. Don't they have supply problems? Of course. Marshal Oslet nodded seriously. We chose to build a base here because of the environment here. There is a mine in Arthi Basin, and there is a sawmill above. At the same time, for supply needs, we also built a blacksmith shop. So from this point of view, they are not afraid of lack of supplies. As for food, at this point, Marshal Oslet smiled bitterly. The undead don't need to eat. Well, that makes sense. Indeed, they have become undead creatures. So what do they need to eat? So the Arather Coalition was pinned down here. Originally, they were short of manpower. If they divided their forces, the enemy could completely concentrate on one point and make a complete breakthrough. By then, not to mention the fall of the Wall of Thoradin. The South Sea town would not be able to be defended. Therefore, even though he knew that the rear was in great danger, Marshal Oslet had no better solution except to keep his troops in place. However, this did not mean that Duanmu Huai would accompany him here and stare at each other stupidly. I came here to travel, not to stay at home. How many people are there in total? The tribe has deployed 300 soldiers to defend the sawmill, blacksmith shop, mine and animal pen respectively. Only the farm is located behind those blasphemers. And the undead do not need to eat. So there are not many soldiers guarding it. Okay, I understand. Hearing this, Duanmu Huai nodded, then turned to look at the girls. Get ready. Let's go and kill these heretic bastards. Chapter 1259, the battle has begun. In Duanmu Huai's opinion, his order was normal. But to Marshal Oslet, it was very. Wait, what do you want to do? It's very simple. The problem now is an earthy basin. As long as we take back earthy basin and repair the solder bridge, can't we restore contact with the rear? That's right. So, let's kill those bastards in earthy basin and then repair the solder bridge. Right? Duanmu Huai really didn't think this was a big deal. It was just a bunch of undead spirits. Even if their number doubled, it wouldn't be a threat. As for repairing the bridge, Neruzmio is currently a serious civil engineer in the Inquisition. Repairing a bridge is not a problem for her, who has the ability to manipulate gravity and space. In fact, Duanmu Huai is enough if he really wants to do it. But this time, he mainly lets others do the work and get used to the fighting style of the Inquisition. Before, in the Galactic Republic, oh, no, now it's called the Galactic Empire. It was mainly fleet battles. Most people stayed on the bridge most of the time to watch the fun and didn't really participate in the battle. This time, Duanmu Huai, Lama Gong and Akemi Hamura came out to let them get familiar with the fighting style of the Inquisition as soon as possible. As for Neruzmio, it's still what Fulilian said. She needs to learn and practice more. How to say it? It's like those untalented college entrance examination students who can't play guitar and go to 985 like the top students. So they can only brush as many question banks as possible. We don't have enough manpower. Marshal Oslet shook his head again. Are you going to rely on the 5 of you to recapture Arthi Basin? 6. Duanmu Huai certainly didn't plan to act with the Arather coalition. It would be troublesome if they fought. So in response to Marshal Oslet's question, Duanmu Huai decisively answered and patted Ojus on the shoulder. She will also participate. Are you kidding? Marshal Oslet was a little unsure of what Duanmu Huai was talking about. Marshal Oslet was not worried about his own combat effectiveness. Just look at this head, and this heavy armor. He is a tough guy. Marshal Oslet would believe him if he could fight his way through Arthi Basin alone. But those little girls? I never joke, Duanmu Huai said, looking at the sky. If we act now, we should be able to solve the problem before dinner. No, this is too. In short, just wait. Anyway, we are the only ones fighting. And you won't lose any manpower. What do you have to worry about? Well, since you said so, I won't stop you anymore. Marshal Oslet didn't hesitate. Since the other party had said this, he didn't stop him. Just like Duanmu Huai said, it wasn't the soldiers of the Araso coalition who were lost. And if the stalemate continued, it would be a slow death for the Araso coalition. Since the tall warrior on the opposite side was so confident, it would be better to let him try. If he really saw a chance of winning, it wouldn't be too late for him to lead the coalition to enter the field again. But I still want to point out one thing. You have seen the situation in Arthi Basin. Our gate is completely exposed to the enemy's vision. As long as you cross this gate, you will be immediately noticed by the undead. The best way for a small group to defeat a large army is naturally to behead them. Therefore, Marshal Oslet did not forget to remind Duanmu Huai and others that if they really planned to use a beheading tactic when the undead were not paying attention, it would be completely impossible. After all, the undead can really stare at this place without sleeping for 24 hours a day. And they can be called perfect sentinels. No problem. Duanmu Huai nodded, and then looked at the 4 girls behind him. You guys are fine too, right? No. Under Fulilian's high-intensity training, Neruzmio has been numb. Every day, she has to do the test papers. What's the difference if she adds another set of papers today? Not at all. Wanlia is mainly to accompany Neruzmio to have fun. Of course, There is nothing to say. I can't wait. And Kazara seemed very excited, waving the magic sword in his hand. Looking very excited. After arriving at the trial court, Kazara also found that his strength was the last among the people around Duan Muhuai. If Wanlia was the second to last, then Kazara was the last. So Kazara was eager to prove his strength through fighting. I'll go to the sawmill. Akami Hamura gave a direct answer without having to express her attitude. If it was a murder, perhaps Hamura would still hesitate. But facing a bunch of undead creatures with only skeletons and rotten flesh, that's fine. After all, she has reincarnated several times and has been through a sea of blood and corpses. Hamura's psychological endurance is still reasonable. With Hamura taking the lead, the others quickly formulated a battle plan. In fact, there is nothing to plan. The terrain of Earthy Basin is very simple, with 3 roads, upper, middle and lower. The sawmill on the upper road is managed by Hamura, and the mine on the lower road is handled by Naruzmio and Maria. What Duan Muhuai had to do was to kill his way through the middle lane, all the way to the gate of the Defiler's lair, and directly destroy the opponent's fountain. And Mu Gong just had to follow Duan Muhuai to deal with those fish that slipped through the net that he was not in the mood to deal with. Good luck to you. Seeing that Duan Muhuai and his men had made the final decision, Marshal Oslet didn't say anything more, but just reached out and patted Duan Muhuai's arm. I will blow the horn to attract the attention of those undead. You must also be careful. If you are defeated, retreat immediately. These undead will not dare to pursue too deep. Marshal Oslet was still very capable, although he thought it was basically impossible to recapture Earthy Basin with just Duan Muhuai and his men. Marshal Oslet also knew that there were indeed some strong men who could change the situation on their own. Duan Muhuai looked like someone who could eat Deathwing alive. Maybe he could really do it? Give it a try. There was nothing to lose if he failed. Besides, these adventurers were so brave. Marshal Oslet couldn't just do nothing. Although as a commander, he couldn't let his soldiers fight for a few adventurers. But it was no problem for him to stand behind them ready to attack at any time to contain the undead army. After all, the undead also knew the current situation of the Arathar coalition, so they would naturally doubt whether they were really desperate and would be more or less on guard. Then please. Duan Muhuai nodded to Marshal Oslet, who also retracted his gaze, looked forward, and issued an order. Blow the horn. Open the door. Woo! Accompanied by Marshal Oslet's order, the heavy horn sounded, and at the same time, the tightly closed iron door opened, and Duan Muhuai rushed forward with a war hammer in his hand. At the same time, the other girls also dispersed and rushed to their targets. For the attack launched by Duan Muhuai and others, the undead side had naturally been prepared. Long before the gate was opened, the responsible undead sentinel had already discovered the abnormal behavior of the opposite side. Seeing Duan Muhuai and others rushing over, they also responded quickly. When Duan Muhuai rushed down the hillside and came to the animal pen, the ground in front of him suddenly turned white, and a huge ice block appeared from it, wrapping Duan Muhuai up. At the same time, the undead guards holding swords and shields rushed forward and rushed directly towards Duan Muhuai. Get out of my way. Unfortunately, these arrangements were basically meaningless in Duan Muhuai's eyes, and he didn't even stop for 0.1 milliseconds. Duan Muhuai took a step forward and directly shattered the ice block that tried to imprison him. At the same time, he swept across with a hammer, instantly smashing all the undead warriors charging in front of him into pieces. The huge airflow that followed turned into a roaring and explosive wave, blowing the necromancer and hunter standing in the back row who were about to cast spells directly into the sky, and also overturned the roof of the animal pen. Well, there is no way there is no loss in the battle. Don't you think? Duan Muhuai succeeded in one blow, and did not entangle here, but directly strode through the animal pen, then jumped down and rushed directly to the blacksmith shop in the middle of the lake. Although Duan Muhuai's attack defeated most of the undead guards in the animal pen, some undead escaped because of good luck. Now they came to their senses and tried to attack Duan Muhuai again. However, before they were ready, Mu Gong, who had been following Duan Muhuai closely, rushed over with his magic sword and fought with the undead. Duan Muhuai was like a tank, rushing through the middle road in one breath. No matter whether it was the undead guards in the blacksmith shop or the farm, they could not stop him. In a moment, Duan Muhuai killed him and reached the gate of the blasphemer's nest. But in fact, it was not Duan Muhuai who first decided the outcome, but Akane Hamura. The ability to stop time is really too cheating. Logically speaking, the sawmill is located at a high place, with a lot of necromancers and hunters on it. This layout is naturally for the purpose of looking far and wide, and supporting the blacksmith shop in the middle. And if someone wants to kill them, it will take a lot of effort. To be honest, this arrangement is correct. But you can't stop time. When rushing to the foot of the mountain, Akemi Hamura directly turned on the time stop, and then calmly came to the sawmill, took out the grenade launcher, and smashed all the undead soldiers into pieces one by one. Before the battle began, Hamura Akemi asked Duanmu why in confusion, why these undead creatures were shot to death even though they were already dead. Unfortunately, Duanmu Huai was unable to answer this question. Anan, who was most knowledgeable in magic, stayed in Tirisful and did not follow. So there was no answer to this question. However, for Duanmu Huai, it didn't matter. No matter how you resurrected, as long as you could kill them again, it would be fine. With the grenade gun in hand and the time stopped, Hamura Akemi was the first to deal with the enemies at hand. Then she leisurely picked up the sniper rifle and started to attack the undead below on the high ground of the sawmill. The power of the explosive bomb is not to be underestimated. Any explosive bomb that hits the undead will directly blow the already weak body into two halves. When Duanmu Huai rushed to the gate of the blasphemer's nest, Akemi Hamura had completely restrained the main force of the undead, who tried to return to defend, and firmly suppressed them in the ruins of the blacksmith shop, not daring to take a step forward. After all, as soon as they came out, they would be directly blown into pieces with a series of gunshots. So the undead could only hide in the blacksmith shop to avoid it. Neruzmio and Maria spent some time to deal with it. On the one hand, the mine itself was troublesome, and on the other hand, the two were not familiar with the fighting methods of this world. They were trapped by the opponent's traps and suffered a great loss. Fortunately, as a student of Flillian, Neruzmio had been trained to have conditioned reflexes. She quickly changed the battle plan, and then blocked the undead in the mine, and cooperated with Maria to deal with them steadily, although the speed was not fast. But well, there is nowhere for you to run in this mine. Right? They actually succeeded? Marshal Oslet, who had been observing the battlefield with a telescope, was also shocked by this scene, especially Duanmu Huai's unstoppable violence and powerful strength, which gave Marshal Oslet a deep shock. But at the same time, as a military general, Marshal Oslet also immediately realized that this was the best time to break the deadlock. Time is running out, and the undead have been beaten dizzy at this moment. If you don't take this opportunity to act, you are simply stupid. Blow the horn. Attack! Woo woo woo! As the horn sounded again, the well-prepared Arather coalition entered the field immediately, and pounced on the half-crippled undead like wolves and tigers. Needless to say, Duanmu Huai had already destroyed the fountain on the opposite side. So how could the undead army here come up with something? Of course, it was impossible. I didn't expect that everyone's strength was so strong. It really surprised me. Appearing in front of Duanmu Huai again, Marshal Oslet also showed a look of sincere admiration. Although he knew that Duanmu Huai was very good at fighting, he didn't expect that the other party was so good at fighting. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Marshal Oslet wouldn't have believed that someone could single-handedly penetrate the entire battlefield and reach the enemy's base camp. After that, when he saw Neruzmio manipulate gravity to repair the destroyed solder bridge, he was even more shocked and reevaluated the strength of this adventurer team. In Marshal Oslet's opinion, it was not surprising that an adventurer team could fight. There were many adventurers in the history of Azeroth who left their names in history and changed the course of history with their own strength. But it is rare to be able to fight and have this kind of power that can show excellence in all aspects. With Marshal Oslet's vision, he can naturally see what a civil engineering master like Neruzmio means to an army or even a country. But unfortunately, he can only watch. In this way, your problem should be solved. Of course. As he spoke, Marshal Oslet took out a letter and a pocket. You are all great contributors to our recapture of Earthy Highlands. Although there are still some minor problems that have not been solved, we can solve them by ourselves. This is a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it. And this letter, since you are going to Stormwind City, please give it to His Majesty King Varian. No problem. We are all in the same place anyway, so it would be a waste not to take this quest. Chapter 1260 The Breath of the Old Days. Compared to Hillsbrad Foothills and Earthy Highlands, The wetland environment across the Sada Bridge is actually not very popular with Duanmu Huai and others. The environment of Hillsbrad foothills and Arthi highlands is the kind of green mountains and clear waters. At least it looks very comfortable. In modern times, it is also a natural tourist attraction that must be visited for self-driving tours. But the environment of the wetland is very bad. Not to mention the humid climate and mosquitoes everywhere. The muddy ground is also annoying. Naruzmio and the others summoned their mounts without being urged. And Duanmu Huai could only walk in the muddy ground with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. The infrastructure in this damn place is really rotten. Can't they repair the road a little better? Duanmu Huai stepped into the mud again and couldn't help complaining. If it's a battle, the ground environment doesn't matter. But if it's a trip, then this kind of ground environment will make people feel bad. I think it's because you are too heavy. Naruzmio looked at the road in front of him, then looked at Duanmu Huai, and complained in a low voice. Hearing Naruzmio's complaints, Duanmu Huai's face twitched slightly, and then turned to look at Naruzmio. I remember Fulilian asked you to practice more. Right? Uncle? What do you want to do? Sensing Duanmu Huai's malicious eyes, Naruzmio couldn't help but curl up. Build a road. Huh? This place is so difficult to walk. For the sake of those who come later. Build a road. Aren't you the best at this? Am I good at that? In the end, Naruzmio had no choice but to ride her mount in front and use her power to manipulate gravity to build a smooth road. Well, according to Duanmu Huai's requirements, it must be at least a 2-way 4-lane road. Fortunately, although Naruzmio complained, she had already accepted her identity as the captain of the tribunal construction team and read a lot of books on weekdays. After all, as a high school student, Naruzmio will also face the question of what choice she should make in the future. Although she has strong gravity and space manipulation abilities, Naruzmio is not interested in fighting and killing. After experiencing the whole class being transferred to another world, Naruzmio found that perhaps being immortal might be a good choice for her in the future. This is also related to the human magic system that Fulilian taught Naruzmio. The characteristic of the human magic system is that it can only exist if it is confirmed in cognition. Although Naruzmio's personality is sometimes hot-tempered, she can hardly imagine such a bloody scene as using gravity to crush people into meat paste, or using space magic to cut people into pieces. Well, normal people wouldn't think like that, unless they were mentally ill. On the other hand, if Naruzmio was asked to imagine the formation of a building, and then use gravity and space magic to shape it, it would be very simple. In addition, the speed of creating a building with magic is very fast, unlike civil engineering and bricklaying, which takes several months or even years to see initial results. So the sense of achievement is also quite strong, and the tribunal does need such a civil engineering master. So Duanmu Huai also intends to train Naruzmio to develop in this direction. Don't count on her for the battle. Just protect yourself. Fortunately, Naruzmio has Maria with her, so there is no need to worry about her getting into trouble. It is certainly not difficult for Naruzmio to build a 2-way 4-lane road. She just rode the headless knight's warhorse and looked ahead with her eyes fixed. Then, in front of Naruzmio, the originally dirty and mixed ground began to rise gradually, then compacted tightly together, and then turned into a flat ground. This reminded Duanmu Huai of the terrain modification tool he used when playing The Sims. Well, in fact, in Duanmu Huai's eyes, Naruzmio is now a human-shaped terrain modification tool. I have to say, it is really easy to use. However, this journey is destined to be unstable. Bang! Just as Naruzmio was concentrating on shaping the road ahead, a gunshot suddenly rang out, and then a soil flower suddenly popped up on the ground next to Naruzmio. And Naruzmio was also startled, causing the land that was about to take shape in front of her to scatter again. Oh! I still need to practice more. Duanmu Huai glanced at Naruzmio, shook his head silently, and then looked forward. 2 short figures holding muskets came out from the bushes beside them. Stop! Who are you? In fact, they didn't need to introduce themselves. Duanmu Huai and others saw at a glance that the people blocking their way were dwarves. Well, the dwarves are actually the same no matter which world they're in. Short body, big beard, like to drink, bad temper, good at architecture. It seems that this place should be no exception. Human? Seeing the girls, the dwarf's tense nerves relaxed a little. Why are you here? Wait, are you coming from Sador Bridge? What happened? We are adventurers. At this moment, Duanmu Huai also took a step forward and stared at the dwarf in front of him. And the latter took a step back involuntarily when he saw Duanmu Huai. Well, even a normal human would feel oppressive when seeing Duanmu Huai. For a dwarf of this size, seeing Duanmu Huai is basically the same as seeing a walking thunder dragon. I was afraid that the other party would step on me to death. Duanmu Huai didn't bother to talk nonsense. After saying hello, he explained the current situation and took out the badge entrusted by the mayor of Nanhai. Originally, Mayor Mariba planned to let Duanmu Huai take the badge to the dwarf city of Dunmont. But if he could meet a dwarf here, it would be the same to hand it over. So this happened. Looking at the badge handed over by Duanmu Huai, the dwarf also had a complicated expression. I didn't expect that Dangarok's compatriots would be killed by those despicable undead spirits. But fortunately, at least their souls and bodies can rest in peace and not become one of those undead spirits. As he spoke, the dwarf looked at Duanmu Huai. In other words, the solder bridge has been completely repaired now. Yes, that's good news. The dwarf nodded when he said this. Then he thought for a moment and looked at Duanmu Huai again. Since you are adventurers, I wonder if you can do us a favor. Oh! According to the dwarves, further ahead is the dwarves' former base, Dunmod. The original purpose of this base was to protect the safety of the Thunder Bridge from this end of the wetland. The reason why it is former is very simple. And now this base has changed hands. Duanmu Huai originally thought that it was done by the tribe again. But the dwarves told him that the attackers of Dunmod were a group of dark iron dwarves. And they were cultists of the Twilight Hammer. Under their attack, the garrison of Dunmod was defeated. And only these people escaped from inside. But they did not intend to leave, but stayed here, trying to counterattack and retake Dunmod. However, these dwarves did not expect that reinforcements would appear from the direction of Arthi Highlands. After all, the solder bridge had been destroyed by the dark iron dwarves before, and they had no time to repair it now. Let me say it again. Duanmu Huai's appearance and height would easily cause panic in the modern world, but it would be easily accepted in this fantasy world. This is why Duanmu Huai prefers fantasy worlds to modern or science fiction worlds. This are the truth, and no one would be so blind as to provoke him in such a situation. Basically, Duanmu Huai's journey has been smooth all the way to now. And this is the reason. Anyone with a little brain circuit would not be stupid enough to conflict with a guy wearing such heavy armor and as tall as a giant. Duanmu Huai doesn't care what the dark iron dwarf is. But the word cultist instantly activates his instinct as a great inquisitor. According to the dwarf, the Twilight Hammer believes in the ancient gods, and their goal is to bring the last judgment to this world, in other words, to destroy the world. Alas, the cultists only pursue this. It's the same in any world. In the end, Duanmu Huai decided to go with Ojas to see the situation of the cultists, and ordered Naruzmio to continue paving the way forward. The latter could only agree with a sad face. Naruzmio thought she could take advantage of the opportunity to fish. As a result, Duanmu Huai said, "No, I will check the homework after I come back." Naruzmio had no choice but to continue. Is that girl a mage? Her ideas are very interesting. The dwarf looked a little curious as he watched Naruzmio continue to work with a sad face. It's not that he didn't know about mages, but it was rare for the dwarf to see a mage like Naruzmio who specialized in civil engineering. After all, generally speaking, human mages are very arrogant and disdain to do such menial work. Not only that, Naruzmio's construction method is also quite novel. The design of two-way four-lane road is common in Naruzmio's world. She knows how to make it with her eyes closed. But for this world, similar road design has never appeared before. As a dwarf who is good at and likes construction, he is naturally very interested in this new road style. However, he also knows the importance of things. It is not too late to study this peculiar construction method later. So he quickly withdrew his attention and took Duanmu Huai to find the leader of this team. Sargas and Weimer. Nice to meet you, adventurer. Sargas was obviously a very enthusiastic dwarf. Looking at Duanmu Huai in front of him, his attitude was also very enthusiastic. After Duanmu Huai expressed his willingness to help, he also quickly explained the current situation on the battlefield. Originally, I thought they were just dark iron dwarves with no good intentions. Just like everyone else. I didn't expect these lunatics to be serious cultists. The Twilight Hammer wants nothing more than to destroy the entire world. They stand together with Deathwing and Ragnaros. And they also have a history with the Dark Iron Dwarves. At this point, Sargas paused and swung the battle axe in his hand vigorously. Of course, it doesn't matter who they are. What matters is that they are in Dunmod and must be driven out. I won't let anyone go. Just go and kill them. No problem. Leave it to me. Duanmu Huai had dealt with dwarves in the initial novice village. Dwarves have a bad temper, but they are also very decisive in doing things. Like the human martial oslet. After hearing that he was going to take action, he still looked back and forth, and was a little uneasy. On the contrary, the dwarf was straightforward and gave way. If you can really eliminate these damn bastards and take back Dunmod, you will always be my friend of Sargas. This Sargas seemed to be quite famous among these dwarves. But unfortunately Duanmu Huai didn't know him. So he just waved his hand, and then strode directly into Dunmod. As a stronghold, Dunmod itself is not very large. But as a creation of the dwarves, the defense here is extremely strict. In fact, before Duanmu Huai rushed into Dunmod, the Twilight Hammer believers in charge of defense had discovered his figure and launched an attack. Bang 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 bang. The Dark Iron Dwarves on the high ground and the sentry tower held muskets and fired at Duanmu Huai. However, even the bolt guns could hardly cause damage to Duanmu Huai's power armor, let alone this primitive musket. In Duanmu Huai's opinion, they were no different from squirting guns. So Duanmu Huai directly quickened his pace, rushed in despite the attack from the opposite side, and then roared. Roar! The violent roar mixed with the aura of fear burst out instantly. Even a race as strong-willed as the dwarves could not directly resist the pressure from the gods. Soon, several black iron dwarves, who were confronting Duanmu Huai, stiffened and fell to the ground. And Duanmu Huai didn't even look at them, and strode in. In fact, with Duanmu Huai's height, fighting against dwarves is very disadvantageous, because the dwarves are too short. In Duanmu Huai's eyes, these black iron dwarves are almost like teddy bear running around between his legs. Annoying to death. If he really bends down to play whack-a-mole, he will be exhausted to death. So he just turns on the fear aura and kills them all. Even if the Dark Iron Dwarves have a certain degree of mental resistance, it is only a certain degree. Do they want to survive against the pressure from the true god? It depends on whether Duanmu Huai gives them a chance. Just like now. Woo! A Dark Iron Dwarf priest screamed and was caught in Duanmu Huai's hand. He struggled desperately like a mouse in the hands of a cat, while Duanmu Huai stared at him coldly without saying a word. It was not until he saw these guys with his own eyes that Duanmu Huai understood why they were called Dark Iron Dwarves. Well, because their skin was very dark. At least much darker than those dwarves outside. However, Duanmu Huai was not concerned about this, but the so-called ancient gods that these cultists believed in. After all, as an inquisitor, when he heard about cultists, his first reaction was the Chaos God. So, does this so-called Twilight Hammer also believe in the Chaos God? It doesn't matter. You will know after just a look. Looking at the Twilight Hammer priest in his hand, Duanmu Huai sneered. And then the shadow tentacles quickly stretched out and drilled directly into the ears of the Dark Iron Dwarf priest in front of him. The next moment, infinite divine power burst out from it, rushing forward along the Dark Iron Dwarf priest's spiritual realm. Ah! Duanmu Huai's spiritual pollution is certainly not something a mere Dark Iron Dwarf can resist. His mind is basically defenseless in front of Duanmu Huai's power, and even mental resistance is easily broken like paper. Soon, Duanmu Huai passed through the spiritual realm of the Black Iron Dwarf priest and sensed a cold, strange, twisted breath. It's you? Duanmu Huai's mind changed. And the next moment, the shadow tentacles quickly rushed towards the cold, twisted, strange breath. And the latter seemed to have sensed Duanmu Huai's presence at this moment, facing the tentacles that were shooting at him. The breath instantly turned into loose mist and quickly dispersed, and then retreated backwards. However, Duanmu Huai obviously didn't intend to let it go so easily. He continued to go deeper into it, trying to track down the source of that power. However, at this moment, the Dark Iron Dwarf priest caught by Duanmu Huai could no longer withstand the erosion of Duanmu Huai's ancient god power, and the whole person exploded like a balloon. And Duanmu Huai's connection with that breath was also cut off. TSK. Trash. Duanmu Huai snorted coldly, shook off the debris in his hand, and then pondered. He originally thought that the cultists in this world believed in the Chaos Evil God or their subordinates. But the contact just now, well, This breath is also very familiar. But it is not from the chaos evil god. It is from the old ones. It seems, this world also has its own troubles. Chapter 1261 Arrival at Stormwind City. A group of cultists were no match for Duanmu Huai. But the old god they believed in did interest Duanmu Huai. After helping the dwarves recapture Dun Madr, Duanmu Huai found Sargas and asked about the old god. According to Sargas, Azeroth was ruled by the old god a long time ago, which was called the Dark Empire Era. Later, the Dark Empire Era ended, and the old god who ruled Azeroth was also sealed. There are 3 sealed old gods now, namely Zoth, Thun and Yogg-Saron. As for the location of these 3 old gods, Sargas is not very clear, only knowing that Thun is sealed in Ankh-Uraj. And these believers of the Twilight Hammer hope that the old gods they believe in will be able to break the cage of the seal one day and return to this world. As for why these lunatics want to do this, it is unknown. Although the information is not much, it is enough for Duanmu Huai. It just so happens that his old masters also need to be upgraded. And devouring other old masters is the easiest way to upgrade, since there are still 3 old ones in this world, and they are still sealed weaklings. Don't blame Duanmu Huai for being rude. Since he met the dwarves here, Duanmu Huai was too lazy to go to Iron Forge again. Sargas also patted Duanmu Huai's chest and promised to inform the dwarves about Dun Garrick. So Duanmu Huai directly threw this task to Sargas, and he took the others to take a boat from Menethil Harbor to Stormwind City. He didn't want to stay in this dirty and ugly quagmire for a minute longer. Standing on the deck, looking at the sea in the distance, the girls also breathed a sigh of relief. Compared to the swamp full of mosquitoes, this sea seemed much more relaxed. It seems that the seas in other worlds are not much different from ours. Hamura Akane stood curiously at the bow and looked around, looking at the ships sailing forward against the wind and waves. She always had an indescribable feeling. I have never been on a boat before. Mionaru's also seemed quite excited. After all, even if she had always lived in Japan, it did not mean that she had the opportunity to ride a boat. At this moment, she was also lying in front of the railing, curiously looking at the scenery around her. But compared to them, the other 2 were miserable. When will we reach our destination? Mio, I am dying. It is strange to say that although both Maria and Kazara can fly, they are seasick for some reason. Since they boarded the ship, they have been dizzy. In addition, the ships of this era are not as comfortable as modern ships. So these 2 unlucky guys have been half dead since they boarded the ship. Ha. Ladies, please be patient. Looking at the miserable 2 people, the captain of the ship also smiled and comforted them. On the one hand, there are beautiful girls here, and as a man, he will certainly take care of them. On the other hand, well, Duanmu Huai gave too much. If everything goes well, we will arrive in Stormwind City at noon today. By then, you 2 can have a good rest. Captain, didn't you say before that you can arrive early in the morning? Faced with Wan Lia's complaint, the captain's expression stiffened slightly. It's mainly because we brought more cargo this time, so the speed will be slower. I knew it. At this moment, Wan Lia also complained weakly. It's because Master Duanmu is too heavy, so it hurts. Say it again? However, before Wan Lia finished her words, Duanmu Huai's big hand stretched out from behind, grabbed Wan Lia's little head, and lifted her up directly. Who are you talking about? I didn't say anything. Nothing. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Lord Duanmu. Let me go. My head? My head is going to split. Humph. Duanmu Huai snorted coldly and threw Wan Lia to the ground. The latter sat there holding his head, looking aggrieved. Duanmu Huai ignored her, but walked to the captain, took out the map, and discussed with him. The latter traveled all over the country, and had a certain understanding of both Kalimdor and the Eastern Kingdoms. Duanmu Huai also heard some things about the Alliance and the Horde from this captain. According to the captain, the Alliance and the Horde have been fighting on and off for many years. When there is a threat from an external enemy, they can occasionally put aside their past grudges and unite to face the enemy. For example, the previous Scourge. But when the threat disappeared, the Alliance and the Horde began to fight each other again. Of course, on the surface, the 2 sides barely maintained peace, but they also fought a lot in private. Basically, every time the Alliance and the Horde are like this. At the beginning, both sides do not interfere with each other and make small moves in private. Just like what the Forsaken did to Nanhai Town before. Digging into the corners of the wall here, blocking the road there, and then cutting all the sausages. In this way, the snowball keeps rolling until it gets bigger and bigger. And then both sides don't hide it anymore, and directly go to war to make a big wave. Then when both sides are exhausted, they will tacitly cease fire, go home to lick their wounds, and fight again when they are well. Of course, since the strength of both sides is similar, they have been in a stalemate for a long time. Now that the Forsaken have been wiped out, it will naturally bring great turmoil and influence to the Alliance and the Horde. As for what kind of influence, the captain can't say for sure. He is just a businessman who cares about so many political and military matters. To him, these things that happened on land were not worth mentioning at all. Instead, the Zandalari troll fleet made him more upset. Trolls, listening to the captain's complaints, Duan Mu Huai silently made a note in his little notebook. Let's find a chance to deal with them later. Although the captain promised Wan Lia that they could reach Stormwind City at noon. It was already afternoon when they actually arrived at Stormwind City. And Mu Gong and Wan Lia fell to the ground as soon as they arrived at the dock and could hardly get up. It's useless. Looking at the two half-dead people, Duan Mu Huai, who had already completed the formalities with the guards, rolled his eyes helplessly, and then looked at Naruzmio and Akemi Hamura. Take them to the inn to rest first. I'll go to Stormwind Fortress to hand in the task. Originally, Duan Mu Huai thought that he could let others hand in the task like he did with the dwarves before. But after seeing the handwritten letter from Marshal Oslet, the captain of the guard said that Duan Mu Huai should go to Stormwind Fortress in person and hand the letter to the current King Varian. It's really troublesome. But it's also good to go and see what kind of person the current human king is. Maybe he will be the governor of Azeroth in the future. So, under the guidance of the guards, Duan Mu Huai came to Stormwind Fortress and met Stormwind King Varian Rin. To be honest, Duan Mu Huai only thought Varian was average at first. In fact, he had asked the captain about the king on the way here, and the latter did not have a very good impression of Varian. On the contrary, he highly praised the deeds of Varian's father, Lane. According to the captain, when the orcs came to the Eastern Kingdom through the Dark Portal to attack humans, it was King Lane who led the army to drive the orcs back. But in the end, he was killed by the orc assassin, and his end was quite sad. As for King Varian, the captain didn't have a good impression of him. According to the captain, the royal family had hired the Stonemasons Guild to rebuild Stormwind City. But after the work was completed, the royal family refused to pay them. This naturally made the workers very dissatisfied, and they began to rebel and demanded payment from the royal family. At that time, King Varian's queen tried to appease the workers, but was hit on the head by a flying stone during the riot and died. The death of the queen dealt a heavy blow to Varian, and at the same time, he brutally arrested and suppressed the Stonemasons Guild, who were either caught and killed or escaped. Therefore, Varian's reputation among the people is not very good. After all, it was caused by your royal family's arrears of wages. But you actually slandered the Stonemasons Union for maliciously demanding wages? Although Duan Mu Huai didn't care about this kind of thing itself, Varian was greatly discounted in his heart because of it. What's the point of a governor who can't even handle his own country's internal affairs? Now that he met Varian, how can I say? Looking at the drowsy and somewhat Alzheimer's king in front of him, Duan Mu Huai really didn't have a good impression of him. Forget it. This is probably useless and can't be used. Varian naturally didn't know what Duan Mu Huai was thinking. Looking at the tall warrior in front of him, he was a little scared. However, after reading the letters from Mayor Marib and Marshal Oslet, Varian also praised Duan Mu Huai's bravery and said that he would give Duan Mu Huai some rewards. Well, Duan Mu Huai didn't plan to have any deep contact and communication with this seemingly useless king. He just expressed his gratitude lightly, and then waited to receive the reward and leave. It should have been like this. Just then, there was a sudden noise from behind. Duan Mu Huai turned his head and saw a warrior in armor striding in. The guards standing on both sides of the corridor had no intention of stopping the warrior. On the contrary, they saluted him one after another, seeming to respect the warrior. Reginald? Seeing this warrior, King Varian seemed a little surprised. Why are you here? Your Majesty? Facing King Varian, the warrior bowed respectfully to him, and then stared at a female mage standing next to King Varian with a serious face. I came here to stop all this. The masquerade is over. Countess Prester. Or should I call you by your real name, Onyxia? What? Hearing the warrior's words, King Varian widened his eyes in surprise, and looked at the female mage standing next to him, while the latter just chuckled. How foolish. Reginald. Do you know what you are saying? You are provoking a nobleman. Do you think you can get away with it unscathed? Believe me, you will be imprisoned, and I will be happy to see them convict you and send you to the gallows. Perhaps when your limp body swings on the gallows, I will be happy that a madman's life has finally come to an end. After all, what evidence do you have? Evidence? Faced with the Countess's ridicule, the warrior stretched out his hand. You can't escape your fate, Onyxia. The prophecy has already determined everything. The illusion in the Hall of Karazhan has foreshadowed your end. Now let's make a conclusion. As he spoke, the warrior suddenly took out a stone tablet from his arms and pointed it at the woman. You dragon, let the truth be known to the world. As the warrior chanted the mysterious spell on the stone tablet loudly, the next moment everyone saw that the young and beautiful countess suddenly flashed and turned into a huge black dragon. What? Oh my god! A dragon! Seeing the dragon, everyone in the hall was shocked. Guards! Catch this monster and protect the king! Soon, several fully armed guards rushed over and stood in front of King Varian. But the black dragon just stretched out its claws and waved, knocking all the guards away. Then it narrowed its eyes and stared at the warrior. Is this fate, Windsor? If you are here to die, then the prophecy has come true. Your mind will rot in the twisting void. Kill the other nosy guys. My children. Accompanied by the roar of the black dragon, the guards who were standing still suddenly flashed and turned into four-legged dragon monsters and rushed forward. At this moment, the guards outside also rushed over and fought with these dragon monsters. Heh. Looking at this scene, the black dragon didn't care at all. It glanced at King Varian with disdain and chuckled. You are a very good puppet, Bolvar. But that's all. Then, however, before the black dragon finished speaking, suddenly, a huge figure jumped up, and Duanmu Huai raised his war hammer and smashed it hard on the black dragon's head. At the same time, the black dragon also felt that an incomparable terrifying aura burst out from the body of this dark warrior, as if it was a mountain range falling from the sky and pressing it down tightly. It couldn't even move. How could it be? At this moment, the black dragon's expression of confidence suddenly changed. It widened its eyes in surprise and looked at Duanmu Huai in horror. Who are you? Bang! However, before the black dragon finished speaking, the thunder hammer in Duanmu Huai's hand drew an arc in the air and hit the black dragon's forehead directly. Then the black dragon's head exploded like a balloon, and the broken head instantly lost its strength and fell heavily to the ground with the huge body. Seeing this scene, everyone present was stunned. Chapter 1262 Reginald's Request. The entire hall of Stormwind Fortress fell into a dead silence at this moment. Whether it was the guards, the dragon men, or King Varian, they all stood there like stone statues, looking at the black dragon corpse in front of them, which had completely lost its life. The latter had collapsed to the ground. Its head was smashed unevenly, and even the brain was gushing out. It was obvious that it was dead and could not die anymore. Bang! Duanmu Huai picked up the warhammer, shook off the blood foam on it, and looked at everyone. It's okay. I'll go back first. Huh? After hearing Duanmu Huai's words, everyone came back to their senses. Another noble standing next to King Varian suddenly became alert and pointed at the dragon people. Catch them. The next battle was basically no suspense. The dragon people saw their master being killed so easily, and they were already scared to death. They wanted to turn around and run away, and had no intention of fighting at all. Soon, the brave guards came forward and took him away. Duanmu Huai nodded to King Varian, then turned around and prepared to leave. Please wait a moment. This warrior, seeing Duanmu Huai was about to leave, King Varian, who had been stunned, finally came to his senses and shouted loudly, while Duanmu Huai turned his head and looked at him. Anything else? No. That. Looking at Duanmu Huai carrying a war hammer in front of him, King Varian was speechless for a while. But he was the ruler of a country after all. And he was stunned for a while, and quickly gathered his mind. You helped us a lot. I'd like to express my gratitude to you. Oh, it's okay. Duanmu Huai nodded silently and replied casually, which made Varian not know what to say for a moment. At this time, the nobleman next to him hurriedly spoke up and found a way out for his king. Excuse me. Did you know that the Countess was the incarnation of the Black Dragon? To be honest, everyone present was confused now. Even if they saw the corpse of the Black Dragon with their own eyes, they still couldn't believe their eyes. Or maybe their brains refused to believe such an absurd thing. In fact, with the death of the Black Dragon, everyone gradually came to their senses and found that their memories seemed to be confused. Thinking carefully, there was no such person as Countess Prester in Stormwind before. But for some reason, including Varian, everyone seemed to think that it was natural for this Countess to appear here. I didn't react before, but now thinking back, everyone was sweating coldly. But Duan Mu Huai seemed very calm, as if he was not surprised at all. Of course, I saw it as soon as I arrived. Hearing Duan Mu Huai's answer, the noble twitched his eyes. Why didn't you remind us? I thought she was your dog. Who knows what's going on? Duan Mu Huai spread his hands helplessly. For Duan Mu Huai, who is a true god, the Black Dragon's tricks can't be hidden from him at all. After all, no matter how she changes her form, the appearance of her soul will not change. However, Duan Mu Huai didn't care too much. After all, the Black Dragon was standing beside him, not sitting on the throne. Who knows if it was the king's dog? On the contrary, if he saw the Black Dragon sitting on the throne as soon as he came in, Duan Mu Huai would definitely hit it with a hammer without saying a word. The Dragon Clan also wants to rule humans? Dream on. Nothing else. I'm leaving. Duan Mu Huai waved his hand, then turned around and left the hall. Seeing him leave, Varian wanted to call Duan Mu Huai again, but was stopped by the nobles around him. Your Majesty, let's deal with the current problem first. Hearing the words of the ministers around him, Varian came back to his senses and looked around. When he looked at the corridor in front of him again, Duan Mu Huai was gone. Okay. Varian had to retract his thoughts and nodded. Let's deal with the problem here first. Duan Mu Huai didn't care about the chaos in Stormwind Fortress. After leaving Stormwind Fortress, he returned to the hotel and began to enjoy the local food. As for the next stop, Duan Mu Huai has decided to go to the place called Entourage, kill the ancient god sealed in it, and then devour and absorb its power. You're back, uncle. Back in the guest room, Naruzmio and Akemi Hamura also came over curiously. How is the king? No. It's useless. Duan Mu Huai shook his head and sighed silently. He is a complete waste. He doesn't even know he is being controlled by others. Oh. It seems that we have to find someone else. No way. Isn't that the king? Hearing Duan Mu Huai's sigh, Akemi Hamura was somewhat surprised. What's wrong with the king? Anyone in this world can be a king. But how to be a good king is another matter. This Varian, in my opinion, his level of being a king is just average. Of course, in the final analysis, he is not strong enough. Otherwise these problems would not be a problem. When the Black Dragon returned to its original state, Duan Mu Huai deliberately observed Varian, who was so scared that he stood there motionless. If the Black Dragon did not seem to want to kill him, it would have killed Varian with one claw. From this point of view, Duan Mu Huai sentenced Varian to death in his heart. The character of a ruler is not important. What is important is whether he has a firm will. In Duan Mu Huai's opinion, Varian is not as useful as the wandering trader in Dardanelle. Stormwind Kingdom is in such a state. I am afraid it is beyond salvation. Oh! What should I do next? I remember that there are only a few human kingdoms left here. Besides Stormwind Kingdom, there are Kultiras, Dalaran and Gilneas. I heard that Gilneas is now full of werewolves, and Duan Mu Huai no longer regards them as humans. Dalaran seems to be a place where various races live together, so only Kultiras is left. It happens that this country is also located in Kalandor. Duan Mu Huai plans to pass by Kultiras when he goes to Entourage to see what the situation is there. While Duan Mu Huai was enjoying the food in the guest room and complaining to the two people, the chaotic Stormwind Fortress finally calmed down. Well, for now. Huh? Looking at the floor in front of him, King Varian's expression was still a little stiff. The body of the Black Dragon had been dragged away, and the blood on the floor had been washed away. Only the sunken ground proved what had happened here before, because the situation happened too suddenly before. Everyone knew nothing except that a Black Dragon had concealed his identity and sneaked into the Stormwind Kingdom. It was not until now, after finishing most of the affairs, that they had a detailed meeting with Marshal Reginald, who had previously exposed the identity of the Black Dragon. that they learned the true identity of the Black Dragon, the daughter of the legendary terrible dragon Deathwing, the Black Dragon Princess Onyxia. But to be honest, even Varian couldn't believe this fact. It's not that they doubted Marshal Reginald. This old minister had made outstanding contributions. He once raided Medivh's tower with the former Stormwind General Anduin Lothar, and was loyal to the Stormwind Kingdom. Logically speaking, there is no doubt about what he said. Well, logically speaking, what if it is not logical? The reason is very simple. Deathwing's daughter, the Black Dragon Princess Onyxia, was killed by a hammer? Do you believe it, or do you believe that I am the king of the Titans? Although everyone saw Duanmu Huai kill the Black Dragon with a hammer, they cannot accept this result rationally. Logically speaking, for such an existence, shouldn't everyone try their best? Even Stormwind City will be ruined. Countless sacrifices, and finally take it down. Or let the other party escape directly. In fact, after that, King Varian also invited the Archbishop of the Church of Holy Light and the respected Archmage to examine the body of the Black Dragon. Without telling them the truth, these respected and powerful beings all confirmed that the Black Dragon was indeed a very threatening object. And it was indeed killed directly on the spot by a very powerful being. In fact, they were also very curious about who could kill such a powerful Black Dragon. As for whether this Black Dragon is Onyxia, the daughter of Deathwing, they are not sure. After all, no one has ever seen the Black Dragon Princess. Even Marshal Reginald, who brought the information and personally dispelled the illusion of Onyxia, was a little unsure. In his impression, Onyxia is a cunning conspirator. The ability of this conspirator can be seen from her hiding her identity and sneaking into Stormwind City to try to control Varian and a group of high-ranking nobles in Stormwind City. In fact, according to Reginald's investigation, even the previous turmoil in the Stonemasons Guild and the death of the Queen are inextricably linked to Onyxia. So in Reginald's imagination, Onyxia was a very cunning, cautious and terrifying enemy. To be honest, if this Black Dragon was a puppet or a clone, he would be more accepting. But you said that the conspirator was killed by a hammer? How to say it? It's a bit. Anyway, it feels like this shouldn't be her ending. And what made Reginald speechless was that the one who killed Onyxia was not a hidden master of Storm Kingdom, nor a famous hero, but just an adventurer. Even this adventurer didn't come here because he discovered any conspiracy. He just came to deliver a letter and get a bounty. Then he killed Onyxia. Putting himself in her shoes, Reginald felt that if he died in this way, he would definitely vomit 3 liters of blood. And there was one thing Reginald didn't tell Varian. When he followed Lothar to raid Medivh's tower, he saw a vision of his future. In that prophecy, he would be killed by the Black Dragon. In fact, when Reginald returned to Storm Fortress and planned to confront Onyxia, he had already made this mental preparation. As a result, it seems, this prophecy seems to have failed? Who is that warrior? Reginald couldn't help but sigh, while King Varian smiled bitterly. I have to say, he helped us a lot. After Onyxia's death, King Varian felt that his mind seemed to be gradually clearing up. Not only him, but also his subordinates. Some problems that they had not thought about carefully before seemed to be clear now. In fact, the letters from Mayor Merib and Marshal Oslet had already explained Duanmu Huai's strength. Merib was not bad. He was just a necromancer. And there were many people in Stormwind who could kill him. But the content of Marshal Oslet's letter was a bit sensational. 6 people killed nearly 1,000 undead troops. At that time, King Varian was still under the influence of Onyxia, and his mind was not very clear. But he knew that this was unreliable. But at that time, he didn't think much about it. He just knew that the problems of South Sea Town and Arthy Highlands were solved. And this adventurer was just helping to deliver the letter. As for the specific situation, it won't be too late to ask Marshal Oslet when he comes. So Varian only gave Duanmu Huai a little money to escape at that time. And the latter didn't seem to care much. What's the result now? Is it strange for a man who can knock down a black dragon with a hammer to kill thousands of undead? Not strange at all. But why have I never heard of such a strong man? You know, the continent of Azeroth has been in turmoil in recent years, and various things have continued. Such a strong man should not be unknown according to reason. Could it be that this was actually a trap set by the black dragon? Perhaps Onyxia had already known that Reginald would come back to accuse her, so she deliberately used this method to get away? Or is there something wrong with this man himself? Your Majesty? Just when Varian was thinking hard, Marshal Reginald spoke. I have a favor to ask. What is it? Marshal Reginald? About Blackrock Mountain. Marshal Reginald's face became serious, and he looked at Varian. Onyxia is indeed trying to plot in Stormwind. But I suspect this is not her main purpose. In fact, when I went to the Burning Plains to investigate, I was captured by the Dark Iron Dwarves, and was fortunately rescued by several adventurers. And I can be sure that those black dragons are definitely plotting something in Blackrock Mountain. Therefore, I once again request His Majesty to order troops to clear out the entire Blackrock Mountain. This, hearing Marshal Reginald's request, Varian immediately showed an embarrassed expression. In fact, Marshal Reginald had thought more than once that Stormwind should send troops to wipe out the Dark Iron Dwarves and Dragon Men in the Burning Plains. But at that time, including Varian, most people disagreed with this. Moreover, Stormwind is now in a state of disrepair and is not suitable for sending troops. Besides, the Burning Plains is a place with nothing to offer, so no one wants to ask for trouble. Later, Marshal Reginald decided to take a team to investigate, and then disappeared. Everyone thought he was dead, but he was locked up by the Dark Iron Dwarves. Marshal Reginald was imprisoned by the Dark Iron Dwarves, with nothing to do and unable to escape. So he kept thinking in prison. He did not come to the Burning Plains in a high-profile manner. So how did the Dark Iron Dwarves discover him? From the fact that the Dark Iron Dwarves ambushed him. It was obvious that they had obtained intelligence, not just a blind cat catching a dead mouse. So Marshal Reginald thought about it, and locked the culprit on the Countess. It was after this that he confirmed that the Countess was Onyxia, the daughter of Deathwing. But the problem was not solved. That is, why did Onyxia want to deal with him? Although Marshal Reginald was at odds with Onyxia, he was not the only one in Stormwind who was at odds with Onyxia. Plus the dragons in Blackrock Mountain. Marshal Reginald had a bold guess. That is, Onyxia was dealing with him because he wanted to investigate Blackrock Mountain. In other words, there must be something in Blackrock Mountain that Onyxia didn't want him to see. So after returning to Stormwind this time, Marshal Reginald asked King Varian again to investigate Blackrock Mountain. Regardless of whether the dead Onyxia was real or fake, it is certain that there must be something in Blackrock Mountain that the Black Dragon does not want others to find. And since Onyxia is causing trouble in Stormwind, it means that the Blackrock Mountain incident must be related to Stormwind. But for Varian, he really can't spare anyone to go to Blackrock Mountain now. I understand what you mean, but we really can't spare too many people to investigate Blackrock Mountain. Well, I have a proposal. I hope that Warrior can accompany me to Blackrock Mountain again. This, hearing Marshal Reginald's proposal, Varian immediately understood what he meant. Are you sure you want to do this? Of course. Marshal Reginald nodded. This, of course, I have no problem. Varian hesitated for a moment and nodded. But I'm not sure if that warrior will agree to go to Blackrock Mountain with you. Please rest assured, Your Majesty, leave the task of persuading him to me. At this moment, Marshal Reginald also looked serious. No matter what, he had to find out the truth behind this. If the adventurer's strength was real, then he alone would be enough to take on an army when he went to Blackrock Mountain this time. Chapter 1263 solved the problem. As soon as he said it, Marshal Reginald came to the hotel where Duanmu Huai and others were staying the next morning. Well, it was also thanks to his speed. In fact, if it was a little later, Duanmu Huai would have checked out and prepared to go to Encourage. Blackrock Spire? Looking at Reginald in front of him, Duanmu Huai was somewhat surprised. Of course, he recognized that the warrior in front of him was the guy who had confronted the Black Dragon yesterday. But this guy came to the door early in the morning and said something about Blackrock Spire, dragon people, and the conspiracy of the Black Dragon. Is this something that should be said early in the morning? I haven't brushed my teeth yet. Anyway, you want us to go to Blackrock Spire with you to investigate, right? Duanmu Huai stopped Reginald's words with a dazed look on his face. He just wanted to have an empty mind in the early morning, instead of having his mind filled with conspiracy or Black Dragon. That's right. Warrior, we need your strength. Stormwind Kingdom needs your strength. Okay. I haven't been to the Burning Land anyway, so I might as well go for a look. Duanmu Huai didn't really care. He was just going around, and the Inquisitor's duty was to protect humans and eliminate aliens. According to Reginald, if there were still dragons and the like there, it would be right to purify them directly. So he agreed without hesitation. On the contrary, Reginald was a little surprised. He originally thought that if he wanted to convince such a big shot, he would have to put forward facts, reason and explain the benefits and spend a lot of effort to succeed. But he didn't expect that the other party nodded directly as soon as he opened his mouth. Anyway, it's fine as long as he agrees. As the saying goes, you have to get up from where you fell. Reginald was very angry when he was imprisoned in Blackrock Depths, and he had been eager to go back and avenge his previous shame. Although Varian had no way to dispatch an army to Reginald, he still sent dozens of elite soldiers to Blackrock Spire with Reginald again to find out the secret. After the negotiation, the group quickly set off to the burning plains where Blackrock Spire was located. To be fair, the environment of the burning plains was worse than the wetlands in Duanmu Huai's opinion. Dry, hot, and dry. The Black Rock Mountain was no different from the Flame Mountain in Duanmu Huai's opinion. Because there were fewer people, Reginald still adhered to the idea of a few elite decapitation tactics, planning to lead everyone to quietly bypass the defense line of the Dark Iron Dwarves and Dragon Patrol, and sneak into the interior of the Black Rock Mountains. Then investigate what the Dark Iron Dwarves and Black Dragons are doing. And then find a way to deal with the culprit. Well, a whole Hollywood blockbuster routine. Originally Duanmu Huai didn't care, but after entering Blackrock Tower, Duanmu Huai regretted it. The reason is very simple. Let me see. Blackrock Depths is over there. If I remember correctly, Molten Core should be below. Molten Core? Where is it? Go from this side of Blackrock Depths. And then go down, but now we have to go to the upper level. Upper level? Follow this chain to the other end. And then you will reach the upper level of Blackrock Tower. The secret of the Black Dragon should be hidden in it. Which end? Where do we go? Where are we going now? Standing in the middle of the Black Rock Tower, Duanmu Huai was stunned by the maze-like road and entrance in front of him. Is this a road for people to walk on? Enough. Seeing Reginald still holding the map and mumbling to others, Duanmu Huai finally couldn't help but interrupt their discussion. If he continued to listen, he felt like his head was going to explode. A broken volcano. How could it be so complicated? There's no end to it. Right? Warrior? What's wrong? Reginald was stunned for a moment when he heard Duanmu Huai shout. And then he saw Duanmu Huai walked in front of him, lowered his head and stared at him. Let me confirm that you came to this black stone tower to investigate the problem and then solve it. Right? That's right. In the final analysis, it's to solve the problem. Right? That's right? After being asked by Duanmu Huai, Reginald himself was a little unconfident. That's all. After getting a positive answer from Reginald, Duanmu Huai nodded in satisfaction. And then Reginald saw the warrior reach out and take out a strange thing from his arms. When they saw this thing, Naruzmio, Maria, Akemi Hamura and Kigan, who were following Duanmu Huai, all took a few steps back and distanced themselves from Duanmu Huai. Well, it was purely an instinctive reaction. Duanmu Huai didn't care about the girl's reactions. He just fiddled with it for a few times, and then casually threw the thing into the magma under the abyss in front. Okay, let's go. After saying this, Duanmu Huai turned around and left. Although they didn't know what Duanmu Huai was going to do, Reginald and the other soldiers had no choice but to follow him. After all, in Reginald's plan, this fierce man who could tear a black dragon apart with his bare hands was the key. If he gave up and didn't want to do it, it would be impossible for him to rush into Blackrock Tower with a group of soldiers to cause trouble. That would just be a repetition of the previous incident when he was captured by the Dark Iron Dwarves. Warrior, I understand your feelings, but this matter is indeed very serious. Why don't I send someone to investigate inside the Blackrock Tower first, and then take action after confirming the situation inside? Of course, after walking out of the Blackrock Tower, Reginald still wanted to persuade Duanmu Huai. In his opinion, Duanmu Huai might not want to waste time here, so he quickly changed his plan. However, Duanmu Huai did not say a word, but just walked forward with his head down. And then he stopped suddenly after leaving the Blackrock Tower for a long distance. Instead, Reginald, who was chattering, did not stop and almost bumped into Duanmu Huai. This warrior? Well, this distance is about right. Duanmu Huai ignored Reginald's question, turned his head and looked at the black stone tower, and then looked at Reginald and the soldiers behind him, who were still confused about the situation. In short, just solve the problem. Right? Yes. Duan Muhui stared at Reginald and asked again. And Reginald's heart became more and more strange at this moment. But he nodded. As Duan Muhui said, "Isn't their goal to solve the problem in the end?" "That's good." Hearing Reginald's answer, Duan Muhui nodded. "Now cover your ears and lie on the ground." Although they didn't know what Duan Muhui wanted to do, Reginald and the soldiers still followed Duan Muhui's orders and covered their ears and lay on the ground. As for the girls, they hid behind Duan Muhui with ease, and Naruzmio directly used gravity magic to build a wall on the spot, blocking them and the soldiers behind the wall. Then Duan Muhui reached out and snapped his fingers. The next moment, a dazzling sun that almost blinded Reginald appeared in front of him. In his eyes, a radiance suddenly flashed under the tall black stone mountain in front of him. And then the next moment, the earth suddenly began to tremble and surge like a huge wave. At the same time, the entire black stone mountain exploded completely under the horrified and unbelievable gaze of everyone. The whistling airflow mixed with gravel swept across the entire burning plain in an instant, and those stones flew through the air as fast as bullets or shells, hitting all around. Even with the protection of Naruzmio's walls, Reginald and the others could still hear the hail-like sound of the rubble hitting the walls. The ground beneath them was shaking like surging waves, almost throwing Reginald into the sky. They were like fish on the shore, flapping and jumping, but not voluntarily. After a while, the ground returned to calm, and Reginald stood up despite the pain all over his body and looked forward. Then, he was completely stunned. In front of Reginald, the towering black stone mountain had completely disappeared, replaced by a huge, smoke-filled deep pit. What happened? Where is the black stone mountain? Where is my huge black stone mountain? It was right there. How could it disappear? Roar! However, before Marshal Reginald could react to what was going on, suddenly, a roaring dragon roar broke out. The power was so strong that it even dispersed the dust and dark clouds scattered around. Then, a huge black dragon emerged from the smoke of the explosion in a rage, flapping its wings and roaring angrily. "Who is it? Who is so presumptuous? I want you to pay the price." "Oh, it seems that's the real boss." Duan Muhui moved his body and was about to go forward to kill him. However, before he could do anything, a scorching fire suddenly erupted in the huge pit again. And then a tall monster with a body made of flame suddenly emerged from it, holding a war hammer and angrily scanning the entire burning plain. "How dare you destroy this sacred place? I will make you pay. See the power of Ragnaros with your own eyes, and then destroy it." Good fellow. Two were blown up at once. It seems that this place is really as Reginald said. Crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Duan Muhui thought that it would be over as long as it was blown up. But I didn't expect that there was still a guy who could withstand this attack. It seems that he is quite capable. Or lucky. If I had known earlier, I should have put a few more hot melt bombs, like when I blew up the World Stone. Forget it. It doesn't matter. It's the same. Duan Muhui thought for a moment, shrugged his shoulders, and looked at Naruzmio. "You go deal with that big reptile. I'll go and fight with Lao Hua over there with hammers." Chapter 1264 Double Kill. As the prince of the Black Dragon clan, Nefarian has a dream. That is to combine the characteristics of the 5 major dragon clans and create a brand new dragon clan with all the advantages and powers of the 5 major dragon clans. For this reason, he worked day and night on the Blackrock Spire and devoted himself to it. With Nefarian's efforts, his goal was getting closer and closer, until the Blackrock Spire exploded on the spot. The violent explosion not only swallowed up Nefarian's subordinates, but also turned his experimental data and those experimental samples into ashes. Because the explosion came so suddenly, the Black Dragon Prince didn't even have time to prepare for anything. When he emerged from the thick smoke, all he saw was a big pit. No! Seeing this, Nefarian's eyes turned red. He didn't even care about the burning pain on his body, and roared angrily to the sky. This was his effort, his dedication, his youth, and even everything he had. But now, it's all gone. All gone. All gone. Why? What happened? How could it become like this? Anger and pain made Nefarian's emotions explode completely. And because of this, he did not immediately notice the threat in front of him. When several rockets with long tails of smoke passed through the air and hit Nefarian's huge black dragon body, the intense pain and impact made Nefarian come back to his senses from the pain of his graduation project being completely destroyed. Unfortunately, It was too late. Boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by a violent explosion. The black dragon hovering in the sky let out a painful wail and fell straight to the ground. And Nefarian also flapped his wings violently, trying desperately to stop the process. However, just as Nefarian was about to land smoothly, Ogus jumped up and threw the box at hand with force. Then, as the box opened, a huge puppet with a top hat and a cloak rushed directly towards Nefarian. What the hell? At this moment, Nefarian still hadn't figured out what happened. From the explosion on the spot of his house to now, his mind was dizzy, and everything he did was an instinctive reaction. Seeing a figure rushing towards him, Nefarian didn't think much and directly hit it with a claw. No matter what it was, it couldn't stop the black dragon's claw. Well, that's actually the case. Nefarian scratched the puppet into pieces with one claw. But this was not the end. What Nefarian didn't expect was that at the moment the puppet was broken, countless silk threads flew out of it, and quickly wrapped Nefarian tightly like a zonzi. Nefarian obviously had no idea that this thing actually had such a mechanism hidden in it, and was caught off guard and tied up. The black dragon, unable to move, also fell from the sky and fell heavily to the ground. Damn maggots. You lowly bastards. Only then did Nefarian realize that he was attacked. He widened his eyes in surprise, and looked at the human girls on the ground in front of him. He simply couldn't believe his eyes. A group of humans dared to attack me. Are you tired of living? Although Nefarian tried desperately to break free from the silk thread that bound him, he could not break free no matter how hard he struggled. But Nefarian was not easy to mess with. After realizing that he could not break free from this strange bondage, he immediately stared at the people in front of him, then took a deep breath, and then blew out a breath of dragon directly, blasting in front of him. It happened in a flash, at the same time that Nefarian opened his mouth and spit out dragon breath. Neruzmio also hurriedly raised her right hand. With her action, the thick mud and stones on the ground quickly bulged into shape, turning into a thick and huge wall directly blocking the bloody mouth of the black dragon. Roar! The black dragon's breath just spurted out of its mouth and hit the earth wall created by Neruzmio head-on, reflecting back directly and covering Nefarian's face. However, Neruzmio's earth wall also shattered and exploded in this wave of fierce breath, turning into fragments all over the ground. Just when Nefarian was helpless and roaring because of his own breath, Akemi Hamura had appeared above his head again, carrying a rocket launcher and using time stop to bombard him. At a time, dozens of rockets swarmed down, bombarding Nefarian and making him wail. However, the angry black dragon obviously did not intend to just take the beating. At this moment, its body was still controlled by Ogus with silk threads and could not move at all. So Nefarian also hurriedly raised his head and opened his mouth again to spit dragon breath at Hamura Akemi, who was flying a kite towards him in the air. However, at this moment, a petite figure rushed over. Ha! Maria spread her wings and fell from the sky, roaring and clenching her small fists, and punched Nefarian directly on the forehead. Although the damage caused by Wanlia's attack was not as great as the damage caused by Duanmu Huai, who smashed Onyxia's brain, it still smashed Nefarian's head downward. At the same time, Mu Gung rushed out from the front with a magic sword in hand. Facing Nefarian's huge head, the demon girl was not afraid at all. She slid directly to the bottom of Nefarian's head, swung the magic sword in her hand forward, and pierced Nefarian's chin directly. The scales of the black dragon are naturally extremely hard, but Mu Gung's magic sword is not an ordinary item. It pierced the relatively soft part of the dragon. So Mu Gung slid forward with the magic sword, and opened a long cut from Nefarian's chin to his neck. Then she turned over to avoid the black dragon's angry counterattack. To be honest, the girls who followed Duanmu Huai out this time were not very strong in combat. Ogus was naturally the strongest, but she did not kill Nefarian directly, but controlled the silk thread to firmly bind the black dragon to the ground, creating a killing opportunity for others. After all, the girls came out to accumulate more combat experience. As the second to last in the tribunal's combat power, Mu Gung and Maria were unable to take on the responsibility of killing the black dragon, and could only be responsible for interrupting the black dragon's offensive. Neruzmio was mainly responsible for protecting others from the black dragon's harm, and could not spare the mind to launch an attack. So the responsibility of killing the black dragon fell on Akemi Hamura. However, Hamura Akemi is also a freak. Her fighting power does not come from herself, but from the weapon she holds. Hamura Akane's own power is only a space storage and time suspension. Hamura Akane originally wanted to use a wave of rockets to directly kill the Black Dragon. But what Hamura Akane didn't expect was that the Black Dragon was tougher than she thought. Although 2 consecutive waves of bombing made Nefarian cry for his parents, they were only superficial injuries, and did not hurt the Black Dragon at all. What should we do now? Kizara circled around to avoid the Black Dragon's tail swing, flew to Hamura Akane and asked. The latter thought for a moment. Give me a chance. Let it breathe again. Are you sure? As long as it opens its mouth. I can only try. Okay. Maria. Let's go! Although Kizara was not sure what Hamura Akane was going to do, she nodded, called Maria, and rushed towards Nefarian again. Although the combat power of Muzara and Maria is not high, they both have one advantage. That is, they can fly. Flying means strong flexibility. And for Nefarian, Muzara and Maria are just like 2 mosquitoes circling around his head, hitting you from time to time. Not much damage but extremely insulting, even making him want to use his claws to beat his head into a pig head. However, Nefarian's body is still controlled by Ogus with silk threads, and he can't move at all. He also tried to break free by teleporting or transforming, but for some reason, he failed. So now Nefarian had to play hide-and-seek with the girls in his original form. After being repeatedly blocked by Naruzmio, Nefarian no longer dared to spit casually. He could only try to swallow the 2 mosquitoes, Kizara and Maria, into his stomach. However, the 2 were also very aware of their own strength and kept hovering at the edge of Nefarian's range, not giving him a chance. It was not until Akane Hamura made a decision that Kizara and Maria changed their behavior and quickly closed the distance with Nefarian. They attacked Nefarian from the left and right. Stupid human! Nefarian sneered as he took in everything in front of him. He pretended to be fooled. He first pretended to focus on Mugung. Then, when Maria rushed over, Nefarian suddenly turned his head and opened his mouth to bite Maria. In Nefarian's opinion, this was enough to bite this annoying bug into pieces. However, to Nefarian's surprise, when his mouth fell, he did not feel the flesh and blood of the human body, but a huge, cold and hard thing. It was a missile. Woo woo woo! Nefarian stared at the steel creature in front of him, which was as big as his mouth, and couldn't figure out how it appeared here. In fact, it was very simple. At the moment when Nefarian turned his head and opened his mouth to attack Maria, Akane Hamura quickly activated the time stop, then came to Nefarian's mouth, took out a missile and stuffed it in, and then quickly grabbed Maria and got out of Nefarian's bloody mouth. Then, time began to flow again. Dang! This bite almost broke Nefarian's teeth, and even his sharp teeth were directly stuck in the groove of the missile. This immediately made Nefarian very angry, so that he didn't notice that the girls including Naruzmio quickly distanced themselves from him at this moment. Then, an explosion sounded. The missile that Hamura Akane stuffed directly into Nefarian's mouth exploded directly, and the violent shock wave even made Nefarian's head bend 180 degrees directly. After turning a circle in the air, it fell heavily on the ground. Judging from the situation, it was obviously dead. This period of time seemed long, but in fact, it took only a few minutes from the time Nefarian landed to the time he was killed by Hamura Akane, even before Reginald and the others had time to join the battle. The Black Dragon had already become a dead body that could not be deader. However, Reginald had no time to marvel. On the contrary, everyone's attention was now focused on the battle on the other side. If the battle between the girls and Nefarian still involved some tactics, then the battle between Duan Muhuai and this man who came out of nowhere and called himself the Lord of Fire Ragnaros was a head-on fight without any tricks. Both sides were holding war hammers and hitting each other, and the main point was whoever retreated would lose. Bang! 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 Ragnaros' war hammer swung down, and then was directly smashed away by Duan Muhuai's hammer. Both sides were fighting fiercely. The ground around them was now cracked by the aftermath of the fight between the two. And what was even more unexpected was that the extremely tall Ragnaros was actually trembling after being beaten by Duan Muhuai. From the beginning of the fight, Ragnaros could only defend himself now. It seemed that the life of this Fire King was not easy. In fact, Ragnaros was also secretly frightened at this moment. What kind of monster is this? He is the Lord of Fire Elementals, the King of Fire Demons. But he was defeated by a mortal in a head-on confrontation? What a joke. No. Not immortal. Boom! The hammers of both sides collided again. And this time Ragnaros suddenly felt a hint of chaos and madness hidden in the power coming from the other side's hammer. Is that the power of the old gods? Wait. You are? This discovery immediately made Ragnaros' mind waver. But Duanmu Huai was too lazy to talk nonsense with him and hammered out again. Bang! This time Ragnaros could no longer block Duanmu Huai's attack. And the huge flaming hammer in his hand flew out of his hand. And Ragnaros' body suddenly leaned back under this blow and lost his balance. At the same time, Duanmu Huai also jumped up and turned into a cannonball, rushing towards the fire elemental lord in front of him with his hammer, and directly pierced its head. No! Accompanied by a scream. The body of the fire elemental lord suddenly expanded, and then exploded completely. At this time, Duanmu Huai was also burning with flames all over his body, and fell heavily to the ground. Okay. It's done. When Duanmu Huai stood up, the flames burning on his body had completely disappeared. And then he turned his head, and looked at Marshal Reginald, and the soldiers, who were standing not far away. In this way, the problem is completely solved. Chapter 1265 in Stormwind. Reginald is a veteran warrior. He had fought against the orcs with Lothar, and personally raided the Tower of Mediv. In Reginald's opinion, he had experienced everything at his age. And this, he really had never experienced it. Is the problem solved? Well, looking at the Blackrock Tower that had been blown into a deep pit with nothing left, Reginald was really speechless. The Dark Iron Dwarves and Dragon Men who were originally here were killed in the previous horrific explosion. And even the two huge monsters that looked like the bosses here were completely killed. Reginald didn't know what the Fire Lord was, but he was sure that the Black Dragon was definitely not an easy guy to deal with. However, even such a huge dragon was easily dealt with by a few little girls. At least for now. The threat of the Burning Plains has been completely eliminated. Well, completely. Even if there are some scraps left. As long as the Alliance sends some people to clean up, it will be almost done. Then we will leave if there is nothing else. As a result, Reginald just came to his senses and saw Duanmu Huai greeted him and others and was about to leave. Please wait! This warrior, seeing Duanmu Huai turn around and leave, Reginald was shocked and hurried forward. Is there anything else? No. You have made outstanding contributions. Please come back to Stormwind with me. His Majesty the King will certainly reward you. Not interested. However, Duanmu Huai just waved his hand. I only came here because of the threat to humans. Now that the matter has been resolved, I should leave. This, looking at Duanmu Huai's calm face, Reginald was really a little at a loss. To be honest, he didn't expect Duanmu Huai to be so calm. He didn't even care about the reward. Duanmu Huai looked as if he was just kicking away the wild dogs on the road. But no matter what, Reginald couldn't let Duanmu Huai leave like this. Where are you going next? Silithus. I see. Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, Reginald breathed a sigh of relief. In that case, please follow us back to Stormwind City. His Majesty the King can ask the Royal Mage to open the portal to Theramore for you. You can go directly to Kalimdor through the portal without the trouble of traveling. After hearing Reginald's suggestion, Duanmu Huai thought about it. Although he didn't care. Considering the two unlucky guys who were seasick and dizzy, at least the portal would be faster. Okay then. Finally, Duanmu Huai nodded and agreed with Reginald's opinion. And the latter was relieved. Anyway, at least this person was kept here now. After that, Duanmu Huai and others returned to Stormwind City again, because he had no interest in going to the palace to argue with the useless king. Duanmu Huai led the others to walk around the streets of Stormwind City. Reginald went to the palace as quickly as possible and reported to King Varian everything that happened in the Burning Plains. So, the explosion that happened in the Burning Plains was caused by that adventurer? After listening to Reginald's story, King Varian was shocked and couldn't believe it. He also saw the big explosion that happened in the Burning Plains in the palace. But at that time, King Varian didn't know what happened in the Burning Plains. So when Reginald came back, he summoned him in immediately. The result, well, this sounds even more incredible than he expected. According to Reginald, he didn't know what Duanmu Huai had done. But from the action of the other party taking out something before, Reginald thought it should be something like a bomb. It's just that the power of this bomb is a bit too strong. To be honest, this is also the part that Reginald and Varian can't figure out. Assuming that it is really a bomb, judging from its power to destroy the entire Blackrock Mountain, It can be regarded as a strategic weapon for deterrence in any force. After all, if it can destroy a Blackrock Mountain, it can also easily destroy a city. And this thing is very small, and anyone can fit it, which can be said to be a great threat. But according to Reginald's observation, Duanmu threw that thing just like throwing away garbage. If he hadn't witnessed the explosion of Blackrock Mountain with his own eyes, he would have thought that the other party was just throwing away garbage. So the question is, what does this mean? From the fact that the other party would use this thing to blow up Blackrock Tower, he obviously knew the power of this thing. But such powerful weapons are generally not too many, and are even extremely rare, at least in Varian's opinion. Many artifacts may not have such power, and these artifacts will not be abused and are kept strictly. Who would throw away a sacred artifact like garbage? What do you think? Marshal Reginald? Your Majesty? I think. Marshal Reginald thought for a moment, and then gave an answer. I think these people may come from a certain force, and these weapons are made by that force. Oh! Why do you say that? Hearing Marshal Reginald's answer, Varian immediately became interested, because among the companions brought by that gentleman, there is a girl who is also using a similar method to fight. Marshal Reginald was talking about Hamura Akemi. Although he didn't know what weapon Hamura Akemi used, Reginald thought that the other party should use a kind of equipment similar to artillery. But it was smaller, could be used by one person, and was more powerful. And the cylinder bomb that suddenly appeared and was stuffed into the Black Dragon's mouth at the end. Although its power was not as strong as the one thrown by Duanmu before, it was also beyond the general power, at least in Marshal Reginald's opinion. This should be some kind of standard weapon equipment, and being able to manufacture such a thing must require a lot of materials and labor. After careful observation by Marshal Reginald, he did not think that Duanmu and the girls he brought had the ability to make such weapons. But seeing that they use such weapons without caring about consumption, it means that there must be a channel behind them to supply these equipment. And the only one who can do this is a certain force. A certain force. Hearing this, Varian was silent for a moment, then looked at the people around him, and looked at Marshal Reginald again. Marshal Reginald, do you know what happened recently in the old side of Lordaeron? The old side of Lordaeron? You mean the undead of the Horde? What happened to them? Marshal Reginald was stunned when he heard Varian's question. He was captured by the Dark Iron Dwarves and imprisoned for several months. During this period, he was isolated from the outside world and had no idea of the changes in the outside world. Marshal Reginald thought that it was just a short period of time and there should be no changes in this world. It seems that this is not the case. Not long ago, the Forsaken were uprooted. The Undercity was completely destroyed, and the undead in Tirisful Glades and the Plague Lands were completely wiped out. What? Marshal Reginald was shocked when he heard this. He had never expected that such a big change would happen in Azeroth after he was imprisoned by the Dark Iron Dwarves for only a few months. Who did it? I don't know. Varian shook his head. At present, no force has come forward to claim responsibility for this matter. And what we can observe is that countless flames and explosions fell from the sky, completely destroying everything there. Flames and explosions? Destroy everything? Your Majesty, you don't mean? Marshal Reginald was not stupid. He reacted immediately after hearing this. Are you saying that the adventurer and his companions came from the force that completely destroyed the undead? Ordinary explosions and flames cannot be forcibly connected. But beyond a certain limit, it is another matter. Whether it is the explosion that destroyed Blackstone Mountain by Duanmu or the firepower of the mysterious force that destroyed the entire undead area, they are far beyond the limit of this era. So there is something in common between the two. Very likely. Varian nodded. I looked carefully at the letter he brought. He first appeared in Southshore Town. You should know that it is the front line of the confrontation between the Alliance and the Horde. If he is from that faction, then as long as he passes through Silver Pine Forest, he can reach Hillsbrad foothills. Indeed, Marshal Reginald did not have much information about the situation here. But after listening to Varian's analysis, he also found the problem. Your Majesty, do you suspect they are spies? Do they look like spies? To be honest, they don't look like spies at all. Marshal Reginald shook his head. Generally speaking, spies are the kind who want to hide themselves completely. And there is no way they would be as high profile as Duanmu. In fact, after eliminating the threat of the Burning Plains, he once tried to leave directly. Leave? Yes. He said he planned to go to Silithus. and I persuaded him to go through the portal in Stormwind faster. So I let him follow me back to Stormwind. Silithus? What is he doing in Silithus? Varian was a little surprised. Silithus is just a big desert. There is nothing special to note. Of course, as the king of Stormwind, Varian also knew, wait, is he going to Entourage? No way. Marshal Reginald was also stunned when he heard this. But thinking about it carefully, it seems that there are only the dragons of the Caverns of Time in there except the Quicksand Wall. And the Quicksand Wall is the seal that seals the Karaji Swarm, which is extremely hard and impossible to be broken. Generally speaking, this is the case. But generally speaking, Blackrock Mountain cannot be blown up. Right? If Blackrock Mountain has been blown up, then blowing up the Quicksand Wall shouldn't be a piece of cake. Right? Of course, the Bronze Dragon there is not a vegetarian, but the Black Dragon is not a vegetarian either. Right? As a result, everyone saw it. Just as everyone looked at each other in bewilderment, and the atmosphere in the hall gradually became weird. The arrival of the guards broke the suffocating atmosphere. News from MI7? Call him in immediately. Hearing this news, Varian decisively put aside the strange things in his mind, and became serious again. MI7 is the most core intelligence department of Storm Kingdom. And the most urgent task they are dealing with now is to investigate the mysterious force that destroyed the Forsaken. Now that the other party is reported, it means that the investigation has already yielded results. Soon, led by the guards, a man walked in. He was the assassin master Matthias, also the leader of MI7. This time, he was in charge of investigating the matter. Judging from his dusty appearance, the assassin master came directly to the palace without even a moment's rest. How is the situation? What did you gain? Staring at Matthias, Varian also asked. And Matthias nodded solemnly. I have fulfilled my mission, Your Majesty. Oh, so you already know who they are? Yes, Your Majesty. They call themselves the Inquisition. Chapter 1266 The Whale Effect. As a master assassin, Matthias had made full preparations before he set out on his mission, and even considered countless backup plans. But in fact, none of his backup plans were used. They had no intention of guarding against him at all. Matthias came out the same way he entered, and they even made him a pot of tea. As for what Matthias gained, everything we want to know is here. Looking at the king, the master assassin handed over a booklet with a wry smile. What is this? Looking at the booklet handed over by the other party, Varian was confused, but he still signaled Duke for Dragon beside him to take it, and then opened it. And then his face twitched. Inquisition Manual? Reading the title above, Varian looked at Matthias in confusion. What's the matter with this thing that looks like a National Geographic Manual of Azeroth? You just brought this back? If Matthias was not the master assassin of MI7, Varian would have suspected that he was using this thing to fool him. It is well known that this kind of thing is used to fool others. How could the real information be put in it? Your Majesty, you will know when you see it. Matthias is not a fool. Seeing the look in Varian's eyes, he knew what the other party was thinking. In fact, when the other party gave him this manual, he also felt that the Inquisition took him for a fool. But after reading it, Varian silently opened the booklet in front of him and read it page by page. At first, he didn't care, but the more he read, the more solemn Varian's expression became. After turning the last page, Varian fell into silence and couldn't say a word. Matthias did not lie. This booklet did provide the information they needed. What is the Inquisition? The booklet clearly states at the beginning that the Inquisition is an organization that protects humanity and eliminates threats to humanity at all costs. If that were the case, Varian would certainly not take it seriously. Who wouldn't say empty words? However, the booklet also describes in detail the criteria for the Inquisition to judge humans, including complete humans, partial mutations, and complete mutations. Not only that, it also elaborates on how the Inquisition will deal with these beings. To put it bluntly, this is simply a standard instruction manual. If that were the case, most people would just laugh it off and regard it as a joke. However, after the Forsaken were completely destroyed, this is no longer a joke. Not to mention the part about the judgment of humans in the Inquisition manual, which made Varian puzzled. Why the skull? In fact, this problem has also been encountered by players in the game. Once a player received such a task, on a certain planet, people in a village mysteriously disappeared. And then, the player was responsible for investigating and finding the missing people. Needless to say, after the players' tracking and investigation, it was finally found that the two missing people had been killed long ago, and the children born by the two missing people were enslaved by a race called rat people and became their war props to fight against humans. Needless to say, the player assisted the human village in defeating the attack of the rat men and then captured them. However, in the final investigation, the player was surprised to find that these guys who were regarded as monsters and looked like rats were actually human beings. In history, most of the people in that world were ordinary people without superpowers. But later, superpowered people appeared and started a war with ordinary people. After several wars that almost destroyed the world, superpowered people became humans, and the original ordinary people degenerated into rat men, becoming a threat regarded as monsters by superpowered people. But even though their bodies degenerate and mutate, these ordinary people still want to take revenge on the superpowers, which leads to the emergence of this task. In the end, the rat people were completely wiped out. The players who completed the task posted the entire task process on the forum with mixed feelings, and then a big discussion was launched as expected. But in the end, most players had to admit that the standard of the tribunal for judging humans was simple and crude. But it was really the only standard that could be used. First of all, if you have to verify whether a race belongs to humans from a historical perspective, it is a big problem in archaeology. Players come to play games, not to suffer. Even the question of human origins is still unresolved by anthropologists. So what qualifications do they have to define what kind of history is considered human? As for judging from genes, that is even more impossible. It can even be said that this is a taboo of the Inquisition. As for the reason, it has to start from the Golden Age when humans were prosperous and developed. At that time, human civilization was running wild, and humans themselves began to seek excitement and commit suicide as expected. They even chose the path of genetic ascension and changed their genes into a mess. So much so that there is a joke among players that the Iron Man rebellion was not a rebellion in the strict sense, but that the humans of that era changed their genes beyond recognition. And even the Iron Man could not identify whether they were human beings from the genetic level. So the Iron Man rebelled and eliminated these alien creatures. Let's put it this way. It's like the people on a remote island claiming that their bloodline is the pride of the Central Plains, the pure-blooded royal descendants. But after a genetic test, it was found that they were actually the descendants of slaves of a nomadic people. Then naturally they couldn't brag anymore. Not to mention that if you judge humans from a genetic perspective, the humans in the human empire might not be as pure as some aliens. If this gets out, won't the human empire explode right there? I've been boasting about human legitimacy for tens of thousands of years, and the clown is actually me. My mentality is broken. I'm done. So the Inquisition chose the simplest and most brutal method. No matter what your history is, no matter what your genes are, as long as your skull is the same as that of humans, you are a member of our human family. It's that simple. The Inquisition doesn't care about other things, like the rat men. From a historical perspective, these ordinary people who were persecuted by superpowers were quite miserable. Even after degeneration and mutation, they still wanted revenge, and persisted to the end with the perseverance and resilience unique to humans, and did not choose to surrender. It is worthy of praise and worthy of emotion. But if you regard the other party as a human being because of this, then there are so many human races in the human empire, apart from anything else. No matter how miserable the life experience of these rat men is, most people will not admit that these walking rats are the same as themselves. So the simplest and most direct way is to treat these rat men as aliens, judging from their skulls. Simple, rough, cruel, and efficient. Not only that, what Varian didn't expect was that in the eyes of the Inquisition, humans were the most supreme race, and the complete and unmutated skulls represented the holiness and purity of humans. Therefore, those dwarves, gnomes, elves, etc. were all regarded as subhumans in the eyes of the Inquisition. This concept has to be said to have directly shattered Varian's three views. You know, in the continent of Azeroth, almost all creatures believe that elves are a long-lived, powerful and noble race. However, in the eyes of the Inquisition, those long-haired people can only be regarded as subhuman races. Well, strictly speaking, this is a little personal preference of Duan Muhuai. Or it can be said that the preference of players is biased. You know, in most fantasy games, elves are very popular. However, in the Star Sea, the Eldar are a very disgusting race. Many players are disgusted by the Eldar, and directly despise all similar races. Especially the Elves, a race that is very similar to the Eldar in appearance and temperament, are treated by players as fake Eldar. I can't beat the Eldar, but I can't beat you. If we look at the attitude of the Inquisition towards races, humans must be put first, followed by dwarves, because the dwarves' firm will or stubbornness makes it difficult for them to be eroded and corrupted by chaos. As long as you make friends with them, they will be very loyal and trustworthy allies, safe and reliable. On the other hand, the arrogant and conceited race like the Elves, who have a high probability of being corrupted, are considered to be of lower status than the Ogryn in the eyes of the Inquisition. They are also very high on the purification list, at least on the first page. This also makes Varian very uncomfortable. Being friendly to the dwarves is fine, and the relationship between Stormwind Kingdom and Iron Forge is also good. There is a direct subway between the two sides. But such naked contempt and disdain for the Elves is a bit unacceptable to Varian. This Inquisition, could it be the survivors of Lordaeron? After reading the manual, Varian looked at Matthias in doubt and asked. His doubt was not without reason. When the kingdom of Lordaeron was still there, its king's lifelong wish was to unify the 7 human kingdoms and realize the dream of the human empire. It's just that this Inquisition is more extreme than the original Lordaeron. It is written between the lines that only humans can live and aliens must die. In addition, the Inquisition is currently on the side of Lordaeron. So Varian can't help but think about it. I don't think so. Matthias shook his head. The Inquisition is very powerful. Their technology is very similar to that of the dwarves, but several times more advanced than that of the dwarves. To be honest, if Lordaeron had this kind of strength, it would not have been destroyed at all. And their marks are nothing like those of Lordaeron. And their ideas are even more different. The Inquisition is only responsible for eliminating the threat of humans, and will not interfere in human internal affairs. If there are survivors of Lordaeron, then they will definitely use this opportunity to regain the kingdom again, and even complete the great cause of human unification. The problem is that the times are completely different now. Varian smiled bitterly. There are only a few of the original 7 human kingdoms left now. As for the great cause of unifying mankind, well, it's useless to talk about it now. However, according to the manual of the Inquisition, there is a big problem. They won't go to war with the tribe. After all, there are trolls, tauren, orcs, and goblins on the tribe's side. Varian knows that most of them are not even subhuman according to the standards of the Inquisition. They are just what is written above. Aliens. They do have plans to attack the tribe. Matthias nodded. He had tried to probe the other party after reading the manual, but the other party told Matthias directly that all aliens must die, without exception. Hearing Matthias's answer, Varian fell into silence. To be honest, at the beginning, Varian did want to get closer to the Inquisition so that it could become a member of the Alliance. But after reading the manual carefully, Varian was completely frightened by the radical style of the Inquisition and had to reconsider his ideas. Send people to closely observe and monitor the Inquisition. If there are any abnormal actions, report to me immediately. In the end, Varian could only issue such an order. He stared at the manual in his hand with a worried look on his face. Azeroth is now in turmoil. The emergence of this new force, I really don't know whether it is good or bad. Varian knew that in order to prevent the sardines from dying during transportation, fishermen in the north would put a few catfish in them to make the sardines move. But what if it was not catfish, but whales? Can this small pond of Azeroth withstand the storm it stirs up?